Ah! A young woman hurried in through the doorway, still holding an earthen porcelain bowl in her hands. Ali, what's wrong with you? Xiao drifted outside of consciousness. Before her eyes surged waves of scorching heat and countless shards of light accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. Crimson flames bloomed like seductive spider lilies, each one vying in unearthly beauty. Yi Qiutong gazed at her daughter, whose eyes were hollow and unfocused, and sorrow welled up from deep within her heart. The girl had never been sharp-witted to begin with, and now, after such an accident, her condition could only have worsened. Feeling a hot teardrop land upon her cheek, Xiao slowly came back to herself. In a soft and childish voice not her own, she called out weakly, "Yang." Yi Qiutong froze when she heard the call. Had her daughter truly just spoken to her? Ali Yu. She could scarcely believe it. Gazing at the expression on the woman's face before her, Xiao felt a long-lost warmth of care. Just as she tried to speak, a piercing shriek erupted inside her mind, the sharp stimulus knocking her back into unconsciousness. Yi Qiutong watched in panic as her daughter, who had just woken, fainted once more. She ran outside in a flurry, just in time to bump into Elder Sang and his wife, who had just returned from the fields. "Sixth's wife, where are you rushing off to in such a state?" "Father, mother, Ali just woke for a moment, but then fainted again. I'm rushing to the village, head to fetch Dr. Li to come take a look first." Upon hearing that her precious granddaughter had woken and then fainted again, Grandmother Sang exclaimed, "My poor darling child, hurry and find Dr. Li. If that doesn't work, we'll send her to the town. We don't have spare silver at home, so we'll have to sell that bracelet." After the time it took an incense stick to burn the white-haired, Dr. Li completed his examination. The young lady's injury is at the back of the head. The brain is the most complex thing there is. This old man's learning is shallow. You had best take her to the town to have a look. What he did not say aloud was that the girl's breath was faint as a gossamer thread, bearing the signs of someone on the verge of death, yet a mysterious force was protecting her heart meridian. Should she encounter a physician of true skill, there might be a slim chance of survival. Yi Qiutong felt the world spinning around her. She had only this one daughter. "Quick, take her to the town's medical hall," Grandmother Sang urged. Yi Qiutong did not have time for grief. She hoisted her daughter onto her back and rushed out the door, only to encounter the Sang brothers, who had just returned from the fields. "Mother, sister-in-law, what has happened to Ali? Where are you carrying her off to?" the eldest Sang asked. "Ali just woke for a moment and then fainted again. Dr. Li says the injury is to the head. We're preparing to take her to the town's medical hall to have a look," Grandmother Sang explained. "Right, fourth son, go to the academy and find sixth son. His daughter is injured this badly, he ought to know." "All right, I'm going right now." Fourth brother Sang nodded quickly and hurried out the door along with them. At that moment, no one noticed, in a corner of the courtyard behind a parasol tree, a girl of 14 or 15 stood with her head lowered, hands trembling uncontrollably, her hair obscuring most of her face so that her features could not be made out. At this moment, Sang Zhao's consciousness arrived in a verdant space. The surroundings were vast and endless. Only the green beneath her feet exuded vigorous vitality. This was not her space. "Is anyone there?" Silence answered on all sides. Then a beam of golden light descended, so bright it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. Within that radiance, one could only vaguely discern a figure accompanied by an ancient and profound Buddhist chant, clear and elegant. "I am here, you." She discovered she could not speak at will. "Do not seek to trace me. Why am I here? What is this place? I am moved by your salvation of the common people, your merit boundless. This realm's Tao owes me a favor, so I asked him to send you here. When I woke, I was in a different body. It doesn't seem like reincarnation. Did I seize another's body? If so, where is the original soul? If because of her the original person had died, she would not wish to live again. You are also her, and she is also you. Then that is well. I bestow upon you a gift. I hope you will study it well. Remember always to guard your original heart." The golden radiance dispersed, and Xiao appeared once more in a different realm. She knew this was her own space, yet somehow different. Her original space could only store objects measuring merely 1,000 square meters, stuffed full of supplies she had crammed inside. Now her space had expanded greatly, complete with mountain forests, water sources, fertile land, and a peach blossom grove. Within the peach grove stood a thatched cottage, before which a spring burbled, releasing curling wisps of mist that gave it an ethereal quality. Before the cottage stood a stone table upon which rested a tome titled Collection of All Things, a comprehensive volume covering weapon crafting, medical arts, pill formulas, medicinal recipes, culinary methods, and every other conceivable subject, truly an encyclopedia of treasures. Pushing open the door and stepping inside, beyond a single basin-like pool, there was nothing else, utterly empty. Meanwhile, her consciousness had remained in deep slumber. Were it not for that faint breath, everyone would have thought her gone. After visiting the town medical hall, the senior physician had given them the worst possible verdict: living dead. She might remain asleep indefinitely, or she might wake once the blood clot in her brain dissolved, though the chances of waking were slim. The Sang family carried Sang Li home after seeing the physician. As for that vague suggestion about preparing funeral arrangements, they refused to believe a word of it. She still had breath, didn't she? That meant she was still alive, and being alive meant there was still hope. The whole family returned home in a great procession, including Sang Huaijing, who had rushed back from teaching at the town school. Xiaofan, how is Ali? Has she not gotten any better yet? Xiaofan was grandmother Sang's maiden name. Li Xiaofan. The one speaking was the mother of the village head Ma Tsuechuan, who was old friends with grandmother Sang. The injury is somewhat serious. The physician says she may have to sleep for a while. What a tragedy, such a fine child, how could she suffer so many tribulations? Sang Li was the village's most well-known slow-witted girl. She had always seemed lacking in intelligence, since she was small, slow to react. Ever since an incident when she was 5, the Sang family had not allowed her to leave the house, always leaving someone at home to watch her when they went to work in the fields. Truly, she never stepped beyond the inner and outer gates since childhood. When she did go out, she would sweetly smile foolishly at everyone and call them by name. They absolutely doted on her. Indeed, it isn't fair. My poor darling granddaughter. Don't let me find out who did this to her, or I'll never forgive them. Although her precious granddaughter was slow, she was very obedient. Yet just 2 days ago, the family had only stepped away to deliver a meal, and in that brief interval, their little granddaughter had been found lying in a pool of blood at the foot of the mountain. This ought to be properly investigated. This is attempted murder. The little pale face without a trace of color, as though. Just say the word if you need anything. Sangkuan is here. Right then, Tsuechuan, you'd best head back now. With that, grandmother Sang and the rest of the family returned home. At this moment, rumors began circulating through the village, growing wilder by the moment. Did you hear? Sang Huaijing's daughter isn't doing well. That little face as white as a sheet. Sang Huaijing's daughter has died. She's already gone stiff. Sang Huaijing's daughter has stiffened. They carried her back. So a great crowd surged toward the Sang family home. Xiaofan, I heard your Ali is already stiffened. Is there anything we can help with? Indeed, the poor thing, we're all from the same village. Don't stand on ceremony. Grandmother Sang was at a loss for words. Who said my precious granddaughter has died? What nonsense! The village's notorious gossip Annie Hua exclaimed. She hasn't died. Where did you hear my granddaughter died? You die first. These people had nothing better to do all day but wag their tongues. Oh dear, you see, it was all a misunderstanding, wasn't it? I just suddenly remembered my field hasn't been tidied up yet. I'm leaving first. Without waiting for a response, she shot away like a gust of wind, afraid that if she lingered a moment longer, she would be beaten out with a stick. Seeing the ringleader had fled, everyone quickly made excuses and scattered. Old Madame Sang spat and muttered, with empty bellies and nothing better to do, they've got plenty of energy to spread rumors. Thus Sang Zhao's consciousness remained trapped within the space for a full month. Though she could sense the outside world and knew her family in this life loved her dearly, she could not awaken. She simply spent her time reading the collection of all things. When hungry, she ate bread and drank milk. When thirsty, she quenched her thirst with the spring water before the wooden cabin. Whether due to her transmigration or some other factor, the contents of the collection seemed etched into her memory at a single glance. By the end of the month, while not every detail was retained, she had memorized the vast majority of it. Her wood attribute ability had also been enhanced, likely due to the forest and peach grove within the space containing wood element spiritual energy. In merely a month, she had advanced to the 2nd level. She now understood that she had transmigrated into a fictional ancient world. With her current skills, as long as she did not encounter a master of internal martial arts, she could defend herself adequately. Nevertheless, she must not grow complacent. The higher her level, the better. Within the collection of all things there was a seed of unknown origin. She simply planted it beside the spring water in front of the wooden cabin, and it had already begun to sprout. She also planted rice and various vegetables across the vast open land. During her time scrounging for supplies in the apocalypse, she had once passed by an agricultural market where no one wanted the seeds. She had quietly gathered a great deal along with numerous fruit saplings which she had already planted on the mountain. She had no idea what varieties they were. It appeared a harvest would be imminent within a few days. She still did not fully understand how time operated within the space, but she was quite amazed by its acceleration. Fortunately, she could plant with her thoughts alone, otherwise tending such a vast expanse of land would have exhausted her to death. In the west wing of the Sang residence, a small child of about 4 years old crept quietly onto the bed, resting his chin on his hands. "Sister, you really can sleep, can't you? It has been a whole year, and you're still asleep." His mother had said his sister was ill and needed rest, but it had been a year. Had she not rested enough? Noticing that Sang Li's hand was hanging outside the blanket, he gently placed it back inside. Sang Li felt someone grasping her hand, and in a reflexive reaction gripped it back. She suddenly opened her eyes to find a 4-year-old child staring at her in utter bewilderment. "You?" Her throat was parched and raspy. "Water." Sang Jin snapped out of his daze, his face lighting up with overwhelming joy. He threw himself at her. "Sister, you're awake." Tears streamed down his face. The little projectile nearly knocked the breath out of Sang Xiao. Rubbing her temples to clear her thoughts, she finally realized this child was her younger brother from this life. She stroked his head. "Could you get your sister a glass of water?" Her throat felt as though it were cracking. "Sister, wait for me." He scampered off the bed and dashed out without even putting on his shoes. Moments later, he returned carrying an earthen bowl of water. "Sister, drink." Sang Xiao took the bowl and took a sip, feeling considerably better. However, having lain prostrate for so long, her limbs were stiff. She attempted to sit up, but found herself surprisingly weak. "Sister, do you want to get up?" Sang Jin climbed onto the bed and tried to pull her upright, but a 4-year-old child possessed neither the strength nor the height to succeed. "Sister, wait here. I'll go fetch mother." Sang Jin ran briskly along the field ridge where his mother had gone to deliver meals. "Mother, mother," he called out all the way. Though the other children who usually played together did not understand why their companion was so urgently seeking his mother, they joined in the chanting. "Mother, mother." Their collective voices were loud, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Sang Jin paid them no mind, sprinting straight toward the Sang family's field. Yi Xiaotong had also heard the commotion. Seeing her youngest son come running shouting as he went, she hurried to meet him. "Jinx, what's wrong?" He grabbed her hand. "Mother, let's go home." All he wanted now was to hurry back and have his mother come. Saying she needed to sit up, Yi Xiaotong gathered her belongings. "Such haste. Has a thief broken into the house?" she teased with a smile. As they walked, Sang Jin urged, "Sister wants to sit up. Hurry." Yi Xiaotong thought she had misheard. "What did you say?" "Sister wants to sit up, but I can't lift her." This time it was clear. Overjoyed, she embraced Sang Jin. "Your sister has awakened, hasn't she?" Sang Jin nodded. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Carrying the basket, she quickened her pace considerably. Sang Jin felt as though a gust of wind had whistled past his ears. After walking some distance, Yi Xiaotong realized her son had not kept up. She quickly turned back, scooped him up, and ran toward home. Not even bothering to set down the basket, she rushed into the room. Seeing her daughter lying there with eyes open staring blankly, she felt a wave of relief. As long as she was awake, everything would be fine. Hearing the commotion, Sang Xiao came back to herself. She tilted her face upward. "Mother." The word came naturally without any hesitation or awkwardness. Yi Xiaotong's hands trembled as she helped her sit up. Gazing into those dark luminous eyes like stars, she knew her daughter was truly recovered. The tension that had weighed upon her heart for a full year finally snapped. Embracing Sang Xiao, she burst into tears. Sang Xiao comforted her silently, her thoughts whispering, "Thank you for bearing this burden, mother." Seeing his mother embrace his sister and weep, Sang Jin also climbed onto the bed and wrapped his arms around Sang Xiao's back, crying alongside her. The two bursts of tears, one from each side, nearly drowned Sang Xiao in a sea of salt water. After roughly half an incense stick's time, both finally calmed down. Sang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. "Stop crying, mother. Yi Qiutong wiped away her tears. Very well. Is there anywhere else that discomforts you? Sang Xiao shook her head. No. From this moment forward, she would be saying Li. Mother, I would like to go out and bask in the sunlight. She supposed it stemmed from lying too long as her joints remained stiff, and walking would likely take several more days to recover. Yi Qiutong carried her outside and set her down in the courtyard. Sang Jin sat beside her, his gaze fixed constantly upon her. Ajin, why do you keep staring at your sister? She mused regarding the child. My sister is truly beautiful. The innocent words drew smiles from both adults. You're so young. How many people have you even seen to call your sister beautiful? Really? I've never traveled far, but within our village my sister is unquestionably the most beautiful. He could not articulate it further, but he simply knew his sister was beautiful. Enough. Stay here and keep your sister company. Mother has chores to attend to. A whole household awaited their meal, and she suddenly felt reinvigorated as though strength had returned to her limbs. Ajin, why don't you chat with your sister? Although she had accepted the memories, they came in fragments. She only knew this place was Wuyin village, that the Sang family was a prominent surname, and that the village headman bore the same name. Aside from the headman, there was also a clan elder who presided over the annual ancestral worship ceremony. Usually the clan elder remained secluded, emerging only when a matter of great importance required his intervention. The Sang family was large. Besides the elderly couple, her father had 6 brothers and 1 sister. The eldest, 3rd, and 5th brothers farmed in the village. The 2nd brother ran a shop in town. The 4th practiced carpentry and traveled year-round, and 1 sister had married into another village. Her father was the youngest, the 6th son. The eldest brother, Sang Dahong, was a steady and composed man. He had married Su Wan, and they had 2 sons, Sang Wu 16, who was currently an apprentice at a medical clinic in town, and Sang Tong 13, who studied at the town's academy. The 2nd brother, Sang Ziming, was more cunning and slick. He had married Chung Na, the daughter of a grocer in town, and resided there throughout the year, returning to the village only during festivals. From her impressions, the 2nd mother-in-law was not easy to get along with. They had a son and a daughter, Sang Shan 15, who had passed the Tongxing examination and studied at the town's government-funded academy, and Sang Mian 12. Sang Mian was 12 years old. The 3rd brother, Sang Liangji, was the quiet, taciturn type, a man of few words. However, his wife Ba Qiutsue was formidable and could twist logic to her advantage. They had 2 sons, Sang Qi 13, who attended the town academy, and Sang Bo 9. The 4th brother, Sang Kangxing, was a diligent worker who had learned carpentry and traveled extensively throughout the year. He had married Feng Hui. As for the 4th mother-in-law, she spent most of her time at her natal home, so they had little contact. From memory, she seemed to follow her own family's wishes closely. They had 2 daughters, Sang Ying 12 and Sang Ji 8. The 5th brother, Sang Yutong, and his wife presented an odd contrast. Both were remarkably taciturn and kept a low profile. However, old 5th was skilled at hunting. They had 1 son, 10 years old. The 6th brother, Sang Huaijing, or their father, was a Xiao. He taught at an academy in town and had married Yi Qiudo. They had 1 daughter and 1 son, Sang Li 9 years old this year, and Sang Jin 4.5. There was also an elder sister, Sang Yuechen, who had married into another village. She had 2 daughters and a son, but rarely returned. In Sang Zhao's memories, she had not seen her for several years. It was said that during a harsh famine years prior, she had been married off. For the first couple of years after, there was occasional contact during festivals, but gradually visits ceased altogether. Because the parents were still alive, the family remained undivided, and the entire extended household lived under one roof. Fortunately, the family compound was spacious enough to accommodate them. The house was built of rammed earth and timber, featuring a large courtyard where several winnowing baskets sat drying produce. There was a main hall, a kitchen, and 7 rooms. Besides the elderly couple occupying 1 room, each of the 6 branches had its own quarters. With so many people living together, space was indeed cramped, but there was no alternative. The family had many growing children, and 2 of them were studying. Annual tuition alone required considerable silver. Fortunately, their father held the rank of Xiao, which exempted part of the family's land from taxation. Whatever sister wants to know, Xiao Jin will tell you. Feeling his cheek, which had little flesh upon it, she thought to herself that little ones were truly the most adorable. In the apocalypse, she had not seen a newborn for many years. What era reigns currently, And where exactly is this place? The 12th year of Long Yuan. This is Wuyin Village, Sushui Town, Huaizhou Prefecture. He knew this, for father had told them before. Observing the little one's proud expression, she praised, "Wow, Ajin, you're so clever." Reaching into her space, she retrieved 2 white rabbit milk candies, removed her outer garment, and handed them to him. "A reward from your sister." Little Seng Jin regarded the unfamiliar objects before him. He had never seen anything like them, but if his sister gave them, they must be delicious. He placed one in his mouth, and a rich, creamy fragrance bloomed upon his tongue. "Wow, sister, this is amazing." It was far better than anything he had ever tasted, and he did not question where it came from. "This is a secret between the two of us. You must not tell anyone, or you won't be able to eat such delicious candy again." The little boy's eyes sparkled as he patted his chest. "Don't worry, sister. I won't tell anyone, not even mother." This was a secret belonging solely to him and his sister. Good boy. Indeed, only mischievous children could make one dislike them. After chatting with little Seng Jin for a while, she gained a rough understanding of the situation. It was now the 12th year since the founding of Long Yuan. The years of warfare had left the people destitute, with no means to sustain themselves and no food to fill their stomachs. Fortunately, Huai Prefecture lay in the south, beyond the reach of the northern barbarians' iron cavalry. Yet most refugees from the north had migrated southward, causing beggars and displaced people to flood the prefectures and counties, bringing trouble in their wake. Though the authorities had opened granaries to distribute grain, that was no lasting solution. With taxes rising year after year, life grew harder for the common folk, whose main crop was rice, and even that yielded little. Basking in the sunlight, Sang Li drifted into sleep without realizing it. Her consciousness wandered to the supply area, and gazing at the abundant loot, she could not help but let her thoughts stray. She had once been a university student of traditional Chinese medicine in the 23rd century from a well-off and happy family. But because of deforestation, wildfires raging across the land, melting glaciers, and polluted rivers, the earth, unable to bear the strain any longer, took action to save itself. One morning, an unknown gas spread across the globe along with the mist, and the apocalypse began. Not only humans, mutated animals, plants, and every breathing creature all underwent transformation. Glorious cities that once stood tall were reduced to ruin overnight. Mutated vegetation crawled over the cities, and towering trees pierced the clouds, blotting out the sun. Humanity seemed weak and helpless, yet people still fought desperately to save themselves. Fortunately, some people awakened supernatural abilities and could barely put up a fight. She had awakened a wood-type ability, the one people often called the useless ability. Other abilities could be cultivated and strengthened by relying on the crystals inside zombies' brains, but wood-type could only rely on the spiritual energy of plants. By then, plants had already mutated, and without cultivation or improvement, wood-type abilities could not provide combat strength. Thus, it became the most useless ability of all. Her space had appeared after she turned 5, coming into being quite naturally, as if it were innate. Fortunately, during the apocalypse, having a space meant her life was neither particularly good nor especially miserable. In order to keep it secret, she had never spoken of it or shown anyone that she possessed it. Whenever they went out to search for supplies, she lingered at the back and secretly smuggled a little into her space. Fortunately, spatial abilities were exceedingly rare in the apocalypse, as rare as phoenix feathers. So much of the supplies ended up falling into her hands. She struggled through life in that manner for 6 years. In the 7th year, the leader of the ability base somehow learned of a zombie king that could command the undead and sent elite supernatural teams to destroy it, but none ever returned. Later, it was said that the zombie king was drawn to wood-type ability users, and that they could slow the zombie king's attack speed. So the base summoned every wood-type ability user within its walls, and of course, she was among them. Only when they arrived did they realize they had been made into decoys. The entire area where the zombie king dwelt had been planted with explosives. Many ordinary people had been captured to lure the zombies in an attempt to wipe out the zombie horde in one fell swoop. The base leaders intended for the wood-type users to die alongside the zombie king and never return. By the time she realized what was happening, it was already too late. She could only release her blood into her wood-type ability, using it to lure the zombie king away while the zombies pursued their king. In this way, she led the vast, surging horde away from those ordinary people. But the base personnel detonated the explosives. Overwhelming waves of heat swept toward her, and debris flew through the air. Then she lost consciousness. She had probably been blown to pieces. She did not know whether those people had lived, whether the zombies had been destroyed, or what had become of that planet. She had been fortunate enough to live a second time, so she would live well, live earnestly. Evening. Sporadic voices reached her ears. Didn't they say my precious granddaughter was awake? Why has she fallen asleep again? Is she still not well? Li Xiaofan said. You're just worrying over nothing. Old Sixth's wife already said she was sleepy and fell asleep. Her old man had been guarding their granddaughter ever since they returned. She had told him over and over that the girl was asleep, but he simply would not listen. Sangli opened her eyes. Grandma, Grandpa, you're back. The old woman and old man had kind, gentle faces. Seeing her granddaughter awake, Li Xiaofan hurried over to support her. My precious child, you're awake. It's all your grandpa's fault. He talked too loudly and woke you up. Sang Yojing. Grandma, I slept for a long time. It's not your fault. Li Xiaofan looked at her clever, spirited granddaughter, tears welling in her eyes. It's good that you're well. That's all that matters. In the evening, the whole family sat down to dinner, but Sangli lay in bed. Yi Qiudong brought her meal in to eat. Since each family had only one room further divided into two, she and her younger brother Sang Jin slept in the inner room. Looking at the room both empty and cramped, she could see that this family was truly poor. Besides two beds and a wooden box in the corner, there was nothing else. The two beds nearly filled the entire space. The quilt over her was lumpy and stiff, offering little warmth. Under her was spread straw with only a thin mat on top, rough and uncomfortable. In winter, wouldn't she freeze to death? Early the next morning, still in her sleep, she heard third aunt's thunderous roar shouting for everyone to go work in the fields. It was around mid-March, and the rice seedlings urgently needed to be transplanted. Yi Qiudong lifted the curtain and walked in. Ailey, you're awake. She picked up the clothes Sangli was to wear and helped her change. Breakfast is kept warm in the pot. In a little while I'll have Jean bring it in for you. Mother has to go work in the fields. Mother, I know. Last night she had soaked in the spring water in front of the little hut, and she felt much better. In about 2 more days, she should be able to walk on the ground again. Be good then. Mother's leaving. She patted Sangli's head. Looking at the little boy sleeping soundly in the small bed, still smacking his lips, Yi Qiudong smiled and tucked the quilt around him. Sangli sank her consciousness into the space and continued studying her wood-type ability. She discovered that besides serving as self-defense, it could also accelerate the growth of all living things. She placed her hand on a rice seedling and channeled her wood-type ability. The seedling grew at a visible speed, and before long it turned golden, heavy ears of rice drooping from it. Yet there were limits to its use. For instance, her head was now feeling a little dizzy. She drank a cup of spring water and recovered after a while. It seemed she could not yet use her wood-type ability to accelerate growth on a large scale. She would have to work hard to level up. Sang Jin woke up and saw his elder sister with her eyes closed. Believing she was still asleep, he dressed quietly and got out of bed. Today he was going to the back mountain with the older brothers to gather firewood. He must not be late. He placed the meal kept warm in the pot by Sang Li's bedside, then shouldered his little basket and went to meet the older brothers. Little Jean, hasn't Ailey woken up yet? Sangbai asked. Not yet. I heard Mother say Ailey still can't get out of bed. If we all leave, what if she wakes up later? Sang-Chi had heard his parents say last night that Ailey had probably been lying down for too long and could not walk for the time being. Sang-Jin slapped his forehead. All right, then I won't go today. With that he ran back. Sang-Bai and Sang-Chi found it amusing. What a sister con. The two of them carried their baskets and headed toward the back mountain. When Sang-Jin had come in to leave the meal, Sang Li's consciousness had already withdrawn from the space. Seeing the little kid rush off in such a flurry, she did not call out. Looking at the unhusked rice in the bowl with a few wilted vegetable leaves lying beside it, Sang Li frowned slightly. She had eaten this last night. It scraped her throat. Sang-Jin entered the room and saw his elder sister staring blankly at the bowl in her hands. Sister, aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating? Sang Li set the bowl aside. Doesn't this rice need husking? Eating it like this scratches the throat. Little Sang-Jin scratched his head. Isn't this how it's always been? Husking is terribly laborious. Only the rice sold in town is husked, but it's expensive, over 10 when per jean. We always eat this kind, it tastes fine when cooked. In truth, he knew it was rough on the throat, but what choice did they have? They couldn't simply go hungry. Sang pondered. This was an alternate ancient world where agriculture was underdeveloped and no threshing machines existed. To eat polished white rice required manual husking, which was time-consuming and exhausting. Rural folk lived entirely off their fields, who had the leisure to sit and husk grain. Simply surviving was an achievement. Who cared whether the food tasted good? She had been fortunate enough to come to this world and become part of it, a gift bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Armed with all the knowledge she had acquired, she longed for her family to live better and ever better. With this opportunity in her hands, she wished to help more people fill their bellies and enjoy proper meals. Ajin, come here. Little Sang Jin shuffled to the bedside. What is it, sister? Sang Li took out several loaves of bread and milk from her spatial storage and handed them to him. His eyes widened in astonishment. His sister could conjure things out of thin air. Sister, you. Shill. This is our secret. You must never tell anyone or sister will disappear and you'll never see her again. Do you understand? Hearing that his sister might vanish, little Sang Jin dropped what he was holding onto the bed, tears streaming down his face. Woo, I don't want my sister to disappear. I don't want her to disappear. All right. As long as you keep quiet, sister won't disappear. Sister will always be your sister. She realized this child was utterly devoted to his older sister. Quite endearing, really. Really. His big eyes were red-rimmed, his little pout making him incredibly adorable. Really. Sister doesn't lie. Sister, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Mama won't either. Good child, eat. She also picked up the bread and milk. To be able to enjoy such things now, she felt truly fortunate. Sang Jin ate, with his whole body swaying. Sister, this is delicious. I'll share more with you in the future. Sang Li took little Sang Jin to eat instant noodles, completely winning him over. He kept chanting how wonderful his sister was. Sang Bo and Sang Chi also headed out to gather firewood with their provisions, deciding not to return home for lunch. As for their provisions, they were nothing more than 2 hard coarse-grained buns. As Sang Li prepared for an afternoon nap, with little Sang Jin, someone entered the courtyard. Ajin, help support me and see who's come. She could not walk on her own at present. Using little Sang Jin as a crutch, she shuffled to the doorway. A thin, petite woman stood there, accompanied by 2 little girls who were equally frail. Fourth aunt, what brings you back? Little Sang Jin spoke up. Seeing someone was home, Fong Hui, who had already felt guilty, was startled by the sudden voice. Ajin and Ollie, you're both here. Where are your grandparents? They've gone to the fields. Oh, then it's nothing. Rest well. I just came by to check. I'll be on my way soon. It seemed having only these 2 young ones at home made things much more convenient. Sang Li observed her fourth aunt, sensing an air of guilt about her. After a moment's scrutiny, she led little Sang Jin back inside. Seeing the 2 retreat indoors, Fong Hui ushered her 2 daughters into the kitchen. After a brief commotion, silence fell. The 2 siblings paid it no mind. That afternoon, third aunt Ba Qiutsui returned early to prepare the meal. A shrill scream erupted from the kitchen. Ah! Little Sang Jin ran out. Third aunt, what's wrong? Ajin, has someone broken into the house? No, I've been here with my sister the whole time. If no outsider had entered, then someone familiar must be responsible. Has anyone else been here? Little Sang Jin scratched his head. No one else. Oh right, fourth aunt came back. Hearing it was her, Ba Qiutsui knew immediately. That woman was no good, and now she was even stealing from her own family. Furious, she marched to the 4th branch's door and pounded on it, but there was no answer. Ajin, run to the fields and bring your grandparents back. Tell them there's been a thief. Hurry. Though little Sang Jin had no idea what was happening, he obediently ran to the fields and soon returned with the elderly couple. What's wrong? Ajin said, there's been a thief. Ba Qiutsui nodded grimly. A thief indeed, a household thief. The elderly couple looked bewildered. The rice jar in the kitchen is empty. Ajin said, 4th sister-in-law returned. The meaning was clear. Fong Hui was the culprit. Li Xiaofan stepped into the kitchen. In the morning there had been half a jar of paddy rice. Now only the bottom remained. That wicked woman. Our grain was already scarce, and she's taken it all. The seedlings had only just been transplanted. Was she trying to kill them? Sang Eugene also frowned deeply. This daughter-in-law of the fourth branch had behaved disgracefully. In the past, they had turned a blind eye when she took things to her natal family, reasoning that since the fourth son was often absent, it brought her some comfort. But now, enough complaining. There's half a bag left in the room. Bring it out. Following her husband's words, Li Xiaofan grumbled into the bedroom and poured the remaining half bag of patty rice into the jar. Ba Qiuzue took the rice to cook, seething inside. Their family was already struggling to make ends meet, barely managing one meal after another. Just thinking about it made her want to scratch Feng Hui's face. That evening, the whole family dined together. Sang Eugene recounted the afternoon's events. Lao will go to town tomorrow and find your fourth brother. Have him bring his wife back from the neighboring village. Sang Yutong agreed without saying another word. Ba Qiuzue had wanted to say something, but sensing the tense atmosphere at the table, she thought better of it and remained silent. Night fell. Main house. Sang Dehong lay in bed while his wife, Su Wan, worked on her sewing. Fourth sister-in-law's behavior is unacceptable. How could she do such a thing? Fourth brother is rarely home, and we've always accommodated her visits to her natal family. But in these times, grain means survival. Sigh. We'll address this tomorrow when he returns. Third house. The moment Ba Qiuzue entered her room, she began venting her frustration. Fourth sister-in-law has gone too far. That's not merely grain. It's life itself. For years she spent at least 10 months of the year at her natal home, doing no work, while taking everything with her. Until she gives us an explanation, this matter is far from over. Enough. The damage is done, and cursing won't fix it. Let's wait for fourth brother to return. Sang Liangji also thought his fourth sister-in-law had crossed a line, but as the elder brother, he naturally could not openly condemn her. Ba Qiuzue shot him a glance. You're too soft. That's not just their fourth branch's property. We haven't split the household yet. It belongs to all of us. My son goes hungry, and she's carted everything back to subsidize her natal family's brats. Does she expect those kids to perform funeral rites for her? Seeing his wife growing more agitated with each word, he tried to calm her. Raging now won't change anything. Rest. You've worked hard all day. At the mention of labor, Ba Qiuzue's temper flared again. They had worked tirelessly in the fields all year, barely feeding themselves, and now everything was being stolen away for others' benefit. How infuriating! Sang Liangji noticed her face flushed with anger and quickly pulled her clothes, rubbing her back to soothe her. The fifth house couple said nothing. Exhausted from a day's work, they retired early. Sang Li also found this fourth aunt outrageous. The two girls she had seen that afternoon were skinny and frail, plainly showing signs of malnutrition. She figured that not much of those provisions had actually reached the girls' mouths. Early the next morning, Sang Yutong headed to the town while everyone else went to the fields, for if they didn't work there, truly would be no food. By today, Sang Li could walk on her own again, strolling leisurely along the road. Wuyin Village was a sizable settlement boasting nearly 500 households and standing as the largest village in the surrounding area. The village was home to Wuyin Mountain, so named because its peak was perpetually draped in clouds and mist. Naturally, the village at its foot came to be called Wuyin Village as well. There was a saying, near the mountains live off the mountains, near the water live off the water. Yet despite possessing such a grand mountain, Wuyin Village remained impoverished. It was said that during the war years, when the villagers couldn't fill their bellies, they resolved to venture up the mountain in search of food. The party that went was even a seasoned hunting squad, but in the end over a dozen souls never returned. The villagers also seemed to hear the roars of wolves and tigers echoing from the depths. From that day onward, no one dared to venture into the deep forest again, contenting themselves with gathering firewood and digging wild greens at the mountain's fringe, and if fortune smiled upon them, bagging a bit of game. Compared to courting danger, a safe and steady existence was far more worthwhile. Thus, even with such a grand mountain at their doorstep, Wuyin Village stayed poor, scratching a meager living from the soil. The closer she drew to the mountain's foot, the stronger her wood element ability reacted. It seemed the mountain was rich in things suffused with spiritual energy. Once she recovered further, she would ascend and investigate. Others might fear the mountain, but she did not. Her wood element ability would make her feel right at home there, like a fish in water. "O Ali of the Sang family, you're awake." The newcomer was dressed in garish, colorful garments and wore lip balm, cutting a strikingly conspicuous figure in this plain, unadorned village. Sang Li had no recollection of this person. You. She had no idea what to call her. Lin Mei gazed at her bright, glistening eyes. So you're not addle-brained anymore. The moment the words slipped out, she felt they were ill-advised. Auntie's tongue is a bit quick. Don't take it to heart. It's quite all right. Run along home now, Auntie's off. Her colorful garments billowed in the breeze, leaving behind a faint, elusive fragrance. As Sang Li made her way back, she sensed someone trailing her from afar, yet when she turned around, no one was in sight. The person crouching behind the house was seized by panic. How could she have awakened? Why couldn't she have remained a living corpse forever? While returning to prepare the meal, she had spotted a figure strolling slowly in the distance. The more she looked, the more it resembled her, and to her horror, it truly was. Fear clawed at her heart. What if Sang Li revealed that she was the one who had laid her low for all these months? Her family doted on her so fiercely that they would surely come demanding retribution. Her own family, however, was the exact opposite. They might well ship her off to distant parts just to quell the other side's fury. Her fate would be either sale or marriage to some old widower. What was she to do? What on earth was she to do? Stewing over these thoughts, she made it home. No sooner had she crossed the threshold than a slap greeted her in the face. Damned girl, where the hell did you crawl off to in the middle of the day? Your old man slaved away all morning and comes back to a cold, dead stove. Are you trying to starve me to death? Sang Pan lowered her head in numb submission. Seeing no reaction from her, Sang Panghai spat on the ground. Useless little girl. Damned girl, worthless wretch, what are you in a daze for? Waiting for your old lady to wait on you hand and foot. Jiao Feng, Sang Panghai's mother, hollered from the kitchen. Sang Pan hung her head and stepped into the kitchen. Her two younger sisters were at work, one feeding the fire, the other washing vegetables, while Jiao Feng sat at the dining table cursing under her breath from time to time. What was the point of a family like this? Why couldn't she have been Sang Li? This was the root of her hatred for Sang Li. The girl was a simpleton, plain and simple, yet she commanded the entire family's adoration. Her parents cradled her like a precious pearl, and she had so many older brothers, all of whom loved her dearly. As for her, she was merely the family's beast of burden. Never-ending chores, never-ending scoldings, never-ending beatings. When Sang Li returned home, Yi Qiudong had just arrived as well. Illy, where did you go? You scared mother half to death. When she had come back to find the house completely empty, it had nearly frightened the life out of her. Mother, I'm fine. I've already recovered quite a bit, so I went for a walk around the village. She truly counted herself fortunate, in her past life and this one alike, for her parents loved her deeply. The only difference was that in her previous life, she had been an only child, whereas in this one, she had a younger brother born of the same mother along with many older brothers. Yi Qiudong was equally astonished by her recovery speed. Perhaps children mended faster than adults. You've been bedridden for a long time. Don't rush things, you hear. Take it slow. I know, mother. Oh, by the way, who is that auntie in our village who dresses in all those loud colors? I just ran into her, and she struck up a conversation with me. Her. She's a pitiful soul, too. You're still young. If you encounter her in the future, a simple greeting will suffice. Yi Qiudong explained in a tactful manner. That auntie was named Lin Mei. Her husband had been one of the men on the mountain expedition a few years prior. While he was alive, he hunted from time to time, allowing the family to eat meat and sell the surplus for silver. After his death, she was left a widow with a child to raise, and life had treated her cruelly. In the early days, the village would occasionally offer relief, but every household was barely scraping by, each with its own brood of half-grown boys to feed, and gradually, the help stopped coming. She had also gone to the village head's home to raise a fuss on several occasions, but times were hard for everyone, and the village head could do little. Eventually, she stopped making scenes, yet men of all descriptions were frequently seen calling on her house bearing food and supplies. Rumors began to swirl, and the villagers condemned her as shameless, gradually shunning her. She ultimately moved to the far end of the village, but people would still spit on the ground whenever they crossed paths with her. Sang Li could not bring herself to pass judgment. Without having endured another's suffering, she knew that even in the modern world, a woman raising a child alone faced enormous hardship, let alone in this rigid, unforgiving, ancient era. That Lin Mei could live with such boldness, unshaken by the torrent of rumors, earnestly earned her admiration. At noon, Sang Yutong returned with the couple Sang Kongsheng and his wife. When Sangli laid eyes on her fourth uncle, his complexion was not the charcoal dark of a man scorched by the sun, but a healthy wheat tone. His entire bearing carried a weathered, time-tempered elegance. With a bit of proper grooming, he could easily pass for a handsome middle-aged man. She realized their family produced no ugly faces. Everyone sat down to a midday meal, after which all the children were hustled back into their rooms. Sangli retreated to hers as well, but the mud walls were far from soundproof, allowing her to overhear the gist of the elders' conversation. Sang Kongxing led Feng Hui to kneel before the old couple. "Father, mother, it was my failure to keep Feng Hui in check. I'm sorry." Feng Hui knelt tremblingly beside him. "Father, mother, I'm sorry." Li Xiaofan let out a cold snort. "Is sorry supposed to make everything right?" "Fourth daughter-in-law, all these years I've turned a blind eye to you funneling supplies to your natal family. Fourth has been away from home for most of the year, and I understand your loneliness. But you've grown bolder by the day. Now you've sunk to stealing grain." Feng Hui knew she had done wrong, but she had no choice. "Mother, my natal family has no food to eat. Sang Ying and Sang Ji have also gone hungry for 2 days. I couldn't just stand by. You wouldn't want your granddaughters to starve, would you? You dare talk back? Did this family ever stint you on food? It was your own choice to run back to your mother's home. Half of Fourth's wages have been handed to you. And speaking of your 2 girls, they're as thin as railings. You know very well whose bellies that grain and silver went into." This fourth daughter-in-law simply couldn't see straight. Feng Hui bowed her head, falling silent. Wasn't she thinking of their future? Her 2 daughters would eventually be married off, but her nephews on her natal side were different. Her mother had said that in the future the nephews would support them in their old age and carry the funeral basin at their sending off. So what harm was there in giving them a little food now? Mother was being far too stingy. "From today on, bring the children back to live here. Do your share of the farm work and household chores." She caused all this trouble simply because she had nothing better to do. "That won't do at all. I still have unfinished work at my parents' house, and there's a mountain of household chores waiting for me. If I don't go back, what will they eat?" Feng Hui immediately countered. Li Xiaofan was also furious. "Who cares what they eat? Listen carefully. You are still a daughter-in-law of the Sang family. If you think your natal family is so wonderful, fine. I'll write out a divorce paper for you. Go back to your parents' house." Hearing that she might be divorced, Feng Hui panicked. "Mother, how could you want to divorce me? If I'm cast out, what face will I have left to show anyone? And how will your 2 granddaughters ever get married? Then you'd better behave yourself. If you entertain any other schemes, you can go back to your natal family on your own. Also, from now on, all of old Fourth's wages will go directly to the household accounts. If you need anything, come to me for it." How could she have ever fallen for such a daughter-in-law in the first place? Her own child was as thin as a stalk of hemp, while her own nephew at her parents' house had become a fat piece of pork. They even wanted to take back all the money. Over the years, although Sang Kongxing's wages hadn't been large, he brought home at least a few tens of coins each month. That was what gave her some standing in the household. "Mother, this can't be done. We agreed beforehand that we would only hand over half. Why are you changing the terms now to demand everything? I've been too lenient with you all along. From today on, everyone will take turns with the household chores, or there will be no food for you. But what about this month? Can you still give me some money? My 2 nephews are counting on me to pay their tuition fees." Her brother had mentioned yesterday that the fees were due again. Li Xiaofan was so angered that her chest felt like it was stifling. "No, not a single coin. Say one more word and get back to your natal family." Feng Hui was frightened silent by the shout. Sang Kongxing also agreed to hand over his wages entirely to his mother. His wife had become quite unacceptable in his eyes. He gave her money every month, yet both his daughters remained painfully thin. His eldest was already 12, but looked barely 8 or 9, and his youngest was even worse off. He also blamed himself for being away working all year and neglecting his family. Sang Li also found her 4th aunt's way of thinking rather baffling, as if she had been manipulated into foolishness. "I still have some finishing work to complete in town. Once that's done, I'll come back too," Sang Kongxing said. Sang Eugene looked at his 4th son. "How can that be? You've finally learned a trade. How can you go back to scratching a living from the soil?" This whole situation proved that marrying a virtuous woman truly mattered. The other brothers also disagreed. "Exactly, old 4th. Among all of us brothers, you're the most naturally talented with woodwork. You've worked so hard to reach where you are now. How can you just give it up so easily? Their wives also felt that if he returned to farm work, the family's income would drop significantly. With several teenage boys and some studying at home, relying solely on Old Sixth's small salary simply wouldn't suffice. Old Fourth, keep working steadily. I'll keep an eye on things here, Li Xiufan said. Persuaded by everyone's arguments, saying Kangxing headed back to town that afternoon. The deadline couldn't be delayed or he would be fined. Fourth household. After returning to the room, Fang Hui pointed at Sang Ying and Sang Ji. You two little girls, your grandmother criticized your mother like that, and you didn't even come in. You just stood there watching your mother get scolded. Truly unfilial. The two sisters stood trembling at the foot of the bed, terrified that Fang Hui might strike them. Thinking about having no money to give anymore, Fang Hui grew angrier and angrier. She raised her hand to slap them. Old Fourth's wife. Stop your yapping. Get out here right now. If you don't want to go hungry tonight, you'd better move. Fang Hui lowered her hand and muttered a curse under her breath. Damn old woman. You two wash your bedding. If I don't see it done when I get back, I'll make sure you regret it. She turned and walked out. The children who weren't in school were all at home. Sang Li stood at her doorway while young Sang Jin brought over a chair for her to sit. Sang Ying and Sang Ji struggled to wash their bedding. Sang Bai and Sang Qi asked if they needed help, but the sisters just shook their heads silently, not saying a word. Sang Bai and Sang Qi also pulled up stools and sat beside Sang Li. Sang Ying watched as young Sang Jin eagerly poured water and shaded her from the sun, while Sang Bai and Sang Qi softly inquired whether she was comfortable, careful not to disturb her. She lowered her head. Why were they all girls? How could the gap between them be so vast? Look at Sang Li's clothes. They weren't exactly new, but they were clean and neatly washed. Hers and her sisters were patched, repeatedly handed down from cousins who no longer wanted them. Their father also earned money for the family, yet the two sisters looked like little beggars. And thinking of their mother made her restless. Sang Li also noticed that Sang Ying glanced at her occasionally, her eyes filled with emotions she couldn't quite read. In their shared memories, they hadn't interacted much, so they existed like strangers to each other. Ever since the fourth aunt returned, the household had been in constant turmoil. Not quite chaotic, but her cursing was heard regularly. Despite the grandparents' attempts to intervene several times, nothing changed. The two granddaughters weren't close to them, either having been raised with such petty concerns. Multiple attempts to defend them went unappreciated, and neither grandmother nor grandfather received so much as a greeting in return. Gradually, they simply stopped trying. Living under one roof inevitably bred conflict. The third and fourth aunts escalated into arguments at the slightest disagreement, making it a daily spectacle. At first, everyone tried to mediate, but one person couldn't stop it, so they let it run its course. Sang Li's head ached from listening, and the desire to separate from the family resurfaced once again. The family spent a week transplanting rice seedlings, and finally gained some leisure time. Sang Li had been wanting to climb the mountain, but never found the opportunity. She could now run and jump freely, yet her family still forbade her from going beyond the mountain's foot. Fifth uncle, can you take me along? After the rice transplanting season, Sang Yutong planned to venture into the mountains to see if he could hunt some wild pheasant. It had been ages since they'd had meat, and he wanted to treat everyone. You're still too young. The mountains are dangerous. Stay here, be good. Sang Yutong had no daughter of his own. The two from his fourth brother's household never bonded with him, while Sang Li had grown up under his watch. Though she lacked full clarity as a child, the little girl was pretty and sweet, calling him fifth uncle in such a soft voice that it melted his heart. He doted on her fiercely. No, please take me. Otherwise I'll sneak behind you. Though her body was barely 10 years old, her soul was in her 20s. This act of pleading was rather difficult to judge. The little girl tugged at his sleeve, pleading softly. Sang Yutong's heart melted. Remember, don't run around. Understood. He flicked her nose gently. Overjoyed, Sang Li bounced excitedly. Yage, let us go to fifth uncle father. Looking at the group of half-grown boys, Sang Yutong groaned in exasperation. Fine, all of you can go. But don't run around, understood? They nodded and scrambled for their small bamboo baskets, and hosed bounding after Sang Yutong up the mountain. Watching them disappear into the distance, Sang Ying pressed her face against the door crack. They felt so out of place in this family. At their maternal grandmother's house, they had endless chores, but here they didn't have as much work. Yet they felt like shadows haunting the edges of everything. Sang Li stepped into the mountains and felt completely at ease. In the invisible air, countless green light particles drifted toward her body. This is so comfortable. Sang Yutong watched her affectionately. The mountain air is indeed refreshing. Stay close to me, don't wander off, understood? Understood, fifth uncle father. Sang Li and her siblings followed Sang Yutong through the woods. The forest wasn't particularly dense. There were traces of footpaths clearly on the outer edges where people often came to forage for game. As she walked along, she spotted numerous wild vegetables: shepherd's purse, purslane, dandelion, and fern fiddleheads. The dandelion and fern fiddleheads were scarce, still growing in clusters. Uncle Wusan, why don't we eat dandelion and fern fiddleheads? They're both delicious and can clear away heat and detoxify. Sang Yutong glanced over. Those two are far too bitter. They won't taste good even when stir-fried. Sang Li immediately understood. There had been no blanching. We should pick some and take them home. They're delicious. The bitterness comes from not boiling them first. After parboiling, they taste great when stir-fried. Is that so? Where did you learn that? I learned it from my father's books. You know, he taught me to read. Fortunately, the Sang family was open-minded with no notion that a girl's virtue lies in her ignorance. They treated everyone equally. Though girls couldn't attend the academy, Sang Huaijing would teach her to read whenever he was on leave. Our little Ali is quite capable, putting the contents of books into practice. He held no prejudice against educated girls either. Acquiring more knowledge was a good thing. You siblings stay here and pick. I'll go check ahead. Don't wander off. After filling 2 small baskets, brother, let me go take a look ahead. She had heard a rustling sound. Sang Bai and Sang Chi wouldn't let her go alone. No, the mountain is dangerous. We'll wait here. A father will be back soon. I won't go far, just ahead. Then we'll go with you. They had heard there were tigers in the mountains, and since their younger sister wanted to explore, they naturally couldn't let her go by herself. Very well. The 3 siblings darted into the small forest, and what greeted their eyes was a vast expanse of honeysuckle. Sang Li trotted over excitedly. Honeysuckle, also known as hetero, was an excellent herb for clearing heat and detoxifying. With such a large patch here, selling it should bring a decent sum of silver. Most of it was still in bud form, so she quietly used her wood-type ability on a honeysuckle bush. The buds gradually began to half-bloom, the perfect time to harvest. Brothers, hurry. Pick this honeysuckle. Sang Bai and Sang Chi watched their sister like a diligent little bee carrying a small basket and picking flowers. Sister, what are you going to do with all this? Eat it. This is a medicinal herb. We can take it back and sell it at the medicine shop for money. Really? Those skeptical Sang Bai and Sang Chi figured if their sister said to pick it, then pick it they would. Where did you learn about herbs? Does uncle have medical books among his collection? Sang Li hesitated. Father has medical books too. I read them these past 2 days. The original host had been a fool before. Revealing what she had read before would frighten people senseless. The 3 little ones busily harvested honeysuckle, but since it grew on bushes, large ones at that, their small baskets filled up quickly. Already full. I wonder when father will return. Just then a rustling sound came from nearby. Sang Bai and Sang Chi pulled Sang Li behind them. A pheasant came flying straight toward them. Sang Li was about to use her wood-type ability to take it down, but the pheasant simply thudded to the ground beside her foot, unconscious. What was going on? Quick, find something to tie it up. They couldn't let this easy meal get away. The 3 of them crouched curiously around the pheasant. How could it stage such a collision? When Sang Yutong found them, he saw the 3 huddled together. What are you doing? Father, come quick. We caught a pheasant. Sang Chi exclaimed excitedly. Sang Yutong could hardly believe it. He hadn't managed to catch a single one himself. Looking at the tied-up pheasant, he frowned. What's the situation? Are you all right? We're fine, uncle. The bird flew right at us, and then passed out. Sang Bai was puzzled too. Hearing they were unharmed, Sang Yutong sighed in relief. How did you end up over here? Father's sister said this flower is called honeysuckle and can be sold for money. Our baskets are already full. Hurry and bring yours so we can pick more. Seeing the 2 enthusiastic children, Sang Yutong smiled. Learn this from a book again? He asked Sang Li teasingly. Sang Li touched her nose. Yeah. 1 tree yielded a full large basket and 2 small baskets of honeysuckle with a vast untouched patch remaining. And this was only the bush variety. Another harvest would come in August or September. Sang Yutong placed the pheasant at the bottom of the basket and covered it with honeysuckle before leading them down the mountain. Just as they were about to leave, a wild rabbit burst out and charged straight at Sang Li. Sang Yutong moved to catch it, afraid she might be knocked down, but the rabbit suddenly went limp and fell unconscious. He stood dumbfounded, quickly finding vines to bind it. He believed it now, but why did the animals only charge at his little Ailey? Sang Li was equally bewildered. Had they sensed her wood-type ability earlier and deliberately run into her? This felt like a scam. Sang Bai and Sang Chi were thrilled to have found another rabbit. They would have meat for dinner. Carrying their small baskets, they headed down the mountain in light spirits. Right at the gate, they spotted little Sang Jin with a stream of oil dangling from the corner of his mouth. "You went up the mountain without me." He had only gone out to play with friends for a moment, and by the time he returned, his older brothers were gone. Worse still, his sister wasn't home either. Only after asking around did he learn they had gone to the mountain. "Oh my, whose little darling is this with oil still dripping from his mouth? Be good, sister, we'll make it up to you later, all right?" "Too adorable." Little Sang Jin instantly cheered up. He leaned close to Sang Li's ear and whispered, "Then I want to eat those milk candies from the other day, okay, sister?" "Of course. I'll get them for you later." She took his hand and led him into the courtyard. "Why so many flowers? And these wild vegetables are bitter too. Did you finish digging all the ones at the mountain foot?" Li Xiaofan asked Sang Yutong. Sang Chi answered eagerly. "Grandma's sister said these flowers are called honeysuckle and are medicinal. They can be sold for money. These wild vegetables are edible too, but they need to be boiled first." "Really?" Li Xiaofan found it hard to believe. What could a child possibly know about medicinal herbs? And honeysuckle? She had never even heard of it. "It's true, Grandma. These flowers are medicinal. Tomorrow Uncle and I will take them to sell. We should earn some silver." Though she had no idea what prices were like here. Never mind, nothing much had been happening these past couple of days anyway. Might as well give it a try. Your father's leave is due tomorrow as well. You can go look for him together. Her daughter had woken up and her father still hadn't even seen her. "Oh look, pheasant and rabbit." Feng Hui called out. Li Xiaofan gave her a withering glance. "What are you shouting for? Want everyone in the village to know your family is eating meat." She was so loud-mouthed. "Grandma, can we have meat tonight?" She really wanted meat. It had been far too long since she'd had anything savory. "Of course. If our little Ailey says we're having meat, then we're having meat tonight." Her mood shifted in an instant. Feng Hui retreated awkwardly, at least they were eating meat. The children at home were all delighted. Meat was finally on the menu. Early the next morning, Sang Yutong took Sang Li to the town. The journey from Wuyin village to Suishui town took about 2 hours fortunately, but the village had an ox cart, just 1 copper coin per person. By the time they arrived in town, it was already broad daylight. They went first to the academy where Sang Huaijing taught, and happened to run into him emerging from the academy with his 2 nephews. "Old Sixth," Sang Yutong called out. Sang Huaijing turned at the sound, and upon recognizing his 5th brother, his gaze fell on the young girl beside him, not his darling daughter. His eyes grew moist as he approached. "Darling, you're awake." Sang Li studied her father carefully. He wore a plain, clean robe with a fair face and a scholar's cap. His scholarly bearing made him seem gentle and refined. No wonder the storybooks said that young ladies from noble families fell for scholars. He was truly handsome. "Dad, Tisk, pull yourself together. What will the students think if they see you like this?" A grown man still sniffling. That's none of your business. I'm happy to see my precious darling. Can I be, well, how to put it? A fine, handsome man, but what a pity he had a mouth. The moment he opened it, all his elegance evaporated, leaving something childish and a bit roguish. "Cut it out." Sang Yutong couldn't be bothered to answer. He had been like that since childhood. He had been acting coy and cute since childhood, coaxing his older brothers into doing his work. Turning around, he asked his 2 nephews, "My darlings, why have you come to town? Are you feeling unwell? Let Dad take you to see a doctor." He took her hand and made to leave. "Dad, we came to sell herbs. Do you know a good herb shop?" "Selling herbs? Where did we get herbs at home? We found honeysuckle in the mountains and thought we'd sell it for some silver." Oh no, if Dad pressed further, how should she answer? Sang Huaijing glanced at the flowers in the basket. "Since when did you recognize herbs?" he asked Sang Yutong. "Just say what's needed. Why so many words?" Seeing little Ailey's guilty expression, Sang Yutong suspected it wasn't old Six who had taught her. Fine, I'll talk. No need to be so fierce. He led them outside. You're usually so wordless, but is she your daughter or mine? In saying Li's heart, her father's towering image crumbled. Why did she feel that her dad was about the same age as Ajin? At Baichao Hall, a shop assistant saw them enter and hurried over. Are you here for a consultation or to fill a prescription? Attendant, we're here to sell herbs. Is your manager in? This herb shop was opened by a relative of his former classmate, and the prices were fair. Hearing they were selling herbs, the attendant said, he's in. Wait a moment, I'll fetch the manager. A slightly plump man walked out from the inner hall. What herbs are you selling? Sang Yutong set the basket on the ground. These are honeysuckle we picked in the mountains. Manager, please take a look and see if you'd accept them. Bai Hui inspected them. They were top-grade honeysuckle wild-grown and appeared to be tree form rather than vine. Such plants had better medicinal potency. The quality is considered top-grade, and they seem to be tree form. I can offer a slightly better price. How about 8 per caddy? Sang Yutong hadn't expected they could actually sell them for money. He looked at Sang Li. The price was reasonable. Uncle Manager, we have more in the back mountain. Will you still accept them? Bai Hui looked at the little girl. Though her clothes were old, her eyes were bright, and her demeanor didn't seem like that of a farm-raised child. Of course we'll accept them. We'll take as many as you have, all at 8 per caddy. As long as they accepted them, it was fine. Back home, she could use her wood element ability to make all the honeysuckle bloom. The family was simply too poor. Then, Uncle Manager, please weigh how much we have here. Bai Hui told the attendant to weigh them. 16 caddies, 128 won. Correct. That's right, 128 won. Uncle Manager calculated correctly. A little girl, you can do arithmetic. She didn't look 10 yet she could read. Of course. My dad is a scholar, he taught me. Her face showed how proud she was of her father. Sang Huaijing was also a bit puzzled. Had Sang Yutong taught her? Probably. The girl was amazing. Fine. He took out copper coins and handed them to Sang Yutong. When you gather more, bring them straight to Baichao Hall. The price will be the same. Sang Yutong quickly agreed. After leaving Baichao Hall, Sang Yutong was still a bit dazed. The flowers really could be sold, and at a good price. 128 when equivalent to 2 or 3 months' wages for other people. The group hurried home, and Sang Li had no time to properly take in the ancient marketplace. Better to focus on earning money. Only with money would strolling the market be enjoyable. After returning home, they handed the money to Li Xiaofan. The old lady still couldn't believe the flowers could actually fetch money, and so much at that. She immediately decided that everyone would go up the mountain to pick flowers tomorrow, since there was little work left after the seedlings had been transplanted. The next day before dawn, Sang Eugene roused the whole family to go up the mountain to pick flowers. Sang Li was still drowsy. Daughter, want dad to carry you on my back? Sang Li shook her head. Seeing her so drowsy, Sang Huaijing couldn't bear it. His father had also roused everyone so early. The trees weren't going to run away, were they? Dad's sister doesn't want a piggyback ride. Carry me instead, little Sang Jin said in a soft, milky voice. Get out of here. A real man shouldn't ask for a piggyback ride. Aren't you ashamed? Sang Huaijing looked disgusted and moved closer to Yi Qiudo. Wasn't it better to snuggle with his wife? Annoying little boys were the worst. Mother, look at father, the little one pouted. Yi Qiudo was helpless. Was she raising 3 children? You're a father now. Why are you still so unserious? Sang Huaijing ignored them and insisted on staying close to his wife. The whole family noisily made their way up the mountain. Sang Ying watched her uncle's family with envy. Why wasn't she one of her uncle's children? Damn girl, what are you staring at? Come pull me up. Sang Ying snapped back to reality and hurriedly grabbed Fong Hui's hand, but her strength was too weak, and she nearly got pulled down. Useless thing, Fong Hui cursed as she walked away. After reaching the honeysuckle grove from yesterday, and resting briefly, Sang Eugene called everyone to pick. Sang Li quietly activated her wood element ability, causing all the plants to grow to a harvestable state. It was the first time she had used her wood element ability so extensively, and she felt dizzy. Sang Huaijing saw his daughter was unwell, and quickly helped her find a place to sit and rest. Daughter, where do you feel unwell? It's nothing, Dad. Just a little dizzy. I'll be fine after sitting for a while. Go ahead and pick. She would be fine after drinking some spring water in a bit. Sang Huaijing saw that she was all right and joined the picking team. Sang Li turned around and secretly produced a cup of water to drink. She drank too hastily, coughed, and spilled quite a bit. After a while she indeed felt much better. A tugging came at her feet. It was a golden-brown squirrel. The squirrel clutched her clothes and squeaked. Strangely she could understand what it was saying. Human water want water. You want water? Squeak squeak squeak. Yes yes. Sangli drew out a little more spring water. The squirrel drank with happy gulping sounds, then swayed twice as if drunk. Squeak squeak squeak. So delicious. Okay, you've had your water. Now go before you get caught. She wasn't sure why she could understand animal speech. She would go into the space to study it when she had time. It was most likely because of that spring water. You gave me such delicious water. I'll repay you. Wait. In 2 leaps it sprang up the tree and vanished. Around noon, no one went back for lunch. They simply ate some coarse grain cakes with water. While they were resting, the little squirrel returned. Squeak squeak squeak. Human, I'll take you to find treasure. What treasure? Squeak squeak squeak. Come on. Seeing everyone sitting and resting, she said, Dad, I want to go over there. Sang Huaijing had also seen his daughter's interaction with the squirrel. Though puzzled, he said, Dad will go with you. Sangli knew her father definitely wouldn't feel at ease letting her go alone. The father and daughter followed the little squirrel, turning left and right. Little squirrel, where are you taking us? Are we there yet? She was tired. Squeak 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 squeak. Almost there, it's just ahead. Sang Huaijing was curious. Daughter, you can understand what it's saying. How were they even chatting? Father, this. I find it hard to explain, but I can indeed understand it. She herself had no idea why. My daughter is truly remarkable. She can understand the speech of animals. Sang Huaijing was turning something over in his mind. Could it be? Father, don't you think I'm strange? After all, no ordinary person could understand animals. Why would that be strange? My daughter can do what others can't. That's extraordinary. No matter what, you will always be my daughter. He gently patted her head. How wonderful it was to have met such a good family. Squeak 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 squeak. Look, it's right there. There at the roots of a withered old tree lay a fiery red lingji glowing softly with a lustrous sheen. How do you know this is a treasure, little squirrel? Sangli ran over and climbed up to take a look. Judging by the growth rings, it must be several hundred years old. It should be worth a lot of money. Such a large lingji. It must be worth a fortune. Sang Huaijing marveled. He had never seen such an enormous lingji, and fiery red at that. Squeak 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 squeak. I saw those big fellows love eating it, so I thought you might be able to eat it too. It was meant as a repayment for the water she had given it. What big fellows? A chill ran down her spine. Squeak 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 squeak. Just tigers, wolves, and the like. Are there any nearby? She grew a bit flustered. She could protect herself, but her father couldn't. He was merely a frail scholar. Don't worry, there aren't any right now. Deep in the mountains there's a spring, and at this hour they've all gone to drink. Otherwise it wouldn't dare come near. Those big fellows could crush it with a single hoof. Sangli let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Father, let's pick it and leave quickly. Hearing that there were big beasts, Sang Huaijing grew nervous too. Those were man-eating, ferocious beasts. All right, let's hurry and pick it. Working together, the father and daughter finally harvested the fire lingji in the time it takes to burn an incense stick. They wrapped it in a tree leaf and hurried away from the place. When Yi Xiaotong saw the pair, both were like little tabby cats covered in mud with dirt on their clothes and hands and bits of moss and leaves. Where have you two been? How did you get into such a state? She gently brushed the mud off Sangli. Sang Huaijing leaned in. Dear wife, we went and did something big. What big thing could you possibly do? Just hurry up and pick the flowers. But when she saw the silver notes the next day, her eyes widened in shock. The Sang family members all saw the father and daughter return clutching a leaf, but they found nothing unusual about it. They simply quickened their pace in picking honeysuckle. After all, these were all money. The whole family worked together, and before the sun set in the afternoon finished picking all the honeysuckle, several hundred caddies by estimate. Hearing that another crop could be harvested in August and September, the family was overjoyed. After all, this was money that regenerated at zero cost. How could they not be happy? On their way down the mountain, they met some villagers. Seeing them carrying large bundles, the villagers asked and learned they were flowers. Everyone laughed, thinking they had too much idle time. Instead of farming with so many half-grown boys in the family, they were probably not even getting enough to eat, yet they still went up the mountain to pick flowers. Early the next morning, Sang Yutong and Sang Huaijing rode the village ox cart into town heading again to the Baijiao Hall. Little girl, you're here again. Bai Hui smiled and invited them in. Hello, Uncle Shopkeeper. We've come to sell honeysuckle. Please take a look at how much there is. She estimated it was several hundred caddies. After all, they had stripped the plants bare. Bai Hui instructed a clerk to weigh it. 437 caddies. That calculates to 3 taels and 504 won. See if that's correct. He handed the silver to them. Sang Yutong was not very literate, so he looked at Sang Huaijing. Seeing his younger brother nod, he took the silver. Thank you, shopkeeper. We're all here to do business. The money and goods have been settled. There's no need for thanks. In business, what he liked most was meeting straightforward customers like them. Actually, shopkeeper, we also found a lingji in the mountains yesterday. We'd like you to have a look and see if it can fetch a good price. This was the real purpose of their visit today. Bai Hui thought it was just an ordinary wild Ganoderma. Lingji isn't as expensive as ginseng, but it depends on age. The older it is, the more valuable. Sang Huaijing took out the lingji and handed it to him, still wrapped in yesterday's tree leaf. Bai Hui let out an "Io." Why didn't you tell me clearly this was such a fine treasure? Wrapped in a ragged leaf and brought here, what a waste of heaven's gift. Shopkeeper, see what price you can offer. Seeing the shopkeeper's astonishment, the thing must be quite valuable. Let me put it this way. This is a fire lingji. Judging by its growth rings, it's at least 300 years old. This is a life-saving treasure. Are you really going to sell it? If he had such a thing, he would keep it as a family heirloom. Sang Huaijing smiled. We farming folk live at the mercy of the heavens. In these years, we can barely afford to eat. This thing would be of little use to us. Better to sell it for silver and fill the children's bellies. Bai Hui thought it was true. In recent years, the realm had been ravaged by war and the people were displaced. The current emperor had the will to care for them, but could not manage it all. Lately, the northern barbarians had also been raiding the borders from time to time, making the people's lives even more unbearable. In our small county town, I can only offer 800 taels. If you took it to the capital, you might get a higher price. Hearing 800 taels, Sang Li was also taken aback. She hadn't expected the thing to be so valuable. It seemed she should go wandering in the mountains more often from now on. Sang Yutong and Sang Huaijing were likewise astonished. What a huge sum of money. The capital. How could common folk like us ever get there? Let's sell it to you for 800 taels, shopkeeper. Bai Hui took out 7 notes of 100 taels each and converted the remaining 100 taels into silver and some copper coins for their convenience in shopping. When they walked out of Baijiao Hall, Sang Yutong and Sang Huaijing felt as if their feet were floating. They now had several hundred taels worth of silver notes in their pockets. In all their lives, they had never seen so much money. Seeing them walking stiffly, moving the same arm and leg together, Sang Li said, Father, fifth uncle, relax a bit. Are you afraid people won't know we have money? Oh, right. The two pretended to be relaxed, puffing out their chests and holding their heads high, but their hands still occasionally touched their pockets. Ali, you're the hero of the day. Come on, Father, we'll take you shopping. You can have whatever you want. Now that they had money, he could buy his daughter something good to eat. Sang Li's space had everything one could need, but she had no excuse to take things out of it. Now that they had money in hand, it was time to buy some articles. Father, let's buy some cloth so Mother can make clothes when we get back. All right, if my daughter says buy, we'll buy. The three headed to the cloth market and entered a fabric shop. The shop assistant saw that they were 3 country folk. Their clothes, though washed clean, were quite worn. Coarse cloth is 3 won per chi, cotton cloth is 10 won per chi. If you can't afford it, don't touch it casually. As for silk, he could tell these people couldn't afford it either. How utterly snobbish. Father, let's go look at another shop. Sang Huaijing was also quite angry and nearly failed to maintain the persona of a scholar. Can't afford it, yet putting on airs. Sang Li dragged Sang Huaijing and Sang Yutong to a cloth shop diagonally across the street. Inside was a married couple in their 40s, slightly plump, but their smiling faces gave people a warm, festive feeling. What would you like to see, guests? Annie, we want coarse cloth and cotton cloth. How do you sell them? Sang Li asked. Coarse cloth is 3 won per chi, cotton cloth is 8 won per chi, and silk is a bit pricier at 14 won per chi. The cotton cloth was indeed 2 won cheaper than the previous shop. 1 bolt equals 4 zhang, 1 zhang equals 10 chi, so 1 bolt of cloth has 40 chi. 1 chi is roughly 3 meters. We want 5 bolts of coarse cloth, 600 won, 3 bolts of cotton cloth, 961, and 1 bolt of silk, 561. Could you deliver them to the city gate for us? Our ox cart is there. This would free their hands. Hearing they wanted so much cloth, how could she refuse? All right, I'll have my husband deliver it to you in a moment. After buying cloth, the three went to a grain shop. Refined rice was 10 1 per caddy, white flour 6 1, and coarse grains 3 1. They bought 50 caddies of each, also to be delivered to the city gate. Finally, they bought some pastries and a slab of pork. In total, they spent nearly 4 taels of silver. In ordinary times, that would have been close to a year's income. Such a lavish spending spree also stirred up heated discussion in the village. That's just the way of the world. When you're poor, there's nothing to it. Everyone is poor together. But when you become rich, if you don't share your fortune with others, someone will put a label on you behind your back. Upon returning home, the two brothers placed the 800 taels earned from selling lingji on the table. The money from selling honeysuckle had already been nearly spent. Good heavens! This! Li Xiaofan stared at the money on the table in utter disbelief, having never seen such a large sum in her life. When we went picking honeysuckle yesterday, it was Guai Bao who led me to find them, said Sang Huaijing. Such a great accomplishment certainly deserved credit given to his own daughter. Li Xiaofan excitedly kept calling her good girl, and everyone else was equally delighted. With such a windfall suddenly entering the household, their burdens would lighten considerably, and life could finally become more comfortable. Feng Hui was also thinking that from so much money, surely a few taels could be set aside, enough to cover the tuition for her two nephews. Mother, then what about this money? Li Xiaofan saw the calculation nearly spilling from Feng Hui's eyes, then looked at her two timid granddaughters. It was truly pitiful to have such a mother. This money was earned by my good girl, so naturally, it will be kept as her dowry. Having been publicly rebuked, Feng Hui dared not utter another word. She had noticed recently how unwelcome she and her children were in this household. She failed to consider why. Not that anyone liked them, after all, she was the one who had turned the house into chaos and discord. Sang Li felt embarrassed, as if a child barely 10 years old should already be having a dowry arranged. In this era, girls married at 15 or 16, still not fully grown. Grandmother, I don't need a dowry yet. Please keep the money for the family. Several brothers are attending school, and their tuition fees are considerable. Besides, the house is too cramped now that they've grown. If we have the means, we should build a new home soon. She had already discussed building a new house with her father on the way back, and he agreed. Their eldest brother was already 16 and old enough to begin considering marriage prospects. Sang Eugene weighed the matter and also agreed to building the house. However, the sudden appearance of such a large sum of money raised a concern. They needed a plausible explanation for its origin. It's not that one fears theft, but rather that one fears attracting unwanted attention. Then we'll tell everyone that honeysuckle grows on the mountain behind our village and can be sold. Next season, when it blooms, I'll lead everyone to harvest it. As for the rest, we'll simply say I discovered a lingji mushroom and sold it for 200 taels. Nearly all of it will go toward building the house. That way no one will suspect anything. It went to show how a literate person could think on their feet, words flowing effortlessly. Everyone agreed there was nothing wrong with this plan. Sang Huaijing was a scholar after all, far more learned than them. It wasn't that they hadn't noticed. No, even if they had, they wouldn't have known what it was. Very well. Later you and I will go see the village head together to find a suitable plot for building. If we're going to build, let's build big. The children were growing up now. Time was coming when they'd each establish their own households. They were now benefiting from their little granddaughter's fortune. Perhaps the old monk's words held some truth after all. Maybe she truly was a star of good luck. Sang Ying watched as Sang Li became the center of attention, envy flashing in her eyes. She was so capable, earning such a large sum at such a young age. Having an educated father truly had its advantages. Unlike herself, who still couldn't read a single character. Last time her cousin from her uncle's family had insulted her, and she hadn't even realized it. Sang Li also noticed her sister's sharp gaze. How to put it? Unless she stood firm for herself, she would only continue retreating, making things worse for herself. Others' help in her eyes was merely pity, a way of looking down on her. It had been so long since they returned, yet she had never seen either of the sisters speak with anyone in the family. They always stayed shut in their room, secretly envying others. She simply couldn't understand why. Sister, take me to town next time, please. I've never been there. Young Sing Jin tugged at her sleeve. He had never left the village before in all his life. Little Pang from the village head's household had already been there. He came back describing how vast and exciting the town was, full of delicious foods they had never seen before. Sang Li cupped his small face in both hands. All right, next time I go, I'll definitely take Jean with me. What a poor child. I knew Sis was the best. He turned and sat before her. She naturally leaned back against his shoulder, resting her chin on his head as she watched the adults discuss what kind of house to build. Little Sang Jean happily played along, asking if she was uncomfortable because he was too short, whether she needed him to fetch a taller chair. He was simply too adorable. After dinner, Li Xiaofan distributed the cloth. Since both the eldest uncle's wife, Su Wan, and her own mother knew how to sew, she gave them all the material and asked them to make new clothes for the children whenever they had time. The older ones managed to keep their composure, though their joy was evident. The younger ones were over the moon. After all, sometimes they went an entire year without wearing new clothes. Sang Li gazed at her happy family, and something deep within her stirred. She wanted everyone to live well. She needed to find time to go to the mountain. The space within her held corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, all high-yield crops. Planting even one of them could feed the common folk and ensure no one went hungry. As the saying goes, harbor good thoughts, speak good words, do good deeds, form good connections, and be a good person. When a person harbors kindness, heaven will surely protect them. But what is heaven? She believed it was one's own heart. What one has done, heaven knows, earth knows. It is ultimately the heart that understands. The true confidant is oneself. A kind heart brings personal joy. Speaking kindly, doing good deeds, forming good bonds, and being a good person. All of these are ways to find happiness within oneself. A happy and content person is loved wherever they go. Sang Eugene led Sang Huaijing to the village head's house. Uncle, are you home? Sang Yufeng emerged from the house. What is it, big brother? The village head Sang Yofeng was actually a distant relative of Sang Eugene, who was a few years his senior. We have a matter we'd like to ask for your help with, he said, gesturing with what he held in his hand. You're being too formal, he replied, welcoming them inside. Here's the thing. We discovered some medicinal herbs on the mountain and sold them at the clinic for a bit of money. We're thinking of building a new house. The children have grown, and the current place is too cramped, Sang Eugene explained their purpose. Sang Yufeng was surprised to hear about the house building. What kind of herbs are these that they're worth so much? Enough to build a house. Oh, the herbs themselves only fetched a few coins. It was Huai Zheng who returned. He discovered a lingji mushroom and sold it for 200 taels. If he hadn't told us, how would we have known what lingji even was? He looked towards Sang Huaijing. That's commendable. Reading more is always beneficial. He was still a scholar, and their own son was approaching the age when he should start school. Village head uncle, I merely happened to have read some basic medical texts. It was pure coincidence that I recognized it. Well, while that may be true, it's still your knowledge that brought this about. Where were you thinking of building the house? He produced a hand-drawn map of Wuyin village. Sang Eugene and Sang Huaijing examined the map. How about the area near the foot of Mount Wuyin at the village's far end? We'd like to claim all of that stretch. Choosing the village end offered the benefit of fewer people and greater quietness, plus there was another path connecting directly to the village head, making future travel more convenient. Just how big a house are you planning to build? That piece of land was indeed a vast expanse. Surely we can't build a house that large. The rest can be cleared and turned into fields for vegetables. All right, but that plot is roughly 32 or 33 mu, though it's all wasteland, so the price will be lower. I'll count it as 30 mu, 1 tael of silver per mu. That makes 30 taels of silver, said the village head. Fine, we'll trouble you then, Uncle Li. He counted out the silver and placed it on the table. Very well, I'll go to the county office later to transfer the household registration for you, the village head said as he began writing the documents. Uncle Li, the honeysuckle will bloom again in the 8th or 9th month. When the time comes, gather the villagers to pick it. They can each earn a few dozen one, said Sang Huaijing. Good, good, good. You're all good people, I know that. No wonder they could earn money. They were upright and generous. Had it been anyone else, they would have quietly made a fortune without a thought for the villagers. After Sang Eugene and Sang Huaijing returned home, they told the family about the place where they planned to build. When they heard it cost 30 taels, Li Xiaofen's heart ached, but on reflection, she felt it was worth it. Then we should start making arrangements for the house. It's not the busy farming season now, so everyone in the family is mostly idle. Let's ask the villagers for help. Tomorrow I'll go to town to find Old Fourth. He knows many people. If we're going to build, let's build well. We'll build a brick and tile house, said Sang Eugene. The others naturally agreed. In the village, apart from the village heads and the clan chiefs' households, no one else had brick and tile houses. Theirs would be the third in the village. Evening. Sang Li lay in bed tossing and turning. She could not come up with a reason to take things out. If she said she found them in the mountains, that would not be realistic. Others might not know, but her own family certainly did. A child who had been foolish for years, suddenly knowing everything, would be branded as possessed by a demon and burned alive. Hearing his daughter's restless movements, Sang Huaijing asked, "Can't sleep, my girl?" Sang Li thought for a moment, then got up and went to the outer room. Sang Huaijing and Yi Qiutong were still awake. "Come here," they said, pulling her onto the bed. "What's the matter? Tell your father and mother." "Father, mother, do you think I'm strange?" She took each of their hands in hers. Sang Huaijing sensed her unease and gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "You are my daughter. You always will be. But Are you about to say that suddenly knowing how to read, suddenly becoming capable, and suddenly understanding the speech of animals must seem very strange to us? Though you said I taught you, I know I never did. Yet you can do all these things. Is that it?" Sang Huaijing patted her head. "Actually, we all knew. The year you were born, an old monk came to our home. It happened to be during times of war and chaos. Your grandfather saw that he was starving, so he gave him the last bit of grain we had. Then miraculously the monk suddenly regained his spirits. He looked at your mother's belly and said you were a person of great fortune and that we must treat you well. He said that when you returned it would be the moment of your rise. At the time he spoke in such a mystical manner that we didn't take it to heart. Until you woke up recently, and only then did we believe the old monk's words. From the moment he had seen her that day he knew his daughter had come back. That incredible. She genuinely wished she could meet this old monk. Yes, that's why we don't find your behavior strange. This is simply who you are, and we are your parents. But child, you are still young. You must understand the principle that an innocent man may harbor a coveted treasure. Before you have the power to protect yourself, do not reveal your brilliance. We fear we may not be able to shield you." These grave admonitions were the earnest teachings of parents to their child. "I know, father. In truth, during those hazy years I went to a place where I took a master. Over the years he taught me all sorts of skills. Then one day he suddenly told me my opportunity had arrived and drove me out. When I woke up I was here. She had conjured a master out of thin air. She could not say she had transmigrated, that would frighten people to death. So she fabricated a master instead. Since that old monk was so extraordinary, this world must indeed believe in such myths and legends." Hearing this, Sang Huaijing and his wife felt deeply distressed. It must have been very hard, they said. She must have endured great suffering to become so composed and sensible at such a young age. Sang Li shook her head. Apart from those years during the apocalypse, she had not actually suffered much at all. It wasn't hard, not at all. "From now on our family must stay together," said Sang Huaijing. "By the way, father, when my master sent me away, he gave me a magic treasure containing many things. I was thinking of taking out some seeds, but they are not native to this dynasty. Would that be too shocking?" To be honest, she still did not fully understand the laws of this era. What if she ended up endangering the whole family? Our emperor is very close to the people and encourages the cultivation of new species. Although we do not trade with foreign nations, foreign merchants often bring strange things to exchange for our grain and such. It's just that their goods are too peculiar. They cannot grow in our soil. If there is a new species, one must report it to the local county office, which then passes the report up level by level to the Bureau of Agriculture. In the first year, 80% of the harvest must be handed over to be kept as seed. She had not expected the emperor to be so enlightened. She was born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze. She knew deeply that when the people have faith, the nation has strength, and food is the foundation of human survival and the basis of economic and social development. To avoid falling behind and being beaten, one must become strong and prosperous. Then she would send the emperor a few gifts. With a wave of her hand, corn and sweet potatoes appeared on the ground. "Father, these two crops can grow in even the harshest of soils. In fertile soil, the yield can reach around 5,000 jin per mu. Even in barren soil, it can produce 2 to 3,000 jin. Together with potatoes, these two were known as the three kings of the soil. They could grow no matter how harsh the environment. Sang Huaijing was astonished that his daughter could make things appear with her bare hands, and even more astonished at the items on the ground. He hurried down to examine them. One looked like a lump of earth while the other was golden yellow arranged in neat rows, quite pleasing to the eye. The yield is really that high. Of course. And they can be planted twice a year with a short maturation period of about 3 to 4 months. If we hurry, we can plant them these next few days and harvest them around the same time as the rice. But how do we eat these? The golden grains looked very hard. They couldn't be bitten through, and neither could the earth lumps. There are many ways to eat them. Corn, when freshly mature, can be boiled or stir-fried. Once fully mature, it can be shelled and ground into cornmeal or coarsely ground for porridge. Sweet potatoes have even more uses, raw, boiled, fried, or roasted. There are far too many ways. Hearing that the earth lump could be eaten raw, Sang Huaijing ran out, washed off the mud, and took a bite. It tasted sweet at first with a slight astringency. After eating only half, he was already full. I never imagined it could be so filling. If the whole country planted this, wouldn't all the people under heaven have enough to eat? Wasn't the reason he studied precisely to use his modest strength to help the common people make a living? To put it more grandly, he aspired to ordain conscience for heaven and earth, to secure the fate of the people, to continue the lost teachings of the sages, and to establish peace for all eternity. That was the true ideal of a scholar. At this moment his heart blazed with fervor. He thought he should still rise higher. Since his daughter was so capable, he too needed the strength to protect her. Daughter, keep these things safely for now. This is not the time to reveal them. We lack the ability to protect you. Once word spreads that you possess high-yield grain seeds, you will become a target for the powerful noble houses, and we cannot shield you. He felt a pang of chagrin. He could not protect his own daughter, and her extraordinary talents had to be kept hidden in the dust. Father, I understand. I don't wish to bring harm to our family because of me. If that is the cost, then I would rather live a plain, uneventful life forever. Husband, enter the examinations this year. Yi Qiutong spoke up abruptly. She knew what her daughter was capable of. With their current standing, they simply could not protect her. She also knew her daughter was not someone who would willingly resign herself to mediocrity. Burying such talents would be a tragic waste. Only by standing higher could they keep her safe from all harm. To be honest, Sang Huaijing's heart burned with eagerness at that moment. But the household? The household will be taken care of by me. Only by standing high can you better protect our daughter in the future. Sang Huaijing looked at her with gratitude. Thank you, my dear. With you by my side, I am truly blessed. You've worked hard. Yi Qiutong smiled tenderly. We are family. It is only natural for us to support each other. Since entering this household, though they were not wealthy, life had been comfortable. Her in-laws were sensible, her husband gentle and attentive, and her 2 children obedient and endearing. She had nothing to complain about. Good. I'll speak with mother and father tomorrow. The household will be a burden on you. Don't worry, father. I'm here. I'll protect mother and little brother. Her ability had already risen to the 4th level. In the countryside, there was little chance of encountering master assassins or the like. She was more than capable. Good. Having you both is my fortune. He pulled one arm around each of them. How wonderful this was. Father, you're so mean. You gave hugs without even calling me. Little Sang Jin woke up to find his elder sister no longer in bed. Hearing voices from the outer room, he climbed down and saw his father holding his mother and sister, one on each side. Sang Huaijing turned toward the voice. The little one's face was soft and milky, his eyes wide and round. He lifted him onto the bed. All right, I'll hug you too. Tonight we'll all sleep together. The family of 4 squeezed together on the narrow wooden bed, slipping into sweet dreams. Everything was for the best. When the 2 elders heard that their youngest son would sit for the examinations this year, they could not help but be surprised. Why the sudden thought of going? Father, do you remember the old monk's words when little Ollie was born? I didn't believe them then, but now I do. My daughter has such extraordinary abilities. It would be a shame to let them wither away in this rustic village. Only by standing in a higher place can I protect her. Sang Eugene silently gazed at the table, as if recalling the old monk's words. After a long while he said, It is only right. As parents, we must always provide shelter for our children. Go then, don't worry about the family. His youngest son had been a natural scholar since childhood. Were it not for the family's poverty, he would not have been delayed for 3 full years. At the dinner table, Sang Eugene announced that Sang Huaijing would sit for the examinations, and everyone voiced their support. Old Sixth, go with peace of mind. Your eldest brother will handle everything at home. He was a rough man, but he knew his own sons could attend the academy only because of Old Sixth, and he was deeply grateful. Yes, don't fret about things at home. Focus on your examinations. You still have your brothers here, said Sang Liangji. Feng Hui said nothing aloud, but inwardly she sneered. He hadn't sat for the examinations in 3 years. What could he possibly pass? A sheer waste of silver. Better to give that money to her nephew. Who knows, he might even earn a Xiao title next year. But these were merely thoughts, as she dared not say them. Uncle, I plan to give the examinations a try this year as well, said Sang Tong. He had studied for quite some time, and wanted to put himself to the test. Your scholarship has always been solid. Good, go and try. He was fully confident in Sang Tong's learning. Passing the Xiao examination this year was a certainty. What about Sang Qi? Will you try this year? Uncle, stop teasing me. You know I'm not made for studying. If not for his parents' demands, he would never have entered the academy. He wanted to learn martial arts to become a wandering hero and right the wrongs of the world. Still, you must read. At the very least, earn a Xiao title. You want to practice martial arts, but without knowing characters, how will you read martial arts manuals? How will you understand the moves? This nephew was actually quite clever, his heart just wasn't in it. Fine then. He would give it a try as well. With 3 members of the family preparing for the examinations and a house to be built, everyone was soon bustling with activity. Sang Huaijing carried gifts and knocked on the door of his esteemed teacher, old Xiao. The old servant who opened it recognized him and warmly bade him inside. You've finally come. Every time the master mentions you, he sighs with regret. Please go in. At the stone table in the courtyard sat a white-haired old man. A game of chess lay before him. He held a white piece in his left hand and a black piece in his right, playing against himself. You're here? Sit. He pushed the black pieces toward Sang Huaijing. Sang Huaijing gathered his robes and took a seat. The two exchanged moves in a duel of wits. Not bad. You haven't regressed. Setting down his white piece, the old man looked at him. 3 years without visiting my door. What brings you here now? He rose and bowed. Your student is shamed, unworthy to face his teacher. Spare me. Zhao Kuang was hardly fooled. This one had the thickest skin of all. Your student has come first to pay respects to you, teacher, and second to say that I have decided to sit for the examinations this year. Zhao Kuang's interest was piqued. How did you suddenly see the light? This student of his, though born of a farming family, was extraordinarily gifted. Otherwise he would never have taken him in as his final disciple. But 3 years ago the man had abruptly changed his mind and refused to sit, so infuriating Xiao that he had once come close to expelling him from his tutelage. Some recent upheavals have made me want to protect my family. 3 years ago I betrayed your teachings, teacher, so I have come especially to beg your pardon. His abandonment of the examination back then had truly enraged his teacher. Enough, drop the act. If you truly wish to appease me, return with a worthy ranking so that my instruction was not in vain. Whatever the reason, it was enough that he had seen the light. This youngest disciple possessed great inner wisdom. Your student will do his best. After Sang Huaijing had left the courtyard, a new figure took the seat across the chessboard. This is the first time I've seen the grand tutor treat anyone with such warmth. Who is he? Zhao Kuang continued studying the game. Just a student, nothing more. Your Highness is overthinking it. A pale, slender hand picked up a white piece and placed it on the board. Is that so? I never expected the grand tutor to take in a disciple here in the countryside. That man must surely be someone remarkable. After the visitor left, Zhao Kuang looked at the crisscrossing pieces on the chessboard. The capital is bound to stir with excitement again. Truly, one wave has yet to pass before another rises. The steward came over with a fox fur coat. Since young Master Sang has decided to sit for the examinations, would you like to return? After all, that place was sure to be endlessly lively. How is the northern frontier? I hear the Guardian General led the 2 princes to drive the enemy back 800 li. The other side sent envoys to sue for peace, and the emperor has ordered the army to return in triumph. But Zhao Kuang frowned. Why are you hedging? The eighth prince has gone missing. When the Grand General led his men to the search, they found only the aftermath of a ferocious battle. The eighth prince was nowhere to be found, and his shadow guard was dead. Zhao Kuang sighed. What are they trying to do? The steward knew not how to console him. That is why you must return, sir. This place is no longer safe to stay. The wind had already begun to blow. Sang Huaijing went to find Sang Kangsheng and asked him to arrange the purchase of bricks, tiles, and timber. He also told him to come back and lend a hand with building the house, saving them the trouble of finding another carpenter. The two men went to the seller of bricks, tiles, and timber, specified the quantities, and had the materials delivered straight to the village. Sang Li also planned to go up the mountain to see if she could hunt something. Ever since her father had spoken to her grandparents, the old couple had been at ease, and she could go up the mountain freely. Her eldest uncle's son had originally wanted to come along, but her eldest aunt's mother had fallen ill, so the whole family had gone back to visit the sick. Her third uncle's son had gone to a hunter to learn martial arts. Little Sang Jin had wanted to go along, but he was too young for her to take care of, so Yi Qiudong made an excuse and took him out. She also wanted to test the effect of her spring water. Last time it was only after the little squirrel drank the spring water that she could hear it speak. She searched for a long time, but did not see even a wild pheasant. She headed toward the place where she had dug up Lingji before, and from a distance, she saw a massive white tiger. Her heart skipped a beat. There really was a tiger. She quietly backed away and took another path. The further she went, the denser the vegetation grew and the light dimmed. Just as she was about to drink some water, she heard the sound of blades clashing. She crept over quietly and saw a group of black-clad men surrounding a young man in red. The youth's face was covered in blood, and the color of his clothes had deepened. For a moment, she could not tell which parts were blood. "Hey, you're certainly persistent, chasing me all the way here," the young man said with a casual mocking sneer. "A fine elder brother indeed. Your Highness, forgive us." Though they admired the young man, they were death-sworn warriors, each serving a different master. "Hey, if I survive this day, go back and tell him. Little master here will return and twist his head off." "Brother, my ass." 7 or 8 black-clad men surrounded the young man in red. Though he was covered in wounds and blood, his sword moved as fluidly as flowing clouds and water, but he could not withstand their relentless waves of attack, and gradually began to falter. At that moment his eyes turned scarlet as if they could drip blood, and his breathing became rapid. "Why does it have to flare up now?" Seeing that the poison had flared up, the black-clad men shouted, "Quick! While the poison is on him, kill him." Sang Li found it despicable that so many would gang up on one person and even use poison. She climbed the large tree behind the black-clad men, and the lush leafy branches concealed her figure. Using her wood elemental power, she conjured vines and dragged away the man who was about to strike the youth. The others were startled. Only the young man in red caught sight of the gray sleeve in the tree. Though he did not know why she helped him, he remembered it. "Who's there? Come out," the leader of the black-clad men barked. She simply would not come out. She wasn't stupid. If they were capable, let them find her. With a wave of her power, she dragged the black-clad men away, binding them in the distance where they could not see. "Who's playing tricks? Come out." "Captain, I heard that Wuyin Mountain has a mountain god." "You don't think we've offended the mountain god, do you?" one of them said nervously, his eyes darting around in panic. "Stop talking nonsense. Who believes in ghosts and gods?" After 2 more men were dragged away. "Captain, I'm afraid we really have offended the mountain god. Otherwise, who in this world could control vines like that? No. If they failed their mission, they would not survive going back either. Kill him first." 2 black-clad men charged at the young man, but before they even reached him, 2 vines yanked them into the air, and they disappeared. Now everyone was truly terrified. "Captain!" The black-clad leader glanced around. "Retreat." With that, all the black-clad men withdrew. The young man collapsed onto the ground. "Thank you for saving me." Sang Li knew he had seen her, so she stopped hiding. She turned and stood on the tree trunk, and just then the sunlight fell upon her, adding a touch of mystery. "You should leave quickly too. I am Qian. Thank you, miss, for saving my life." He did not believe in gods and spirits in this world, but he could not explain how those vines had moved. Sang Li decided to play the part to the very end. "I am a spirit in the service of the mountain god. Your battle disturbed his venerable self, so he specially sent me out to take a look." Xiao Qian found the little girl amusing, around 10 years old, as fair and lovely as jade and snow, quite endearing. I'll be on my way now. Please ask the mountain god to forgive me. He picked up his sword to leave, but he had used too much true qi earlier and could no longer suppress the poison. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground and fell to one knee. Black lines crept up his neck, seemingly about to reach his face. Sangli could hardly watch him die without helping. She hurried down from the tree, grabbed his hand, cut a gash, and let the poisoned blood out. Feeling better, looking at her up close, Xiao Qian only found her even prettier. Though she had not yet fully grown, one could already see that she would grow into a beauty capable of toppling cities. He leaned back against the tree. Much better. She did have some medicine pills, but she could not give them to him casually. After all, he had been poisoned. What if he accidentally kicked the bucket? Have some water. She handed him the water. Xiao Qian took it and drank a sip. It was sweet and warm as it went down. The surging internal energy began to calm, and the poison seemed to be suppressed as well. He took another sip and felt a distinct effect, then returned the water to her, without showing any change in expression. Huh. I was wondering where the mountain god came from. So it was you little girl, playing tricks all along. He had originally led his men away, but he happened to run into one of the men who had been dragged off and realized someone was behind all this. Seeing the man return, Sangli panicked for a moment. She could not use her ability again. It would be fine if these people died here, but if anyone got away, it could bring trouble to her family, or even the whole village. Seeing the little girl's panic, Xiao Qian knew she certainly did not want her secret exposed. Let her go. The black-clad leader sneered. Your Highness, you are in no position to bargain with me now. Kill them all. These people were truly cold-blooded. 2 lives snuffed out with a single flippant sentence. She had forgotten. This was the ancient world where human life meant nothing in their eyes. Xiao Qian raised his sword and stepped forward. You should go. They're after me. I'm sorry. Leaving. The black-clad leader signaled, and 2 men moved towards Sangli. Xiao Qian could not be in 2 places at once. At that moment, bang! One of the black-clad men had a bloody hole in his forehead and fell straight to the ground. The weapon that killed him was a black concealed weapon in Sangli's hand. She did not want to kill, but in this situation it was either them or her. Another shot rang out, and the second man fell too. Take her weapon. Bang! Bang! 1 shot, 1 kill. Such a terrifying hidden weapon, the black-clad men knew they were done for. Retreat. Now Sangli had only one thought: she could not let them escape, or Wuyin village would be in danger. With her left hand, she summoned vines to block their path. With her right, she raised the gun to shoot them. Xiao Qian, who had somehow come to her side, stayed her hand. Let me. After all, she had been dragged into this because of him. A young girl should remain pure and untouched, unsuited to the stain of blood. Sangli glanced at him, lowered the gun, and used all her power to drive the vines binding the black-clad men together. Xiao Qian stepped forward with his sword clad in red robes like a mandala blooming beside the yellow springs. Deadly. Please, Your Highness, spare our lives. We will never speak of what happened today. As the breath of death closed in, the black-clad men knelt in unison, begging for mercy. I only trust the mouths of the dead. With a raise and fall of his sword, the black-clad men fell dead, all around, their eyes wide open. When he turned around, he saw the girl pointing the same hidden weapon at him, as if she would blow his head off over one wrong word. They just called you Your Highness. Are you a spy? If he dared to say yes, she would blow his head off with 1 shot. I'm not a spy. I am the 8th prince of the Long Yuan Kingdom, Xiao Qian. I didn't tell you my surname earlier because I didn't want to cause trouble. He thought they were strangers thrown together by chance and would never meet again. Knowing him would do her no good. Sangli didn't believe him. How can you prove it? Xiao Qian pulled the jade pendant from his waist and tossed it to her. This is proof of imperial birth. Each one is unique. There is only one in all the world, and it bears my name. Sangli picked up the pendant. It was fine mutton fat white jade engraved with the character, and on the back was a totem. Her father had shown it to her. This was the totem of the Long Yuan Kingdom. She lowered her gun and returned the pendant. Go now, but I hope you can keep today's matter buried in your stomach. I don't want to bring disaster to my family or the villagers. He took the pendant. I will keep my lips sealed. I also believe that the renowned young general of the northern frontier is not such a loose-tongued man. Xiao Qian 15 was the 8th son of Emperor Yuan and the legitimate son of the late empress. At 12 he went to war. With a single silver spear, he took the enemy general's head and won fame in one battle. From then on, every time he went on campaign, he returned in triumph. As a prince, he held no post in the army, but everyone was awed by his skill and spontaneously called him young general. Naturally, I can keep my mouth shut. Knowing his northern frontier reputation meant the girl had some skill. I have nothing to reward you with right now. Come to Fuyuan Tower tomorrow, and I'll thank you in person. No need. We are but chance acquaintances. This common girl will take her leave. With that, she patted her sleeves and left without looking back. Watching her small figure recede, he felt a little lost. He saw the water skin under the tree, picked it up, and walked the other way. There would always be another chance to meet. No sooner had they left than animals came to that spot, probably drawn by the smell of blood. A little squirrel caught a familiar scent. It seems that human has come into the mountains again. When Sangli reached the foot of the mountain, she saw many people digging wild vegetables. "Little Ollie, why are you going into the mountains alone?" asked an auntie digging wild vegetables. "I'm fine just wandering nearby, though I wouldn't dare go into the deep mountains." "You mustn't go, you know. There are big creatures in there." "Oh, I know. Auntie, keep digging. Oh, I'm off now." Her enthusiasm made Sang Li, who was a bit socially anxious, uneasy. Watching Sang Li walk away, she said, "Old Madame Li has finally turned her life around. Her granddaughter is well, and the house is going up too. Who says otherwise? Ever since this girl woke up, she's been gathering medicinal herbs and lingji. If you ask me, she might really be a little lucky star." Remember what a passing old monk said before this girl was born. He said she was someone with great fortune. I didn't believe it back then. The girl had always been simple-minded, but now I'm starting to believe that old monk. Otherwise, why hadn't she sold herbs or lingji before? There was such a thing. I never knew. It was during the war. Our family lived next door, and I just happened to overhear it. Like this. The aunties digging wild vegetables gathered together and chatted. Sang Pan listened to them saying, "Good here," and "Lucky star," there, and gnashed her teeth with hatred. She had been worried all along that Sang Li would come for revenge, but after all these days there was no sign. And just now when Sang Li looked at her, it was as if she didn't recognize her. Her suspended heart finally settled. It seemed she didn't remember what happened back then. All the better. Sang Li truly didn't remember. When the memories merged, some parts seemed to have been hidden, but what was hidden most were the memories of this era's Sang Li. That was why when she saw Sang Pan just now, she felt both familiar and a little afraid, but simply couldn't recall. Xiao Qian returned to Fuyuan Tower in Susui Town. "Oh my lord, you finally returned." The shopkeeper was a mess of tears and snot. His head throbbed. "Enough, enough. I'm not dead, yet it's not your turn to wail for me." The shopkeeper stopped his tears in an instant. Pa, master, always saying such inauspicious things. How are things in the capital? Has my brother returned? The 6th prince and the state-protecting general have already reached the capital. But they heard you were missing and are very anxious. They'll probably come looking soon. Send word to my brother, twist off one of that bastard's arms for me. I'll settle the rest properly when I return to the capital. Since they want to play this game, I'll play with them. The shopkeeper wiped cold sweat. Of all people to provoke, they had to provoke this little demon king. Even the current emperor found him a headache. Right away, he thought of the girl's weapon, wondering what material it was made of. If it were used on the battlefield, wouldn't they be invincible? He could march straight to the northern barbarians' homeland. But given the girl's temperament, she probably wouldn't tell him. That girl hated evil like an enemy. Knowing he was a prince changed nothing to her. He was just a stranger met by chance. That only made him more interested. Anyway, with his brother in the capital, he might as well stay here and nurse his wounds. When Sang Li got home, Sang Huaijing and Sang Kangsheng had already returned. She had gone up the mountain and gotten nothing. She had originally planned to try the spring water, but that incident had distracted her, and she forgot. Sang Tong, Sang Qi, and Sang Huaijing went back to the schoolhouse. The others were all busy building the house. Up to now, Sang Li had never seen the legendary second uncle. By all rights, with something as important as building a house, he should have come back to take a look, especially since he was only in town. Yet there was no news of him at all. The family seldom mentioned him, so she didn't feel it was her place to ask. Sister Sang, quick, your little brother has been beaten." A chubby boy ran in, panting hard. Hearing that little Sang Jin had been beaten, she asked where. Who hit him? At the big locust tree at the village entrance. Hurry, Sang Jin's head is broken. He couldn't run anymore. Go to the end of the village and find my grandma for me. I'll go to the locust tree first. Hearing that his head was broken, she grew frantic. Such an adorable little bean sprout. When she arrived, 7 or 8 4 or 5-year-old children were gathered in a circle. On the ground lay a chubby boy, even fatter than the one who had come to fetch her, and Sang Jin was straddling him, pounding him with his little fists while muttering. Sang Li took a look. His forehead was only a little red. Oh, everything else was fine. Ah, Jin. At the sound of her voice, Sang Jin's tears came at once. He climbed off the chubby boy and ran to her. Sister. Woo-woo. Sang Li patted his back. There, don't cry. Tell me, how did you two start fighting? He snatched my candy. When I wouldn't give it to him, he hit me. He pointed at his forehead. He struck first. The chubby boy on the ground sat up, crying with snot and tears. Sang Jin, you little brat. How dare you hit me? I'll have my grandma beat you to death. His face was smeared with snot, utterly filthy. Before anyone could say anything, an old woman rushed over from a distance. I owe my precious grandson. Which cursed brute did this? How could he beat you like this? Li Xiaolong touched his face with a pang of heartache. Seeing his protector had arrived, the chubby boy immediately stood up and pointed at Sang Jin. It was him. Grandma, hurry and beat him to death, then snatch the candy back for me. Li Xiaolong glared at Sang Li and her younger brother. You two cursed brats. You've beaten my precious grandson like this. Bring out the candy at once, and then compensate us with 1 tael of silver. This old woman was truly unreasonable. Elder, it was your grandson who started it. My brother was only defending himself. You open your mouth and demand candy and money. Are you robbers? Seeing her argue back, she shouted, You shameless little wench, I'll beat you to death. With that, she swung her big hand over. Sang Li was holding Sang Jin. If she dodged, Sang Jin would get hit. She was small herself, so it looked like she would take a slap today. Li Xiaolong, you old hag, how dare you hit my granddaughter? It was Li Xiaofan who had arrived just in time. She reached out, grabbed Li Xiaolong's hair, and dragged her aside. Li Xiaofan, you shameless old thing, let go of me. That old woman was pulling until her scalp hurt. Li Xiaofan not only refused to let go, but also landed a few more hits on her, pinching and slapping. Sang Li watched dumbfounded, wishing she could wave a flag and shout, Grandma is mighty. The two old women were locked in a fierce brawl. Seeing his grandmother being hit, Sang Jinbao charged over like a little cannonball. Sang Li stuck out her foot and tripped him, then whispered into little Sang Jin's ear, Go hit him. Hit him wherever it hurts. Little Sang Jin dashed out at once and straddled the chubby boy. Sang Jinbao's body was too fat and clumsy. He struggled several times, but could not get up and was beaten into wailing. Li Xiaolong's heart ached with distress, and she cursed with a foul mouth. The other onlookers could not pull them apart, so they had to fetch the village head. Elder sisters, what are you two doing? You're people in your 60s or 70s, fighting in the street like this, what a disgrace. Seeing the village head arrive, the two let go of each other. Li Xiaofan was fine except for slightly disheveled hair, but Li Xiaolong was not. Her hair was a mess. Her face was red from a few slaps, not to mention the unseen bruises on her body, and she sobbed in pain. Come on, tell me, what happened? Grandpa, village head Sang Jinbao wanted to snatch my candy. I wouldn't give it to him, so he hit me, little Sang Jin said clearly, his eyes brimming with tears, and pointed at his reddened forehead. Then his grandmother came over, cursed at us, and even tried to hit me and my elder sister. Jinbao, why did you try to take little Sang Jin's candy? The village head asked. Sang Jinbao was now a bit frightened. I didn't snatch his candy. He hit me and pinned me to the ground. You're lying. Sang Jin already shared his candy with you, but you still snatched his candy and knocked him over. Another child spoke up. His father had told him that one must be honest and not lie, as Sang Jinbao lied, so he was not a good child. That's right, that's right. You were the one who started it, several other children chimed in. Sang Jinbao was awful. They would not play with him anymore. Sang Jinbao, seeing everyone criticizing him, hid behind Li Xiaolong. What? You're all bullying my Jinbao, are you? It was just a few pieces of candy. What would it matter if Jinbao ate them? If you ask me, you're just stingy. You shameless old thing. If you're not stingy, why don't you let your precious grandson eat candy every day? Instead, he comes to snatch my grandson's. Shameless old hag. The candy was so expensive. How could she afford to buy it? Sister Xiaolong, this is where you're wrong. As an elder, how could you raise your hand against a child? The village head did not approve either. It wasn't your own child, you couldn't just hit him whenever you pleased. But I didn't even hit him, Li Xiaolong muttered. If you had actually hit him, that would be quite something. Your Jinbao struck first and raised a lump on the boy's forehead. Your family will pay for little Sang Jin's medical treatment. The village head settled it in one stroke. No way. Why should my family pay the medical bill? He hit my Jinbao too. Hearing that she had to pay, Li Xiaolong balked. Making her part with money was like taking her life. It was Jinbao who struck first. If you're not willing, then I won't mediate any longer. Go to the yamen and let the county magistrate decide whose fault it is. The village head was tired of their daily idleness. Could she not see how spoiled Sang Jinbao had become? The boy did nothing useful all day but wander around the village teasing cats and dogs, an eyesore. At the mention of going to the authorities, Li Xiaolong did not dare make another sound. She could only grit her teeth and pay the medical bill. On the way back, seeing the girls in her household, her belly full of anger finally found an outlet. Passers-by could hear the girls in the house wailing. What a sin. These girls born into this family have truly suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. On the way back, Sang Li pulled little Sang Jin aside. Grandma, why do you and Sang Jinbao's grandma seem to be at odds? Her grandmother, though loud-voiced, was rational and would not casually get into a conflict with someone and start throwing punches. Sang Jinbao's grandmother was the first. Li Xiaofan smoothed her hair. That old woman and I have been like this since we were young. We're from the same village, and she always had to compare everything since childhood. I never took her seriously. When it came time to marry, she had her eye on your grandfather, but your grandfather didn't fancy her. Instead, he came to propose to me. Later, who knows what got into her head. She married Sang Jinbao's grandfather, who was a good-for-nothing in his youth. When she was young, she compared children. Now that she is old, she compares grandchildren. But her sons all had daughters. They finally got a grandson, Sang Jinbao, and spoiled him to the skies. The granddaughters at home are basically free servants for Sang Jinbao. Those girls, poor things. This was too biased toward boys over girls. Given the way Sang Jinbao was, he would probably become a sister-devouring demon in the future. Fortunately, her family was not like that. Next time you run into her, don't pay her any attention. Okay. Once home, she gently rubbed little Sang Jin with the safflower oil the doctor had given. The little boy was in so much pain that teardrops as big as beads rolled down, but he still did not make a sound. There are no more little golden beans now. Be good. Sang Bai and Sang Chi, who had gone to gather firewood in the back mountain, also watched with aching hearts. Jin, don't cry. Next time we see Sang Jinbao, your brothers will teach him a lesson. Right, let's beat him together. He actually dared to hit their little brother. If they did not beat his face into a flower, they would count it as their loss. Sang Li looked helpless. Were all boys this age so crude? At the slightest disagreement, they resorted to fists. The village had no school, so most children were only sent to the town school around age 10. There were many half-grown children in the village. Sang Bai and Sang Chi would also be sent to town to study the following year. Some who reached the age but could not afford the tuition could only stay home to help and work in the fields. Girls were even worse off. Hardly any girl in the village was literate. Yi Qiudong could not listen to it any longer. Your grandmother has already handled it. Next time you see him, don't beat him up again. If he's no fun, we just won't play with him. Fists can't solve problems, understand? Children this young were at the age that needed watering and fertilizing. Then we'll do as Aunt says. They should listen to what grown-ups said. This time they would let him off, or if he hit their little brother again, they would go beat him up again. Little Sang Jin obediently lay in bed and fell asleep. Yi Qiudong took Sang Bai and Sang Chi to the end of the village where a new house was being built with great bustle. Sang Li stayed home to look after Sang Jin. Her consciousness entered the space. The vegetables and rice she had planted had ripened. She gathered them all into the warehouse, stacked them, and planted another crop. There was so much food, but she had no excuse to take it out for her family to eat. That was its own kind of worry. She went to the small wooden cabin. In front of it, the peach grove was bearing fruit in one patch and still blooming in another. She had not yet figured out the principle behind it. Inside, there was one more shelf than the last time she had been there. On the shelf were books along with some bottles and jars labeled blood-staunching powder, rejuvenation pill, chi-nourishing pill, and so on, more than a dozen bottles. Could this be unlocked according to the improvement of her ability? None of it had been there before level 3, but after her ability rose to level 4 an extra shelf had appeared. At the very top of the shelf was a box. She took it down gently. Inside were a yellowed letter and a rolled sheepskin scroll that looked like a map. She unfolded the letter, many characters having faded beyond clear reading. She could barely make out that the spatial realm had been crafted by an ancestor of the Sang family, who had accidentally obtained a spatial stone, pouring immense effort into its forging. After her failed ascension, she bound the space with a blood contract, ensuring only legitimate descendants of her lineage could claim it. Whoever came into possession of the space must harbor kindness in their heart, or they would be expelled by the space itself. The size and functions of the spatial realm could only be adjusted according to the descendants' abilities. The stronger their cultivation, the more skills unlocked. The spring water before the wooden cabin was actually spiritual water which the ancestor had acquired by chance from a secret realm. It could purify the potency of pills, and was once the divine water alchemists desperately sought. Plants and animals consumed it could awaken sentience with especially dramatic effects on creatures. Ordinary people could only benefit from it by expelling impurities and strengthening their physique. No wonder she could understand the little squirrel. It was the spiritual spring water that had awakened its consciousness. However, effects varied from individual to individual. Some would not gain sentience even after drinking it, depending on their innate talent. The spatial realm carried a meager amount of spiritual energy, so anything grown within it would carry traces of spiritual essence. Humans consuming these benefits similarly much like the effects of the spiritual spring water. The peach forest before the wooden cabin had been arrayed with a formation half blossoming and half bearing fruit. The peaches also contained spiritual essence. She had buried some peach blossom wine within the forest to be unearthed by future generations if fate decreed. However, nothing was mentioned about the map on the sheepskin scroll, as though it had been casually tossed in without a second thought. No information accompanied it. She could barely discern several hills circled upon the map, and nothing else. She placed the items on the wooden table and decided to see if she could unearth the peach blossom wine. 10,000-year-old brew. She wondered if it would have soured. Searching around, she found there was no hoe within the spatial realm. She fetched a hoe from home used for digging wild vegetables, and entered the space. Half the forest was in bloom, half bearing fruit. The wine should be buried beneath the blossoming section. She dug persistently around 3 or 4 trees without success. Had the ancestor misremembered? There was nothing there. She dug around another tree and struck something. She eagerly dug away the soil, and the neck of a jade urn emerged. A fragrance of blooming peaches overflowed, making her feel lightheaded. The wine itself might not intoxicate, but the scent alone was enough to bewilder. She unearthed the entire jade urn holding roughly 10 jin. Such luxury, a wine aged in jade. Carrying the urn into the wooden cabin, she poured a small cup. The liquid glowed a tender peach pink flecked with gold, and its fragrance enveloped her, as though she stood amidst a sea of peach blossoms. Could wine thousands of years old still be consumed? She harbored doubts, yet the temptation was too great. Since the ancestor had said it was drinkable, it should be safe. She raised the cup and took a sip, a rich, intense peach blossom aroma more akin to honey than wine. Sweet and clear with a lingering aftertaste, she waited, feeling no adverse reaction. It was indeed safe to drink. She poured another cup and drank it in one gulp. Soon her body began to warm, and her vision grew hazy. As she swayed on the verge of collapsing, the spatial realm ejected her. Xiao Sangjin was awakened by a foul stench. So smelly she gagged. Still inside their room. Following the stench, she saw her elder sister lying on the bed, her face coated in black grime. The odor was overwhelming, yet mingled with a faint trace of peach blossom fragrance. "Sister, it stinks." She shook her twice, but her sister did not stir. Terrified, Xiao Sangjin burst into tears and ran to the village's far end, wailing that her sister had died and reeked. The adults in the house were startled and rushed back in a herd. Before they even entered the courtyard, the stench hit them. Yi Xiaodong hurried into the room, where the smell was even more choking. She found her daughter sprawled on the bed, covered head to toe in black mud, the odor emanating from her very body. Her legs turned to water, and she nearly collapsed. Suwan caught her. Li Xiufin's heart pounded, but she approached anyway, checked her breath, and sighed with relief. She's still alive. Hearing she still had breath, everyone exhaled in relief. Eldest, go fetch Physician Li to take a look. Physician Li nearly fled upon arrival, nearly overcome by the stench. He felt her pulse and found nothing amiss. Her breathing was smooth. Leaning closer to sniff, he detected a trace of peach blossom wine amid the odor. Nothing serious. She is merely drunk. She will be fine after she wakes. Then what about this foul smell? A once fragrant girl had become so rotten. What would become of her? Just wash her. She likely drank some rare wine that expelled impurities from her body. He did not know what kind of wine possessed such effects. Hearing the physician say a bath would suffice, they were greatly relieved. After seeing Physician Li off, Yi Qiutong boiled a large pot of water. Together with Su Wan, they washed Sang Li thoroughly using 3 pots of water. Once clean, they could hardly believe their eyes. It was their own daughter. Her skin was fair and smooth, her previously dry hair now black and silky, her features more defined, and a trace of peach blossom fragrance lingered on her stronger when she drew near. Her own bed could no longer be used, so they temporarily placed her on their wooden bed and took all her bedding outside to wash. Sang Li slept for 3 full days. Where was she sleeping? On her mother's bed. "Ali, do you feel any discomfort?" Yi Qiutong entered with a cloth. "Mother, how long have I slept?" The wine had tasted sweet, but she never expected it to be so potent. Yi Qiutong's eyes were red. "Don't mention it. You frightened me to death." When she had returned and found her daughter unconscious on the bed, she thought her soul had left her body. "I'm sorry for worrying you, Mother." She would never dare do something so reckless again. "What did you drink that you slept for 3 whole days?" During those 3 days, she had watched constantly. Green energy had surrounded her daughter, and she had tried to shoo it away, but it slipped through her fingers. Seeing it caused no harm, she had let it be. Sang Li scratched her head. "I drank the peach blossom wine left by my master. I didn't expect it to be so strong. I only had 1 cup and then lost consciousness." Hearing it was from her master, Yi Qiutong felt reassured. Immortal treasures were beyond the reach of mortals. No matter how capable her daughter was, her body remained mortal, and expelling impurities was only natural. Then what about that green energy surrounding you? Is it harmful? It was undoubtedly her wood attribute power leaking out, now visible to her mother. "It is a cultivation method taught by my master. I have not yet mastered it fully, but it poses no harm to me. You need not worry, Mother, as long as it is harmless." Her daughter was no ordinary person, and they could only stand idle, unable to help. Seeing her mother's disappointment, Sang Li added, "Mother, from now on I will always think thrice before acting. I won't let you worry anymore." She had forgotten that her current family would care for her. "Mother simply aches for you. You are so young, and we parents can do nothing to help you. Having you behind me is the greatest help of all." With them she had armor. After Yi Qiutong left, Sang Li clearly sensed changes within the spatial realm. She projected her consciousness inward, and felt her ability had risen to the 5th level. The space itself had transformed. The fertile land had expanded, stretching beyond sight. A stone stele had appeared before the wooden cabin, inscribed with the words "Merit Steel." Within it, only a thin ring of golden mist swirled lazily, containing nothing else. A white creature darted out from the wooden cabin. She hastily used her abilities to bind it in midair. "Master, you're so mean." It had white fur, somewhere between a cat and a deer, unmistakably neither. "What exactly are you?" "I am a spatial beast." "Master, put me down quickly. It's tightening too much and causing pain." Sang Li lowered it gently. "What breed are you? I've never seen anything like you before." "I am a fusion of the divine deer and the white tiger. I'm quite noble, in fact the only one of my kind in this world. They can actually combine." "Then why are you?" "Only as big as a cat. I grow according to my master's abilities. The stronger you become, the larger I can be." It didn't particularly desire to remain so small. "You're tiny and fluffy, actually quite adorable," she observed. "Have you been confined to the spatial realm this entire time?" "Yes, though I've been sleeping the whole time." It couldn't even recall how long it had slumbered. "So how did you suddenly awaken?" "I'm not sure," it replied. "I just felt a sudden summoning and opened my eyes." "And what exactly can you do?" "As a spatial beast, I can control the entire space, freeing your hands from carrying everything yourself." "That's rather convenient," she mused. "But what is this Merit Steel?" She pointed toward the stone monument. "It records your accumulated merit. It can assist in upgrading your abilities and achieving enlightenment. It benefits you entirely. But there is one condition. Do you see the small characters inscribed on that stele? Should you harbor wicked intentions or slaughter the innocent recklessly, the spatial realm will eradicate you without any reincarnation. Sang Li frowned. How can a person exist without any malicious thoughts? If others come after me, am I meant to simply stand still and let them kill me? What kind of rule is this? The so-called wicked thoughts are not what you imagine. They refer to acting recklessly based on your spatial powers and formidable abilities. We must abide by the rules of whichever realm we inhabit, otherwise chaos will reign and the heavenly Tao will deliver its retribution. What if I use my abilities to eliminate wrongdoers, corrupt officials, and highway robbers who terrorize the people? How would that be judged? She sensed this rule was designed to constrain her. Everyone has their own fate, and the merit pool will judge accordingly. Naturally, you can also accumulate merit to offset any killing you've done. How is this offset ratio calculated? 1 to 10,000. If you kill an innocent person, you must use 10,000 points of merit to offset that single act of killing. Sang Li's lip twitched. Can I use firearms then? In principle, it's not permitted, but you're allowed to use them for self-defense in dire situations. This world cannot cultivate spiritual energy, and your abilities already exceed its boundaries. Modern firearms shouldn't even exist here. It couldn't fathom why the heavenly Tao of this realm was so permissive toward her, but having more means to protect its master was preferable. Otherwise, she would die early, and it would have to sleep again, waiting who knows how long for another master. It was understandable. Without rules, any realm would descend into chaos. Her abilities were already formidable, and firearms could serve as a secret weapon for survival in critical moments. She wouldn't take a life unless absolutely necessary. And by the way, I still don't know your name. I have no name. Whatever my master calls me is fine. Then I'll call you Inghua, Firefly, to guide and illuminate the way home. It would also serve as a reminder and guide. Fuyuan Pavilion. Xiao Qian lay listlessly on the lounge chair. That little girl still hasn't come looking. If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. Sir, a letter has arrived from 6th young master. Xiao Qian took the letter, his expression darkening. The grand tutor has returned. Father is gravely ill. My younger brother return at once. He crushed the paper in his hand. Absolutely splendid. A cold aura radiated from him, his crimson robes fluttering, an inexplicable chill settling over the room. Send word to Shinjiashu. We'll meet in the capital in 5 days. If he doesn't come, I'll burn his valley to the ground. Prepare everything, we're returning to the capital. The girl wasn't going anywhere, and once he was back he'd deal with those pests first. Shinjiashu, upon receiving the letter, muttered, I'm truly at my wit's end with this ancestor. Always threatening to burn my treasures. Though grumbling, he slung his pack over his shoulder and headed out. The ancestor meant what he said. He would truly set things ablaze. Little uncle, you can't leave the medicine valley, a young herb tender protested. Be good, I'll only be gone a few days. Guard the valley well, he replied, mounting his horse and riding off in a cloud of dust. But Grandmaster said you'd break my legs if I left the valley, the young boy lamented, watching the dust settle. The capital awaited. 8th brother has a tough constitution. He survived that, which is a pity. Fortunately, the poison had been administered, and it would certainly give him trouble. The emperor is critically ill now. 6th brother has already sent word for him to return. Should we make a move along the way? He made a gesture across his throat. The man in black raised his hand. No need. Let them tear at each other while we watch from the sidelines. I hear the grand tutor has returned. Yes, he's already entered the city. Useless truly. But given 8th brother's nature, the old grand tutor probably won't accomplish much either. That man never listens to anyone. Tisk, the show is about to begin. As for his dear father emperor, was his illness real or feigned? Inside the imperial palace, Xiao Qishuan watched the emperor sip his tea with calm composure. Father emperor, is it wise to deceive 8th brother in this manner? What's wrong with that? It's been years since we last met, and now that we finally see each other, there are so many complications. He felt considerable guilt toward these two sons, forced to fight on battlefields since childhood. Countless times their lives hung in the balance, all because he as their father had failed to protect them. Gazing at his 6th son, he hesitated before speaking. I understand. Over these years I've wronged you both greatly. You're all my children. I couldn't possibly watch you destroy each other. Have you considered that eighth brother nearly died as well? It was barely avoided, Xiao Qishuan said calmly, though his tone carried barely concealed anger. The emperor sighed heavily. Forget it. Handle eighth brother yourself when he returns. He rose and departed, coughing softly as he watched his son's figure grow distant. Li Shunhai hastened to offer a teacup. Your Majesty, why do you torment yourself like this? Both princes have grown, and pushing them further apart will only worsen things. No one understood the emperor's burdens better than his personal eunuch. The time is not yet right. I can hold on for a few more years. That should suffice. He would depart, but first ensure a peaceful realm for his sons to inherit. Dark currents swirled through the capital. News spread that the eighth prince had erupted in fury upon his return, clashing violently with the emperor, smashing the imperial study, then setting fire to the third prince's mansion along with several brothels and gambling houses. Fortunately, no lives were lost, though property damage was extensive. Rumors claimed the eighth prince had reached new heights of madness. During his absence, the reckless young masters of the capital's aristocratic families had kept their heads down. After all, the eighth prince was truly unhinged, quick to draw blood at the slightest provocation. When word reached them that he had departed the capital, once more those tense nobles finally exhaled in relief. On the road outside the capital, White Three asked, Master, are we really letting them off so easily? Clad in crimson, Xiao Qian replied, To make a man fall, first make him mad. Wait and see. This young master will ruin them. What a fool to provoke our master, they murmured. I hear he still holds holdings in Linzhou. Let's go take a look. In the mist-hidden village, the main structure of the new house had already been raised, sprawling across nearly 10 mu of land. As for the remaining wasteland, Sang Eugene had hired people to reclaim it as well. While organizing her storage space, Sang Li discovered a pile of seeds tucked away in a corner, so she picked out a few varieties and planted them on the reclaimed land. On the poorer soil at the foot of the mountain, she scattered watermelon seeds and watered them with diluted spiritual spring water. Within just a few days, sprouts had already emerged. Ollie, is this the watermelon you mentioned? Looking at the tender shoots in the field, they had sprouted far too quickly. He had farmed all his life, but had never seen seeds break ground this fast. Yes, Grandpa. It's delicious and especially refreshing in summer. We've planted a whole patch, so we'll have a harvest by then. Though there was no air conditioner, she could chill the watermelons in the well for a while before eating them. Absolutely delightful. Sang Eugene had no idea what watermelon was, but since his granddaughter wanted to plant it, he had reclaimed all the wasteland. If something grew, good. If nothing grew, it was no great loss. If she wanted to tinker, let her tinker. She gave the watermelon field a satisfied look. When she returned home, she happened to catch Sang Bai and Sang Chi about to head out with little Sang Jin. Where are you all going? The locust tree at the village entrance is in full bloom. It's beautiful. We're going to play over there, Sang Chi said. At the village entrance stood a century-old locust tree. Every flowering season, its branches were laden with blossoms, a truly lovely sight. After dinner, everyone would gather beneath the tree to enjoy the cool evening breeze. When the wind stirred, locust flowers drifted down, painting a scene of breathtaking beauty. Sang Li thought of the locust flower cakes and locust honey she had eaten in her modern life. Wait for me. I'll grab a basket and come along. Sis, why do you need a basket? They were just going out to play. Was she planning to head up the mountain? I'm going to collect some locust flowers to make you locust flower cakes and locust honey, okay? The others had never heard that locust flowers could be made into cakes or honey either. Can they really be eaten? No one in the village had ever eaten them before. Don't worry, they're delicious. You'll all have to help me pick them later. Everyone should lend a hand. No problem. When they arrived, several children were already beneath the tree. Sang Li recognized them. They were the ones who had spoken up for little Sang Jin during the fight last time. Little Sang Jin trotted over. Be careful, don't trample the flowers. My sister says they're edible. He was still hoping to eat those cakes. Sang Jin, does your family have nothing to eat? Why are you picking flowers to eat? How pitiful. Although their family didn't have much food left either, since Sang Jin had shared his candy last time, the boy decided to ask his mother to send over some food. That's not it at all. My sister says locust flowers are edible and can be made into tasty cakes and honey. They're really good. As if you've ever eaten them. Just because your sister says they're edible doesn't make it true. Sang Jinbao stood off to the side with another child. Ever since his fight with Sang Jin, where he not only gained nothing but lost money and got a beating from his father, the very sight of Sang Jin annoyed him. Not to mention that Sang Jin had a doting sister and candies none of them had ever seen. When he was beaten, his own sisters had cowered in the corner without a single one coming to protect him. But Sang Jin's sister had rushed over immediately and shielded him without a second thought. All of this made him dislike Sang Jin even more. My sister says it's edible, so it's edible. His sister was amazing. If she said it could be eaten, then it could. Seeing little Sang Jin argue until his face and neck were flushed red, Sang Li patted his head and said, "Locust flowers really are edible. The reason you say they can't be eaten is simply that you've never tried them. We'll pick some today, make them into treats, and have Jin bring some to share with you all." Children's friendships are easily forged. Sometimes all it takes is a bite of food, a single word, or a brawl. Great. Sang Jin, we'll help your sister pick flowers. When they're done, you'll bring some for us to try, right? Little Sang Jin suddenly found himself surrounded by a gaggle of children, all chattering at once about wanting a taste. He felt a bit shy, but promised to share once they were made. Thus the flower-picking squad was formed. A group of 4- and 5-year-old little tykes carried small baskets, scurrying beneath the tree to gather fallen blossoms, while Sang Bai and Sang Chi climbed up with bamboo poles and knocked the flowers down from the branches. Seeing everyone picking flowers with no one calling his name or inviting him to join, Sang Jinbao's eyes reddened as he walked away. Who cared anyway? Sang Li naturally noticed as well. Children were not inherently bad. They simply imitated what the adults taught them. Having always been spoiled at home, the sudden exclusion was something he couldn't accept. Before long, they had gathered a full basket of locust flowers. Sang Li led the little tykes back home and directed them to divide the work, some washing the flowers, some boiling water. The small courtyard was suddenly bustling with life. Sang Li took out some white flour from her space. She still had some left from her last purchase, but she didn't plan to use that. She had plenty more in her storage. She dampened the flour and worked it into flocculent pieces, then let it rest. She mashed the washed locust flowers, mixed them in, added honey, and kneaded everything thoroughly. Using the molds she had on hand, all shaped like flowers, she shaped the mixture into beautiful forms and steamed them in the pot. Then came the locust honey, which was much simpler. She put the washed flowers into a pot, added water, and boiled them. Once it had reduced sufficiently, she added honey and continued simmering until the moisture evaporated, allowing the color and fragrance of the locust flowers to fully infuse. And it was done. The locust flower cakes needed only about 20 minutes to steam. The fragrance filled the kitchen. So fragrant. The little tykes craned their necks, peering inside. "Sis, is it ready to eat yet?" Their mouths were practically watering. Sang Li carried out the first steaming tray of locust cakes and set it on the stone table. "Careful, they're hot." She picked one up and took a bite. It was soft and sticky on the tongue, carrying the delicate sweetness of locust flowers with a faint lingering aftertaste. The attempt was a resounding success. Each of the children grabbed a cake and ate, all exclaiming how delicious they were. Sang Ing and Sang Ji also caught the aroma, but they had been hiding in their room the whole time. "Sis, it smells so good. I want to try that locust flower cake Ali made too," Sang Ji said, tugging at Sang Ying's hand. Truth be told, she wanted to try it as well. But when the others had returned, they had stayed indoors the entire time. All those children outside had helped wash flowers and boil water, which made it embarrassing for them to go out now. Seeing Sang Ing remain motionless, she dropped her hand, opened the door, and ran out. "Little sister." Sang Ing chased after her. The sudden opening of the door startled everyone in the courtyard. Sang Li was equally surprised. She hadn't expected anyone else to be home. "You two are here. Come over and try this locust flower cake." Sang Ying's face burned with embarrassment, but she still walked over, took 2 pieces of cake, and retreated to the room with Sang Ji. Sang Li didn't understand. Was the room really that fragrant? Sang Chi was speechless as well. What were those 2 sisters playing at? They took the cakes without even a word of thanks. With so many people around, it wasn't as if they'd be devoured alive. They made it seem like they had been deliberately left out. The other children had never seen the 2 sisters before and curiously asked Sang Jin about them. Upon learning they were his sisters, they resolved to call them sister when they met next time, even though they had never met before. Sang Li steamed the rest of them as well. By the time the second batch was ready, the locust flower honey had finished simmering. Sprinkled with honey, the treats tasted even better, and the little children wolfed them down, with delighted squeals clamoring for Sang Li to be their elder sister, which made little Sang Jin so angry, he tried to shoo them all away, insisting she was his sister alone. After eating their fill, the children went home reluctantly. Sang Jin's sister, will you go picking flowers again tomorrow? They could help her gather them as long as she would make them more of that sweet cake. I will. You can all go pick these flowers these next few days and bring them to me, and I'll give you a reward, all right? A sudden idea had struck her. She could make locust flower honey to sell. It was convenient, delicious, and should sell well. This season offered an abundance of blossoms, and most of them were edible. She could gather them and turn them into flower honey for sale, another source of income. She also tried adding diluted spiritual spring water, which made the flavor even better. That evening she shared the idea with her family and let them taste the locust flower honey she had made. This novel delicacy made their eyes light up, and they all agreed it was feasible. It could be used to dip pastries in or brewed in water, and wealthy families in town would surely love it. Sang Eugene made the final decision. The women and children of the family would stay home to simmer the flower honey. They would first make a batch and take it to town to test the market. If it sold well, they would seize the remaining blooming season and have the whole village pick locust flowers. As for the men, they would continue building the house at the end of the village. Everyone would divide the labor. Early the next morning, the villagers saw Li Xiaofan leading a few daughters-in-law and children beneath the locust trees, gathering fallen blossoms and knocking petals down with long poles. Xiaofan, what are you doing? Several of Li Xiaofan's close friends among the village women asked. Li Xiaofan laughed and said, It's Ali. She made a new kind of food using these locust flowers. We all tasted it and thought it was quite good, so we're planning to make some and sell it in town. It's just something fresh, since we're building a house and don't have much income right now. The old women exclaimed in surprise. These flowers can be eaten, and helped her gather them as well. I didn't know they were edible either, but she's always tinkering with things, and somehow she actually managed to make something out of them. Her face practically radiated the words, Isn't my granddaughter amazing? Little Ali really has become clever ever since she woke up, one of them said. One day we saw her fussing around in the wasteland at the end of the village. At first we laughed at her for messing about, but that barren land actually sprouted green shoots under her care. And now she's even found a new use for these locust flowers nobody wanted. After lunch, Li Xiaofan had the whole family wash and simmer the flowers. Sang Li was worrying about what to use as containers when her eyes fell on the swaying bamboo leaves. Grandma, can we cut down some of those bamboo trees by the stream behind the mountain? We can, but if we cut too many, we'll have to inform the village head. That's fine. We'll just cut a few for now, otherwise we won't have anything to put all this flower honey in. After we sell it in town, we can buy some jars. The family had no spare jars, and bamboo tubes would be quite convenient. All right, then I'll go find your grandpa and have him cut a few down. She wiped the water from her hands and headed out. Grandma, remember to tell Grandpa to cut the thick ones. Sang Li called out after her. Ali, come take a look. Is it time to add the honey yet? Yi Qiutong called from the kitchen. Sang Li hurried inside and saw that the water had mostly evaporated. Yes, mother. Keep simmering it, and once it can be drawn into threads, it's just about done. And so Sang Li acted as the director, and the great flower honey simmering campaign began. Sang Eugene carried a bamboo stalk and set it down in the yard. Phew, this one's heavy. Plenty of new shoots have sprouted this year. New shoots, bamboo shoots. Sang Li rushed out of the kitchen. Grandpa, are you saying there are lots of new shoots in the bamboo forest? Yes, so many they're almost blocking the path. Few people ever went into the bamboo forest, so naturally it had grown this lush. Why hadn't she thought of it? Bamboo shoots. This was the perfect season to eat them. They were rich in protein, low in sugar, low in fat, and high in fiber, and there were countless ways to prepare them: stir-fried, pickled, braised, or dried to enjoy in winter. Haha, Grandpa, I've just thought of another great way to make money. You don't mean those shoots in the bamboo forest, do you? Those are bitter and astringent. They don't taste good. During the chaos of war, when there was nothing to eat, people had dug them up and tried them, but they were bitter and harsh, and some even got diarrhea from eating them. Unless there was absolutely nothing else to eat, nobody would go digging for those. Grandpa, that's just because they weren't cooked the right way. Don't worry. If we make them the way I know, they'll definitely be delicious. I guarantee you'll want more after just one bite. She couldn't help but swallow. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. She taught Sang Eugene how to craft the bamboo tubes complete with lids just right for holding the locust flower honey. The finished tubes even carried a faint fragrance of bamboo. In a single day, they simmered 2 large pots of flower honey, enough to fill nearly 60 bamboo tubes. Early the next morning, Li Xiaofan led Su Wan and Yi Xiaotong in making locust flower cakes. Because Sang Li mentioned a method called tasting samples, they made a plate of locust flower cakes and brought them along. If people tried them and liked them, they would naturally buy. Feng Hui, however, didn't see it that way. She thought it was a complete waste of effort, especially using white flour to make pastries for people to eat for free. She couldn't even eat such things herself, and it pained her heart just to think about it. In the end, she found an excuse to slip away. When Sang Li and the others arrived in town, it happened to be the busiest time of day. They found a corner and set up their stall. Sang Chi and Sang Li stood in front of it, hawking their wares, locust flower honey for sale. Don't miss it if you're passing by. Fresh locust flower cakes free to taste. Come take a look, everyone. The siblings were good-looking, especially Sang Li, fair and tender-skinned, and their novel cries drew the attention of all the curious. Sang Chi had initially been reluctant to shout, feeling it was embarrassing, but after the first cry left his mouth, it didn't seem so shameful after all, and he began hawking with even more vigor. What is locust flower honey? Never heard of it. Is it good? Asked a plump Annie in green clothes. Auntie, this locust flower honey is made by simmering locust flowers with honey. It's delicious. You can dip pastries in it or brew it in water. As she spoke, she took a piece of locust flower cake, dipped it in the honey, and offered it. Please have a taste. Yang Meishua smelled the fragrance of the pastry, sweet and tempting, and found herself intrigued. She took the cake from the young girl's hand. The pastry was soft and sticky, and with the locust flower honey, it was even more sweet and delicious, leaving a faint lingering sweetness that wasn't cloying. It was her first time tasting something like this. Not bad indeed. How much is your locust flower honey? Auntie, it's 10 won per jar. But if you buy 2 jars, you get 1 free, so on average it's only about 7 won a jar. And look how big these bamboo tubes are. We still have to pick the flowers, simmer them, and craft the tubes by hand. We're only making a bit of hard-earned money. Yang Meishua had originally thought 10 won a jar was pricey, but with the buy 2 get 1 free deal, she figured she was getting a bargain. Give me 2 jars. She counted out 21 and handed it over. Seeing someone actually buying, the others crowded forward to taste the samples. It was something novel, something they had never eaten before, and the 60 jars of honey were snapped up in an instant. The tasting cakes were finished too. Those who hadn't managed to buy complained, "How is it already gone? I didn't even get a chance to grab one." Dear customers, we only made a limited amount today. The day after tomorrow, we'll be back at this same spot with more. If you want to buy, come early. After all, locust flower honey can only be made while the flowers are in bloom. Scarcity breeds desire, and only what lingers in the mind drives people to buy. Why the day after tomorrow? Because they needed a full day to simmer the flower honey. Sang Li calculated that buying jars would drive up the cost too much, so it was better to stick with bamboo tubes, even if it meant more work for the family. Clutching the money in their hands, everyone headed home joyfully. Although the buy 2 get 1 free deal looked like a loss at first glance, the raw materials cost almost nothing, so in the end they still turned a tidy profit. After returning home and tallying the day's earnings, the 60 jars of flower honey brought in 451, a single day's income equaling 1 to 2 months' wages from regular labor. Sang Kongxing couldn't help but be astonished. Selling honey for a day earned more than his month of grueling labor. Clearly this business was worth pursuing. Feng Hui was equally amazed that merely boiling flowers in water could yield so much profit. If her natal family took up the trade, they could earn a fortune as well. Her mind began to churn with possibilities once more. All household income flowed into the common purse held by Li Xiaofan. The family had not yet split their household, and she alone managed the distribution of funds. Noticing everyone's enthusiasm, Li raised the matter of bamboo shoots. Since they were seasonal and would turn tough and inedible once past their prime time, was of the essence. With complete faith in her judgment, they trusted her implicitly. The next morning, Li Xiaofan gathered the children to gather locust blossoms throughout the village, while Sang Eugene led his sons to cut bamboo and dig up tender shoots. The new village committee building constructed with local help required no constant supervision. The family worked tirelessly through the night preparing goods for the market at dawn. They packed nearly 200 jars of honey. By now the village locust trees were stripped bare, along with a large basin of spicy cold bamboo shoot salad. They also gathered plenty of bamboo leaves and chopsticks for tasting samples. Concerned about carrying so many goods, Sang Eugene insisted their eldest son, Sang Dehong, accompany them. By the time they reached town and set up at the same stall, a crowd had already gathered. "You're finally here? Quick, give me 2 jars. Sang Li found herself puzzled. Why so many people waiting? It seemed her supply might run short. It turned out those who had purchased the honey the previous day had brewed it into drinks and used it in pastries. The elderly and children at home loved it, and afterward they felt lighter and more energetic. Word spread quickly, so when people heard she'd be selling again today, they arrived at dawn fearful of missing out. In no time the honey was snatched up, leaving the cold bamboo shoots untouched. Others who missed out on the honey were about to leave when Sang Li hurriedly invited them to taste the bamboo shoots. At first they hesitated, thinking young bamboo shoots must be bitter and astringent. But once they tried them, they were delighted by the crisp texture and sweet flavor. The chili peppers added a satisfying heat that went down the throat, making the 3-1 proportion price seem reasonable given how delicious it was. Before noon even arrived, the entire basin of cold bamboo shoots had been sold. Li Xiaofan joyfully weighed the money pouch in her hand. Today had been another profitable venture. Just as they were preparing to depart, a carriage rushed over, and a middle-aged man stepped down, hurrying toward them. "Miss, please wait a moment." Seeing a strange man approaching their niece, Sang Dehong quickly shielded Sang Li behind him. Realizing their misunderstanding, He Chu hastily explained, "I am the manager of Fuyuan Restaurant. My name is He Chu." Only upon learning that he was the proprietor of the town's largest restaurant did Sang Dehong step aside. "I wonder what the manager needs from me." "Fuyuan Restaurant. That belonged to the 8th prince, didn't it? The situation is this. Yesterday my wife purchased your locust blossom honey and found it exceptionally fine. I would like to propose a business arrangement," he explained directly. He himself had tasted the honey the previous day and felt refreshed after a long day's work. Upon inquiry, he learned it came from a farming household selling in town. Such an excellent product, if featured at a restaurant, would undoubtedly bring in great profits day after day. Sang Li's interest peaked at the prospect of a transaction. Selling at this spot every day was hardly sustainable, and other floral honeys would come in season. She had been considering opening a permanent shop, but having an established distributor meant she could focus solely on supply, a much lighter burden. "What manner of arrangement did you have in mind?" Noting that everyone else was looking to Sang Li for guidance, He Chu, though surprised, respected capable individuals. Her family produced a child who could compose poetry at age 3, so clearly she was the decision-maker. "Would you accompany me to the restaurant for further discussion, miss?" Sang Li nodded, and the group boarded the carriage. Having never ridden in one before, they sat stiffly, awkwardly avoiding eye contact. He Chu observed their composed demeanor and grew even more impressed. Such poise was uncommon among peasant families, and even the children sat upright, without fidgeting or looking around. They arrived at Fuyuan Restaurant just as lunch hour began, and He Chu invited them to dine inside. Sang Li found the food decent, as one might expect from the town's finest establishment, yet somewhat bland, lacking the spice she preferred. After the meal, He Chu served pastries and tea. "Miss, I wish to secure an exclusive arrangement for your honey, sold only at our restaurant going forward. The price remains 10 per jar. What are your thoughts?" As a shrewd merchant, he saw the margins clearly. 10 per jar at retail, but his restaurant was the premier establishment in town, serving affluent customers who would gladly pay double. The profit potential was substantial. "I agree, but there is one condition. You must cover transportation costs." "Transportation fees. You would send someone to collect from my home. This would save me considerable time." "That poses no problem. We could visit every 3 days. There is one more matter I must clarify in advance. Honey is seasonal. Once the locust blossom period ends, that particular variety will no longer be available. However, I can produce other types of floral honey." The implication was clear. Did he still wish to proceed? He Chu considered this carefully. "As long as the honey meets our standards, we will accept it. However, we must inspect the goods first. I trust you have no objections." For any product consumed, safety was paramount. Naturally, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. They drafted a written agreement specifying the purchase price for locust blossom honey with no quantity limits and promising the same terms for other varieties once they passed inspection. Then let us cooperate with Pleasure Manager, Sang Li extended her hand. Chu did not immediately understand the gesture, but Yi Chodong quickly drew her daughter's hand back. She seemed unaware of the proprieties between men and women. Sang Li offered an embarrassed smile, realizing she had forgotten the strict social boundaries of the era. By the way, manager, I have another proposition for you. Would you be interested? Watching the young girl's eyes dart back and forth with that shrewd gleam, he found her rather endearing. Please speak, miss. Sang Li hurriedly produced the cold bamboo shoots she had saved, though the portion was modest, originally intended as her own provisions for the journey. This is a new dish I discovered. Please taste it, manager, she said, handing him a pair of bamboo chopsticks. He gazed at the tender white strips resting on green leaves, catching a whiff of pungent heat and a sweet freshness unlike anything he had encountered before. Picking up the chopsticks, he sampled the dish. The texture was crisp and tender, refreshing and appetite-stimulating. The vivid red pieces within were likely the foreign chili peppers he had tasted previously. I wonder what arrangement you have in mind, miss. These are bamboo shoots, also seasonal in nature. Once the season passes, they will no longer be available. I know several ways to prepare them, and I can sell you the recipes. We will dig the shoots ourselves and sell them to you at 5 won each. What do you think? The bamboo grove beside the stream was extensive, yielding ample harvests. They could recruit villagers to assist and compensate them fairly, ensuring everyone shares in the profits. Chu had never expected something that famine victims wouldn't even eat to become such a rare delicacy. However, the essence of this dish lies in these fiery red chilies, which are only available from foreign lands. Without them, the dish loses its soul. If we source chilies from abroad, our costs would be prohibitively high. His implication was clear. It simply wasn't cost-effective. That's right. Chilies did not exist in this era, but she did. Shopkeeper, I'll be frank with you. I've discovered a patch of these chilies that I can harvest temporarily as a stopgap measure. My newly planted ones are already sprouting and will bear fruit shortly. By then your worries will be resolved and chilies can be used in many other dishes. Upon hearing that she could solve the chili problem, why wait any longer? Since the young lady can supply chilies, I'll make this deal with you. Chilies were exceedingly rare, and he had once attempted cultivation himself, but nothing had survived, likely due to improper techniques. This transaction promised guaranteed profit with no risk. Sang Li wrote down a recipe for cold tossed bamboo shoots along with several other preparation methods and sold them for a total of 180 taels. She also collected a 5-tael deposit for chilies and bamboo shoots. Manager, he saw them off by carriage. Those seated inside felt as though they were floating on air. None could believe their granddaughter, niece, or daughter was so remarkable. She had struck up a relationship with the manager of Fuyuan restaurant and casually earned over 180 taels. When the carriage entered the village, everyone noticed the Fuyuan restaurant emblem hanging from its front. They wondered which family had connections with the town's grand restaurant, only to see the carriage head directly to Sang Yojin's home. The ones who stepped down were Li Xiaofan, accompanied by her eldest son's family, as well as Yi Qiutong, Sang Li, and the siblings Sang Qi. As the carriage departed, everyone pressed against Sang Yojin's gate to observe. Bless my soul, this Sang family has actually hooked up with the town's largest restaurant. Everyone please return home. The village head will share good news with you later. Having said this, Li Xiaofan closed the courtyard gate. The crowd dispersed, yet they were all racked with curiosity, desperate to know what wonderful news awaited. Sang Li shared her plans with everyone, and Sang Yujin agreed. Why should we keep wealth to ourselves, he reasoned. Don't they say that fellow villagers should not be enemies? Should one carelessly offend, progress becomes impossible. Sang Yujin immediately sought out the village head to discuss the matter. Sang Yufeng naturally agreed without hesitation. This was an opportunity for everyone to earn money without leaving the village. Only a fool would refuse. After dinner, Sang Yufeng gathered everyone at the square. I've called you here because I have good news to share. Village head, what good news? Do tell us quickly. Yes, speak quickly. Sang Yufeng cleared his throat. Brother Sang Yojin's family has partnered with Fuyuan restaurant in town, supplying them with locust flower nectar and bamboo shoots. We now need everyone's help. Women will gather and wash locust flowers at a rate of 1 per 2 jin. Men will dig bamboo shoots, the tender shoots from the bamboo groves, at 1 per jin. Anyone interested come forward and sign up. The crowd gasped in amazement. They never imagined that things they had always looked down upon could become ingredients. If only they had known earlier. But there was no such thing as an earlier. Everyone scrambled to sign up. Aside from digging bamboo shoots, none of the tasks required heavy labor, and children could join the gathering. The men, all experienced in farming, could easily dig dozens or even hundreds of jin of bamboo shoots, earning over 101, far more than what they could make working elsewhere. They couldn't stop praising how fortunate their family was sharing prosperity without forgetting the villagers. Just look at all this showiness. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have let anyone earn a single coin from her. Look at Sang Li and then look at her own useless daughters. What good were they? After the meeting, everyone was filled with energy. Women and children set off to gather flowers, collecting as much as they could. If it weren't for the approaching dusk, the men would have rushed into the bamboo groves immediately to dig up hundreds of jin. With all the hands at home occupied, only Sang Li and Yi Xiaotong knew how to keep accounts. After much deliberation, they decided to bring back Sang Wu, who was apprenticing at a medical clinic. In the past, it had been the only way to put food on his table, but now that the family had pressing matters to attend to, and there was little left for him to learn there. Su Wan and Sang Li traveled to town once again, first stopping at Yongchun Hall, where the eldest son apprenticed. The moment they entered, Sang Li nearly choked on the overwhelming scent of mugwort. The shop assistants lounged here and there while only one figure bustled about. No one greeted them upon entry. A clerk seated at the counter shouted, "Sang Wu, someone's here. Go see to them." The young man set down his work and ran out. Seeing who had arrived, he asked, "Mother, why have you come?" Su Wan gazed at her eldest son, emaciated with acne covering the backs of his hands, still wearing the same clothes he'd left home in. Perhaps he had grown taller, for his sleeves and pant legs hung loose, making him look as though he were dressed in a child's garments. Su Wan could no longer hold back her tears. "My son." Sang Wu caught his mother as she wept. He appeared somewhat healthier than when they last met. Turning his gaze to the young girl beside her with her porcelain white melon-shaped face, arched brows, and large watery eyes full of life, he said softly, "Big sister." "Sang Xiaoli." Sang Wu spoke in disbelief. Sang Li smiled, her eyes curving like crescents. "It's me, big brother." Had it truly been so long since he had returned home? His younger sister had changed so drastically that he barely recognized her. When his younger brother had visited last time, he had mentioned that Sang Li was no longer foolish, but he had refused to believe it. Now seeing it with his own eyes, he could only say, "This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Big brother, we've come to take you home." With the clinic so neglectful, lazy assistants, and only his brother working relentlessly, they were using him like a beast of burden. Sang Wu learned that the family had spent all their savings building a new house. Though work here was grueling, he at least earned over 10 cash coins per month. "But I know what you're about to say. Your sister has struck a business deal with Fuyuan restaurant in town, and our family now has a steady income. But we're overwhelmed with work at home, and there's little more for you to learn here. Come back with us." Su Wan understood her son's concerns and quickly interjected. Ever since the head physician had left, there had been nothing left to learn. Yet in times of hardship they had no choice but to let him stay and earn his keep. "Yes, big brother, your little sister is quite capable now." Seeing him hesitate, Sang Li resorted to her signature coquettish tactics. Before Sang Wu could respond, the clerk who had been standing by the counter spoke up first. "No, Sang Wu cannot leave. If he departed, who would handle the work?" Sang Wu shielded his younger sister behind him. "Ding Li, if you miss me so dearly, why not ask the manager and come with me?" This man was both lazy and sycophantic. Previously, Sang Wu had tolerated directing him around just to earn his meals, but now that he himself refused to work, there was no reason to indulge him. "Who misses you? Why abandon a decent position in town to return to the countryside?" He enjoyed the comforts of city life. Why would he go to some rundown village to till the soil like a peasant? "Then keep your mouth shut and do your work properly. From now on, since I won't be here, you'll have far more to handle. After all, you yourself once said, those who are capable should bear more responsibility." "You." Ding Li naturally detected the mockery in those words, yet he could not retort, for they were his own words from before. Originally, Sang Woo had wanted the shopkeeper to settle his wages for the month, but Sang Li insisted against it. Since only a few days had passed this month, even if calculated it would amount to merely 2 or 3 copper coins, and arguing over it would take half the day, better to simply forego it. Sang Woo was literate, skilled at accounting, and fluent in speech. Sang Li had originally planned to order jars for holding flower honey from her second uncle Sang Ziming. But now that they had reached an agreement, with Fuyuan Tower bamboo jars were no longer suitable. Both Su Wan and Sang Woo agreed to place the order elsewhere. Sang Woo knew of a supplier offering both reasonable prices and good quality. Though she did not understand why they avoided Sang Ziming, the fact that everyone in the family shunned him meant there must be good reason. Thanks to Sang Woo's outstanding social skills, he haggled the price of ceramic jars that could hold 10 jin down from 10 copper coins to 6, and even secured free delivery service. The shopkeeper's gaze followed them with a look of utter despair. After they left, he sighed deeply. That young man looked so refined, yet his bargaining was merciless. If he pressed any harder, I would have been ruined. Sang Li then took him to the fabric shop, where they had been before, and purchased 2 bolts of cloth for Sang Woo. The young man, over 1.80 meters tall, wore clothes that exposed his wrists, neck, and ankles, looking rather odd from every angle. Once back home, Su Wan could also spare some time to sew him a set of clean replacements. The ones most delighted to see their son and grandson return were Sang Eugene and Sang Dahong. "It is good that you are back, it is good that you are back." Looking at his son, who now towered over him, Sang Dahong's eyes grew moist. Among his 2 children, this eldest son had borne the greatest burden of his neglect. At that time, the family had simply been too poor. There was not even enough rice to fill the cooking pot. They had no choice but to send him out to find work. He did not expect to earn much, at least enough to ensure survival. "Father, I understand. Please do not cry." He understood everything. Even back then, the fact that they had sent him to apprentice rather than sell him off like so many others did filled him with gratitude for being born into such a loving family. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thanks to your sister's blessing, our family is growing better and better. It is good that you are back. The family is finally together once more. No matter how hard or poor life becomes from now on, we will never be separated again." That evening, everyone brought over flowers and bamboo shoots. Sang Woo recorded everything uniformly, settling their wages every 3 days. Each transaction was clearly documented on paper, and he would read aloud the weight each person had delivered, ensuring no one was miscalculated or overlooked. Sang Li couldn't help but marvel at his meticulousness. Such clear and thorough records meant no one could cut corners or cheat in the future. That night, she entered her spatial realm to check on the vegetables planted previously, among them chili peppers. Inghua happily leaped onto her shoulder. "Host, you have come. Help me plant chili peppers in the other plots, and then I will find a way to transplant them from the mountain and harvest them myself. The ones near the new house still need some time to mature." The human and the beast worked diligently within the space for a long while. Inghua scattered the seeds while Sang Li used her ability to accelerate growth. She feared that if the spiritual energy in the space were too potent, the chilies would differ from those grown outdoors, so she used only small stream water within the realm. Seeing the vibrant red expanse she had summoned into bloom, she left the space satisfied. Tomorrow they could be transplanted to the back mountain. The following day, Sang Li found an excuse to head up the mountain. Sang Yutong, uneasy about letting her go alone, accompanied her. Yi Qiudong knew her daughter possessed abilities others lacked. This trip up the mountain was likely for those stinging caterpillars they had discussed previously. After ascending the mountain, she devised an excuse to send Sang Yutong away, then moved to a spacious area and transplanted a large patch of chili peppers at once. "Fifth uncle, I found the place where I picked the stinging caterpillars last time. Come quickly." Hearing her call, Sang Yutong hurried toward the sound and spotted a large stretch of crimson below a small hill. "That must be the stinging caterpillars. There really are some here. Of course, if I say there are, there are. Fifth uncle, go back and have grandpa and everyone else come pick them. I will keep watch here." She sensed something approaching nearby, and it would not be safe for Sang Yutong to remain. "Why don't you go instead? I will stay and guard here." Though this was not deep wilderness, he still could not bear to leave her alone. "Fifth uncle, please go quickly. It is very safe here. Nothing will happen to me, and I will not wander off." After Sang Li repeatedly assured him, Sang Yutong filled a bamboo basket and descended the mountain to fetch others. The moment Sang Yutong departed Sang, Li felt something drawing near. She climbed a tree and took shelter. A massive white tiger appeared where she had just been standing. Its belly was greatly swollen, suggesting it carried cubs within. The white tiger approached the chilies, sniffed them, and found the scent alluring. It opened its mouth and took a bite. Though the pungent heat irritated its throat, the comforting aura that followed brought it undeniable pleasure. Seeing it was about to take another bite, Sang Li used her wood element ability to block its mouth. "Brother Tiger, if you keep eating these, it would be disastrous. These are my source of income." With its mouth restrained, the white tiger turned towards Sang Li's direction. What a soothing aura. It lumbered clumsily to the base of the tree, craned its neck upward to look at her, wearing an expression of endearing submission, as if it had truly gained sentience. "Let me test my spirit spring water. Do not make a sound, understood?" The white tiger seemed to comprehend her words and nodded solemnly. With a shift of Sang Li's will, a basin of water appeared beneath the tree. Smelling the familiar fragrance, the tiger bowed its head and lapped eagerly. Yet when it saw the basin empty, it seemed somewhat displeased. "Is there more?" "More?" Sang Li heard it clearly. It seemed the spirit spring water could indeed awaken intelligence. "You cannot drink any more. Your unborn cubs would not withstand it." Upon hearing that further consumption would harm its offspring, the white tiger gently nudged the basin in a gesture of thanks. "You had best leave now. I will give you more next time. My family is almost here, and you might frighten them." Though it marveled at how timid humans were, it found itself unable to refuse her words. Her aura carried something that inspired instinctive submission. "Thank you, human." Watching it depart, Sang Li murmured, "Inghua, why does it seem afraid of me? Though I am a fusion of divine deer and white tiger, I am still an ancient white tiger, and therefore their ancestor in a sense. You are my master, and after our bond was formed, you share my aura. It is only natural that they fear you." It hardly bore mentioning. The younger generation of white tigers had fallen so low as to be unable to awaken even basic intelligence. White tigers are the kings of the mountains, and even it fears me. Could I walk through the mountains unchallenged from now on? Many creatures without awakened intelligence still possess considerable aggression. Do not let your success go to your head. Indeed, the mountains harbored dangers far greater than she had imagined. It would be wise to remain cautious. When Sang Eugene arrived with the others, they found Sang Li darting through the crimson sea of chilies, harvesting tirelessly. Already a mound as high as a small hill had accumulated on the ground. He directed everyone to divide the labor. Women and children were to pick the chilies while the men carried them back. Little Sang Jin curiously bit into one and immediately teared up from the spiciness, amusing Sang Li greatly. She pulled him down beside the plants and secretly helped him rinse his mouth with mineral water. "Sister, it is so spicy. Who told you to be greedy? Stuffing everything into your mouth." She placed a piece of candy into his mouth. "Feel any better?" The rich, milky sweetness dispelled the burning sensation. "Delicious." Yi Qiudong noticed their little exchange and shook her head with a smile. Those two truly were a pair of comedians. Sang Wu had also witnessed it. His own sister could conjure things from thin air. His mouth gaped open in astonishment. Sang Li, pulling little Sang Jin to his feet, saw Sang Wu staring at her as though he had seen a ghost. She knew he had definitely seen everything. She gave an awkward smile, desperately hoping for a way to explain it away. Save me. Big brother, don't speak just yet. I need a moment to process this. It was such a dreamlike and utterly terrifying affair. Let's take these things back first and talk about it at home." Sang Li scratched her nose. Fine, so he knew now. At least this saved her from having to sneak around in secret. She exchanged a glance with Yi Qiudong and saw the worry in her eyes, wondering whether this decision had truly been the right one. In truth, Sang Li's decision to confide in everyone had been carefully considered. Through her time with them, she had come to understand what kind of people they were. Apart from a few exceptions, she was willing to trust them, willing to believe in this family. When she confessed that she possessed a magical treasure given by her master, everyone reacted only with surprise and concern, nothing more. Even after learning that she could conjure things from thin air, they showed no greed or envy. Instead, they urged her to protect her secret, that until her wings were fully grown, she must never reveal it to the world, or else they would be powerless to shield her. What was said today, I wanted to stay within these four walls. If I hear so much as a whisper outside that brings harm to our Lier, I will not tolerate it. I will cast the offender out of this family at once. Do you hear me? Li Xiaofan admonished them. Her precious girl's secret was simply too earth-shaking. Such an ability was utterly unprecedented in this world. For her to possess such power was nothing short of defying heaven. She was still young, and they should properly guide her sense of right and wrong. It seemed she would have to speak with sixth brother later, making sure the girl was well nurtured and educated so that she would never lose her way. Of course, she is a child we have watched grow up, and we naturally wish only the best for her. We would never speak carelessly and bring trouble upon her. They were one family bound together by shared honor and shared ruin. This principle they understood well. If her ability were ever exposed before she could protect herself, not only would she suffer, but the entire family would face disaster. Still, they would need to remind the children privately as well. Children's mouths were easily coaxed open, and with one careless slip, everything could come pouring out. Among the children in the house, Sang Wu was the oldest and understood the gravity of the matter and the danger it posed. Sang Bai and Sang Qi simply thought their younger sister was incredibly formidable, but they also knew this very power could harm her and silently resolved to protect her well in the future. Little Sang Jin had known long ago. This was a secret shared only between her and her elder sister. No one else knew, and she naturally would never speak of it. This way she could remain uniquely special in her sister's heart. Ever since Sang Li had revealed her secret to the family, she no longer bothered to hide it when taking things out from her space, except when Feng Hui and her daughter were at home. She had not told them, for with their kind of character, Sang Li did not trust them. She dreaded trouble above all. Li Xiaofan also cautioned her to keep a low profile. She should take out less grain and food from the space, and from time to time still go out to buy supplies lest prolonged oddities arouse suspicion. Sang Li naturally complied, occasionally taking a little something out to satisfy her cravings. The first time Fuyuan Tower came to collect the honey and bamboo shoots, the villagers all craned their necks in eager anticipation, for once the goods were hauled away, their very first wages would finally be settled. Miss Sang, manager, he sent me to collect the goods. Everything is in the courtyard. There are 8 jars of honey, roughly 10 jin each. We sell it at 10 yuan per jar, and each jar holds about 2 liang and 5. So one big jar is priced at 40 small jars. That comes to 400 yuan per jar. Take a look and see if there's any problem. The manager instructed me to go buy whatever you say, miss. Before He Wu set out, He Chu had told him to mind his manners and not cause any trouble. All right. There are 1,300 jin of stinging caterpillars at 10 yuan per jin, and 2,800 jin of bamboo shoots at 5 yuan per jin. The honey comes to 3 liang and 200 when the chili peppers 13 liang, and the bamboo shoots 14 liang. That makes 30 liang and 200 yuan in total. Check whether I've calculated correctly. It was Sang Wu who had worked out the numbers, paper and brush in hand, as he recorded everything beside them. No problem. Here is your money, miss. He Wu counted out the silver and handed it over. Sang Wu took it and tallied it again. No discrepancy. Then had the men load the goods onto the cart and haul them away. That evening the village head gathered everyone together to distribute the first round of wages. Cheers erupted all around. Even the household that earned the least had made over 100 yuan, while the more industrious ones earned 400 to 500. That was the equivalent of 2 or 3 months of working away from home. And here they could earn it without ever leaving the village. How could they not be overjoyed? Li Qinglan counted the 100-odd when in her hand, her gaze sharp enough to kill. Useless things. Money practically shoved into your mouths, and you still don't know to grab it. She conveniently forgot that in her household only her daughter-in-law and the girls had gone out to pick locust flowers. Her precious son had dug bamboo shoots for half a day, complained of exhaustion, and quit, managing only a few dozen jin. Most of the money had been earned by the womenfolk picking flowers day and night. But they did not dare talk back to her, or they would go hungry again. Over at Sang Pan's place, her grandmother's attitude was equally vicious, cursing them as worthless girls, good for nothing, but losing money, lacking both sense and earning ability. Sang Pan had long grown numb to such abuse, yet her hatred for Sang Li deepened with every word. Why did Sang Li always have to steal the spotlight? If she would just stop showing off, the old hag would not keep comparing her with Sang Li, and she would not look so utterly useless in contrast. Sang Li and Li Xiaofan happily counted their money. After paying out everyone's wages, they had cleared over 20 taels of silver in pure profit. She mused that for now the main business would remain locust blossom honey and bamboo shoots. Once the bamboo shoots were gone, she could look into other ventures. After the locust blossoms withered, she could still make other kinds of flower honey. In fact, she could easily set up a small workshop and hire the village aunties to work in it. She was certain they would be more than willing. But she would have to wait until the new house was built. Her father was also going to sit the imperial examinations this year, and she wanted to see how that went. If he passed, she could expand into other ventures. The village road also needed to be repaired. Didn't the saying go, if you want wealth, build roads first? From the village to the town was nearly 10 li of muddy path, clouded with dust on fine days and utterly impassable in the rain. To lead the villagers toward prosperity, she would first have to fix that road. It would also gift her father a handsome achievement in office, though that was a matter for later. These days, laughter and children's playful shouts could be heard everywhere in the village. The locust blossoms had already finished withering, and only the bamboo shoots remained good for perhaps half a month more. Sang Li had led the villagers to earn money together, and even the least industrious households had made several taels of silver. Naturally, those who worked harder earned more, and everyone was deeply grateful to her family, for without them, they would never have earned so much. An ordinary household could live on 2 taels of silver for a year, yet in just 2 short months, they had earned several years' worth of expenses. Their gratitude and joy were beyond words. The new house had now reached the critical stage of raising the ridgepole. Sang Eugene had specially gone to ask the clan chief to select an auspicious day. The clan chief had also heard how the family was leading the whole village to earn money together, and full of admiration for their great generosity, he agreed, without a moment's hesitation. Early in the morning, the whole family rose and bustled about. The candies and melon seeds had already been bought the day before in town by Li Xiaofan and Su Wan, who had also brought home the 3 children studying away from home. The ridgepole raising was a momentous occasion. Everyone in the family changed into new clothes, a fresh beginning in every sense. When the villagers heard the family was raising the ridgepole, they all rushed over to watch and offer congratulations. Sang Eugene grinned, so wide he could hardly close his mouth. When the auspicious hour arrived, the clan leader pasted the couplets prepared in advance and spoke words of good fortune. The Sang family reverently lit incense, cowed out, and then commenced the formal roof beam ceremony. Red silk ribbons were hung on both ends of the beam, with a Xuanjiera copper coin dangling beneath each ribbon, symbolizing peace and prosperity. After the beam raising was completed, several children from the Sang family scattered copper coins and candies from atop the structure, signifying flowing wealth and a sweet, blissful life. Below, the children scrambled eagerly to grab the scattered coins and sweets. Those who succeeded called out blessings, though there were also murmurs of envy. Yet with the clan leader present, no one dared voice them loudly, confining their complaints to hushed whispers. Once the formal beam raising concluded, the crowd dispersed. Sang Eugene announced that they would host a banquet for everyone during the housewarming celebration when they moved, as it was customary to invite the entire village for a 3-day feast. Fuyuan Restaurant. Xiao Qian had been away for 2 months on his journey, and upon returning, he found the establishment packed with guests, with people even lining up outside. What new creation has old he been experimenting with? Noticing his master's return, he hurriedly excused himself from attending to the customers and rushed forward. "My lord, you're back." "Old he, what have you been up to?" "Business is booming, even better than in the capital. I've developed some new dishes that I'd like you to try, my lord." He held deep gratitude for Miss Sang Li. When his new dishes initially went unappreciated and he feared ruin, she had suggested he offer sample portions first, then release limited quantities to create buzz, what she termed scarcity marketing, which ultimately built the reputation he needed. Following her strategy, he spent the first 2 days offering complimentary tastings before introducing daily limited rations. Word spread rapidly. Whether they had tasted the dishes or not, everyone grew curious about the famous restaurant, and soon it became a sensation. Those who had sampled the food returned repeatedly, and he prospered greatly. Xiao Qian examined the dishes before him. "Why have I never seen these before? What were those red berries in the food?" Curious, he picked one up with his chopsticks and tasted it, but the spicy heat seized his throat, and he quickly reached for tea to wash it down. Chu was startled. My lord, slowed down. This is called chili pepper. It's extremely pungent and used as a seasoning. Sang Li had explained this to him, mentioning that while the name foreign pepper suggested originated from foreign lands, they had decided to cultivate it domestically, which made sense to him. Chili pepper. Where did it come from? Chu proceeded to recount his interactions with Sang Li, his words filled with praise and admiration for her. Given how much he valued her, it was understandable. She had enabled him to profit significantly, so naturally, he held her in high regard. He had even visited her village and discovered she cultivated numerous unusual crops, including something called watermelon, which piqued his curiosity. Sang Li had promised to invite him once the harvest was ready. A 10-year-old girl possessing such wisdom and vision. He could hardly contain his eagerness to meet her. Moreover, the person Chu described felt strangely familiar to him. Indeed, adding this chili pepper to the dishes creates a truly remarkable flavor. Most traditional dishes tended to be rather bland, but the addition of this chili brought a lingering satisfaction that grew more compelling with each bite. These dishes should be promoted more widely or arranged for the restaurants in the capital as well. The capital city lacked many things, but it certainly didn't lack wealthy people. He wouldn't be losing money by prof them. Bamboo shoots are seasonal, and we've nearly exhausted our supply. We'll likely need to wait until next year. Hearing Chu's report, he felt a twinge of regret at missing the chance to extract more profits from those wealthy patrons. However, this flower honey could be promoted more broadly. Those ladies and young miss would likely appreciate it. In Sang Li's words, women's money was the easiest to make, especially from wealthy ones. The primary customers for the honey at his establishment were the wives and daughters of affluent families in town, willing to pay 500 cash coins per jar and competing fiercely to purchase it. He sold limited quantities daily, and anyone who wanted to buy had to act quickly, for once today's stock was gone, it was gone. When Sang Li learned of the pricing, she couldn't help but remark on the outrageous profits being made. This is pure profiteering. Yet the cheerful way he discussed it made Chu laugh and joke about giving her more money. Still, business required flexibility, and he could not allow anyone else to control his livelihood. The moment Xiao Qian tasted the honey, he recognized a familiar flavor. It carried the same essence as the water that girl had offered him. So that was why the person Chu described felt so recognizable. It was her. From now on, no matter what she brings us, we accept it. And remember, always offer the best price. Chu was astonished by his master's generosity, assuming the honey had similarly won him over, and quickly agreed. Just then someone announced, "Boss, the congratulatory gifts for Miss Sang have been packed, and we're ready to depart." "What kind of congratulatory gifts?" Xiao Qian asked. "Miss Sang's family is raising the roof beam for their new house today, so I'm delivering some gifts," and thought he'd check whether her watermelons were ripe. Xiao Qian glanced at the gifts. "Just this. It's far too meager. Prepare more." Why had he never noticed Chu's stinginess before? Chu's lips twitched in disbelief. He had prepared an entire cartload of items, everything conceivable, yet this was considered stingy. "Yes, my lord," he replied quietly, wondering why he had never encountered such generosity from him before. A horse-drawn carriage slowly made its way into the village from the entrance. Wu guided the driver's seat. He had visited the village often enough for everyone to know him. Seeing the line of carriages trailing behind the villagers, assumed they were here to transport goods, and after a brief gathering dispersed. Sang Li surveyed the courtyard overflowing with goods. "Manager, here are you restocking inventory." There were provisions, clothing, household items, and substantial quantities of cloth. "Miss speaks too modestly. It's an auspicious day, and we've come specially to congratulate you," he replied. These gifts weren't his own making, but had been prepared by his master, though he couldn't fathom what had prompted such generosity. "But this is far too much. Please take it back. One shouldn't accept rewards without merit." "What's wrong?" Sang Huijing emerged from the house, his eyes flicking at the courtyard's abundance. "Manager, these gifts are far too lavish." Chu's pupils contracted slightly upon recognizing Sang Huijing, the father of the young lady he served. He was the talk of Susui Town this year, having announced his intention to take the examinations. Everyone predicted he would succeed, and wagers had been placed on his ranking with odds reaching 1,000 to 1. 3 years prior, he had been the strongest candidate for advancement, yet he abandoned the exam, leaving countless people lamenting the loss. "I was wondering whose cleverness Miss Sang inherited. never expecting the talented scholar Sang to be her father. My apologies for the oversight, He Chu said. His master had also spoken highly of Sang Huaijing's wisdom and foresight. It was a pity he hadn't taken the examination 3 years ago. If he entered officialdom, he would surely serve the people well. His reputation was considerable. Manager, he is too kind. I should thank you for agreeing to cooperate with us. He was well aware that his daughter's partnership with Fuyuan Building reflected well on the establishment. Though it appeared to be an ordinary restaurant, those behind it possessed uncommon vision and compassion, having stepped forward to aid relief efforts during times of conflict. It is all due to your daughter's wisdom. Our cooperation benefits us both. This family continued to impress him. These items were also my master's doing. Compared to what your daughter has provided, which has brought us immense profit, these small gifts are hardly worth mentioning. Hearing this, Sang Li agreed that these gifts were indeed trivial compared to their earnings and accepted them with a clear conscience. Having received gifts, it would be rude not to reciprocate. Just then the watermelons in the field ripened. Father called brother along. Let's pick a few watermelons for manager, he as a return gift. She dared not force them to ripen too quickly, but a portion was already edible. Manager, we have nothing worthy as a gift in return, only a few fruits. We hope you won't mind. Not at all, not at all. Hearing the young lady speak of watermelons, I desire them greatly. At last he would get to see the legendary watermelon. Hearing they were going to pick melons, little Sang Jin was overjoyed. He had long eyed those big green-skinned melons, but his elder sister said they weren't ready to eat yet, so he could only go look at them every day. This also meant the village children were squatting in the watermelon field every day, a bunch of little sprouts like hedgehogs in a melon patch. Utterly adorable. The watermelon field lay at the foot of the mountain, not far from their new home. From a distance, one could see round green orbs scattered across the land, a spectacular sight. Sang Li taught them how to choose melons. The watermelons were round, about the size of a wash basin. They started pale green, turned deep green, and finally became smooth ink green. Unripe watermelon flesh was pale white, while ripe watermelon flesh was bright red. To tell if a watermelon was ripe, one tapped it with a finger. If it made a thumping sound, it was ready. Sang Li cut one open with a knife. The flesh was bright red without a single seed. Before it even reached her mouth, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted up. Manager, please have a taste. He Chu's mouth began to water at the mere sight. A sweet aroma assaulted his taste buds. With one bite, his lips and tongue were stained with crimson juice, sweet and refreshing, making one want to eat more and more. On this scorching summer day, it was sheer comfort and delight. Miss Sang truly grows remarkable things. My daughter obtained the seeds by chance from the western regions. At first, when she fussed over them at home, we thought she was messing around. Who'd have thought she actually made something of it? Sang Huaijing's words were full of pride. He Chu naturally caught the pride, yet he felt not the slightest irritation. Had he such a clever daughter, he would be even more boastful than Scholar Sang. In the end, He Chu loaded a cart full of watermelons and returned to Fuyuan Tower. Old He, where did you get all these green-skinned melons? Bison wondered. Could he have traded with foreigners again? He Chu grinned broadly. These are treasures, my friend. On the way back, he had thought of a brilliant way to make money. These melons were sweet and refreshing. After being chilled in a well for a while, they were incomparably thirst-quenching. If he could sell them in the capital, he could already envision silver coins flying toward him. They're in the backyard. He Chu rushed to the backyard with 2 watermelons, placed one in the well water to chill, and cut the other open on the stone table. Xiao Qian looked at him in confusion. What is this? Haha, this is a watermelon grown by Miss Sang. It's only found in the western regions. I sent her some things, and she gave me a cart full of these in return. Xiao Qian, seeing his smug look, felt like throwing him out. Clearly he had bought the gifts, yet the girl was grateful to He Chu. The more he thought about it, the more irked he felt. He Chu, your monthly allowance is cancelled. He Chu, who had been overjoyed, performed a disappearing smile. Huh? Why? What had he done? You've done nothing. I'm simply unhappy. Xiao Qian picked up a slice of watermelon. The red juice filled his mouth, sweet and refreshing. That girl truly had ideas. He Chu wore a face full of grievance. Another day of hard work without pay. You just said she gave you a cartful. Ah, yes. I had them all unloaded in the kitchen. Miss Sang said this watermelon tastes even better when chilled in well water. Xiao Qian nodded. Does she grow many? He Chu also guessed Xiao Qian's intention. She planted about 4 or 5 mu of them. Find some time to negotiate with her. Sell this to the capital and squeeze some money out of those deep pockets so they don't just hoard their wealth. The capital had no shortage of rich people. Even a minor county official raked in a fortune daily. Xiao went straight to find Sang Li without a moment's delay. When it came to making money, he wished he could fly, unable to wait even a single day. Hearing his purpose, Sang Li also grew interested. She had planted about 5 mu of watermelons watered with diluted spiritual spring water, resulting in an explosive harvest of nearly 10,000 melons. They certainly couldn't eat them all, since Xiao had a sales channel. And to the capital, that golden den full of wealthy people, she said, "We can cooperate, but this time the terms must change. Miss, feel free to make any proposal." This girl was his money tree. "This time the cooperation will be as follows. I provide the watermelons, you handle the sales. The final profits will be split 70-30, with you taking 70 and me 30. This way she wouldn't have to toil." Young as she was open-minded and clever, trading minimal profit for high returns. Though 30% seemed small, the manpower and transport costs from here to the capital were no small expense. "Very well, I'll do as you say. I'll go back and prepare, then send carts to pick the melons." After Xiao left, the whole family marveled at Sang Li's business acumen. "Seems we're going to be busy again. The new house is almost done and bamboo shoots are past their season. Most villagers are idle now. Let's hire people to pick the melons as before. It'll be easier on us too. With many hands, the work would be done in about 2 days. Little Ollie makes sense. Let's ask the villagers to help. It'll also earn them some extra income." Sang Eugene was now his granddaughter's devotee. Whatever she said, he agreed. When Xiao Qian heard from Xiao about Sang Li's cooperation terms, he smiled knowingly. "She's clever indeed. Then I'll send carts to pick the melons tomorrow." Miss Sang said, "Shipping from here to the capital takes time, so we should pick early. By the time they're fully ripe, they'll have arrived in the capital. Otherwise, they'd spoil on the road. First, send the ones you brought back to the capital, specifically to the Grand Princess's residence. I'll write a letter to my aunt. Once the watermelon's fame spreads in the capital, our melons will arrive just in time, and we're sure to make a killing." His aunt, the Grand Princess, Xiao, had no particular hobbies other than hosting banquets and poetry gatherings. She was always drinking tea or admiring flowers. In the capital, anyone who had never attended the Grand Princess's banquet was not considered a person of standing. Thus, people scrambled desperately to join her gatherings. When the villagers of Wuyin village heard that Sang Eugene's family was hiring people again to pick those green-skinned melons, and that they had partnered with Fuyuan Tower, once more they were green with envy. No wonder that family could make money. They had managed to grow something no one else had ever cultivated, and what's more, people actually bought it. There was simply no comparison. When everyone returned home after a day of melon picking, Sang Eugene gave each family a watermelon. They all cut them open and ate. Truly, you never know until you taste. One bite, and they were astounded. With such delicious melons, how could they worry about selling them? They all began thinking of asking the family for seeds to plant their own. Their fields were already planted with rice, but they had seen that the watermelon field was on barren land. At the foot of the mountain, there were several hundred mu of wasteland. If they reclaimed it and planted watermelons, they could turn waste into treasure. The following day, everyone approached Sang Eugene to ask if he could provide some seeds for them to cultivate as well. Sang Eugene consulted Sang Li on the matter, since she was the one who had grown them in the first place. To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure himself. Sang Li acknowledged that everyone's enthusiasm was commendable. The wasteland at the foot of the mountain, once cultivated, could yield hundreds of mu of arable land, and each household could plant a portion. Watermelons were indeed a rare commodity that would command good prices come summer. However, the planting season had already passed. While her spiritual spring water could accelerate sprouting, she couldn't possibly nurture hundreds of mu with it. Without the spiritual spring water, they simply couldn't grow them. Upon hearing they couldn't plant this year, everyone felt disappointed, but her words about next year restored their hope. Sang Eugene explained they would continue planting next year, and asked anyone interested to register with the village head in advance. His family would provide the seeds and handle the sales for everyone. The capital, the residence of the Grand Princess. Xiao reclined on her ornate chaise while a young attendant gently fanned her to cool the stifling heat. Clutching the letter in her hand, she spoke with playful irritation. "I've shown him nothing but affection, and this is how he repays me. only thinking of me when he needs something. Lang Si took the watermelon from the servant and offered a piece to Xiao, saying, "Your Highness, do taste it. I can already smell the sweetness." The flesh was a vibrant red, glistening and succulent, making him instinctively swallow hard at the sight. Xiao parted her lips and took a bite, the cool, sweet juice flooding her mouth and providing some relief from the oppressive heat. He's not entirely without merit, she thought. Then I suppose I can indulge him this once. Select 2 for my imperial brother. Tell him they're from Xiaoba, offered to honor me. As his younger sister, how could I enjoy these alone? She deliberately emphasized the word cart, recalling how her brother's face would turn green with rage. The thought made her want to climb his roof just to mock him, since he'd never behaved like a proper father figure. Lang Si watched her childish display with a gentle smile and slight shake of his head. By the way, send invitations to the madams of each household. In 3 days this princess invites them to admire the lotus. Don't forget those prominent clans either. The lesser officials in the capital truly lacked the wealth of those influential families. The madams who received the invitations were quite accustomed to such occurrences, since the grand princess's fondness for hosting banquets was well known to all. Yet this time, with such grand preparations and invitations extended to merchant families, they couldn't help but wonder what she had in mind. The ladies from the noble families also wore puzzled expressions upon receiving the invitations. After all, in the traditional hierarchy of scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant, the wives of officials held merchants in the lowest regard. This was the first time they'd been summoned with such fanfare, and they couldn't fathom the grand princess's intentions. The emperor stared at the 2 green-skinned melons before him, nearly smashing them in frustration. That unfilial son had sent an entire cart to his aunt, while leaving him with nothing. And on top of that, his own sister would use this to mock him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. "Father, if you won't have them, I'll take them." The 8th prince had also brought several back for the emperor to try, a wonderful refreshment for summer. When the goods arrived at Fuyuan Pavilion, he intended to secure an entire cart for himself. Hearing his 6th son speak of taking them, the emperor grew anxious. "Begone. These were given to me by your younger brother. If you want any, go ask him yourself." Though they passed through another's hands, the items had been transported back by the 8th prince, so in the emperor's mind they still counted as his gift. He consoled himself with this reasoning. Xiao Qishuan merely grunted. "Then I suppose I won't take them. I may not have a whole cart like my aunt, but at least I have 7 or 8. Enough to last me for some time." With that he waved his fan and departed. It was a cutting blow, too cruel to bear. The emperor felt completely isolated, as though everyone possessed something he did not. Manager Li watched him with quiet resignation, sensing there was no point in offering further comfort. It seemed the 8th prince hadn't yet cooled his temper. Rumor had it he'd specifically traveled to Linzhou to disrupt that person's business dealings, and the man had grown so furious he fell ill. 3 days later, the lotus viewing pond in the suburbs of the capital. Here lay a lotus pond spanning over 100 mu, originally constructed by an emperor of the previous dynasty for his beloved concubine, who held a particular fondness for lotus flowers. After both the emperor and concubine passed away, the estate was granted to the concubine's daughter. When the Xiao family later claimed the throne, the concubine's daughter took her own life, and Emperor Xiao bestowed this grounds upon the Grand Princess Xiaotan. It was the peak blooming season for the lotus. A gentle breeze swept across the pond, sending ripples through the water as the leaves and blossoms swayed gracefully, seeming to dance in the current. Several dragonflies fluttered above the surface, completing what was truly a picture of refined elegance and purity. While the ladies and young misses enjoyed boat rides upon the pond and recited poetry, a sharp cry rang out. "The Grand Princess has arrived." Xiaotan wore a jade-blue robe embroidered with misty patterns, paired with a pleated skirt featuring scattered floral motifs and green grass designs. A pale blue sheer veil draped over her shoulders, accentuating her slender figure and porcelain skin, exuding the quiet grace of an orchid. Her delicate features outshone the flowers around her, every expression captivating those who witnessed it. Indeed, she remained more beautiful than the blossoms themselves, a fitting testament to why she had been renowned as the capital's foremost beauty in her youth. "We pay our respects to your highness, the Grand Princess." The assembled ladies offered their greetings in unison. Xiaotan took her seat at the head. "Please, there's no need for such formality. I've invited you all simply to enjoy the flowers. Let yourselves relax." Yet they remained rather reserved, for losing composure before the Grand Princess was no trivial matter. They still recalled how 2 years prior a newly appointed official's daughter had lost her restraint and publicly accused the Grand Princess of scandalously keeping male companions, an indiscretion everyone in the capital already knew about, and one the emperor himself had never objected to. Despite this, the young woman had dared to speak out, and as a result, she was stripped of her position the following day and exiled to the frontier, banned from returning to the capital for life. In the sweltering heat, fans offered little relief. The more they fanned themselves, the hotter they grew. But with the Grand Princess present, they could only persist through their discomfort. Once the moment felt right, Xiao signaled for chilled watermelons to be brought forward. "This is a fruit I've recently acquired. It's perfect for such a hot summer. Do give it a taste." None of the ladies had ever seen such a fruit before, but since the Grand Princess was already eating, they each took a piece and tried it. "Wow, this fruit is incredibly delicious." "Your Highness, what kind of fruit is this?" Upon seeing them finally taking the bait, Xiao revealed, "This is watermelon. Xiao Ba acquired it from foreign lands and sent some to honor his aunt. I've invited you all here today not only to admire the flowers, but also to let you taste this novelty." Everyone hastened to praise the 8th prince's filial piety, noting how he remembered his aunt even when acquiring rare treasures. Then they thought of their own families and decided it was better not to dwell on it. Who doesn't enjoy hearing flattering words? Xiao Tan's smile never once faded from her lips. "Your Highness, might the 8th prince be able to procure more of these fruits? We'd also like our families to taste them." Though wealth was not a concern for them, foreign goods presented challenges. Beyond the difficulties of transportation alone, they couldn't even locate a seller. "Indeed, Your Highness, these fruits are truly wonderful for beating the heat. The price is of no consequence at all." Having only sampled one piece moments before, they found it far from satisfying. "Xiao Ba mentioned to me that he has acquired a supply and expects it to arrive in the capital within several days. It will be sold at Fuyuan Pavilion, but quantities are limited. If you wish to purchase some, I'd advise doing so promptly. Once this batch is gone, there will be none remaining." With this revelation, everything became clear, the true purpose behind the Grand Princess's gathering. She intended for them to fund the 8th prince's enterprise, and they complied willingly, for the melon was genuinely exquisite. Thus the watermelon from Shigua's farm swept through the capital. Those who had tasted it spoke of it as if it were miraculous. Rumor had it that the Fuyuan restaurant would begin selling them within days. To secure some, the ladies arrived at dawn to line up at the restaurant's entrance, all there to place advance orders. The threshold of the Fuyuan restaurant was nearly trampled flat by the crowd. The manager registered each buyer, limiting purchases to 2 melons per person. At 10 taels of silver apiece, thousands were ordered before a single melon even reached the city. Counting the silver notes, the manager smiled so broadly his teeth disappeared from view. He has ruined so many of my businesses and now dares to buy melons on such a grand scale to make profit. Order it. Heave down halfway and smash every single one. Let him earn nothing." As he thought about his own ventures being destroyed by the man, his chest ached again. What do that melon taste like? Xiao Qili sat in his carriage, gazing at the sea of people flocking to the Fuyuan restaurant to place orders. This subordinate does not know either. Ever since those ladies attended the eldest princess's banquet, the melons seemed to have suddenly become all the rage. He had not tasted one himself. "Go ahead and order 2. There was no need to ask. Curiosity drove him. Meanwhile, Sang Li's melons were all harvested and the convoy was already en route to the capital. Those who had departed earlier should be arriving soon, and their family had also chosen an auspicious day to move into their new home. Gazing at the blue brick building with its grand tiled roof, Sang Li couldn't help but feel moved. "What are you staring at, daughter?" sang Wapis, over noticing her lost in thought before the door. "We finally get to live in a big house." Sang Huai was rubbing her hair. "Yes, it's all thanks to our little Ailey. We are a family, father." "You must not say such things." "Very well. Let us go inside and see your room. If you need anything, tell me." The house was spacious, with each family having its own private courtyard. The main courtyard was for the elderly couple Sang Eugene. The first, second, and third families lived in the right courtyard, while the fourth, fifth, and sixth families occupied the left. Each family's courtyard had 4 rooms. When the house was built, the number of rooms was planned according to the family members. Since each household had only 2 children, there was 1 room per child. Because the family had not yet divided into separate households, they shared meals together and did not build additional stoves. However, a patch of open ground was left behind for anyone who wished to construct a small kitchen. Looking at her own room, she saw the wooden bed made by Sang Kongsheng, a 2-meter-wide bed along with a vanity and a wardrobe all crafted from wood. She had once complained the wardrobe was too small and asked Sang Kongsheng to build an enormous one that almost spanned an entire wall. She found the bed too firm, so she retrieved a Simmons mattress from her spatial dimension and laid it out. The bedding consisted of fine silk quilts, warm in winter and cool in summer. Li Xiaofan had given 20 taels to each household for furnishings. Their family had only purchased a few items as a formality. She already had everything she needed in her spatial dimension, so most of what they bought was stored away. She had also replaced everyone's clothing with finer garments. Sang Huai's couple's room often received visitors, and she feared that someone might accidentally discover their secret. So they replaced the covers with coarse cloth ones purchased from town, though the quilts inside were still made of silk. Young Sang Jin's bed came with a panda-patterned quilt cover. He adored it. So soft and fluffy, and especially delightful was that the bed could bounce. He played with it tirelessly. From now on, he would sleep in his own room, making him the first among his friends to have a private space. All of them still slept with their parents. He was determined to go and show off proudly. Because they were hosting the villagers for a flowing stream, feast, Li Xiaofan, Yi Qiutong, and Fong Hui set off early in the morning to town for provisions. Su Wan took the younger children to clean the house, while the men went to the mountains to hunt for game. Sang Li naturally accompanied them into the mountains. Near the edge of the deep forest, they had not spotted any prey. Sang Yutong was about to lead everyone back when Sang Li sprinkled some spiritual spring water on the ground. This drew out several pheasants and rabbits. Sang Dehong, armed with a prepared net, captured them all in one sweep. A little squirrel sniffed the air and hopped over. Humans, leave quickly. The big fellows are coming. Sang Yutong also heard the commotion, the heavy footsteps of large beasts. Run. Something big is approaching. There's no time. Father uncles climbed the nearest tree, she shouted as they scrambled up the closest trees. At the spot where she had just sprinkled water, 2 wild boars appeared. Judging by their size, each weighed nearly 600 or 700 jin. Everyone gripped their hatchets nervously. This was Sang Li's first time seeing such massive wild boars. The wild boars rooted around in the mud, seemingly finding nothing to eat. Frustrated, they paced wildly, then suddenly charged straight at the tree Sang Li was clinging to. "Ali!" Sang Hui pulled out a shout. Sang Li hugged the tree trunk as the wild boar's impact made it shake violently. Her tree was not particularly large, and with 2 boars charging from opposite sides, it would not hold much longer. "They want your divine water," whispered the little squirrel. No matter how much the wild boars drank, they would never gain spiritual awareness. Meanwhile, the others shouted loudly, hoping to draw the boar's attention away. But the beasts remained fixated on Sang Li's tree, showing no intention of stopping until they knocked her down. "Fifth uncle, did you bring the narcotic drug?" The village hunters always carried some numbing medicine and wound remedies when heading into the mountains, just in case of injury. "I brought it, but I can't reach you now." "Then give it to this squirrel. It will bring it to me." "Little squirrel, please fetch that for me, and I'll treat you to something delicious later, alright? Just giving me that water will suffice." With a light flick, the squirrel leaped far away. Seeing the squirrel before him, Sang Yutong was utterly astonished, yet he placed the numbing medicine into its mouth. The little squirrel, once it had the item, bounced back in a flash and returned to the tree where Sang Li was. Sang Li took the water pouch from her body, and while appearing to administer the numbing medicine, secretly filled it with spiritual spring water. She then tossed the pouch onto the ground. The wild boars caught the familiar scent and charged forward, tearing the pouch apart with their tusks. The water spilled everywhere, and the boars rooted in the mud, consuming both grass and soil greedily. Apparently unsatisfied, they resumed battering the tree. "Fifth uncle, is your medicine working?" I feel like they're even more excited now. If they didn't fall soon, the tree would break. Sang Yutong was also puzzled. That drug was potent. It could easily knock out an ox. Perhaps the time hasn't come yet. Hardly had he finished speaking when both boars began swaying unsteadily as though drunk. They staggered and bumped around for a moment before collapsing. After about 15 minutes, they cautiously descended from the trees and probed the boars to confirm they were truly unconscious. Sang Yutong raised his blade and swiftly slit their throats. Sang Dehong and Sang Kongsheng searched for strong vines to bind the carcasses. But one boar weighed nearly 800 jin, and even the four of them could barely lift one. Sang Li instructed them to carry one down first, and then return for the other. Everyone refused, insisting that real dangers lurked in the mountains. Don't worry. I'll stay right here in the tree and go nowhere. If you don't leave now, more big beasts will appear. Sang Li exchanged a glance with Sang Huai, who immediately understood. Let's carry it down first. If we linger any longer, none of us will make it out. He knew his daughter's abilities. She would not be in danger in the mountains. Once they had departed, Sang Li asked Dinghua, "Did you truly sense that the tiger was in danger?" "Yes, I felt the mourning cries of its soul. It carried the bloodline of the White Tiger clan, so it could sense such things." Deep within the mist-shrouded mountains, a pack of wolves eyed the two white tigers with predatory hunger. The male tiger guarded the female, while she, drenched in blood, shielded the tiny white tiger cub beneath her. With a howl, the wolf pack attacked. The white tiger moved like lightning through their midst, its flesh torn and bleeding from wolf bites and claws, yet it refused to yield, standing as an unyielding barrier between the pack and the female. When Sang Li arrived, the male tiger had already fallen. The female let out desperate cries as the wolves closed in on her, so Sang Li summoned her wood-type ability to weave a protective circle of vines around them. The alpha wolf caught the human's scent and pleaded, her voice trembling with desperation, asking Sang Li to save her children. The wolves denied their meal, turned their aggression toward Sang Li. She drew her blade and moved with deadly precision, felling one wolf with each strike. Sensing their leader's retreat, the pack scattered into the mountains. "You said I couldn't use this," Firefly said, confusion evident in her expression. "You told me not to kill people. I didn't kill any. I killed wolves. It can be used for self-defense in critical moments. That was a critical moment just now. Is there anything wrong with using it to save myself?" "No." Firefly found herself unable to argue against that logic. Looking up at the clear sky with no sign of storm, she acknowledged. Indeed, she was the heaven-sent daughter. Sang Li checked on the male tiger. He was already dead. The female tiger cried out, repeatedly begging her to save her child before revealing the tiny cub she'd been protecting beneath her. The cub was impossibly small, seemingly born prematurely, its breathing faint and fragile. Without Sang Li, it wouldn't have survived. She gave it some spirit spring water. "You?" The female was too severely wounded to continue. "I want to entrust my child to you. May I?" She knew her time was ending, but her offspring was far too young. Without its parents, it could not survive in these mountains. "You trust me this completely?" "I believe that someone carrying the breath of the Earth Mother could not be evil. Our kind are most attuned to or is able to discern good from ill through them, and she bore the essence of our own kin within her. That is why I trust her utterly, otherwise I would never have surrendered my cub in my final moments. I promise to care for it well. When it grows, I will set it free to return to the wild, or stay if it wishes." With that answer, the mother tiger placed the white cub gently into Sang Li's arms, casting one last lingering glance before drawing her final breath. The cub seemed to sense its parents passing, letting out weak, whimpering cries. A small squirrel watched the scene unfold silently from atop a tree stump, bearing witness to the fall of a mountain sovereign. Sang Li found a suitable place and buried them both. All living things possess spirit, and the mountain's king deserved a proper resting place. She erected an inscribed stone marker so the cub might one day return to visit. She cradled the white tiger against her chest and began the journey back with the squirrel. "By the way, I'm Sang Li. You may call me Ailey. Please stop referring to me as human, it sounds strange to my ears." The squirrel simply acknowledged with a quiet Ailey. "Anything else you wanted to tell me?" she asked as they walked. "I didn't mean to bother you, but a few days ago when I went to store nuts, I spotted several figures moving suspiciously into a cave on the mountain's far side. Their clothing looked nothing like yours. They wore animal hides and carried enormous curved blades. After they left, I crept inside and found many large chests, though I couldn't open any of them. I wanted to warn you to stay away from that area. It's dangerous. Based on your description, they sound like northern barbarians. But why would they come to these southern mountains? Something about that cave is definitely suspicious. Little squirrel, do you remember where the cave is? Yes, there were beautiful flowers all around it. Then in a couple days wait for me at the mountain's base and guide me there, all right? Why do you want to go? I already told you it's dangerous. I really don't understand human thinking, going somewhere knowing it's risky. Those who threaten our land, no matter how far, will be punished. Regardless of what those people want, I need to investigate. And my family lives at the foot of these mountains. They somehow entered without being detected, which means there's something sinister about Susui Town. The squirrel didn't understand the saying, but it felt golden light emanating from Sang Li, bright enough to hurt its eyes. Whatever, she could go if she wanted. She was the squirrel's only human friend anyway. If things turned dangerous, it would summon its companions to protect her. When Sang Huaizheng and the others arrived, they couldn't find Sang Li and panicked, searching everywhere. Father! Sang Li spotted them and ran over. Sang Huaizheng pulled her around in relief. Thank goodness you're safe. I was terrified when I couldn't find you earlier. We were equally frightened when we couldn't locate you, they agreed. I noticed some movement over there and went to investigate, she said, lifting the white tiger cub for them to see. Sang Yutong rushed over excitedly and spotted the distinctive pattern on the cub's forehead. Is that a white tiger? Yes. I found it nearly dying and brought it back. Can we keep it? Sang Dahong hesitated, concerned about the dangers of keeping such a powerful beast, knowing the mountain's king could turn violent without warning. Uncle, don't worry. It won't, she reassured him, recalling how she'd tamed the squirrel and believing she could handle a tiger. Raise it if you wish. Sang Li gave the squirrel some spirit water and descended the mountain with the white cub. By the time they reached home, word had already spread through the village about the 2 wild boars they'd brought down, and everyone came to gawk at the impressive catch. Oh, such a massive boar. Indeed. Seems to weigh 700 or 800 catties. It's incredibly fat. Some asked if they were selling any. Sang Eugene informed them they wouldn't be, but there would be a feast tomorrow to celebrate with plenty of meat for everyone to enjoy. The villagers eagerly offered to help upon hearing the free feast, and before long the 2 pigs were processed. By afternoon the banquet was underway, with everyone contributing pots and firewood. The fatty pork was prepared several different ways, and as everyone ate with grease running down their chins, they agreed this was the most magnificent meal they'd had in years, even surpassing what they typically enjoyed during Spring Festival. Xiao Sangjin noticed the white tiger cub wasn't eating and asked why, explaining he'd saved his own portion of meat for it. Looking at the full bowl of fat, he realized the cub was still too young to digest meat, so he prepared some spirit spring water mixed with milk powder instead. Ah, how pitiful. It can't even enjoy such delicious meat. Little Sangjin shook his head in regret. From now on it's your companion, so take good care of it, understood? He figured having a free bodyguard for the kid was a pretty good deal. When Xiao Sangjin heard the tiger would be his friend, he was thrilled. Don't worry, sister, I'll take excellent care of it. I'll share even my last bite with it. Having a tiger meant he'd be the strongest kid in the village, even if it was still small now. Oh, it would grow up to be majestic. The household hosted a flowing stream party every day, filled with lively activity. Xiao Sangjin showed off his room and the white tiger to his friends, who were so envious they nearly swapped places with him. The spacious room, the gorgeous bedding, and the formidable tiger all made his life seem enviable. Though the tiger was still young, it would grow into something truly imposing, and they wished they had sisters as remarkable as his. Sang Bai and Sang Chi were also envious, but their younger brother was still small, so it was fine for him to keep the pet. Once they went to the academy, they could protect him. After all, they were still in the same household, and even after attending school, they would have rest days. The banquet had lasted for 3 days, marking the true end of the housewarming. Sang Huaizheng was about to embark on his journey to Huaizhou to prepare for the autumn imperial examination. Those who passed would be called Jiren. The trip would take 2 months with 3 consecutive days of exams. Sang Li, feeling sorry for him, prepared many convenient items for him: compressed towels, compressed biscuits, mosquito-repellent incense, and a large flask of diluted spiritual spring water. She had also put some spiritual spring water into the family's well, and after using it for a while, the family's health had improved considerably. A mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles. Li Xiaofan held his hand and gave him endless instructions, and Sang Huaizheng agreed to all of them. He also bid farewell to his brothers, then took Yi Qiutong's hand and said, "Wife, I entrust the household to you. Husband, go with ease, don't worry about home." Yi Xiaotong said, her eyes red. "Father, go for it. Be sure to read those books I gave you." Sangli had given him many modern distilled essentials. He learned quickly and could even refine some parts more logically, so the provincial examination would be a breeze. "All right, Father will surely win a splendid future for my little Ollie." Little Sang Jin was in tears. Sang Huaijing picked him up and said, "Listen to your sister at home. Remember to do the studies I left for you. I'll test you when I return." Upon hearing that there would still be a test on his studies, little Sang Jin forced back his tears, which amused everyone. Sang Huaijing then boarded the carriage and rode off into the distance. Everyone was busy with their own affairs. Yi Xiaotong and Su Wan continued making flower nectar. Feng Hui had recently been frequently visiting her natal family. They had no extra time to mind her. Sang Kangxing also became busy. Sang Li drew several furniture blueprints for him. He studied and crafted them himself, and when he took them to town they were bought immediately, both beautiful and convenient. So he started working independently. Those who liked his blueprints could have him come to their homes to make the furniture naturally at a higher price. He was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. The others were busy harvesting rice. The village's main square was covered with golden rice drying in the sun like a golden carpet spread over the earth. Even the children weren't playing around the village, they were in the fields picking up wheat ears. During this harvest season, everyone had smiles in their eyes and laughter never ceased. Sang Li walked along the field ridges. Rows of rice were being reaped with sickles. Everywhere in the fields was a busy scene of harvest, forming a beautiful picture of plenty. Today she planned to check out the cave the little squirrel had mentioned. When she reached the foot of the mountain, the little squirrel was already waiting there. "Ollie, let's go," the little squirrel said, hopping and skipping ahead to lead the way. "Have those people come recently?" "I haven't seen them, but I did see a few people wearing clothes like yours go there twice, carrying some large chests inside." After the last time it had asked its brothers to take turns keeping watch, and they would come to tell it if anything happened. It seemed Susui Town really had ghosts. Sang Li followed the little squirrel for nearly 4 hours. "It's over there," the little squirrel pointed to a place not far away. Tall, dense jungle blocked out the sunlight. On the slope, not far away, vines covered the ground adorned with tiny purple flowers. She parted the vines, and a pitch-black cave entrance appeared. It was indeed well hidden. If not for the little squirrel leading the way, she would never have known that beneath those vines lay such a large cavern. She fished out a flashlight from her space. The cave was very deep. After walking about a quarter of an hour, they came to a large stone door. Sang Li fumbled around for a long time, but couldn't find the mechanism. "Little squirrel, do you know where the mechanism is, eh?" "I don't know, but I can ask." It squeaked a few times, and a gray rat appeared. The two rodents squeaked at each other for a while. "It says above your head on the ceiling, there's a protruding stone. Press it in, and the door will open." "Aren't you different species? You can still communicate." Sang Li was astonished. "We belong to the same category, just different breeds, so of course we can communicate. Hurry up and find it and go in. It says those humans have been coming frequently lately, making so much noise every day that they can't even sleep." Sang Li used her vine power to press the stone in, and the stone door immediately opened. Inside was pitch black and vast, stacked with many large chests. She found a fire striker and lit the oil lamps on the wall. The light illuminated the cave. Sang Li opened several chests, which were filled with gleaming silver, glittering gold, and many jewelry and jade items. In one corner were piles of white rice along with dozens of chests of weapons. In another corner was a large chest filled with silver notes stamped with the seal of the Longyuan Kingdom. With such a vast amount of gold, silver, and provisions, a small town like Susui could never have such means. What she hated most were traders who colluded with the enemy. She collected everything into her space, and the cave instantly became empty. Sang Li didn't leave even a single hair behind, then left the cave with the little squirrel. On the way back, she encountered many herbs. Like a swarm of locusts passing through, she gathered them all into her space. Yinghua was busy with work, planting everything in the ground. By the time she got home, it was almost dark. After dinner, she threw herself onto the bed and fell fast asleep, but some others couldn't sleep at all. In Susui Town, Jing Yongning listened to his subordinate's report. He understood each word separately, but together they seemed incomprehensible. "What do you mean everything is gone?" Sir, when we went this afternoon, it was empty inside. Nothing at all, as if it had vanished into thin air. Could there really be a mountain god on Wuyin Mountain? Are you sure you weren't seeing things? Jing Yongning asked in disbelief. Absolutely not. We definitely weren't seeing things. Even if one person could be mistaken, not everyone could be seeing things at the same time. Jing Yongning collapsed into the chair in utter despair. It's over. With such a large amount of goods lost on his watch, there was no way he could escape death. Sir, could it really be the mountain god? What god? If anything, it's a ghost. Investigate. I want to see who dares to take that person's things. With such a huge matter, he could only cover it up for as long as possible. At Fuyuan Tower, Master Jing Yongning seems to have lost something important and is secretly investigating. You say you saw the little girl enter the mountains. Xiao Qian stroked his teacup. Yes, when I went to investigate the case this afternoon, I saw Miss Sang and a little squirrel going deep into the mountains. At the time, he found it strange that a little girl dared to go into the deep mountains with a squirrel following along, seemingly acting as a guide. He had been busy chasing those northern barbarians at the time, so he didn't pay attention to her. The little girl goes into the mountains, and Jing Yongning's things go missing. What a coincidence. He never believed in coincidences, and the little girl also had something mysterious and unfathomable about her. Master, you mean? That couldn't be possible, could it? Miss Sang was just a 10-year-old girl. How could she have such ability? Xiao Qian chuckled. By sin, don't underestimate anyone easily. You said the clues you followed led to the things being in Wuyin Mountain. Now Jing Yongning is frantically searching, which means those things are diminished or gone. Although he didn't know how the little girl had managed to move such a large amount of goods, his intuition told him she was connected to this matter. Bai San was also stunned, his eyes wide. Such an enormous haul. She is practically a god. Unbelievable. A god. Perhaps, Xiao Qian murmured softly. Knowing Jing Yongning's temperament, it won't be long before he traces it back to Wuyin village. Go clean up the loose ends. It seemed he would have to go meet that young lady himself. Thanks to Xiao Qian's intervention, the girl had managed to extricate herself, but he had been dragged in instead. Looking at the black patterns on his body, he muttered, poisoned again. It seemed even more vicious than last time. The more he used his inner energy, the faster the poison seemed to spread. Just as he could no longer hold on, he caught sight of a familiar figure. With the last shred of his consciousness, he staggered over and covered the young girl's mouth. Sang Li thought she had run into a lecher and was about to draw her dagger when a breathless voice sounded by her ear. It's me, Xiao Qian. Sang Li patted his hand and turned to look at him. The black patterns had already crept up to his cheeks, lending a strange beauty to his exquisitely handsome face. How did you get poisoned again? This man was practically a walking poison vessel. Hearing her helpless tone, he let out a soft laugh. Yes, poisoned again. I'll have to trouble you to save me once more. As he smiled, the patterns on his face shifted like red spider lilies in full bloom, bizarre, bewitching, and beautiful. Sang Li looked around, found an empty house, and helped him inside. She cleaned the wound with spirit spring water. What poison is this? She only knew theory, or she had never actually practiced. Unable to watch any longer, Inghua said the poison he was hit with is refined from black ant vine. An antidote pill will neutralize it. Sang Li ran to the wooden cabin, fetched an antidote pill, and fed it to him. Seeing the black patterns gradually recede, she said, looks like it's cured. Inghua, do you know everything? If you thoroughly master the compendium of all things, you'll know everything too. Sang Li pursed her lips. Fine. When Xiao Qian woke up, he knew the poison had been removed. Thank you. You've saved me again. The fact that she could neutralize his poison so quickly meant she definitely had secrets. It's nothing. Just think of it as my good deed for the day, Sang Li said jokingly. This is more than a good deed for the day. A life-saving favor should. Before Xiao Qian could finish, Sang Li interrupted, no. That's too scary. I'm still a child. Seeing her expression, Xiao Qian knew she had misunderstood. He had meant to say he would repay her with 10,000 pieces of gold. Seeing how she wished to avoid him, a gleam flickered in his eyes. It's all right. I can wait for you to grow up. No. You're a prince, and I'm just a peasant girl. Our statuses simply don't match. In this world, men had 3 wives and 4 concubines, let alone princes and lords. Just thinking about fighting over one man with a crowd of women made her sick. She should just focus on earning money. Later she would find someone who was devoted to her alone. If she couldn't, at least she would have money if she could support a whole group. If one didn't work out, she'd switch to the next. The thought was quite delightful. Seeing her look of disdain, Xiao Qian couldn't help wondering if he was really that terrible. Why did she dislike him so much? I'll be off now. You can find your way back to Fuyuan Tower on your own right. Her mother was definitely looking for her. Xiao Qian unfastened the jade pendant from his waist and placed it in her hand. If anything happens, come find me at Fuyuan Tower. Don't go up the mountain lately. Though his words were vague, she understood he knew. So this was the poison because of her. Protecting the people of Longyuan is my duty and mission. No matter who it is, I won't turn a blind eye. Though he said that sangly still. Aren't you curious? After all, so many things had suddenly vanished all at once, and he, a prince, was holed up in this tiny Susui town. She didn't believe it was just to recover from an injury. It probably had something to do with what was in the mountains. To me, as long as these things don't fall into the hands of the malicious, what does it matter whose hands they end up in? His duty was to protect the people of Longyuan. As long as those things remained in his Longyuan, that was enough. He believed in her. Sangli thought for a long while. First purge Susui town. After that I'll give the things to you. You are a worthy member of the royal family. Those things are more useful in your hands than in mine. The greater the responsibility, the more one had to bear. Since he put his people first, she could trust him. Those things should be used where they were needed. It's not that I'm so noble, but I know that without a country there is no home. Xiao Qian was taken aback by her words, yet they also seemed only natural, for that was just the kind of person she was. All right. He thought he would remember this day. Forever a young girl had told him, without a country, there is no home. He would uphold those words for the rest of his life. When Sangli returned, Yi Qiutong was indeed looking for her. Seeing the bloodstains on the hem of her clothes, Yi Qiutong gently patted her and said nothing. On the way back, Sangli was silent the whole way. It had been so close. She had underestimated the survival rules of this era. If not for Xiao Qian, she would have nearly harmed her family and the entire village. Yi Qiutong silently kept her company. Although she didn't know what had happened during the time Sangli was missing, she only needed to know that Sangli was safe. Day after day passed, until finally the autumn examination arrived. Sang Huaijing tidied himself up and entered the examination hall. Over those 3 days candidates kept leaving, but his brush bloomed with elegance as he smoothly submitted his paper. He left the examination hall and looked at the sky. It was clear and bright, just like his mood. Now he only had to go home and wait for the list of successful candidates. In February next year, he would go to the capital for the metropolitan examination and then the palace examination. Sangli had recently been planning to build a workshop. He Chu had already delivered the money from selling the watermelons, a full 30,000 taels of silver. She was stunned. She hadn't realized it could be so profitable. He Chu said that the watermelons had been sold out as soon as they arrived in the capital, and many people had missed out. If they planted more next year, they were sure to make a big profit. He also said that he would take all of next year's watermelons from Wuyin village. However many there were, he would buy them all. Sangli noticed that the village had many fruit trees, but they weren't well tended, so the fruit was poor and sour. The same was true in the nearby villages. All the fruit rotted on the ground and couldn't be sold. She thought of building a workshop to turn the sweeter fruits into canned fruit and preserved fruit, and the sourer, more astringent ones into fruit wine. She would rent a shop in town to sell these things, achieving self-production and self-sale. The village had naturally supported her idea. The village's fruit would finally have a use, and the villagers could earn extra income. He had also felt heartbroken watching the fruit fall to the ground, but he had been unable to do anything. This is certainly excellent, but building a workshop is no small matter, and the cost is enormous. You need to think it over carefully. As he looked at Sangli, he realized he had long ago stopped treating her as a child. Many of her ideas were more mature than the adults, and she was full of clever schemes. Was this what people called wisdom, so great it approaches the supernatural? Grandpa Village Head, I know. We've already discussed it, and we all agree. We'll just have to trouble you to approve the land for the workshop. The village head took out a map and studied it, then chose a spot. About a kilometer from the village was a stretch of wasteland covering more than 1,000 mu, perfect for building a workshop with plenty of room to expand later. Since it was built on village land, it would be considered collective village property. She wouldn't need to pay to buy the land, but she would have to pay an occupation fee, 100 taels of silver for 70 years. With the land settled, there was still the matter of roads. If you want to get rich, build roads first. Otherwise, once the workshop was up and running, she'd be so frustrated over being unable to sell goods because of poor roads that she'd cough blood and die. Before she could speak, the village head interrupted her. Since you've already established the factory, there's no reason for you to bear the road repair costs. Please hear me out first. Our family will cover 1/3 of the road repair expenses since we were the ones who proposed it. The rest can be pooled together by the village. She had already anticipated there would be objections before she even began. The village head pondered it and found the proposal feasible. It would save him from being put in a difficult position. He gathered everyone for a meeting in the square. Here's the matter. The Sang Eugene family is going to build a factory in the village to process the unsold fruit. The site is 1 li from the village entrance and will need many hands to clear the wasteland. Since it's the slack farming season, all able-bodied villagers should lend a hand. This is a beneficial undertaking for everyone. Once the factory is up and running, villagers will be given priority for employment. Oh my, that family is truly remarkable building a factory now. I heard they made a fortune selling watermelons, tens of thousands of taels. That greenskin melon is worth that much. You bet it is extremely valuable. Now that they're rich, they still think of building a factory to help the villagers. They're truly kind-hearted people. I'm willing to clear the wasteland. Yes, we're all willing. Though there were some dissenting voices, the majority agreed. The village head nodded in satisfaction. One more thing, the road from the village to the town needs repairing. I've discussed it with the Sang Eugene family. Each household will contribute 1 tael of silver toward the road, and their family will cover the rest. If you want to get rich, build roads first. I find that very reasonable. Go back and take your silver to the village accountant to register. Most villagers were willing, having earned considerable money following the Sang Eugene family this year. 1 tael of silver was well within their means. But there were still voices of dissent. Why should we pay a tael of silver? Their family earns so much money. Why can't they just pay for the road themselves? The first to speak out was Xiao. Exactly. The factory is their family's project. If they're afraid their goods won't sell and need a road, then let them build it. Why should we foot the bill? In the end, they'll make the money while we get nothing out of it. Jiao Feng also shouted. Seeing that it was those 2 troublemaking women again, the village head's expression soured. If you refuse to contribute to the road, then don't you dare set foot on it in the future. Why not? The road is built out there. Why can't we use it? Sang Li was utterly speechless. They wanted all the benefits without paying a single penny. How could they dream of such a sweet deal? Li Xiaofan could no longer stand the 2 shrewish old women making a scene. It was simply embarrassing. Let me make this clear right now. This is a collective matter for the entire village. If anyone dares to cause more trouble, I'll report it to the clan chief and have you expelled from the village. They had been spoiled far too long. Hearing that the clan chief might be involved, the 2 women dared not argue loudly anymore, but they still refused to part with their tael of silver. The village head had no choice but to tell them not to come looking for him in the future. If they chose to be unreasonable, then he would be just as unforgiving. Sang Li couldn't care less about 1 or 2 taels of silver. As long as they never did business with those people again, it was fine by her. All right, then starting tomorrow, 1 group clears the wasteland, 1 group repairs the road, and 1 group transports the rocks and gravel from the wasteland to the road site. All able-bodied family members are to pitch in. If I catch anyone shirking their duty, they'll be expelled from the village immediately. As he spoke, his gaze fixed on Li Xiaolong and Jiao Feng. The sons of those 2 families were useless cowards, letting their old mothers charge into battle while they hid behind like turtles, shrinking into their shells. Back home, Sang Li threw herself into formulating the recipe for cement, which was perfect for road construction. Durable, long-lasting, and smooth, so riding a carriage in the future would no longer be a bumpy ordeal. Little Ollie, what are you doing messing with a pile of mud? She had been playing with mud ever since returning from the square. Brother, I'm making cement. What cement? Sang Wu didn't understand. What on earth was that? It's a binding agent mixed with sand and stone. It's extremely sturdy and durable for building roads and houses. But its main ingredient is limestone. Where am I supposed to find limestone around here? You mean the white limestone? Yes, white limestone. Do you know where to find some? Once she solved the limestone problem, everything else would fall into place. There's a mountain at the boundary between our village and the neighboring one that's full of it. Brother, take me there right now. If an entire mountain was full of it, wouldn't she be rich once she mined it? Cement could be used in so many ways. Seeing her excitement, Sang Wu took her to White Lime Mountain. Sang Li hugged a piece of limestone and giggled foolishly. Ha ha ha, we're rich, we're rich. Brother, let's take some back. I'll teach you how to make cement, and then we'll make a fortune together. Money come from all directions. The siblings gathered a good amount of limestone, ground it into powder to make lime, then mixed it into sand and gravel in proportion, adding water and stirring to produce cement. That's it. It was really that simple. Sang Wu asked. It really is that simple. This simplified version of cement was more than enough for their current needs. The Sang family watched the siblings tinker around. With Sang Bai and Sang Chi joining in, they paved the ground in front of the main gate with cement. All right, everyone. Tomorrow you'll witness a historic moment. It had been so long since she'd done this kind of manual labor that she felt her waist was about to break. That evening, little Sang Jean came to her room to massage her waist. She was utterly charmed. He was simply an adorable little angel sent from heaven. The whole family rose at dawn, eager to see the effects of the cement. Sang Li poked at it with a stick. It was already half dry, though not yet solid enough to withstand heavy pressure without leaving marks. The contrast between the cement-paved section and the muddy path was striking. This is incredible. It's really hardened and solid. If the village roads were all paved with this cement, how magnificent and impressive would that be? They hardly dared to imagine it. How did that clever little head of yours come up with this? You're so brilliant. Sang Dehong patted her head. This little niece of his was truly extraordinary. Born with it, the whole family burst into cheerful laughter. All right, let's head to the wasteland first to check on things. Sang Eugene led the eldest third and fifth sons to the wasteland, while Sang Li and Sang Wu went to find the village head. It turned out that the mountain could be purchased. Each village owned half, so they only needed to buy the other half. Sang Li told him about the cement. Clutching his seal, the village head hurried briskly to the neighboring village to negotiate the deal. This was a tremendous opportunity. He felt the village was about to take off. The mountain was a treasure, and they had to seize it before anyone else caught on. The siblings exchanged a smile. Mission accomplished. When they returned home, a horse-drawn carriage was parked at the front gate. Brother, who's here? Sang Wu was equally puzzled. Let's go in and see. Entering the house, they saw two adults with a son and a daughter seated loftily in the center of the main hall, while the children of the household stood off to the side, as if that family of four were the masters of the house. Brother, who are they? Sang Wu also recognized them, his brows knitting together. It's Uncle's second uncle's family. So this was the second uncle they had never met. Quite the grand airs he was putting on. Hey Jean, come over to your sister. Seeing that their elder brother and sister had returned, the children seemed to find their pillar of support at last, and scampered over to stand behind them in a flurry. Even Sang Ing brought her little sister over. For a moment, those outside the house faced those inside, and the atmosphere grew dangerously tense. Sang Ziming also noticed the siblings, but it had been several years since their last meeting, and for a moment, he could not recall their names. Sang Wu stepped in first. Second uncle, what brings you back? His tone was distant, as though they were strangers. Sang Ziming felt somewhat embarrassed. It has been several years since I returned. I came to visit. What can we not even set foot in this house? You, a mere junior, dare to lecture your elders. How did your parents raise you? Her voice was shrill, her chin tilted upward, as if to challenge the sky, her expression dripping with contempt. My brother's parents raised him well. But as for you, aunt, did your parents never teach you that the elderly should not occupy the seat of honor? She simply would not tolerate it. Cheng not only then realized she had taken the principal seat, but being publicly reprimanded by a junior such as herself had soured her mood entirely. Which family do you belong to, you presumptuous girl? How can you be so impolite? Aunt, what sort of words are those? Ali is the daughter of my sixth uncle, not some low-born girl. I implore you to watch your tongue. Sang Wu would not stand idly by while his younger sister was cursed at forgetting all propriety. So you are the fool from the sixth uncle's household. No wonder you lack any manners, she sneered. Aunt truly has great authority. You who are so full of courtesy barge into someone else's home to discipline their child. What audacity. After all, my father is still your younger brother-in-law, yet you speak of his daughter in such a manner. Aunt really is well bred. she said dryly. She had not heard the word fool directed at her in quite some time. You? Chung Na was rendered speechless with rage, while Sang Ziming sat silent, observing, as though this conflict concerned him not at all. You wretched girl, how dare you speak to my mother in such a manner? I will beat you to death. Sang Mian, her round figure trembling with fury, wound up her large fist and swung it towards Sang Li. Sang Li sidestepped with the slightest movement, and Sang Mian's own force sent her sprawling to the ground. Sang Wu could have caught her, but some inexplicable instinct caused him to take a step backward. Seeing her precious daughter fall, Chung Na erupted. Very well. Today I shall properly teach this rude little wretch a lesson. Raising her heavy palm, she prepared to strike. I would like to see who dares discipline my daughter. Hearing that voice, surprise bloomed in Sang Li's eyes. Father, Sang Huaijing caught his little cannonball. Were you wronged? Sang Li shook her head. Hearing the commotion, others emerged from within the house. Oh, it is second brother. What wind blew you back? And the very first thing you do upon returning is scold my daughter. Sang Ziming had not expected to be discovered by Sang Huaijing. Sixth brother, what are you saying? We are family. Your sister-in-law merely spoke a few words to the child. Surely that is only natural. Since childhood, he had disliked this younger brother the most. Though handsome on the outside, inside, he was as dark as a black sesame filling. Sang Huaijing did not take the bait. Then I need not trouble your sister-in-law. I will educate my own child. I require no interference from others. What right did they have to lay a hand on his daughter? They were asking for it. Sixth brother, I am only disciplining her for her own good. She is a young woman now, yet she still dares to contradict her elders. What will people say when they hear of this? Sister-in-law, my daughter has never eaten a single grain of rice from your hands, nor taken a single coin from your purse. She does not even know who you are, yet you come here playing the elder, demanding to educate my daughter on first sight. Do you have the right? How enlightening. Sang Li silently gave her father a thumbs up inside her heart. So formidable. You? Chung Na had not anticipated Sang Huaijing would save her so completely. Old Six, no matter what, Chung Na is still your sister-in-law. Watch your tone. Sang Ziming likewise felt his younger brother was stripping away his dignity. If you wish me to be courteous, first show me that you know how to behave as elders should. He could not be bothered to say more. Sang Shan set down his book. Uncle, I apologize. It was my mother who overstepped. She only wished to discipline my younger sister so she would not go astray, but employed the wrong approach. Sang Li could not be bothered to look at her brother's hypocritical countenance. While they argued among themselves, he remained silent. Now that he had lost the upper hand, he immediately placed the blame upon her. She truly felt no warmth toward any of them. Sang Huaijing cast a sideways glance at him. Boy, trying to play words with me. You are rather green. Do not think that passing the Tongxing examination makes you some learned scholar. Have you truly understood the principles within those books? I rather doubt it. Dare to wrongfully accuse my daughter. Let me teach you a lesson. You? Sang Shan's face flushed crimson. He knew his uncle was formidable, but he had not imagined him so untamable. Sang Mian had feared this uncle since childhood, and now shrank behind, daring not emerge. Enough with your stammering. If you cannot even speak, clearly read more books. Stop clinging to the Tongxing rank year after year. A devastating blow. Sang Shan bowed his head, his teeth aching with fury. Those were the most vicious words he had ever heard. He had already lingered at the Tongxing level for 2 years while his peers had mostly advanced to Xiao. Yet each time he fell just short. Sang Li adored her father even more. When had he become so eloquent with his words? No wonder he had used such skill all along. Only to sweet-talk her mother. It was not that he lacked opportunity, it was simply that there had been no target worthy of his talents. Sang Huaijing had never been close to his second eldest brother since childhood. They had fought most frequently when young. He had always looked down upon him for possessing cleverness, yet applying it entirely against his own family. He had once witnessed with his own eyes how his brother shoved a neighbor's child into the field, and then forced third brother to bear the blame. Had he not seen it, third brother would certainly have suffered a beating. And the reason? Simply because the child had not yielded to him during a reading lesson. From that day forward, he held nothing but contempt for him, and every few days they would come to blows. When Sang Eugene returned, he found the atmosphere in the room heavy and tense. Second brother and sixth brother ignored each other completely. He knew well enough that the two had fallen into another rivalry once more. Second brother, why have you returned? It has been many years since I last came back. I wished to visit father and mother. Deep down he still felt ashamed, for he had. Still, father, why say such things? Is this not our home? Must we not be permitted to return? As though she wished to come back to this place. A backward village where mud splattered across her face. Just thinking of it made her uncomfortable. Humph. I thought you regarded us family as nothing at all. He understood his second brother too well. No expectations, therefore no disappointment. Li Xiaofan led Su Wan into the kitchen. She did not wish to face her second sister-in-law, for she always reminded her of those unbearable days. Feng Hui, however, harbored few such reservations. I thought your sister-in-law would never return, given that we reside in such a remote and impoverished village. Fourth sister-in-law, those words pierce my heart. After all, we are kin bound by blood, bone, and sinew intertwined. Oh, is that so? I thought you cared nothing for us family, considering what you once. Fourth sister-in-law, that is enough. Sang Ziming interrupted before she could continue. It was far too unsavory. Feng Hui was no one to suffer injustice quietly. She fired back immediately. Second brother, why are you shouting at me? Am I not permitted to speak? Thinking of all the despicable things they had done, how hypocritical and opportunistic they were. Sang Ziming could find no rebuttal. Sang Li had also pieced together that there was a history here, and she perked up her ears eagerly. Sang Huaijing gently tapped her head. Do not eavesdrop on your elders' gossip. She shrugged. If they would not tell her, she would find someone who would. Her gaze locked onto Sang Wu. Sang Wu felt a chill run down his spine. Turning his head, he caught his younger sister staring at him with a mischievous grin. Quite unnerving indeed. Sang Li climbed down from her father's arms, and along with Sang Wu and the other brothers squatted by the doorway. Brother, what did they do before? Why doesn't the family want anything to do with them? I refused to acknowledge them no matter what, Sang Bo said, pouting indignantly. Sang Li tilted her head in confusion. Logically speaking, she was roughly the same age as Sang Bo and Sang Qi, so she should have known the same things they did. There's nothing we can't tell you. A few years back during the famine, our family was so destitute we couldn't even cover our pots. You were sick at the time, and Grandma took us to town to find your second uncle. He had shops in town, and no matter how you look at it, they were much better off than us. We thought maybe they could lend us some silver or grain. But your second uncle never showed his face. His wife just tossed down 2 copper coins and spoke so cruelly that it nearly gave Grandma a sickness. Since then, Grandpa and Grandma never spoke of your second uncle again. Our family simply pretended he didn't exist. That's also why your father never took the imperial examination that year. Otherwise, he would be a virtuous official protecting the people of this region by now. The land had eventually been redeemed through your fourth uncle's work as a schoolteacher for scholars of his standing, commanded respect from everyone. I'll never forget how your second aunt called us little beggars, tossing a few copper coins on the ground with that condescending air. I will never acknowledge her, he said. His second uncle's family rarely returned to the village. He had once harbored feelings of familial warmth, but their first meeting had thoroughly crushed those sentiments. Sang Li listened with teeth clenched in fury. Were these really their own flesh and blood? More like ingrates. They haven't come back in years, and now they suddenly appear. What do they want? People like them never rose early without profit in mind, and she refused to believe they had no ulterior motives. Sang Wu was uncertain as well. We'll just have to improvise. With your father here, they won't get the upper hand. Trying to scheme against their fourth uncle, he'd have his heart gouged out. The Sang family dining table had little of that rigid etiquette about separate seating for men and women. It was simply that their household was large, so they split into 2 tables, one for adults, one for children. The table was a wooden rotating design, and the wooden stools came with backrests as well. Sang Li had drawn the plans, and Sang Kangsheng had figured out how to build them. Everyone at home sighed with delight at how convenient the new setup was. This little invention had also brought Sang Kangsheng some money, though it made him busier still. The more who knew about it, the more orders poured in. Even the wealthy families in town couldn't get enough of it. Sang Ziming gazed at the table, then swept his eyes across the blue brick tiled roof house. Truly their family had struck it rich. And this rotating wooden table, if he sold it in his shop, he'd be rolling in gold day in day out. Those debts of his would simply. Cheng Na had her own calculations brewing in her mind. They'd gone into hiding for half a year, and now they returned to find the family so well off. Such a spacious brick and tile house would have cost hundreds of taels to build. And looking at the dishes on the table, 2 generous meat courses. Families in town hardly dared eat like this. They could only afford meat every now and then. Judging by the children's reactions at home, they must be eating meat quite often. Sang Mian's eyes locked onto the meat dishes before her chopsticks never ceasing as she kept picking at them. Sang Shan was the same, though her manners were considerably more refined. Sang Li and the others watched in astonishment. How long had it been since they'd had meat? Weren't they supposed to have shops in town? Shouldn't they have plenty to eat? Under their stares, Sang Shan's face grew hot with embarrassment. A wave of shame washed over her, but then she chided herself. Such poor breeding to stare so openly at someone eating. How uncouth. If Sang Li had known what he was thinking, she would have retched right on his face. After dinner, Sang Wu took his younger brothers and sisters out for a stroll. Little Sang Jin led the way with his little white tiger and a few playful companions chirping and laughing ahead. Sang Li loved her life now, having a family, having people, and living simply. She would savor each moment as it came. Noticing that the siblings weren't paying them much mind, Sang Shan and his sister graciously refrained from following. As they left the village entrance, they spotted people still clearing wasteland. Sang Shan curiously asked about it, and when he learned what was going on, he immediately dragged Sang Mian back home. Hardly had they entered the door when they heard their grandfather say, "We have no spare silver at home, and we cannot help you." "Grandfather, is it that you can't bear to see us doing well? I just heard that you're spending money to build some sort of factory in the village and repair roads. Yet when we asked to borrow some silver for an emergency, grandfather kept making excuses," Sang Mian said. She couldn't quite put her finger on the bitter taste in her heart, especially after hearing that Sang Li had offered so many ideas to the village, helping everyone make money. Everywhere she went, people praised Sang Li. "Sang Mian, hold your tongue. How dare you speak to your grandfather that way?" Sang Ziming reprimanded her. How could this girl be so devoid of propriety? "Father, there's no need to scold Sang Mian so harshly. What she says is true. If you don't believe me, go outside and ask around," she said. Her mother had always called their grandfather's family dirt-foot peasants with no future prospects. It seemed her mother had been narrow-minded. And that's Sang Li. She was no ordinary girl indeed. The villagers said their grandfather's family had begun to prosper half a year ago, and that was also when Sang Li had suddenly stopped being foolish. Though no one said it outright, he could feel how much more the villagers revered and respected Sang Li than they did his grandfather. "Father, if the family has surplus silver, why can't you give me some? Are you truly going to stand by and watch your son have his hands chopped off for debts?" Sang Ziming's tone carried a hint of resentment. "I'll be honest with you, second brother. The family does have money. But on what grounds should we give you money to plug your holes? Did you ever help us when you were prosperous? You should think carefully about what happened several years ago. Where did you get the face to come asking for money from the family now?" "We owe you nothing," his grandfather replied. "Trying to use his daughter's money to bail him out. Dream on. Old Sixth, are you really going to watch your second brother lose his hands and feet? How can you be so cruel? Who does he have to blame but himself? Does he not know how little brains he has? When he was prosperous, he never thought of us. Now his consequences are supposed to be borne by all of us. On what grounds? He had been fooled because he lacked sense, and now he wanted to drag everyone else into the mud as well. He truly wanted to pry open his skull and see what was inside his head." Unable to argue with his younger brother, Sang Ziming turned to the others. "Elder brother, third brother, fifth brother, surely you won't abandon me as well." All of them claimed that the family's silver was held in the common treasury and that they personally had no money to spare. The phrase was the same: they wished they could help, but they couldn't. Old Sixth was right. They had never thought of them when they were prosperous, and now they were expected to share in the consequences. Truly, you all. He had truly seen through his brothers. Not a single one of them had a heart. They could bear to watch him lose his hands and feet, rather than offer a bit of their wealth to save him. Seeing this, Chung Na began to throw a tantrum. "Father, mother, can you truly bear to watch your son-in-law lose his hands and feet? Think of your grandchildren at least. Your eldest grandson is preparing for the imperial examinations. If his father is truly harmed, wouldn't that ruin his future?" Sang Shan immediately caught on, his eyes growing red as he looked at Sang Eugene. Li Xiufan may have disliked this second daughter-in-law, but she cared about her grandchildren. But, get up now. What a disgraceful spectacle. Sang Eugene said grimly. If father won't agree, I won't get up. What a fine piece of moral blackmail. Yi Qiudong saw her in-laws being cornered and tugged at Sang Huaijing's sleeve. He took the hint. Enough. Can you stop making a scene? The family does have money, but it was all earned by my daughter. If you want to beg, you do better to ask me than to pester father and mother. Don't talk nonsense. What money can a mere girl earn? You just don't want to give it to us. She didn't believe a word of it. Believe it or not, just stop wailing. No matter what you say, this family has no spare silver to give you. Instead of howling here, you'd better think of a way to raise the money. Isn't second sister-in-law's family quite well off? Couldn't she take out a little something to cover it? Or is she too reluctant to squeeze her own parents, and has come to make things difficult for us? This put Qing Na on the spot. Of course she was reluctant. Was that a small sum? It was several hundred taels. She would have to empty the family's coffers to make up the difference. How could Qing Na's family have any money? That would never do. Qing Na's parents had said that money would belong to them one day. How could it be used to fill the hole left by his debts? Looking at this, son Sang Eugene couldn't help wondering whether the boy's brains had been left behind when he was born. He talked until he was blue in the face, but no one was moved. In the end, he settled for the next best thing. Fine, no money then. I want the blueprint of that rotating table at home. I'll earn it myself, okay? Even selling that blueprint would fetch a lot of silver. The moment they heard that he had set his sights on their fourth branch's property, how could they allow it? No, absolutely not. Fourth sister-in-law, father and mother haven't said anything. What business is it of yours? Of course it's my business. This is the fourth branch's enterprise. Why should we give it to you? This blueprint was Sang Li's gift to Sang Kangsheng. They had some kind of partnership, whatever it was. Anyway, Sang Kangsheng had to give 40% of his earnings to Sang Li. Although she grudged giving so much after Sang Kangsheng learned the craft, he earned more as well. Now the family had more silver coming in, and they were more comfortable. We haven't split up the family yet, and I'm still one of this household. Why can your fourth branch do it while we can't? He was determined to get the blueprint. Fourth brother worked hard enough to earn just a few coins, but if he got the blueprint, he would surely earn far more. Don't talk to me about that. It's not allowed, and that's final. This was given by Sang Li to our fourth branch. Second brother, don't set your mind on that blueprint either. It was made in partnership between my daughter and fourth brother. You have no share in it. This wouldn't do, and that wouldn't do. Fine. You're all ganging up on me, are you? If you won't give it, then don't. Don't come begging to me later. With that, he angrily bundled his family into the carriage and left. Li Xiaofan wept silently. How had her son become like this? Sang Eugene patted her shoulder and helped her back to their room. Do you think second brother will go straight to fourth brother to ask? With fourth brother's temperament, I'm afraid he's no match for him, Yi Qiudong said to Sang Huaijing. Don't worry. Fourth brother seems easygoing, but he's stubborn. That was made by a Li and him in partnership, so he won't give it to second brother. If it had been just his own matter, he might well have been sweet-talked by second brother. All right. Stop talking about others. Let's get some rest. It's been so long. Don't you miss me? He pressed his head against Yi Qiudong's neck. Be serious. You're a grown man. Why are you acting like a child? I'm being perfectly serious. With that, he laid Yi Qiudong down. The night was boundless and alluring, and even the moonlight slipped secretly behind the clouds. Early in the morning, the village head came to find Sang Li. The mountain had already been bought for 500 taels. It made his heart ache, but when he thought of the treasure on that mountain, he felt it was worth it. The land is already being cleared, and the road is being built. When do you want to start on that cement you mentioned? We'll start this afternoon. Uncle Village Head, find a few trustworthy people, preferably ones willing to sign a confidentiality agreement. My elder brother and I will teach them. This was meant to make money, so signing confidentiality agreements and irrevocable contracts was the safest. Sang Li explained to the village head how important confidentiality agreements and irrevocable contracts were, and he thought it was a good idea. Fine then. I'll go back and pick some people and bring them to you this afternoon. Is the cement you mentioned the one paving the road at the entrance? He had seen it when he came back, but he had been in a hurry to see Sang Li and hadn't paid much attention. This cement-paved road was not only beautiful, but also convenient and fast. If it were used for the road from the village to town, a carriage could arrive within an hour. Good. Sang Huaijing gave her a thumbs up. If it were later used for building houses and official roads, transporting grain and fodder would save a great deal of time. This stuff is truly wonderful. This thing is so valuable. What do you plan to do? Although they held the formula in their hands, it was a gold mine. If merchants caught the scent, they would never let such a fat piece of meat slip away. I found a very safe and powerful partner. Eldest brother has a real gift for business, so I plan to have him help manage it. And we don't have to worry about a market. Once we build the village road and the cement factory, we're bound to make a spectacular splash. She had suddenly thought of Xiao. What could be safer than doing business with the imperial family? She only needed to lend her name and make money. The authority would be handed up. If those merchants were capable, let them fight the imperial family for it. Can you tell Dad who it is? His daughter's ideas were mature, but she was still young and not yet a good judge of people. He was afraid she might be deceived. It's the owner of Fuyuan Tower. You've met the owner of Fuyuan Tower. What else about this daughter did he not know? I have. I even saved him twice. That unlucky wretch really was unlucky. Seeing his daughter talk about the owner of Fuyuan Tower so lightly and at ease, he gathered that they had a fairly good relationship. Just mind your own boundaries. If anything happens, tell Dad anytime, understand? I know, Dad. Taking the opportunity of delivering honey, saying, Li went to Fuyuan Tower. Manager, he is Xiao. Is your master in? She had almost slipped up. A common girl calling a prince by his given name would probably be beaten. Chu naturally caught it too. Anyone who could address their master by his given name must be close to him. He's upstairs. Go on up, miss. When Sang Li went upstairs, she saw the man in a red robe leaning by the window. 2 cups of hot tea sat on the table. You knew I was coming. She picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. It was a guess. She didn't believe that. Then I'll be direct. There's a deal. Do you want in? Then I'll have to see what kind of cooperation you have in mind, Xiao said. Actually, he was very interested in that cement business, but when merchants talked business, whoever spoke first lost half the battle. Sang Li fluently explained the cooperation plan to him. If that's the case, you're at a great disadvantage. Such a beneficial undertaking for the people. Anyone else would have kept it hidden and made money on the sly. Yet she had handed it straight over. She was clever, and her generosity commanded admiration. He became more and more curious about her. The more he got to know her, the more he wanted to understand her. You think I want to? If I weren't unable to keep it safe, I'd be clutching it tightly in my hands and making money lying down. The helpless look on her face was truly adorable. But I do want to make one request. Tell me. Whatever the request, as long as it was within his power, he would agree. I do not care who you dispatch to take charge. Aside from a 20% profit share, the formula must remain firmly in our hands. I trust you, but I cannot trust others. Throughout history, there have been countless instances of those discarding useful allies once their purpose is served. She refused to let her family meet such a fate. If the formula stayed under their control, it would serve as a mutual check, ensuring their longevity. I promise you this. What you fear will never come to pass. I will protect you. Knowing the source of her anxieties, he would not allow them to materialize. With her worries set to rest, she extended her hand. Cooperation, well begun, Your Highness. Gazing at the small fair hand offered to him, Xiao hesitated for a moment before clasping it. For reasons unknown, the tips of his ears flushed red and his face grew strangely warm. After Sang Li departed, he sat gazing vacantly at his own hand. Master, are you quite well? Why was his face so red? Was he unwell? Ahem. He cleared his throat lightly. Nothing. Bai San wore an expression of utter confusion. What exactly had Miss Sang done to their master inside that room? He could have sworn the man had gone slightly addled. The southern winter was biting cold. Was it not said that the north's winter was physical assault while the south's was magic attack? The village head led the villagers in orderly reclamation and road construction. At that moment, a procession arrived, beating gongs and drums. Everyone set down their tools and watched as the group made its way toward Sang Yojin's residence at the village committee. Congratulations to the Sang family of Wuyin Village, Susue Town. His son Sang Huijing has passed the provincial examination and taken first place among the top scholars. The messenger announced the good news 3 times. Sang Yujin stood with his entire family at the doorway, and upon completion of the announcements presented a generous pouch of silver. The happiness bearer joyfully accepted the reward, noting this was a family that understood propriety. Congratulations, Scholar Sang. Please make your way to the capital in the second month of next year for the metropolitan examination. We thank you, sir. The messengers lingered not, for they had other households to visit. They continued on, gongs and drums resounding. Villagers crowded forward. Huaijing, congratulations. You are now a jiren, a gentleman scholar. It was tantamount to becoming a minor official. Indeed, it seems our village shall produce an official. Yes, and the very first jiren from Wuyin village. Sang Eugene beamed with joy. Thank you all for your kind words. My son succeeds in the capital examinations next year. I shall host a grand feast to thank each of you. The clan elder had also arrived. Splendid. I pray you continue to strive and bring honor to our branch of the family. The Sang ancestors had once been renowned scholars and men of letters. But through the rise and fall of dynasties, the family had seemingly declined by his generation. Who would have imagined a reversal of fortune? Thank you, clan elder. I shall not disappoint your expectations. The news of Sang Huaijing's success spread through the village in no time. Some rejoiced, while others felt a pang of sorrow. We are all but human. Why are people so vastly different? They glanced at their own lazy, indolent sons, then at the family whose son had passed the examination. That old woman will be parading her achievements again. How tiresome. They had spent a lifetime comparing themselves to others, and now they truly could not compete. Visitors to the Sang residence came in an unending stream, all bearing congratulations. The family, knowing proper etiquette, distributed generous handfuls of candy to all who passed by, so they might partake in the joyful atmosphere. Sang Pan watched the bustling scene from afar. The brick and tile mansion, the father who was now a jiren. Rumor had it the younger brother of the Sang family was an exceptional scholar, having already passed the provincial exam, and would depart for the capital next February for the metropolitan examination. Perhaps he would truly succeed. Her heart churned with bitterness. Why was she not born into such a family? Only she knew the depth of her envy. Sang Ying also caught sight of Sang Pan, her expression darkening, barely concealing the hostility in her eyes. She had witnessed this several times before and had not initially understood the target of such resentment, until 2 days prior, when she discovered Sang Pan secretly trailing Sang Li from a distance. It became clear that Sang Pan harbored deep disdain for Sang Li. Since returning, she had never once seen the two of them speak. She could not fathom the origin of Sang Pan's hatred. Yet, considering Sang Li's current standing, few could claim not to feel a sting of jealousy. But this was not her concern. She would neither intervene nor offer any warning. That evening, young Sang Jin emerged with little White Tiger for a walk. After several months of careful nurturing, the cub had grown considerably. They ate and slept together, forging a bond of revolutionary friendship. Strolling through the village atop such a creature was nothing short of magnificent. Sang Jin, congratulations. Your father has passed the examination. My father says he will surely become an official. Thank you both. Here, have some candy. He pulled sweets from his pocket and shared them. Sang Jin, if your father becomes an official, will you no longer live in the village? After all, no official resided in a village. They would move to a grand house in town, though their family now also lived in a fine residence. He had never actually considered that. I do not know. Sang Jin, when you grow up to be the son of an official, will you still play with us? Children's world was simple. Of course. We will always be good friends. Good. We will always be good friends. The children gathered happily around little White Tiger. From afar, Sang Jin Bao watched with a bitterness he could not articulate. The person he had once looked down upon most had now become someone he could never hope to equal. He kicked the nearby tree fiercely. Sang Li waited for a long while, but Xiao Qi sent no one to coordinate. With the road nearly finished, she had no choice but to make another trip to Fuyuan Tower. Has something gone wrong? I am awaiting the right moment. The matter could not yet be revealed. He would certainly eliminate the corrupt officials plaguing this area first. The road is nearly complete and the land reclamation is almost finished. We are preparing to build the factory. I wish to construct the cement production facility simultaneously. It will be exceedingly difficult without someone to oversee operations. I have found someone to come. Who? Is he reliable? Enter. From outside the door walked a young man clad in a goose-yellow robe trimmed with gold, a figure as flawless as jade forged into human form. Even standing silently, he exuded an extraordinary elegance and noble refinement. Noticing the girl gazing at him transfixed, he frowned. Is he really that impressive? This was the person he had found for her. Gusumu, the only son of an imperial merchant. An imperial merchant. Just hearing the title suggested considerable wealth. Hello. I am Sang Li, the Li of Jinyu Koi. Gusumu had expected someone extraordinary, someone capable of developing such rare innovations. Instead, he found a young girl barely more than a child. He raised his gaze toward Xiao Qian. This was the notable figure you spoke of. You must be mocking me. Sang Li read the exchange between them perfectly. Do you look down upon me? Certainly not. I am merely surprised by your youth. Indeed, she was far too young. Heroes are never judged by their origins. So what if I am young? I have a brain. What of it if she was clever? You speak truly, miss. I was narrow-minded. There were many prodigies of her generation. Their Highness had already led armies to the battlefield at her age. One certainly could not judge a person solely by years. After hearing Sang Li's series of plans, Gusumu was thoroughly convinced. How is that little mind of yours constructed? How can you be so brilliant? Many of her ideas surpassed even as a man who had grappled with commerce for years. Stop patting my head. I won't grow tall if you keep doing that. Sang Li regarded him with mild distaste. Still, as the sole son of an imperial merchant, his commercial vision was indeed far-sighted. Even though domestic operations had not yet begun, he was already contemplating overseas markets. After preliminarily agreeing and scheduling a site visit to draft the agreement, Sang Li departed. Gusumu, still buzzing with excitement, remarked, Your Highness, where did you find such a treasure? Xiao Qian cast a dark glance at his hand. Next time you cannot restrain your claws, I will sever them. He had not even touched the girl's head himself, and this man had dared lay fingers on her at first meeting. The more he looked, the more displeased he grew. Get out. I do not wish to see you. Gusumu and Baisan, who had been thrown out of the door, stared at each other in bewilderment. What did I even do? I traveled all this way, and I haven't even had a sip of water yet. Baisan had no idea where his master's anger came from either, so he could only exchange helpless glances with Gusumu. Forget it, asking you is useless, you blockhead. The people around His Highness were truly beyond words. Some excessively clever, others impossibly dense. Hichu, however, saw the situation clearly, though he knew His Highness would likely never allow it given Miss Sang's identity. But then again, with their prince's temperament, once he set his mind on something, even that person could not stop him. He also thought Miss Sang was quite wonderful. Sang Li returned and immediately told Sang Wu about the cement. Ali, I'm afraid I might not do it well. It wasn't that he looked down on himself, but partnering with those cunning merchants who managed thousands of businesses. He feared he would be devoured down to the bone. Brother, you needn't be so modest. You learn quickly and have a sharp business mind. Just hold tightly to our formula and learn business from Gusumu. He's the sole heir of the imperial merchant family. He's weathered countless storms. You can learn a great deal from him. She had thought it over. Nothing was safer than having your own money. Now was the time to ride on Gusumu's coattails and build up their business. Money was best kept in one's own hands. Hearing that they were partnering with the imperial merchant, Sang Dehong couldn't help but worry. Merchants are cunning, especially imperial merchants. Ali, are you sure you can handle them? Don't end up losing both the bait and the fish. Don't worry, uncle. Besides, Big Brother can learn a lot from him. Gusumu was quite reliable and full of ideas. He would make a good teacher. Big Brother, the children are grown now. Let them go out and carve their own paths. He also agreed with Ali's idea. Once children grow up, they must eventually spread their wings and fly. What do you think? Sang Eugene looked at his eldest grandson. It seemed only yesterday that he was a child, and now he was already of an age to marry. Looking at his family, an unprecedented courage welled up in his heart. I'm willing. He also wanted to become a pillar for his younger siblings. Now Ali had given him such a wonderful opportunity, and he naturally had to seize it firmly, so that in the future he could shield her from wind and rain. When Gusumu comes, you'll come with me. From now on, you'll be my agent, she joked. What's an agent? Sang Wu was bewildered. Ali was always coming up with strange words. It means I come up with the ideas, and you do the work. She could lie back and count the money. Sang Huaijing tapped her little head. Where do you get these ideas? Father, don't tap my head, or I won't grow tall. She was very concerned about her height now. Sang Bai and Sang Chi were only a year older than her, yet they were already more than a head taller. Her adorable manner made everyone burst into laughter. No matter how mature and steady she seemed, deep down, she was still a child. Sang Li brought Sang Wu to reach a partnership with Gu Sumo. Afterward, Sang Wu would handle the negotiations with them, and Gu Sumo also agreed to teach Sang Wu the ways of business. Little Ali, now that we're partners, don't forget me when you come up with new ideas. We should make money together. The little girl might be small, but she was full of all sorts of ingenious ideas and novel things. Don't worry. As long as you teach my brother well, I'll give you first pick of all my new ideas in the future. She had far too many novel ideas. I won't go back on my word. I'll return to the capital next month. Your brother will come with me. Sang Wu had a natural talent for business no less than his own, but he lacked experience. His ideas were not yet refined, and he was not worldly wise enough. Sang Li told her family that next month Sang Wu would accompany Gu Sumo to the capital. Though they were reluctant, fledglings must one day spread their wings and fly out to see the vast sky beyond. Gu Sumo sent several trusted confidants to oversee the cement factory. They would begin production once the factory was built, and the hiring of workers would prioritize nearby villagers. The weather grew colder, and heavy snow began to fall. The village roads had also been completed. The smooth, practical cement road made the neighboring villages green with envy. With the road built, traveling from the village to town by ox cart took only half an hour, far faster than before. As the weather was too cold, Sang Li had everyone stop work. The new year was also approaching, so she settled everyone's wages early so they could enjoy an auspicious festival. Sang Wu had followed Gu Sumo to the capital and had been gone for nearly 2 months. In that time, only an occasional letter arrived to report that he was safe. Looking at the snow-covered village wrapped in silver like a white cloak, Sang Li remembered that in her past life, she had been from the south, where heavy snow was rare. Only a southerner truly understands a southerner's obsession with snow. She donned thick clothes, thermal undergarments, and a fox fur cloak. Scooping up a round snowball, she hurled it at Sang Chi. The snowball burst against him, and seeing his bewildered expression, Sang Li burst out laughing. She packed another snowball and threw it at Sang Bai. With such heavy snowfall, how could they not have a snowball fight? The siblings frolicked joyfully in the snow. Since she had struck first, Sang Bai and Sang Chi united against her. Little Sang Jin, seeing how fun it looked, joined the fray, but he was on Sang Li's side, for no one was allowed to hit his elder sister. Yet he was so small that before he could even finish packing a snowball, he got pelted again. Sang Tong and Sang Chi watched their younger siblings having fun in the snow and joined the battle too. Seeing her brother, Sang Li immediately ducked behind Sang Tong and struck a classic pose at Sang Bai and Sang Chi. Come and get me, ha! Sang Bai and Sang Chi naturally dared not throw snowballs at Sang Tong, but they could certainly throw them at Sang Jin. And so poor little Sang Jin ended up bearing the brunt of it. Sister, save me. Seeing little Sang Jin nearly buried in snow, Sang Li charged forward with a snowball in hand. Leave my little brother alone. Come at me. As more people joined, the battle quickly became chaotic, and soon no one could tell whose side was whose. It dissolved into a free-for-all. Inside the house, the adults gathered around the fire to keep warm, while outside the children's laughter rang out. These kids playing in such heavy snow, they'll catch a cold soon. Su Wan and Yi Xiaotong were sewing clothes by the fire. Ili brought some ginger tea earlier. I'll boil some for them to drink in a bit. Sang Eugene looked at the two girls sitting beside Feng Hui. Why don't you two go out and play with them? Why were these two children so unsociable? They were blood siblings living under the same roof, yet they acted like strangers. It's quite cold outside. We'll stay here and keep Grandpa and Grandma company. They truly couldn't blend in with the others. It wasn't that the others didn't invite them. They simply couldn't fit in. In Sang Li's words, they just didn't vibe. Sang Eugene said nothing more to the two granddaughters and only asked Yi Xiaotong to bring out the ginger tea and brew it. Go call those children inside. They'll catch a cold if they stay out any longer. Yi Xiaotong put the ginger tea on to boil, then went out to call the children playing in the snow. Stop playing. You'll catch a cold. Come inside and have some hot tea to warm up. Hearing the noise, Sang Chi stopped only to be hit square in the face by a snowball. Seeing him covered in snow, Yi Xiaotong couldn't help but laugh. Now stop throwing. Sang Li hurled the snowball in her hand, then grabbed little Sang Jin and quickly retreated from the battlefield. All right, everyone, that's a wrap. She pulled Sang Jin and hurried inside. She had scored quite a few hits, so it was time to make a swift exit. Sang Eugene saw that their little faces were flushed with cold, and their hands were red. His heart ached. Come here, warm yourselves up. You must be freezing. Grandpa, it's not cold. She took off the fox fur coat, brushed the snowflakes off little Sang Jin, then went to fetch a bowl of ginger soup. Jean, drink it quickly. A child's body was not built to withstand the cold. Then she ladled some for her brothers as well. It's spicy. Little Sang Jin stuck out his tongue after drinking. Sang Li drank a bowl feeling warm all over. Drink up quickly or you'll catch a cold. The medicine is far worse than this. Hearing about taking medicine, little Sang Jin hurriedly lifted his bowl, blew on it, and gulped it down in a couple of breaths. Jean is so good. She popped a candy into his mouth. The weather is getting colder, and the cooked dishes cool down quickly. Let's wait until they come back from town before cooking. When it was cold, the previous dish would already be cold before the next one was even stir-fried. How could one not eat hot pot on a snowy day? Grandma, I'll cook tonight. What clever idea have you come up with now? Grandma watched the little girl's eyes darting around. Although she was young, her cooking was quite good. Today I'll treat you to something you've never eaten before, something that will warm you up. She had plenty of hot pot base stored in her space. Sang Li pulled a few of her brothers along, carrying baskets, to the vegetable field. They picked some cabbages and radishes. The other greens were nearly eaten up. In winter, without greenhouses, many vegetables couldn't survive. She was also researching how to build a greenhouse so that in the future they could enjoy fresh green vegetables, even in winter. As they were returning from the field with the vegetables, the others who had gone to town also came back. She had her brothers wash the vegetables while she went to her room and took out some hot pot base from her space, both spicy and mild broth kinds. The family had many mouths to feed, and the pot was too small. She rummaged out 2 stainless steel double-flavor hot pot pots. The family were amazed. They had never seen such shiny pots. They turned them over and over, but couldn't figure out how they were made. Sang Li let them be. With the current technology, such pots could never be produced. She had no way to explain since those machines couldn't be found anywhere now. She put the hot pot base into the pot, added hot water, and set it on the charcoal fire. Soon the fragrance of the spices filled the room. This aroma is quite pungent, huh? There are 2 flavors. The red broth is spicy. You put meat and vegetables in to cook, and with the dipping sauce I've prepared for you, the taste is absolutely divine. It was her first time eating hot pot after all this time. She demonstrated how to eat. Just like this. Once it's cooked, you can eat it. She placed the scalded meat into Sang Eugene's and Li Xiaofan's bowls. Grandma, Grandpa, have a taste. If it's too spicy, we can eat the mild broth. The 2 picked up the meat and put it in their mouths. It was a flavor they had never tasted before. The spiciness of the red broth hit the throat directly, and the rich, fragrant spiciness made one want more. The mild broth was much plainer, but still delicious. Sang Eugene loved the spicy flavor, while Li Xiaofan couldn't handle it. It made tears stream from her eyes, so she could only eat the mild broth. Let's all dig in. The rich, spicy fragrance teased everyone's taste buds. It smelled wonderful. They all imitated her scalding meat and vegetables. The food was covered in glistening oil, and the aroma wafted into their mouths, making it impossible to stop. The children's table also followed Sang Li's example and started scalding vegetables. Little Sang Jin was still young, so she mostly gave him food from the mild broth, occasionally letting him taste the fresh spiciness of the red pot. Little Sang Jin ate with contented hums. The spicy pot was where the real flavor was, but his elder sister said eating too much would give him a stomachache, so he obediently ate from the mild pot. Watching his brothers dipping into the spicy pot made him envious. He wished he could grow up quickly so he could eat from the spicy pot too. It was everyone's first time eating this way, but they all gave it unanimous praise. Simple, convenient, and piping hot. Perfect for the cold winter. Just as everyone was eating happily, a knock came at the gate. Who could it be on such a cold day? Sang Yutong went to open the door. Shopkeeper, why have you come in this cold weather? Come in quickly. Seeing the snowflakes on the man's clothes, he must have been waiting for a while. Chu had indeed waited a while. Hearing the lively sounds and smelling the fragrance from inside, he guessed that the family was eating, so he waited. Since the new year is approaching, I've brought some New Year's gifts for Miss Sang. When Chu entered, he saw 2 tables of people seated in the hall. On each table was a strange basin with steam rising from it. The aroma was wafting from it, and there were also some vegetables on the tables. "Shopkeeper, why are you here?" Sang Li hastily went in and poured a bowl of ginger soup for him. "Warm yourself up." Looking at the steaming, slightly spicy drink, Chu took it and sipped. "Is this cane sugar?" "But it doesn't seem like it. Cane sugar doesn't have such a rich sweetness." "Sort of, but I call it brown sugar." This had been refined and couldn't be compared to current cane sugar. "We were just having hot pot. If you haven't eaten yet, shopkeeper, why not join us?" Chu originally wanted to refuse, but he simply couldn't resist the delicious aroma. "Then I'll trouble you, miss." "What trouble?" "Come sit down quickly." Sang Eugene invited him to sit. Sang Dahong brought him a set of chopsticks and bowl and taught him how to scald vegetables. Chu ate with relish. It was his first time eating this way, but the flavor was indeed excellent. Before they knew it, they had eaten to their fill. Sang Li brewed some hawthorn tea to cut the grease. Even Chu couldn't help feeling envious. This life was truly as carefree as a mortal's. This hot pot was so warming in winter and tasted wonderful. If only it could be promoted in his shop. Looking at the pile of goods filling the small hall, she said, "Shopkeeper, you've sent far too much." There were a dozen or 20 bolts of cloth, all silk. Not to mention the ready-made clothes and jewelry that took everyone in the family into consideration. There was also a side of pork and, needless to say, over a dozen kinds of pastries. Not too much, not too much. Our master had these prepared. At such an important time, of course, he wanted to make the prince presentable in front of Miss Sang's family. He hasn't left yet. It's the new year. Doesn't he as a prince need to return to the capital? Chu smiled and said, "The prince said he would leave after delivering the New Year's gifts. He'll probably set off tomorrow. He also said that when he returns he'll give you a surprise. If you need anything you can come to Fuyuan restaurant to find me. Then please thank him for me. Oh, I also have something for him as a thank you for his New Year's gifts." She brought Sang Huijing back to the small courtyard. Following modern New Year customs, she took out some melon seeds and candies along with dried fruit and dried meat she had made. She also gave him several bottles of liquor, including a 50 bucket of baijiu. This liquor was far stronger than the current Shudaozi. The current wine she had tasted had only about 20+% alcohol and was not distilled purely, while hers was over 50%. She also gave him a few jars of fruit wine she had brewed and made from fruits grown in the village. A bit of spiritual spring water had been added, giving the wine a deep, mellow fragrance. It was low in alcohol, so both the elderly and children could drink it. Although these things were not as valuable as the gifts he had sent, they were still a token of appreciation. Watching her take out one item after another, her father said, "Daughter, that's enough. Any more would arouse suspicion. Even that baijiu. He hadn't even had a taste of it, and now it would be given away to an outsider for nothing. That's all. Dad helped me carry them out." The father and daughter loaded the things onto the carriage. When Chu had arrived, the carriage was full. When he returned, it was also full. Seeing that everything was of good quality, he couldn't help wondering whether the gifts he had sent were too light. When the carriage returned to Fuyuan Tower, Xiao Qian, who had just come back from outside, saw it crammed full of gifts. "Didn't you send them out?" he asked. "Or does she not like them? Should I send something else instead?" No. Miss Sang said to thank you for the New Year gifts you sent. These are her return gifts." Hearing that she had sent him return gifts, he said, "Really? Then carry them all inside for me." At this moment, the corners of his mouth kept rising with joy. Chu directed people to move everything inside. Xiao Qian studied the return gifts like a curious child. Although some were a little strange, the gifts a young lady gave him were surely the best. He looked at the white bucket and asked, "What is this?" "This is white liquor brewed from grain. Miss Sang said it has a very high alcohol content and asked that you not overindulge." This had been Miss Sang's special instruction. Hearing it was liquor, Xiao Qian became interested. "Why, Sam, bring a cup." He opened the lid of the bucket. It twisted open. How ingenious. Once the lid was lifted, a thick, heady aroma of wine rushed out. He poured a cup. It was a little spicy at the first sip, fragrant and mellow with a pleasing aroma and a smooth finish that made one sink into it, unable to pull away. Good liquor. This was the best white liquor he had ever drunk. Sure enough, it had to be her. She simply had too many good things. "Load all these into the carriage. I'm taking them back to the capital." Chu also wanted to taste what it was like, for he too was fond of a drink or two. Seeing the eager look in his eyes, Xiao Qian left one jar for him. Chu hugged the jar and grinned like an idiot. "Have some dignity. When I return to the capital, if she ever falls into trouble, help her no matter what. As for the rest, wait until I come back. Hichu naturally agreed to everything. For the sake of that wine alone, he would go through fire and water willingly. The new year soon arrived. Early in the morning, Yi Qiudong hauled the two children out of bed and dressed them in new clothes. There's a lot to do today. You two are not allowed to run around, understand? Every time they went out, they came back with their clothes filthy. Getting up in winter is truly a struggle. I know, mother. By the time Sang Li finally finished dawdling and went out, many people had gathered around the house. They had all come to ask Sang Huaijing to write spring festival couplets. In previous years, they had also asked him, 2 in a pair. This year the price had not gone up, it was still 2 in a pair. Sang Eugene led everyone in cleaning the house thoroughly, while Li Xiufan and the daughters-in-law were busy in the kitchen preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. The village had also hung red lanterns as a token of festivity, and a cheerful, auspicious atmosphere pervaded everywhere. The weather was rarely this nice today. The sun shone warmly on the body, but the melting snow had turned the ground wet and sticky wherever one stepped. Seeing the water stains on her new shoes, she furrowed her brows slightly. Today was not a good day to go out. She went home, hid in her room, and entered the space. Yinghua was lying lazily on the peach tree. Yinghua, what are you doing? Alas, since you weren't here, I was so bored that I just lay on the tree resting. Its voice carried a hint of loneliness. She had forgotten that Yinghua was the only living creature in the space. If she didn't come, it wouldn't even have anyone to talk to. Sorry about that. How about I take you out to play? Yinghua straightened up, then lay back down again. You forgot. I still can't go outside right now, unless her merit reached a certain level. She felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, I forgot. But wait a bit longer. I'll work hard to earn merit points and take you out to play as soon as I can, okay? All right. By the way, the things you brought in, I put them at the foot of the mountain forest. The warehouse can't hold any more. With nothing to do in the space, it had worked hard at planting, and before it knew it, the warehouse was full. She hadn't leveled up yet, so she couldn't expand the warehouse. As expected of you. She saw that the herb field was also growing very well. She rummaged out some fruit wine and drinks, and also pulled out a few bottles of the white liquor Sang Huaijing had been longing for to drink at the New Year's Eve dinner tonight. She had originally wanted to take out some peach blossom wine, but thinking that their bodies couldn't handle it, she gave up. After all, even she had to lie in bed for 3 days after drinking it. She and Yinghua dug up all the peach blossom wine from the peach grove, more than 40 jars in total. She only took a tiny sip now, and then it was truly potent. During the day on New Year's Eve, everyone was busy preparing the New Year's Eve dinner and pasting couplets. Most of the couplets in the village were written by Sang Huaijing. At dinner, Sang Ziming's family arrived. Because the sacrificial rites to the ancestors had to be held early on the morning of New Year's Day in previous years, they would rush back early on New Year's Day morning, complete the rites, and then leave. Sang Eugene did not say anything. It was a rare family reunion. As the head of the family, he spoke auspicious words, raised his cup, and toasted the year. Good wine. Everyone joyfully ate the New Year's Eve dinner. The adults at that table mainly drank liquor. The wines she brought out today were all excellent. Even Sang Ziming drank and praised them non-stop. We children sat at another table, mainly eating dishes and drinking sweet beverages. The drinks were sweet and delicious. Oh, everyone loved them, refilling cup after cup. After dinner, the children ran around chasing each other, playing and laughing. No matter whose home was having dinner, the sound of laughter carried far into the distance. It truly was full of New Year's flavor. At the imperial palace, the emperor hosted a banquet for all the princes and ministers. The banquet hall was adorned with exquisite flowers and jade ornaments, exuding a faint floral fragrance and an air of luxury that was intoxicating. The delicacies arrayed at the banquet were a feast for the eyes, enticing in color, aroma, and taste. Every dish was meticulously prepared. Watching those ministers with their bulging bellies fawning over one another was enough to turn one's stomach. Xiao Qian took out the wine Sang Li had given him and drank it cup after cup. Xiao Qishuan, sitting beside him, caught a rich wine fragrance. Turning his head, he saw his younger brother holding a jade pot in his hand. The fragrance came from within. He shifted his cushion closer and held out his cup. Xiao Qian frowned at him, but Xiao Qishuan didn't care. He gestured for him to pour the wine. You're really something. He filled the cup to the brim for him. Xiao Qishuan took the cup and took a sip. It was spicy and burned his throat, but the aroma was rich and mellow. Excellent wine. He tipped his head back and drained it, then placed the cup back in front of Xiao Qian. There's none left. The young lady didn't give me much, and I can't bear to drink it myself. Don't be so stingy. We haven't seen each other for ages. How come this bratty little brother has become so stingy? Watching the two Xiao brothers glaring at each other over a bit of wine, it was truly an eyesore. Eighth brother, what sort of jade dew nectar is in that jade pot of yours? You can't keep it all to yourself. Xiao Qia had also caught the rich wine fragrance. It was not the wine served at the banquet. Naturally, it is a jade dew nectar you have never tasted. Is that so? You've made me want to taste. Eighth brother isn't that stingy, is he? The implication was if you don't bring it out for everyone to taste, then you are indeed stingy. But Xiao Qian was simply thick-skinned. Eldest brother, don't try to shame me into it. I am just stingy. He had no idea where the man got the nerve to ask him for wine. Xiao Qiang, who had just lost face in front of the assembled civil and military officials, gripped the armrest of his chair until it creaked. This eighth brother was truly becoming more and more disrespectful of him. Let me see just what kind of jade dew nectar is so precious to you. The more he was refused, the more he insisted on drinking. Just as his hand reached for the jade pot, Xiao Qian channeled his inner energy and leapt away from the table. Xiao Qilan also channeled his inner energy and chased after him. The two darted back and forth across the banquet hall. The ministers stared at each other, not daring to make a sound. The emperor himself had not spoken, even though two princes were fighting at the banquet, so what right did they have to speak? Just as Xiao Qilan was losing the upper hand, Xiao Qia, unnoticed by anyone, channeled his inner energy and flicked a drop of wine from his cup, which landed precisely on Xiao Qian's back. Xiao Qishuan also flicked a drop of wine outward. The two drops collided and splattered on the ground. Third brother, that's not a good habit. Striking from behind, truly a petty act. What matters is whether a cat catches mice, not whether it's good or bad. Meaning, don't mind what methods I use, as long as they achieve the goal. If third brother puts it that way, then we younger brothers will follow suit. Fine, if you want to play dirty, who can't? We just disdain to. The emperor watched the undercurrents stirring among his sons. The eldest and the third stood on the same side. The eldest was sharp-minded, brave, and resourceful, yet physically disabled and none too scrupulous in his methods. The third was a reckless brute, settling everything with his fists, his mind a single track. The second was brainless, loved to stir into trouble, and was easily manipulated. The fourth was indifferent to fame and fortune, detesting the shackles of the capital most of all. Oh, he had left home to study abroad at a young age. The fifth and seventh had no family power behind them, and only mediocre abilities. They were destined never to hold that seat. His favorite was the sixth, brave and resourceful, tactful in handling affairs, commanding the northern border army, and backed by just the right amount of maternal family power. Yet his thoughts ran too deep and his methods were too ruthless and bloody. The eighth was a shameless rascal, capable and clever but lazy and indifferent to everything, stubborn and opinionated. Since childhood he had been a little demon king, a you say it, but I won't listen type. His preferences were shallow and superficial, a fatal flaw for an emperor. Judging by the current situation, no matter who eventually takes that seat, there will be a struggle among them. It's truly disheartening. Look, they were brothers, yet everyone was sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight. The emperor hurled a wine cup. With a loud crash, it shattered in the center of the banquet hall. The two combatants halted, and the others dared not even breathe. Shall I move the drill grounds here for you to fight? His roar echoed through the entire hall. All the ministers, terrified, knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Xiao Qilan also knelt on the ground. Father, please restrain your wrath. Xiao Qian looked up at him. Enough, old man. Look how scared they are. No need to move the drill ground. We'll go ourselves. Asked the entire capital who dared to defy the emperor. Only the eighth prince. Seeing his shameless demeanor, the emperor felt a pain in his chest. With so many people present, the boy gave him not an ounce of face. All of you get back and reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. Xiao Qiang tightened his grip on the armrest. Father was always like this. When it came to the eighth, he always let matters slide lightly. Causing a scene at such an important banquet only warranted confinement for reflection. It was blatant favoritism. Xiao Qian, however, showed no reaction. Reflection, fine. Hadn't he done enough of it over the years? Then I shall go reflect. He sauntered off, wine flask in hand, caring not what anyone in the hall thought. Seeing him leave, Xiao Qishuan quickly found an excuse. "Father, I shall take my younger brother to reflect. Your son takes his leave." And he went after Xiao Qian. Since they had nearly finished eating, the emperor simply waved his hand to dismiss them, his heart troubled day after day. The ministers filed out of the palace gates one after another. Xiao Qiang was pushed along by Xiao Qie strolling slowly on the official road. "I heard that Gu Sumu went to Susui town before the new year." Everyone in the world knew that Gu Sumu, the only son of the imperial merchant, was a bosom friend of Xiao Qian. Many times they had tried to win him over, but all attempts came to nothing. Do you know what he went there for? He would never believe Gu Sumu would go to Susui town without reason, especially since the people in Susui town were theirs. Xiao Qie shook his head. "All I know is that he brought a person back. Gu Sumu takes him wherever he goes. He's probably teaching him the art of commerce." He had looked into it before. The man was just a farmer. Yet his family produced a provincial graduate, and the top candidate at that. When spring comes, he'll head to the capital for the metropolitan examination. Keep a close eye on Gu Sumu and investigate that provincial graduate as well. If he could be won over, so much the better. If not, he would not allow him to serve anyone else, especially the eighth. Jing Yoning has been too quiet lately. Too quiet, and thus abnormal. Indeed, but my men have uncovered nothing useful. The eighth's people have also withdrawn. They had all thought Jing Yoning was a useless pawn. Who would have expected the eighth to suddenly pull his people out? Tell him he must safeguard those things. Otherwise, he'd better not go on living. He had taken such a great risk, he couldn't end up with nothing in the end. Little did he know that those things were already in Sang Li's hands. He was destined to come up empty. On New Year's Eve, everyone was supposed to stay up all night. Sang Li held little Sang Jin in her arms, both of them drowsy, their heads bobbing up and down. But it was a custom, and Sang Huaijing watched with a pang of pity, yet he couldn't very well tell the siblings to go to bed. Sang Tong saw that her head was about to droop into the charcoal brazier, so he shifted his shoulder over and signaled for her to lean on it. Sang Li happily said, "Thanks, brother," and rested her head against it, continuing to doze, but much more comfortably than before. Sang Ying watched with envy. She too could hardly sit still, but she had no brother's shoulder to lean on. Sang Chi sat quietly beside third uncle. She gently pinched her own leg to stay awake. Just as Sang Li was dreaming of eating a big chicken drumstick, the drumstick suddenly sprouted legs and ran away. "My chicken leg." She opened her eyes to find Yi Qiutong pulling her arm. "Get up, go back to sleep. This girl must have dreamed of such a delicious chicken leg. I'll make some for her when I get the chance. Look how she craves it." Sang Li drowsily opened her eyes. Most of the others had already left. It seemed the new year had already arrived. This was her first time staying up for the new year. Previously, they had no such custom. Back in her room, she washed up and flopped onto the bed, drifting into a sweet slumber. Sang Li was awakened by a burst of gongs and drums. Yi Qiutong brought a set of festive clothes and dressed her. "Today is the ancestral rite. Don't run around, understand?" Sang Li knew that today was a grand day for Wuyin village, the ancestral rite. Red candles burned high, and people were solemn and reverent. Before the ancestral portraits, incense and candles were lit, and offerings of clear tea, red beans, and pastries were laid out. Family members knelt and bowed in turn. The Sang family was a prominent clan in Wuyin village. The ancestral portraits were enshrined in the ancestral hall, so the family went together to the hall to perform the rite. Women were not allowed inside the ancestral hall. The clan chief led the patriarchs of each family into the innermost shrine to pay homage. In her family, that was her grandfather Sang Eugene. They had no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children, so there was no issue of precedence based on birth order. After them came the eldest son, second son, and so on in order of seniority. Finally came Sang Li's generation, but again only boys entered to worship. The girls remained outside the hall, where a large incense burner was set up as the place for women to offer sacrifices. Sang Li respectfully offered incense and kowtowed. The rite was not completed until the sun stood directly overhead. The clan chief recited a closing address, the gist of which was, "Bound together by kinship, blood is thicker than water, and affection weighs heavier than mountains. Join hands for the future, climb high and see far, and strive for the revival of the Sang clan." This was her first time attending such a traditional rite. She had to admit that cultural heritage was of great importance. In later generations, such elaborate ceremonies were rarely seen. They had gradually been lost over the long river of time. For lunch, they had a flowing banquet, a traditional feature of Wuyin village. After the ancestral rite on New Year's Day, everyone partook in the flowing banquet, and then the New Year visiting began. Children walked through the streets and alleys, and every household they visited would symbolically give them lucky money. This was probably the happiest time of the year. Since the money was copper coins, it was tied with red strings. Each household gave a token 1 or 2 copper coins symbolizing peace and prosperity. Yi Qiutong had sewn a small cloth pouch for her and Sang Jin. The siblings wandered through the village streets, making their way from door to door. Bursts of blessings poured forth freely, coaxing the village aunties into happily giving them lucky money. Their empty little cloth bags swelled with coins. This was their own money, and they had the right to spend it as they pleased. Thus today was the happiest day of all the village children, for after receiving their lucky money in the daytime, there would be a temple fair and lantern festival in town that night, bustling with excitement. They could buy all sorts of snacks and amusements with their own lucky money. On this day, adults would let them spend recklessly. After all, it only came once a year. By the time they reached the end of the village, only Lin Mei's house remained unvisited. They had been reluctant to go there, for she was just one woman raising a son alone. As they turned to leave, a voice of shouting came from within. "You must not go again." "Let me go. I'll surely win back what I've lost this time. Trust me. I'll take you to live in a big house in town," a young man's voice insisted. "Sang Lin, please listen to your mother. You must study hard and never go to that place again," Lin Mei pleaded. "What do you know? What good will reading do me? I just need to go one more time and break even. Thousands of taels. How much can studying ever earn?" The man insisted it was a sure thing. "All the money in this house was meant for your education. Stop going there. You've lost your way," Lin Mei said, gripping his hand in a desperate attempt to bring him back to his senses. Sang Lin shook her off. "What's there to fear? I'll just earn it back. It'll be quick. I've seen it all." When he was young, he had already noticed different men coming in and out of their home, and afterward they would have food and clothes. He hadn't understood then, but now he did. And he understood why the village children refused to play with him, why they cursed him openly and subtly, and why they mocked his mother. Lin Mei's lips trembled. She never imagined these words would one day come from her own son's mouth. "What did you say?" She shook uncontrollably. Sang Lin sneered bitterly. "What else could it mean? Shall I read it out to you one by one, my mother?" He didn't want to admit his own mother was such a person, yet he could no longer ignore the sideways glances and venomous whispers of others. Lin Mei broke down completely. "Who was I doing this for? Wasn't it all for us, for you? I'm just a weak woman. Should I watch my son and I starve to death? Did she want this?" She felt disgust toward her current self too. But what could she do? The pillar of the family was dead. A fragile woman raising a child alone. There were mouths to feed and clothes to buy. Did she not care about what others thought? Of course she cared. But what choice did she have? They had to survive. She had sent him to school hoping he would grow wise and step beyond this narrow little world. But now what had become of him? He had fallen into gambling and spoken words that struck straight at her heart. "Do you know why the village children refuse to play with me? Why they call me a bastard behind my back? It's all because of you, my mother. Yes, you sent me to school. But did those scholars know what you did? Do you know how they mocked me? They were scholars too, yet their ridicule and cruel words were 1,000 times more poisonous than any village child's. They bullied him without restraint, forcing his head into a wash basin of water while screaming that he was the son of a prostitute. He was meant to be an honest farmer's son with a bright future ahead. Yet his own mother had destroyed that future. Even if he succeeded in the examinations one day, what would those people think if they knew his mother was such a woman? How could he ever hold his head high among them? They say a scholar's pen can match 3,000 muskets. But sometimes that pen is precisely the weapon wielding 3,000 muskets. Lin Mei collapsed onto the ground, lost, and spiritless tears streaming down her eyes, her entire being drenched in despair. Sang Tong led his younger siblings away from Lin Mei's house as quickly as possible. "Do not tell anyone what we saw or heard today, understood?" he warned his siblings. Whatever path Lin Mei's family took seemed to lead nowhere, a closed loop with no escape. Their only possible breakthrough lay in Sang Lin, yet he himself had sealed it shut, locking them all inside. One should not advise another to be virtuous without having walked in their shoes. That night the Tinley street blazed with torches and lanterns like trees of fire and silver. The market was thronged with people, and calls of lantern sellers rose and fell continuous as silk threads. Every variety of lantern illuminated the street like broad daylight. The lantern festival was wildly lively. Lantern riddles hung everywhere among the stalls. Sang Tong won her a rabbit-shaped lantern. She carried it joyfully, wandering and admiring beautiful hairpins and scented pouches. This was her first true lantern festival experience. Before, she had only ever seen such scenes in videos. Only by experiencing it herself could she truly understand that the beauty described in the ancient verse, "The east wind blooms 1,000 trees of flowers by night," was real. By the time they returned home, daylight was already breaking. There was nothing to do during the new year, so everyone rested. Sang Li slept soundly until evening. It was only Yi Qiudong who woke her for dinner, otherwise she would have kept sleeping. They spent those days lounging about, minding their own business. Then news reached them from the village. Sang Lin was dead. Rumor had it he had gone to a gambling house, been talked into wagering over 1,000 taels, and in his dazed state at night had stumbled into the moat and drowned. Upon hearing the news, Sang Li could only offer a sigh. Gambling, a single word that harms both others and oneself. 10 gambles, 9 defeats. The gambler loses and seeks to recoup wins and grows greedy for more, sinking deeper and deeper until there is no salvation. Lin Mei calmly arranged the funeral matters, then vanished from the village. Soon after, word came that she was dead. She had killed people, specifically those scholars from the academy who had once bullied Sang Lin. Their families naturally showed her no mercy. They tortured her to death and discarded her body carelessly in a ruined temple. The village head, remembering she had once been part of the Sang family, collected her remains and buried her somewhere. Joining the Sang family ancestral cemetery was impossible, of course. People muttered in disapproval. They had looked down on her when she was alive, and now only put on a show of false pity after her death. Violence injures the body, but words wound the soul. Physical scars heal quickly, while emotional wounds may never fully mend in a lifetime. Old saying goes, even spoken words can wound, and language can become a soft blade. Spoken words are sound without shape, but when they transform into daggers piercing the heart, when they evolve into instruments of harm, such violence is far more chilling than physical brutality. We should all be cautious in our words and deliberate in our actions, keeping our conduct in check, for disaster often springs from the mouth. Over time, the tale of Lin Mei and her son gradually faded from memory. No one spoke of it anymore, though whenever Sang Li passed by their old home, she would always cast a lingering glance. Human life is truly fragile. No one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will arrive first. Therefore, the best solace is to savor and make the most of the present moment. Meanwhile, they were busy packing Sang Huaixing's luggage. He was about to depart for the capital to take the metropolitan examination. The distance to the capital was vast. The carriage journey alone would take at least half a month. A round trip meant a full month. Once in the capital, he would need time to rest and adjust, so he had to set off well in advance. "Are you certain you don't want me to accompany you? It's so far, and there'll be no one there to care for you." Yi Qiudong had originally planned to go with him, but Sang Huaixing firmly insisted otherwise. "My dear wife, I am going to take an examination, not some arduous expedition requiring constant care. Besides, A Wu is already in the capital." He also wished to bring his wife along, but feared others might mock him for being delicate and bringing his family on an examination journey. He himself did not mind, but he worried his wife, being somewhat shy, would feel uncomfortable. Sang Huaixing embarked on his journey to the capital alone for the imperial examinations, while Sang Li sent a letter to Sang Wu asking him to look after his elder brother, who had been staying in the capital for several months. "A Wu has Miss Sang written again." Only when correspondence arrived from Sang Wu's family would he pause in distraction. Ordinarily, he was far too busy to spare a moment. "My uncle is taking the examinations in the capital, and Sister Li asked me to keep an eye on him." After months of companionship, Gu Sulmu had generously shared all his knowledge, and the two had grown into rare friends who spoke without reservation. Gu Sulmu had presumed it was some grand matter. "Why not let your uncle stay at the Peach Blossom Lodge? It stands vacant." His family possessed little else but wealth. Nearly 6/10 of the capital's properties and shops belonged to the Gu clan. It was precisely why the Gu family had endured for centuries through successive changes of emperor, while their status as imperial merchants remained unshaken. They held the economic lifeline of Longyuan Kingdom in their grasp. Treat them with courtesy and wealth could be theirs in abundance, but should anyone dare betray that trust, the consequences would be dire. Once the Gu family withdrew, the kingdom would become an empty shell, and a nation without money could endure only so long. Thus the Gu family functioned as Longyuan Kingdom's secondary treasury, and every generation of sovereigns had treated them with deference and kindness. Would this not be too great an inconvenience? He knew of the Peach Blossom Lodge, a courtyard where peach blossoms bloomed in all 4 seasons, gifted by a single hot spring within. What courtesy is there between us? Just share a portion of what Miss Sang sends you. That heartless little girl. Despite all his devoted efforts teaching her brother, she always sent him the smallest portions. Knowing his preference, Sang Wu readily agreed. Then I thank you, Lord Gu. Folding his fan, Gu Sulmu sighed. How many times must I tell you? Call me Sulmu. Why are you so obstinate? Sang Wu placed the offerings on the table, strips of cured meat, dried fruits, and several jugs of newly brewed fruit wine. The fragrant aroma made Gu Sulmu swallow involuntarily. He wondered how the young miss had conceived such innovations. Meat preserved into jerky with spices extending its shelf life, while multiplying flavors, fruit wine a revelation he had never imagined, delicious beyond measure. Not only would it not intoxicate, but it carried the fresh scent of fruit suitable for elders and children alike. I must say your sister's mind is extraordinary. With methods like these, the products would sell like wildfire, he mused, growing ever more convinced. The processes were straightforward. Minimal investment for maximal returns, a truly viable enterprise. Let us conclude our business in the capital soon and return to discuss production with your sister. Sang Wu agreed it was feasible. Though the procedures were simple, packaging and transportation costs would increase, requiring further deliberation. The village workshops were nearing completion and the new planting season had arrived. Hundreds of acres of wasteland at the mountain's foot had been cleared. Yet Wuyin village boasted over 500 households, making equitable distribution impossible. Each family would receive but a handful of mu. The villagers quarreled fiercely over the unequal division. Why does their family receive more land than ours? How can some families have more while others have less? Those who received more were delighted, those who received less were indignant. Watching the square descend into chaos like a bustling marketplace, the village head grew anxious. The land was fixed, the population ever growing. No matter how it was divided, someone would inevitably suffer a loss. Sang Li dragged over a stool and stood upon the village head's table. Villagers, hear me. Her voice rang out across the square, and silence fell at once. Childly, do you have a solution? Continuing to quarrel would yield nothing. Someone would always be disadvantaged. Indeed, tell us your thoughts, another called out. That girl is full of clever schemes. Perhaps she can truly resolve our dilemma. I have an idea. Oh, please listen. Sang Li raised her voice. Under the original plan, no household could receive an equal share. Someone would always lose out. Therefore, let us simply not divide the land at all. Outrage erupted. How can we not divide it? We agreed beforehand that the cleared land would be distributed for watermelon cultivation. Hear me out, she continued. We will still plant melons, but the land shall become collective property of the village. The proceeds from selling the melons will be divided equally among all households, ensuring no family receives more or less than another. This was the model of modern rural collective economics. Land held in common with year-end profit sharing. The villagers deliberated and concluded it was an excellent solution. No matter the harvest, everyone would share equally, eliminating complaints of favoritism. This method is just and fair for all. What say you, villagers? Even the village head deemed it practicable. Wonderful. We agree to this plan. Yes, it is fair to everyone. We consent. Then came the question, who will tend the melons? Surely not the village head or the accountant. That is easily arranged, Sang Li replied. We will hire a dedicated team to cultivate the watermelons, paid a monthly wage drawn from the village collective funds. She explained the proposal to the village head, who approved the arrangement. The village head was pleased. This is a brilliant idea. Let those suitable come forward and register. and I shall select a few honest and capable workers." As she departed, Sang Li added, "If too many apply and you cannot manage, tell them the village workshops will soon be completed and that local laborers will be hired first. Ask them to wait patiently." True to her word, nearly drowning the village head, the crowd of applicants surged forward. He hastily informed them that the village factory was still hiring, prioritizing local workers, and that even if not selected this time, opportunities would come. Watching the retreating crowd, he wiped his brow, marveling at Sang Li's foresight. In the end, a melon-growing team of approximately 50 people was finalized, each receiving 30 copper coins per month paid from the village collective treasury. 3 days in advance, Sang Li had soaked the watermelon seeds in spiritual spring water. Sang Eugene and Sang Dehong led the planting team, instructing them on sowing techniques, spacing intervals, and watering methods. Meanwhile, Sang Li taught Sang Yutong how to keep records, meticulously documenting each stage of the watermelon's growth. The tasks required at every phase observed carefully and recorded on paper. Every 2 days, Sang Yutong would visit the watermelon fields to observe changes, recording everything in detail: how many seeds had sprouted per moo, how many had not, and the reasons for any failures. Sang Li busied herself with Sang Liangji on the final completion of the workshops. The cement factory had already dispatched workers to Baihuishan to quarry limestone. The two factories were separated by several kilometers, for the other produced food, and locating it beside the cement plant would fill the air with dust, failing even basic hygiene standards. She was, after all, a principled entrepreneur. Gazing at the fruit processing factory now taking shape with its foundational framework, Sang Li felt deeply satisfied. Only the tools remained to be installed and arranged into an assembly line before hiring workers could begin. The dozens of tons of fruit harvested the previous year had been stored within her spatial dimension, untouched by decay. Since the fruit season had not yet arrived, selling these preserved goods would prove enormously profitable. She spent several days strolling through town with Yi Qiudong, yet no suitable shop had caught their eye. Either the price was too steep, the location unsuitable, or the rent at a decent spot was simply outrageous. And so, after days of wandering, nothing had been settled. In the Peach Grove cottage, Sang Huaijing was quietly reviewing his lessons, flipping through the books Sang Li had given him once more in preparation for the next day's metropolitan examination. At the entrance of the examination hall thronged candidates from every corner of the realm. Steadying his mind, Sang Huaijing walked in. The metropolitan examination was held once every 3 days. After finishing, he returned to the Peach Grove cottage, awaiting the results that would be posted half a month later. "My lord, Miss Sang's father has returned to the Peach Grove cottage." Xiao Qian scattered fish food into the pond. "Protect him well." If he guessed correctly, Xiao Qiang had set his sights on the man. That was his elder brother's nature. Rather shatter jade than keep a tile whole. If he couldn't have something, no one else would either. He could not allow the girl's father to come to harm right under his nose. The memorial concerning Su Sui Town may now be submitted. With his literary talent, passing the examination was a foregone conclusion. This timing would conveniently vacate the post of Su Sui Town's magistrate. The next day, the Grand Court Assembly convened. The Emperor stared at the memorial in his hand. Excellent. A mere county magistrate, yet so arrogant and reckless, preying upon the people like a fish-devouring beast. He cast the memorial before Prime Minister Liu. "Take a good look, Prime Minister. This is the talent you recommended to me." Prime Minister Liu picked up the memorial from the floor and glanced through it, his heart jolting. "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Your servant was deceived. I knew nothing whatsoever of his deeds. He was recommended by you, Prime Minister. If you claim complete ignorance, do you even believe your own words? Old scoundrel. If not for the Prime Minister backing him behind the scenes, how would a mere county magistrate dare to behave with such arrogance? Sixth Prince, you are piercing this old servant's heart. My loyalty to His Majesty is witnessed by the heavens. I truly knew nothing. Fortunately, all of this had been arranged through subordinates at the time. Even if investigated, it could not be traced back to him. Walk the night path long enough, and sooner or later you will meet a ghost. Prime Minister, take heed. This old wretch was extremely cautious. They truly had no evidence linking him to Su Sui Town for now, but one day he would uproot them entirely. This old servant is too dull to grasp what your highness means. Prime Minister Liu shot him a provocative glance. By our imperial decree, Jing, Yongning magistrate of Su Sui Town. We appointed you to handle official affairs, intending for you to become a worthy parent official governing the region. Instead, you deceived your superiors and deluded your subordinates, committed every manner of outrage, tyrannized the countryside, and lorded over the land. As the evidence is now conclusive, let Jing Yongning be sentenced to immediate execution by beheading. His family shall be exiled 3,000 li and his descendants barred from office for 3 generations. The illicit gains shall be returned to the villagers, and the remainder confiscated into the imperial treasury. His Majesty is sagacious. The decree for confiscating the household was dispatched at once. The prefect of Huaizhou was entrusted with overseeing the confiscation and temporarily assuming the magistracy of Susui town until the court appointed a new magistrate. The court descended into a fierce scramble over the vacant magistrate post, and the emperor withdrew from court with a throbbing headache. Xiao Qiang watched the 6th and 8th princes walking ahead. My dear younger brothers, you truly pulled a clever feint on me. The 8th had withdrawn his men, lulling him into complacency, only for this to be waiting for him all along. Big brother still has much to learn. This is called outwitting the enemy with a stratagem, Xiao Qian said in a thoroughly provoking tone. Is that so? We have plenty of days ahead. Just wait and see. Xiao Qia pushed him along as he left. Brother, I truly want to tear that mask off his face. How exhausting it must be to put on such an act day after day. Seeing his brother all claws and fangs with not a shred of propriety, Xiao Qishuan said, there are too many people around. Rein it in. Why was he still so immature? Prime Minister Liu happened to pass by just then and coughed twice into the wind. Oh, Prime Minister, do take good care of your health. Don't fail at a critical moment. That wouldn't be any fun. Prime Minister Liu's face darkened with fury. An ignorant brat. Did he take him for some kind of plaything? Many thanks for your highness's concern. This minister will naturally take good care of his health. With that, he hurried away, afraid the young prince would actually infuriate him into illness. Watching the retreating figure, Xiao Qian muttered, Old scoundrel, I'll skin you alive one of these days. Ouch! A sharp pain rang out atop his head. Who dares strike me? He whirled around to see a white-haired elder holding a walking staff. Grandfather, why did you hit me? He rubbed his head. The man was none other than the old Duke Mu Hong. Look at you. Not a shred of decorum all day. Learn a thing or two from your older brother. You're grown now, oh, it's time to be steady. This little nephew of his had been restless and wild since childhood. As a boy he could still be disciplined, but now that he was grown no one could rein him in. Xiao Qian glanced at his own elder brother. Not much older than he was, yet always carrying himself with a composed, mature dignity, his expression unchanged even if Mount Tai crashed down before him. A shiver ran through him. Forget it. Grandfather, it's enough that the two of us have won like that. I'll just keep being the little devil of the mortal world. You're already of marriageable age. If you stay this irresponsible, who would dare marry you? I wouldn't fancy those painted dolls anyway. Every young lady in the capital put on an air of pampered delicacy, and the moment they opened their mouths, it was all this and that from the classics, dreadfully dull. Whenever he reasoned with the boy had a basket full of arguments to block him. Come now, let's dine at the Duke's mansion tonight. It had been a long while since grandfather and grandchildren had shared a meal. All right, today I'll let grandfather taste a fine wine you've never had before. It had also been quite some time since he last visited the Duke's mansion. At the mention of fine wine, Duke Mu's interest was piqued. Oh, what fine wine. He did love a drink or two in his leisure. You'll know when you take a sip tonight. The mystery stirred Duke Mu's curiosity unbearably. You little rascal. Xiao Qishuan knew that tonight would certainly involve a good deal of showing off, but the wine was truly excellent. At the Duke's mansion, the old Duchess Lady Yang cried out, Oh, my precious grandsons, come let grandmother look at you. She pulled both boys close and studied them. You've grown thin. Holding Lady Yang's arm, Xiao Qian said, Grandmother, you must console my stomach. The people in the mansion don't know what I like to eat. I've been starving thin. Watching his younger brother's over-the-top performance, Xiao Qishuan couldn't bear to look. He didn't want to acknowledge that this was his brother. It was too embarrassing. All right. In a while I'll have your aunt-in-law make all your favorites. As soon as well. She pitied her two grandsons for losing their mother at such a tender age, growing up in that man-eating place, and taking to the battlefield as mere youths. That was why she always favored them a little more. Now that the cousins have come, grandmother doesn't love us anymore. Alas, how heartbroken we are, Mu Xingho said with mock sorrow. He was the second son of the current duke. Oh, you little rascals. When has grandmother ever failed to think of you? Everything will be made, everything. The room filled with harmonious laughter as they chatted about family matters. My lady, the young miss from the Branch family, has arrived, Rong Pei whispered into Lady Yang's ear. Lady Yang's face instantly darkened. Why is she here? Did I not tell her to remain in the back courtyard? Even before she finished speaking, the woman walked in. I pay my respects to the old lady. The young lady behind her also curtsied gracefully. Rojing pays her respects to the old lady. Looking at the two intruders with no hint of warmth, Lady Yang asked, Why have you come? Muin understood the displeasure in the old lady's tone. And I thought that since the two princes rarely visit, it would be a grave discourtesy not to come and pay our respects. Please don't be angry. Come, Rojing, greet the two princes. Naturally, Li Rojing understood her mother's intentions. Twisting her supple waist, she curtsied gracefully before Xiao Qian. Rojing greets the two princes. The courtesy was rendered to both, yet her gaze was fixed unwaveringly on Xiao Qian. The dense reek of powder and rouge made Xiao Qian frown. Have you been marinated in that scent? He could not help but think of Sang Li. The faint grassy fragrance of that young girl was far more pleasant. Li Rojing did not understand at first. What did your highness say? Cousin says your makeup fragrance is too heavy. Mu Xingho disliked Li Rojing as well. She would burst into tears at every turn and acted so fragile she could not manage herself. Hearing Mu Xingho say this, an awkward expression crept over Li Rojing's face. Then she looked at Xiao Qian with glistening eyes. Mu Xingho shrugged. See what I said? She's putting on an act again. Seeing that Xiao Qian showed no reaction and offered no word of comfort, she could only retreat awkwardly to her mother's side. Muin did not dare speak either. Mother and daughter were already living on another's charity, and with two princes before them, how could she presume to have a say? Enough. You have paid your respects, go back now, Lady Yang said. Seeing that Lady Yang had not the slightest intention of inviting them to stay for a meal, Muin, no matter how thick-skinned, could not bring herself to ask. She could only withdraw with Li Rojing. Mother, we seldom get to see His Highness. Are we really going to let this opportunity slip away? Thinking of Xiao Qian's handsome face and of becoming his consort one day and gazing upon that face every day, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Muin naturally knew what her daughter was thinking. He was His Majesty's most beloved 8th prince. Now that none of the princes had been in Fef, the 8th prince still had a chance to become the crown prince. Even if he could not, he would at least become an imperial prince in the future. With such a son-in-law, she would laugh in her sleep from joy. Those who wish to accomplish great things must be patient. Right now, only the eldest prince has taken a consort. None of the other princes have married a principal consort yet. There were so many choices. Why fixate on one tree? Li Rojing naturally understood her mother's meaning. The other princes were also fine, but in terms of appearance, only the 4th, 6th, and 8th princes were truly outstanding. The 4th prince was away traveling and studying all year long, as elusive as a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. The 6th prince was deep and ruthless in his methods. She had the self-awareness to know he was not someone she could manage. That left only the 8th prince. Although he had a notorious reputation, she believed that if he fell in love with her, he would surely reform those bad habits. She was confident she could mold him into a proper husband. She had also seen the tender side beneath his infamous reputation, otherwise she would not have liked him so much. Mother is right, I was too impatient. The mother and daughter chatted about their daydreams as if no one else were present. Mu Yaowang stood in a pavilion not far away. Lu Ruo, are those two all right? Do they think princes are cabbages just waiting to be picked? Young miss, they are only dreaming. One is a woman cast out by her husband's family, and the other is a cousin of no particular talent or beauty, yet they dare to covet the bright moon. Utterly absurd. Mu Yaowang rubbed her arm in disgust. I don't know what grandfather was thinking, why he brought them into the manor. It makes me a laughingstock whenever I go out. And that Li Rojing has not the slightest awareness of living on another family's charity. She wants to compete with me, and everything bursts into tears at the slightest thing and says all kinds of nonsense. I absolutely hate her. Lu Ruo tugged at her. Young miss, you must not harbor such ill thoughts about the old duke. The old duke naturally has his reasons for doing this. The young miss was simply too naive. She was often provoked by that cousin into reckless words, and in the end it was she who got punished. I know. I just can't stand the way Li Rojing and her mother carry on. Come on, let's go eat. Nothing was more important than a meal. Lu Ruo followed behind her, watching her skip and jump. Happy one moment, upset the next, everything written on her face. No wonder she was constantly led around in circles by Li Rojing and her mother's schemes. She was truly the embodiment of the mouth flies ahead while the brain chases behind. When Mu Yaowang arrived, her father Mu Xueming had also returned. She greeted everyone with proper decorum. Lady Yang, seeing her, promptly beckoned her over. Yaowang, come sit by your grandmother. Mu Yaowang went to sit beside Lady Yang. Grandmother, eldest cousin, second cousin. The Mu family had only one daughter, Mu Ran, and after marrying into the palace, she had only 2 children. They did not use the palace rankings at home. They simply called them eldest cousin and second cousin. Xiao Qixuan nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Qian patted her twin buns. Little Yaowang, I hear you've been quite bold lately. You even brawled in the street with the prime minister's daughter. That old scoundrel even went to the emperor to complain. He happened to be present, and his majesty smoothed things over on both sides, so the matter was dropped. Hearing that she had complained, Mu Yaowang flared up. She has the nerve to complain. I didn't even complain. It seemed she had struck too lightly. Next time she saw her, she would beat her until she was black and blue. When Mu Xueming heard that his daughter had fought with the prime minister's daughter and the matter had reached the emperor, he said, Yaowang, you are far too reckless. The prime minister and their family had never been on good terms. Wasn't she handing him a weapon to use against them? Hearing her father shout at her, Mu Yaowang felt wronged. Father, you scold me without even knowing what happened. She had been out there working so hard to defend the family's name, yet her father reproached her without asking why. Enough. I know about this matter, and I think Yaowang did nothing wrong. A young lady of the prime minister's mansion gossiping everywhere. How was that different from common street folk? That old scoundrel was shameless, actually daring to make a scene before the emperor. Father, you are still indulging her. Look at her. She will be 15 soon. Her zither chess calligraphy and painting are all mediocre, and she cannot do embroidery or needlework. All day she waves spears and staves like a tomboy. In the future, which family would dare take her as a bride? She dressed like a tomboy every day, stirring up mischief everywhere without a trace of feminine grace. I think my sister is just fine. She was innocent and straightforward, far better than those pretentious young ladies. Seeing Mu Xingho chime in, he said, I haven't even started on you, and you still have the nerve to talk. Look at yourself, dressed in garish colors like a colorful bird on a branch. Every day you carry on like a spoiled young master. You roam the streets with those disreputable friends of yours, capering like a monkey. Can't you learn from your cousin's son and be a little more steady? Of his 3 children, only the eldest gave him a little less worry. The younger 2 were each more troublesome than the other. Seeing his father's anger shoot toward him, Mu Xingho rubbed his nose. He had heard this nagging until his ears grew calluses, and he would dare to do it again anyway. Suddenly put on the spot, Xiao Qixuan raised his teacup to hide his embarrassment. Big uncle, you only see the surface. Please don't use me as an example next time. And you, Qian, you even dared to smash the imperial study. You are utterly lawless. Learn from your elder brother. You are of marriageable age, with such a hot temper, which young lady would dare marry you? He had nearly forgotten this little demon king. Xiao Qian rubbed his nose awkwardly. He had been the one to raise the topic, yet the fire of criticism had turned back on them after all. Yes, uncle. A censor's tongue was truly not to be underestimated. Mu Yaowang watched her father scold each of them in turn, not missing a single one. Her earlier grievance faded by more than half. It seemed everyone was equally at fault, and that made her feel better. Seeing that he was about to speak again, the old duke interjected. Enough. Let the family eat in peace. This is not the censorate where you impeach whoever you catch. When would he ever change this temper? This was home, not the imperial court. Once he opened his mouth, he could not stop. Mu Xueming, who still wanted to say a few more words, was tugged by Rong Lizi at the hem of his robe. That's about enough. Let the children eat their meal in peace. She knew her husband's temperament well. If she didn't stop him, they would listen to his scolding all evening. She looked at Xiao Qian and his brother. Your uncle has this habit, don't take it to heart. Your aunt has made many of your favorite dishes, so eat plenty. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and heaped their bowls with the dishes they loved. Mu Hong invited everyone to dine. Xiao Qian poured out the wine he had brought from his residence. Its rich aroma was so invigorating that even a single breath lifted his spirits. He took a sip. What kind of wine is this? Over the years he had tasted hundreds of varieties, perhaps even 1,000, but this was the most enticing he had ever encountered. Have friend gifted it to me. There isn't much. That was all there was. Don't even think about getting more. Didn't he know? If grandfather found out, he would storm into his residence and strip it bare. He had also brought plum wine carefully brewed and poured for the ladies of the household. The pale green liquid released an intoxicating fragrance of plums. I didn't know this fruit could be fermented into wine. How novel. Yang Shi took a sip. There was no sharp alcohol burn, only a refreshing plum sweetness that suited her palate perfectly. Your friend is truly a remarkable person. One who devises such clever methods is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Qian took particular delight in hearing others praise young girls, even more than compliments directed at himself. If she knew my grandmother enjoyed it, she would be overjoyed. She has so many clever ideas and talents. The memory of her stubbornly proud little face made him laugh aloud. Rong Lizi could see from his expression that his friend was undoubtedly a young girl. Still, one with such originality was truly remarkable. Might I ask where your friend is from? Which family does she belong to? He was of marriageable age now. It was rare to see him display such warmth. If the family background proved suitable, it could well be a fine match. Oh, your friend is a young lady. Do tell grandmother all about her. It was rare to see him hold someone in such high esteem. Mu Yaowang, who also enjoyed the fruit wine, chimed in eagerly. Cousin, is she really a girl? Which family? Do I know her? As long as his future cousin-in-law wasn't Li Rojing or Lu Rui, she was satisfied. Mu Hong and Mu Xueming also became interested. No wonder you showed no urgency about marriage. You've already set your heart on someone. Do tell us more. If she proves suitable, grandmother will make the arrangements for you. Xiao Qian, unusually reserved, stammered. What are you saying? She is merely a friend. They had not yet reached such a profound stage, and besides, she was still quite young. Seeing his nephew's rare hesitation, Mu Hong did not press further. Very well, very well. If you feel it is appropriate, speak with the family. But do not act rashly toward the young lady. A girl capable of brewing such fine wine must possess considerable wisdom. Perhaps she could even tame his unruly nephew. The meal passed harmoniously, though the old duke ultimately kept the final jar of wine. Otherwise, he would have searched Xiao Qian's residence himself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian immediately offered it willingly. Given his guilty, furtive expression, the old duke knew exactly what was happening and merely said he would visit his estate after finishing the wine. Xiao Qian looked as though he were about to weep. Xiao Qishuan, watching him with a headache, grabbed him by the back of the neck and dragged him away. Only his witlessness could cause such distress. Brother, let go. I can't breathe. Xiao Qian rubbed his sore neck. You really are my biological brother. He had nearly killed him. Is the friend who gave you the wine truly a young woman? Where on earth had this unreliable younger brother met such an inventive girl? At his brother's tone of disbelief, Xiao Qian took offense. Of course she is a young woman, a remarkably capable one. She can do everything. Seeing that eager, earnest expression, he asked, Are you truly taking this to heart? His younger brother acted on every impulse. He must not allow him to harm that young lady. Brother, what are you saying? She is still just a child. He was not so depraved. At the very least, he would wait until she came of age. Xiao Qishuan's eyelid twitched. A child? How young? Around 11 or 12, I suppose. He had not asked directly, but that was his estimation. Ouch. Brother, why are you hitting me? And kicking his backside. Xiao Qishuan kicked harder. Let me make myself clear, you brat. Extinguish those thoughts before she comes of age, or I will break your legs. He glared at him as though he were some beast. I don't need you telling me that. I'm not so depraved. But he would not allow anyone else to approach her either. Not even a male mosquito. All the wine in your residence is mine now, along with those dried meats and fruits. Send them over too. Rare indeed was such an opportunity to fleece him. Hey, go to the 8th prince's mansion shortly and bring everything over. Remember, all of it. Hey, he glanced at the 8th prince, who looked as though he were suffering through death itself, and allowed the rarest of smiles to touch his lips. Yes, my lord. You truly are my wonderful brother, Xiao Qian gritted out through clenched teeth. Then he tugged at Xiao Qishuan's sleeve, his peach blossom eyes wide, with imploring appeal, like a begging puppy. Brother, won't you leave me even a little? Xiao Qishuan calmly withdrew his sleeve. I'll leave you some northwest wind then. Walking away with hey, his parting words carried on the breeze, I'll leave you nothing but the wind. Enraged, Xiao Qian shouted after him, Xiao Qishuan, we are mortal enemies. He brandished his fists and stamped his feet at his retreating back. Xiao Qishuan paid no mind to his younger brother fuming behind him. In an uncommonly cheerful mood, he announced loudly enough for anyone to hear, hey, go now, before you can't even enter the gates. Xiao Qian's expression cracked. His brother had truly anticipated his every move. A great event unfolded in Susui town. The county magistrate had been raided and his estate confiscated. Jing Yongning was led to the execution ground in disarray, and the common people clapped and cheered. This corrupt official had finally fallen. Spontaneously, the crowd threw rotten eggs and vegetable leaves into his prison cart. Jing Yongning knelt with an impassive expression. He should have known long ago that making a pact with tigers never ends well. He had once been filled with learning and ambition. At what precise moment he had reached this ruinous end he no longer remembered. One could only say that wealth and status had blinded him. Fortunately, his family had been exiled rather than executed alongside him. That great man had promised to spare his family's lives. Though nothing he said held any credibility now still. What if that sliver of chance was something he wished to fight for on their behalf? Governor Ke looked upon Jing Yongning's wretched state and the array of crimes he had uncovered. Had he known this would be the end, why had he begun down this path? The hour had struck noon. Carry out the sentence. A pool of crimson blood spilled upon the ground. Yet even all that blood could not repay the sins he had committed. Governor Ke returned to the yamen and surveyed the devastating mess left behind his head, throbbing with the weight of it all. He could only pray the imperial court would dispatch a new magistrate soon, so he might finally hand over this chaos and be rid of it. When Sang Kangxing returned home, he remarked to Sang Yojin, if the newly appointed magistrate proves no different from the last, what difference does it make? The common folk will suffer just the same. They, the common people, cared little for who held the mandate of heaven. All they desired was enough food to eat and clothes to wear. When survival itself was a struggle, whoever could make their lives less unbearable would naturally earn their loyalty. Li Xiofan gazed toward the distant horizon with anxious worry. I wonder how my sixth son is faring. It had been so long, and still no word had reached their home. Sang Li was confident in the outcome. Her father would undoubtedly succeed. The materials she had provided were distilled from thousands of years of accumulated wisdom. If the aging emperor possessed even a semblance of concern for his people, her father's name would certainly appear on the examination list. Sang Hui had been reading at the Peach Grove Pavilion for several days. Finally stepping out to relax, he stumbled upon a bullying incident. Several boys of 5 or 6 years old were surrounding and beating a smaller child. Hey, what are you doing? At the sound of someone approaching, the boys scattered in terror. The boy on the ground, whatever his standing, was still a young master. They only dared strike him when no one was watching. They would never risk their families discovering what they had done. His family would beat them to death if they found out. Sang Huijing watched them flee without giving chase. Here under the emperor's very feet, anyone he grabbed could scare him to death. He hurried over and helped the little boy up from the ground. The child looked about the same age as his Ajin, but he was thin and small, his face pale, and he trembled at the slightest touch like a frightened quail. Don't be afraid, they're gone. Xiao Qiza raised his head tremblingly. The man supporting him wore a blue robe with gentle, warm eyes that held soft pity. Was he being pitied? He gently brushed away the man's hand. He was filthy. Slowly he stood up and trudged forward, sharp pain radiating from his body and ankles. Sang Huijing stepped forward and embraced him. Where do you live? Let me take you home. Despite his tender age, the boy exuded an air of listlessness and despondency. Xiao Qiza felt the warmth radiating from him and was momentarily stunned. This was the first time in a long while that someone had held him like this. Just as they reached the intersection, a carriage came to a halt. Xiao Qishuan stepped down from it, and seeing Xiao Qiza covered in wounds, fury blazed in his eyes. Sang Huijing looked at the newcomer. Though young, the boy was dressed in magnificent brocade robes, and exuded an imposing aura of authority without even trying. Surely he was of no small status. Are you a relative of this child? Xiao Qixuan likewise studied Sang Huaijing. In his blue robe the man carried the refined elegance of a scholar, showing neither fear nor flattery in his presence. Only a simple inquiry. I am the child's elder brother. Thank you, sir. It was obvious at a glance that this man had saved Xiao Qiza. Sang Huaijing had just seen the genuine urgency in the boy's eyes, so he gently handed the child over. Your family should care more for the child. If he wasn't mistaken, the boy had psychological issues as well. In all this time he hadn't spoken a single word, and even when beaten just now he hadn't shed a tear. Xiao Qixuan took the child. Thanks to you today, sir. Otherwise who knows what might have become of my younger brother. Please leave your name, and once I have settled my brother, I will surely pay you a visit. Those people dared to act so brazenly. It seemed he hadn't cracked down on them enough lately. Sang Huaijing waved his hand. It was no trouble, hardly worth your thanks. He smoothed his robes and left through the alley. No longer in the mood for a leisurely stroll, he returned to the Peach Grove Lodge. Inside the carriage, Xiao Qixuan tended to Xiao Qiza's wounds. The child sat motionless, silent. He investigate which families were behind this. How dare they lay a hand on someone of the Xiao family? Their audacity was truly beyond bounds. Also find out who the gentleman was who saved Qiza today. Prepare gifts, and we'll call on him to express our gratitude. Looking at his young cousin, Xiao Qixuan's heart ached. Only a few days after the boy was born, his uncle the prince had marched off to war. Everyone had thought he would return victorious this time, but instead he remained forever in the northern frontier. Before dying, he never even got to see what his son looked like. Upon hearing the news, his aunt followed her husband in death, leaving the vast prince's mansion with only 5-year-old Xiao Qiza. He had watched with his own eyes as his mother hanged herself before him. After a high fever, he woke up as he was now, dull and wooden like a puppet that could not feel pain. On returning to the mansion, they happened to meet Xiao Qian. Seeing Xiao Qiza in such a wretched state, he asked what happened. After hearing Xiao Qixuan's account, he flew into a rage and smashed the stone lion at the gate. This is going too far. Then he turned and left. Mind your limits. Don't kill anyone. Xiao Qixuan naturally knew his younger brother's temperament. As long as no lives were lost, he let him do as he pleased. That night, people for several streets around could hear a child's heart-wrenching screams. They watched helplessly as their own sons were hung upside down and whipped. Eighth Prince, what has my worthless son done to warrant this? He is only 6 years old. This is breaking into our home and committing violence. This old man will surely report you to His Majesty. But they were bound and could only watch as the whip lashed their children again and again. Xiao Qian took a leisurely sip of tea. Go ahead and report me. I just wonder how many ranks your official position will drop for humiliating the descendant of a meritorious royal house. Such a grave charge. How could he dare accept it? You're slandering me. Slander? Whether it's slander, you'll find out if you ask around. Xiao Qian signaled for them to stop for a moment. Mo Gang was screaming in agony. He's just a little mute with no parents. I wasn't the only one who beat him. Why target only me? It hurt like hell. Mo Chu heard his son say, no parents. And combining that with the 8th Prince's words about a royal descendant, who else could it be but the young heir of Prince Cheng's mansion? He instantly felt the sky collapse. This unfilial brat. Of all people he could have beaten, he had to beat that young heir. Although the child had no parents, he still had the emperor as his own uncle, not to mention that his father had died in the northern frontier fighting for the people of Longyuan. My son wasn't the only one who hit him. Why does your highness only go after my child? This was too bullying. Vice Minister, you're mistaken. You're the last household. We beat the others, and then came here. With that he continued lashing Mo Gang. As martial artists they struck with great precision, breaking bones and tendons, but never killing. Only when Mo Gang was beaten to the point of near death did Xiao Qian finally stop. I'll be waiting for all of you at court tomorrow morning. I hope I don't hear any sick leave requests, otherwise you can lie down forever. He left with Baisan. The several families trembled as they agreed. What a little devil incarnate. They were high-ranking officials after all, yet the 8th Prince beat them as he pleased. Then they recalled that their own children had struck first, and they wanted to beat them. But looking at their nearly dying sons, they couldn't bear to. Who knew what awaited them at court in the morning? The next morning at court, before they could even voice their grievances, they were directly demoted several ranks and ordered to reflect behind closed doors. Being rebuked before the entire assembly of civil and military officials was truly a case of killing without a sword, destroying the heart. Seeing their fate, every official went home and instructed their children never bully the young heir of Prince Cheng's mansion. Though he had no parents, he was still a mansion's heir. Not to mention that he had the 8th prince, a devil incarnate, as an older brother, a truly reckless character who cared nothing for who you were and would strike as he pleased. The results of the metropolitan examination were released and posted publicly. Sang Huaijing had placed first in the top tier as the metropolitan graduate with the highest honors. The messenger bearing good news went to the Peach Grove Lodge. Sang Huaijing handed the man a money pouch he had prepared in advance. The messenger offered a few words of congratulations and left joyfully. Xiao Qishuan arrived at the Peach Grove Lodge with gifts. Congratulations on your success in the examination, sir. These small gifts are congratulatory offerings. I've specially arranged for someone well-versed in court etiquette. Since you will have an audience with His Majesty for the palace examination, I thought you might need it. He hadn't expected the man who saved Azay to be one of the top candidates in this session of the imperial examinations and to be lodging at the Gu family's Peach Grove Lodge. Sang Huaijing had just been worrying about that very matter. He hadn't expected that when drowsiness came, someone would deliver a pillow. Thank you, young master. He accepted without any false modesty. On his way back, Xiao Qishuan mentioned him to Xiao Qian. The man at the Peach Grove Lodge is from Susui Town. Do you know anything about him? He had spent so long in Susui Town, presumably he knew something. Of course I know. He's the little girl's father. He hadn't expected such outstanding literary talent. He had even thought that if the man failed the exam, he'd find some way to put him in the county magistrate's seat. Now it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Xiao Qishuan now understood everything. No wonder you made your move against Jing Yongning at this critical moment. You want him to take over the mess in Susui Town, don't you? You know me best, brother. Just watch. He will bring us many surprises. He believed in the little girl. She was hiding her abilities now only because she hadn't found a suitable excuse to settle down. If her father became a county magistrate, it would be different. No one would dare easily snatch things from her hands. He had a premonition that she would leave a magnificent mark on the future of Long Yuan. There are others at Tao Lin Xiaozhu as well. You must be more vigilant. He had only appreciated Sang Huaijing's talent and had no desire to interfere, but now matters had changed. They might become family in the future, and one's own kin should never be bullied by outsiders. They are merely supporting actors. Bai Er is on watch. Do not be too reckless. Sometimes the smallest demons are the most troublesome. I understand. Before he takes office, I will personally ensure his protection. Crown Prince's mansion. I did not expect this Xiao Huaijing to have such substance. His insights on agriculture and sericulture are remarkable. Your Highness might as well recruit him for your own service, said the advisor. My people cannot even approach him. Sang Huaijing came from a humble background, making him easy to bribe, yet many were keeping watch over him. Besides the 8th prince, there were others, but so far he did not know who they were. This man grows more intriguing by the day. He would have to meet him personally. A mere scholar from a humble family was being valued so highly. Master, it seems Lord Sang is certain to succeed in this examination. The Grand Tutor set down his brush. His scholarship has always been outstanding. I wonder if he has found another renowned teacher lately, for his insights have grown increasingly thorough and practical. Indeed, he had not disappointed him. Recently, several groups have appeared at Tao Lin Xiaozhu. Besides our people, there are the Crown Prince and the 8th Prince, and now the 6th Prince has also become involved. This path will not be so easy. Keep the Crown Prince's people away from him. Do not concern yourself with the other 2 princes. They will not harm him. This is as far as your master can assist you. The road ahead must be forged by your own efforts. The emperor was highly satisfied with Sang Huaijing's essays. By all rights, his talents deserved the position of Zhuang Yuan and the honor of sweeping all 3 examinations. However, glancing at the other 2 candidates, one was already 40 years old, the other whose appearance left much to be desired. The position of Tanhua required both beauty and learning, serving as the face of the dynasty. Revealing the other 2 would invite ridicule about the emperor's taste. With some reluctance, he appointed Sang Huaijing as Tanhua, the 40-year-old, as Zhuang Yuan and the less impressive-looking candidate as Bang Yan. Hearing the reason he was appointed, Tanhua Sang Huaijing did not know whether to laugh or cry. To compensate him, the emperor offered two choices: entering the Hanlin Academy as a compiler or being sent to the provinces as a county magistrate. Serving in the Hanlin Academy meant simply enduring the years with no guarantee of when he would rise. Sang Huaijing decisively chose to go to the provinces as a county magistrate. His choice was exactly what the emperor had hoped for, as he had been troubled by the inability to find a replacement for the county magistrate of Sushui town. For the past several days, the morning courts had argued heatedly over a mere county magistrate position. He did not wish to use anyone's people. Fortunately, the imperial examination was selecting new officials, and the 8th prince had mentioned this matter. It was the perfect opportunity to act. Then you shall take up your post at Sushui town. I trust you will honor my appointment and serve well as a parental official to the people. A perfect solution. Upon hearing Sushui town, Sang Huaijing nearly laughed aloud. Your subject vows not to fail your majesty, not to disgrace this robe. Excellent, excellent. Take up your post in a month and a half. Return early to make your preparations. A proper top scholar who had swept all 3 examinations was being demoted by his father's excuse. Xiao Qian was utterly speechless. But watching the 3 men parading through the streets below, he had to admit his father was quite wise. They truly were unpresentable. By comparison, the young lady's father was as handsome as Panin. Under the gaze of so many people, Sang Huaijing felt deeply uncomfortable. They say when spring wind lifts one's spirits, the horse's hooves grow light, and in a single day one can admire all the flowers of Chang'an. He had not seen many flowers, but the girls lined up along the route were endless. Someone threw a scented pouch at him, and he quickly tossed it far away. If his wife found out, he would not be allowed into their chamber for a month. The young women of the capital were far too forward. His actions were noticed by someone at a nearby window. That is this year's Tanhua, said a woman in white, pointing at Sang Huaijing. The maid hurried forward. Yes, your highness. It is said his learning is exceptional. He was meant to be Zhuang Yuan, but the other 2 candidates were so inadequate that your majesty reluctantly appointed him Tanhua. Fu Rong looked at the 3 men below. Indeed, unpresentable. Compared to the other 2, Sang Huaijing was strikingly handsome, and his plain robes made him appear even more refined, like clear wind and bright moon. Bihuan, tell father that this princess intends to take a husband. A what? Had she heard correctly? This princess likes him, she said, pointing at the Tanhua Sang Huaijing. I want him as my prince consort. Bihuan dared not disobey her command and rushed back to the mansion to find the king of Qi. Upon hearing that his daughter wanted to capture this year's Tanhua as a son-in-law, the king of Qi was naturally pleased. He had heard that the Tanhua was extraordinarily talented. If not for the other 2 being so inadequate, he would have been the top scholar of this examination. The emperor, to compensate him, had sent him as county magistrate to Sushui town, which everyone was now competing for. This showed how highly the emperor valued him. With the capabilities of his Qi mansion, they would enter the capital within a few years. He was truly an exceptional choice for a son-in-law. Bihuan did not know what to say, and simply followed the king of Qi to the parade street. The king of Qi blocked the procession. 3rd place scholar, I have chosen you as my son-in-law. What is your intention? Sang Huaijing nearly fell off his horse. The other 2 looked on enviously. Being chosen by a prince meant a decade less struggle. How could such a fortunate outcome not fall to them? But looking at that face, forget it. They simply could not compare. Watching the king of Qi openly seek a son-in-law in the street, everyone enjoyed the spectacle. Xiao Qian cursed loudly. Has the old king lost his mind? He actually dares to recruit his future father-in-law as a son-in-law right on the street. When the king of Qi saw no response, he repeated his offer. Sang Huaijing dismounted and stepped forward. Thank you for your kindness, your highness, but I already have a family. I must disappoint you. Hearing that Sang Huaijing was already married, the king of Qi, who was not unreasonable, felt only a hint of regret. You are already married. Then let it go. There are plenty of fine men, he would choose another. Sang Huaijing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the king of Qi was a reasonable man. But then she spoke. Do you truly have a family? Or are these merely words to deceive my father? He looked so young. How could he possibly be married? Fu Rong refused to believe it. Miss, I truly do have a family. My beloved wife, and I have a son and a daughter. The more she liked him, the bolder she became. I do not mind. Divorce your current wife and marry me. I am a princess. The king of Qi was shocked by his daughter's words. Fu Rong ceased this nonsense. Could she really say such a thing? How could she speak so outrageously? My wife and I love each other deeply. I would never divorce her. I beg your highness to stop speaking thus. This person truly was. Fu Rong was about to say more when a voice interrupted. Aunt Fu Rong, this third-place scholar does indeed have a family. Please stop pursuing this. To think of making her future father-in-law a live-in son-in-law to the Qi mansion. She actually dared to imagine such a thing. It appeared to be Xiao Qian. Oh, it's the eighth, the king of Qi said. Children should not interrupt adult conversations. Even this troublesome brat had come to interfere, which proved this man was exceptional. Such an outstanding man ought to be hers. What if he had a wife? Divorce her and marry her instead. Aunt Fu Rong, that is improper. He was personally appointed by the emperor as the third-place scholar and is soon to serve as county magistrate of Su Shui town. He is after all an official of the court. How can you simply seize him as you please? Moreover, he already has a family. Your relentless pursuit only brings shame upon the royal house, making others believe we use our power to oppress and force men to divorce their wives. The onlookers began whispering among themselves. There had been precedents of seizing a son-in-law beneath the examination list, and the crowd relished the spectacle. If the man had no family, it would be a match that pleased both sides. But to brazenly force a married man to divorce his wife. If he actually did such a thing, his official career would likely be over. Ask who would dare to entrust such a heartless, faithless, and virtueless man. If he abandoned his lawful wife the moment he soared to prominence and climbed to a higher branch, would he not be condemned and scorned by all? As the discussion grew more heated, Prince Qi could only drag Furong away. Watching them leave, Sang Huaijing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Xiao Qian. The young man was rather handsome, and having heard him call the young woman aunt, he must be a member of the imperial family. Thank you, young master, Sang said, though he did not know the imperial clan well. Under the scrutiny of his prospective father-in-law, Xiao Qian drew himself up stiffly, rare nervousness clutching at him, as he feared making a bad first impression. Lord Sang is too kind. I am the eighth in the family order, and my given name is Qian. Naturally, someone in the crowd recognized him. After all, his name was thunderous throughout the capital, infamously so. We pay our respects to His Highness the Eighth Prince. A swath of the crowd knelt. Sang Huaijing had not expected the young man before him to be the emperor's son. The top scholar and the second-ranked scholar were also stunned, and the men hastily knelt to pay their respects. Xiao Qian quickly urged them to rise. Everyone, please get up. There is no need for such ceremony. He stepped forward and personally helped Sang Huaijing to his feet. His behavior left many people baffled. The arrogant, unruly demon prince could actually be so courteous to someone, and to a newly appointed Tanhua, a mere county magistrate at that. Sang Huaijing was equally perplexed. He and this eighth prince should be meeting for the first time, yet the prince's attitude toward him seemed remarkably warm, almost as if he were afraid of displeasing him. The court has sent an imperial guard to escort Lord Sang back to Su Shui town. Once you have packed, you may set out. He had originally planned to go along as well, but there were still matters in the capital demanding his attention, so he could not leave for the moment. He had, however, sent by San to escort Sang back, so the journey would be safer. Sang was now the Tanhua personally chosen by his imperial father and a county magistrate. They would not let anything happen to him at such a critical juncture. Otherwise, it would be a challenge to imperial authority, and the emperor would certainly investigate to the very end. Many thanks to your majesty, and many thanks to your highness. He supposed that news of his success had already reached his hometown. Having been away for so long, he was homesick. Wuyin village had indeed received word of his success, personally delivered by the prefect's own arrangement. At last, someone would take over this troubled post. The prefect could hardly wait to drag Sang Huaijing into office, so he had naturally been especially diligent. When Sang Eugene heard that Sang Huaijing had passed, and had been personally selected as Tanhua by His Majesty, he was so excited he nearly fainted. Good. We can now be counted as a scholarly family. It truly brought them great honor. Li Xiufan was delighted as well. Her son had passed with distinction and had been personally chosen by His Majesty. Yes, my son has made something of himself. Li, however, felt it was both expected and unexpected. It was expected because her father was certain to pass, perhaps even as the top scholar. What was unexpected was that he did pass, but as the Tanhua. Still, that was fine too, for only someone handsome and learned could become Tanhua. It showed how outstanding her father was. The clan patriarch also learned that Sang Huaijing had become the Tanhua. Overjoyed, he said that when Sang returned, they must open the ancestral hall and properly honor the ancestors. To be able to open the ancestral hall was for them the supreme honor. The messenger said that an escort would protect Sang Huaijing on his way home. Li Xiaofan called on the family to make preparations, tea, sweets, and plenty of money packets. Sang Ying watched everyone bustling in and out, and she was truly envious. From now on, Sang Li would be the daughter of an official forever, standing ahead above them. Her uncle was truly capable, having won a splendid future for his own children. Stop staring. Hurry and get busy, or your grandmother will scold you again. Since she had come back, her eldest daughter had become increasingly hard to understand. Sometimes she even wore a frightening expression that made her feel a chill of fear. Although she still helped her natal family ever since her husband had come back, and said he would divorce her if she did so again, she naturally would not be foolish enough to ruin the good life she now had. She had reined herself in considerably, still slipping them help from time to time, but no longer daring to be too conspicuous or reckless. Lately, she had also been reflecting had she paid too little attention to her two daughters in the past. Her eldest daughter's thoughts were growing ever more unfathomable, and she could no longer see through her. Her youngest daughter was timid and submissive, always hiding in her room and avoiding others, interacting little with her siblings, almost a stranger to them. She was nothing like Sang Li, who was lively and active. But Sang Huaijing, who should have set out, was held up after all. The more Furong thought about it after returning, the more she liked him. While Prince Qi was away, she took her token and entered the palace to ask the emperor to decree a marriage. Since he was unwilling to divorce his wife, she was willing to marry him as a co-wife. But she was after all a commandery princess. She absolutely had to be the principal wife. The emperor had only one elder sister, and an elder sister was like a mother, having kept him in line since childhood. Furong from his princely uncle's household had been close to him since they were young, so he had indulged her a little more and given her a token that allowed her to enter the palace at any time. Looking at Furong kneeling before him, he said, "I have heard that the Tanhua already has a wife. You are a perfectly fine commandery princess. Why must you do this? Imperial brother, in all these years I have only ever set my heart on this one man. Would you not grant me this?" Having finally taken a liking to someone, she was determined to have him no matter what. In the past, he could indulge her in anything, but not in this. Rise first. The Tanhua is now a court official. Not to mention that he already has a wife. Even if he did not, I could not rashly decree a marriage for you. Besides, he has already refused you to your face. Why cling to him? You are after all a commandery princess of my Longyuan kingdom. Is there any man you cannot have? Why must you be so obsessed with a married man? If he truly dared to issue such a decree, the whole world would drown him in spit. Furong knew she was being somewhat unreasonable, but she simply liked him and did not want to let go. Even if people pointed and cursed at her, she was willing. But Furong simply will not give up. If I cannot be the principal wife, I am willing to be a co-wife. Is that acceptable, imperial brother? A dignified commandery princess like her becoming his concubine. He should be willing, surely. The emperor was infuriated by her. Look at what you have become. A dignified commandery princess actually saying she would be a man's concubine. You may not be ashamed, but I am ashamed for you. How had he never noticed before that she was so pig-headed? She could even bring herself to say such a thing. It was a complete disgrace to the imperial family. The emperor had no choice but to summon Sang Huaijing to the palace. When Xiao Qian heard that the aunt had still not given up the idea of seizing his future father-in-law and had even made a scene before his imperial father, he followed along into the palace. It would be false to say that Sang Huaijing was not nervous the first time he entered the imperial study. He gently lifted his robes and knelt. Your subject Sang Huaijing pays his respects to your majesty. The emperor looked at him. It was all that face of his that had caused the trouble. Rise, my dear minister. Sang Huaijing also saw Furong standing to one side and felt immediate foreboding. My dear minister, the commandery princess Furong has taken a fancy to you and wishes to marry you. What do you think? Sang Huaijing said in alarm. Your majesty, your subject already has a wife at home, and together we have a son and a daughter. I am afraid I must disappoint the commandery princess Furong's kind intentions. Was this commandery princess out of her mind? With so many fine young men to choose from, she had set her eyes on a married man like him. What terrible eyesight! It is of no matter. I can grant you the status of co-wife, Furong hastily interjected. Xiao Qian had not expected her to utter such words. Auntie Furong, are you quite well? A lady of your station reducing herself to a concubine. Do you not care for the royal family's dignity? I am grateful for your ladyship's kindness, but I deeply love my wife. In this lifetime, there shall be only her, no other woman. In other words, he would have only one wife and would never take a concubine. Give up your illusions. I am a noble lady offering myself as your concubine, and yet you refuse. She had always admired his unwavering devotion and courage in holding fast to one person. I decline. He would have only his wife in this lifetime. The emperor greatly appreciated Sang Huaijing's genuine devotion. Amidst worldly temptations, he still maintained such steadfastness. Had he agreed to marry Furong today, his position would have been revoked on the spot. The emperor had not misjudged him. Furong ceased this spectacle. Are you not ashamed enough? Xiao Qian almost wished to pry open his aunt's skull to see what filled her mind. To develop such feelings after a single meeting. She was truly unique in that regard. Furong stood dejectedly to one side. She was willing to become his concubine, and yet he still refused. Was she truly so unworthy? The emperor waved Sang Huaijing away, and Xiao Qian followed. Furong, there are many worthy men in this world. Should you set your heart on someone in the future, your imperial brother will arrange a marriage for you. But the condition is that he must not already be married. If this happened once more, he feared he might lose his temper and strike her. Furong did not respond. She returned to her residence, locked herself in her room, and refused all food and water. The grand princess also learned of her remarkable feat. Is she deranged? She actually spoke of becoming another woman's concubine. She had trampled the dignity of the royal family underfoot. Didn't the emperor strike her, eh? Had it been the grand princess, she would have slapped her senseless. The emperor can do nothing about her. Fortunately, the Tanhua has already left the capital. Princess Furong has locked herself in her room and refuses to eat or drink. Prince Qi is so anxious he has come down with fire. Let her starve, the grand princess replied. Such a person does not deserve to bear the imperial name. Yet the Tanhua was rather interesting, remaining unmoved by wealth and status, swearing before the emperor that he would honor only one wife in his lifetime. Even the grand princess found herself envious of the Tanhua's wife, fortunate enough to recognize such a man. Rumors spread through the streets. Princess Furong had set her sights on this year's newly titled Tanhua and attempted to seize him as a husband on the spot. However, he was already married in his hometown. Yet Furong persisted, demanding to become his concubine, ultimately forcing the Tanhua to swear before the emperor in the imperial study that he would honor only his principal wife for life. In an instant, Princess Furong became the subject of much mockery in the capital. A noble lady of her stature disregarding her dignity, rushing to become a concubine, and the man refused her. She was deemed even less worthy than a common village woman. People also marveled at the Tanhua's courage, flatly rejecting the most favored princess. Many envied his wife, wondering what manner of woman she was, one who had won such devotion and sworn fidelity for life. In the prosperous capital, this was something no woman could easily attain, stirring intense envy. It became a common saying that a future husband should be like the Tanhua, devoted to one heart alone, never parting till white hair. Sangli had not been idle during this time. Both factories had begun to operate gradually. The fruit factory employed mostly women. The work was not strenuous, but required careful attention. The cement factory hired only men. It was dusty and arduous, but the wages were double those of the fruit factory. Compared to working in town, which was exhausting and paid less than half, everyone was full of energy. They could earn money without traveling far, making the neighboring villages extremely envious. Their village headman had visited the headman of Wuyin village several times, asking whether people from their villages could be hired next time, promising to work diligently. Now that the operations of both factories were gradually maturing and the workforce was nearly complete, Sang Li still instructed the village headmen to promise them that neighboring villages would receive priority consideration for future hiring, especially Baishur village, which had previously claimed half of Baihuishan. Upon learning that the limestone mountain was full of treasures, they were furious and came to the village headman's house under cover of night, berating him for an entire night. Had they known earlier, they would never have sold it so cheaply. But the agreement was written in clear black and white, leaving no room for denial. They demanded that if the village opened any new factories in the future, they prioritize hiring people from Baishur village, otherwise they would come back and harass him again. The village headman knew he was somewhat in the wrong and could only stall them with vague promises. In recent years, corrupt officials had held power and annual taxes had steadily increased. Families with many members were forced to send their sons out to work for wages. After paying the land taxes each year, what remained was hardly enough to sustain a family. Each year some went hungry, and some even starved to death. Wuyin village was relatively fortunate. It was a large village with mountains and rivers. Though petty conflicts arose frequently, they united against external threats when difficulties struck. In smaller villages where adult men left to work for wages, only the elderly women and children remained at home. These vulnerable households were often robbed, their belongings plundered entirely. Driven beyond survival, some were forced to sell their sons and daughters. During those 2 years when bandits ran rampant, Wuyin village had nearly fallen victim as well. Fortunately, at that time the village had many able-bodied adults. If their belongings were stolen, it was equivalent to losing one's life. They fought with desperate ferocity against the bandits, and this ruthless spirit successfully drove them away, allowing them to live in peace ever since. Yet most workers never received their hard-earned wages despite a full year of labor. With no avenue for justice, those who went to the county magistrate's office each year to claim their pay eventually disappeared without a trace. Some said they were arrested and forced into hard labor, others said they were killed. Whatever the rumor, gradually no one dared to file a complaint at the county office. Empty granaries and unpaid wages. Was this not driving the common people to their deaths? They now celebrated that the corrupt official was finally dead, yet simultaneously feared the arrival of a new one. Who knew whether he would be the same as the last? Ordinary people had lost all hope. They say magistrates should stand as advocates for the people, yet now the common folk feared officials above all else. Their only wish was that the newly appointed county magistrate would last several years, granting them a few more years of life. Watching the factory run smoothly, Sang Li felt deeply gratified. The fruit factory was temporarily managed by Li Xiaofan and Su Wan. Ba Qiuzui's voice was too loud. Even a simple conversation seemed like an argument. Fang Hui simply lacked confidence, worried that something might go wrong and the factory could be ruined. Li Fenghua found it difficult to speak. Even when asked, she clearly understood, but simply could not open her mouth. Her slow temperament made Sang Li anxious. Therefore the most suitable choice was Su Wan, but she could not overpower the older aunts. This is where grandmother's role became essential. For now these two would manage things together. Fortunately the work was not physically demanding, and they did not need to handle it themselves. They only needed to supervise the workers and ensure no one stole or engaged in unsanitary practices. The first rule for all workers was cleanliness. Anyone caught engaging in unsanitary behavior would be dismissed immediately and permanently banned from reemployment. The rules were clear, and should anyone deliberately violate them, she would not show mercy. Both women were delighted, spending their days at the factory and promising to keep a close watch. If products made here caused harm to consumers, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, both took their responsibilities extremely seriously. Looking at the finished preserved fruits and dried fruit, they could transport a batch to town to sell first, which would be a good way to get the shop started. Brother, is the shop in town decorated yet? Almost done, just waiting to hang the signboard. Gu Sumu had returned from the capital with Sang Wu. Knowing she wanted to open a shop to sell preserved fruits, dried fruits, and some fruit wine, he volunteered to handle it. The Gu family had plenty of real estate, but he wanted to partner up with a 6-4 split. Of course, 6 for her and 4 for him. He would provide the shop and staff, while she supplied the goods. Since she had been searching for a suitable shop for several days without success, she readily agreed, saving herself the trouble. The first batch from the workshop is already finished. We need to hurry and open the shop. I'll go to town later, Sang Woo replied. He had grown increasingly composed during his time learning from Gu Sumo. By the way, brother, could you ask young Master Gu if he found that clay I wanted? She wanted to build a kiln at home to bake bread, and if it worked well, she would build a few more behind the shop to sell the freshly baked bread there, offering variety and freshness. All right, I'll ask for you. He always cares a great deal about your matters. That fellow was even more attentive to Ali's affairs than his own. Just then little Sang Jin walked in covered head to toe in mud, and White Tiger was equally filthy. What have you two been up to? Sang Li asked, wiping the mud from his face. Sister, let's pave the village road with cement, little Sang Jin suggested. Recently the village had been flooding the fields to prepare for rice planting, and the water had softened the muddy paths. He had slipped accidentally, and when White Tiger went to rescue him, the edge of the path collapsed too, sending both boy and Tiger tumbling into the paddy field. Sang Li could only laugh and shake her head at this, though filling in the village road wasn't a bad idea. All right, sister, we'll pave it sooner or later. How dare they let our Jean fall into a field? Hearing a satisfactory answer, little Sang Jin happily took White Tiger off to bathe. Sang Li handed him soap from her space, a favorite of his, for it produced plentiful bubbles and left him smelling wonderful after each wash. When Sang Woo returned, he was driving a horse-drawn cart. "Ah, did you buy this cart?" "No, my employer gave it to me. Since we're opening a shop in town, it's more convenient for traveling back and forth." "Oh my, your employer is truly generous, gifting you a cart." Everyone knew Sang Li had opened a shop in town specializing in selling goods produced by their workshop. As for Gu Sumo's generosity, she never held back when it came to spending money. Originally, he had offered to pay for the cart himself, but the other party got angry and gave him the silent treatment for days. In the end, Gu Sumo had to promise to bring him delicious treats made by Ali before he finally calmed down. The longer they spent together, the more childish that person became. "Brother, did you buy the cart?" She had been planning to buy one herself. With so many tasks lately, having something to travel in would be far more convenient. Once she grew a bit older, she definitely wanted to learn to ride a horse. "No, Sumo gave it to me. It'll be more convenient to go to town from now on." Sang Woo didn't even realize that whenever he referred to Sumo, there was an almost imperceptible warmth in his tone. And when she observed the two of them together, she always felt there was some kind of spark between them. Well, as a woman of the modern era, she felt nothing, but in this age things were rather complicated. "Very well. We shouldn't keep taking favors from him. Let's bring him something tomorrow when we go." The next day, Sang Li took Yi Chiodong and little Sang Jin to town. Her shop was opening, and as the owner, she naturally needed to be there. She had named her shop Four Seasons Spring, and after cutting the red silk ribbon, it officially began business. A new shop opening on the busiest street in town naturally drew a crowd. "That's a lovely name. What do you sell here?" "Ladies and gentlemen, my shop opens its doors today, specializing in various preserved fruits, dried fruits, and fruit wine. We will also introduce new products in the future. Today all items are 30% off. Please come in and support us. You may sample everything before buying. Please come in." Curious and delighted by the opportunity to taste before purchasing, everyone flooded into the shop. It was spacious, divided into 3 sections: preserved fruits, dried fruits, and fruit wine. Most women gravitated toward the preserved and dried fruit sections, while men headed straight for the wine area. After tasting, everyone found the flavors novel yet delicious, tastes they had never experienced before. Many joined the buying frenzy. Though slightly pricey, the quality was excellent. Preserved and dried fruits sold at 15 won per jean and fruit wine at 30 won per jean. So many customers bought that a long line formed outside the door. The several young servants inside were running around non-stop. Sang Li and Sang Woo took on the roles of shopkeepers, collecting payments and welcoming guests, while Yi Chiodong joined the packing team. Midday, when stock ran low, Sang Woo led a group back to the village to fetch 2 more carts full. Little Sang Jin served as a lucky mascot, sitting proudly behind the counter to attract customers. They didn't dare let him wander off alone. After all, child abductors existed even in this era. When things got especially busy, Gu Sumo came to deliver his opening gift and was promptly recruited as temporary help. At first he fumbled clumsily, but after Sang Woo demonstrated twice, he managed to perform adequately. He Chu from Fuyuan restaurant also came to present an opening gift, but the shop was so swamped that Sang Li had no time to properly receive him. She simply told him to visit Fuyuan restaurant in person when he had a moment to express her gratitude, and Chu naturally agreed. After a day of relentless busyness, Sang Li collapsed onto the counter. It had been ages since she had handled such a heavy workload. All the shop's inventory had sold out before they could make another trip to the village, and some customers left empty-handed. Little Ali, you've really outdone yourself. Made quite a profit today, didn't you? Gu Sumu was equally exhausted, sprawled unceremoniously on the ground beside the counter, gently fanning himself. When had young Master Gu ever done anything so laborious? And yet he was quite pleased. Sang Wu brought over tea and handed him a cup. The floor is damp, sit somewhere else. Gu Sumu took the tea, sipped it, and said, this young master is in peak condition, patting his chest twice to prove his point. Sang Li watched their interaction with a smile. Indeed, shipping romance in real life was far more entertaining than fiction. Everyone has worked hard today. Things will ease up after this busy period. I'll give everyone a raise. Hearing about a raise, the young servants were overjoyed, ready to fight until dawn. What else did one work for if not money? Thank you, young mistress. Ali, everything in the shop sold out today. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Yi Chiodong would never have believed it. All that merchandise gone in a single day, and still not enough to satisfy demand. It's only this exciting during the opening days. Once the novelty wears off, things won't be as busy as today, Sang Li said. Even the most delicious food would grow tiresome with time. Besides, she still had her overladder technique up her sleeve. Let's go. Tonight, I'm treating everyone to dinner at Fuyuan restaurant. After a day of constant activity, only now did she realize how ravenous she was. She could eat an entire cow. Employer, can we go too? What kind of place was Fuyuan restaurant? Their combined wages from several years of hard work wouldn't even cover a single meal there. Of course, as long as you work hard, there will be many more benefits in the future. Managing people required both reward and discipline. It was the most effective approach. The young servants were over the moon. How fortunate they were to have such an employer. They would certainly work diligently from now on. I find your sister is better suited for business than you, Gu Sumu remarked, lightly nudging Sang Wu. That tactic of balancing kindness with authority was applied quite skillfully after all. She's inherently clever. Regardless of who she was still his sister. Without her, there would be no Sang Wu of today, nor a Sang family of today. The business at Four Seasons Spring was thriving. Sang Li had originally expected sales to decline after the 3-day discount period, but unexpectedly, they had only improved. By now, her shop's reputation had spread throughout the town. People visiting one another would buy her goods as gifts, feeling that they were especially prestigious to present. In particular, whenever a family held a banquet or celebration, her preserved fruits, dried goods, and fruit wine were the top choice. The factory's output could barely keep up with the soaring demand. It was not yet the season for a bountiful fruit harvest. Fortunately, Gu Sumu had found some clay, so she built a kiln at home and baked several types of bread and egg tarts, earning unanimous praise from the family. Even someone as particular as Gu Sumu was deeply impressed. Had it not been improper for him to stay at her house, he would have refused to leave. Sang Li hired 3 middle-aged women and built several kilns behind the town shop to bake bread. She taught them to first bake some soft bread and egg tarts. Since there was no gold foil paper for the tarts, Sang Li used oil paper instead. The bread required a great many eggs, so Sang Li had to ask Sang Liangji to serve as a temporary purchaser, sending him around to buy up eggs from various places. The aroma of bread wafted far and wide. Every time someone passed by the shop, they could not resist going in to see what smelled so delicious. Sang Li still offered free samples, first letting customers buy only if they liked it. Soon the bread business was also flourishing, giving her more time to produce preserved fruits and dried goods. The bread was made with flour and eggs, suitable for both the elderly and children. It also allowed her to catch her breath. Sang Ziming came to the door several times, demanding that Sang Li hand over the preserved fruit and dried goods business to him, but each time Sang Eugene chased him out. This enraged Sang Ziming, who cursed her for being unfilial, accusing her of not thinking of her own family when it came to business, instead partnering with outsiders and letting strangers make money. Sang Li was so busy every day that she had no time to pay him any attention. He could only vent his anger with a few harsh words. The watermelon seedlings in the field were also growing well. The fruit factory was now somewhat less busy as everyone was occupied with spring planting. Looking out across the fields, one could see people everywhere bent over transplanting rice seedlings. It was only when the escort team bringing Sang Huaijing back to the village arrived that everyone learned the news. They rarely set down their work and all ran to the village entrance. This was Misty Hidden Village's first Tanhua, the third-ranked scholar in the imperial examination. Although they had often seen him before, things were different now. From now on, he would be a government official. They might not be able to see him even if they wished. Families with children studying all brought them along, hoping to soak up some of the auspicious fortune and fare well in the coming year's examinations. Sang Eugene led his family in tidying themselves up thoroughly and waited at the door to welcome him. The clan chief also hurried over. Seeing Sang Huaijing seated tall on the horse, he exclaimed, "Excellent," 3 times in succession, then directly led him to the ancestral hall. Sang Eugene led his family to the ancestral hall as well. Sang Huaijing placed the imperial decree upon the incense altar and said, "Today I, Sang Huaijing of the Sang family, have been graciously appointed by His Majesty as Tanhua. I shall serve as a local magistrate to protect the people and return to my hometown in glory. In the days to come, I vow not to disgrace this robe I wear, but to be an upright official who pleads for the people." Ancestors above, Huaijing kowtows in reverence. The clan chief took the brightly burning incense sticks and placed them in the incense burner. In his generation, a Tanhua had emerged. From now on, he would have the face to descend and meet the ancestors. During casual conversation, he learned that the emperor had originally favored Sang Huaijing as the Dragon Yuan, the top scholar. But because the other 2 candidates were simply inadequate, His Majesty had no choice but to appoint him as Tanhua instead. The clan chief did not know whether to laugh or cry. A perfect triple crown in the imperial examinations had slipped away just like that. Still, being Tanhua was also quite good. It had originally been agreed that Sang Huaijing would host a grand feast upon passing the examinations, but given the current situation in Susui town, where the prefect was still acting as the county magistrate, it was not appropriate to make a grand display. Instead, every household received a caddy of pork, a package of pastries, and a package of dried fruit as a token of appreciation. He had originally still had some time before assuming office, but the prefect called on him several times. Unable to refuse, Sang Huaijing had no choice but to take up his post early. He moved with Yi Qiudong and their pair of children into town. The prefect left behind a secretary to handle the handover, then hurried back to Huaizhou. Sang Huaijing followed the secretary to the front office to take over the work. The original secretary, who had been complicit with the county magistrate's corruption, had already been exiled. The current secretary had been brought by the prefect and knew little himself. The 2 sat burning candles late into the night, poring over the case files. Yi Qiudong looked over the vast government office. She left Sang Jin and the White Tiger at the residence and took Sang Li to the town's labor broker. All the former servants had been exiled, leaving the compound almost empty. She could not manage it alone, so she purchased some servants to use at home. Sang Li had a keen eye. Yi Qiudong bought 10 maidservants, 6 young male servants, and 3 matrons. She also bought a boy of similar age to Sang Jin to serve as his study companion. Sang Li said she had no need for a personal maid. She was out running around all day, and a maidservant would only be inconvenient. The large group then returned to the government office together. Yi Qiudong arranged everything in an orderly fashion. She kept 1 maidservant by her own side, assigned the rest as cleaning girls, placed the 3 matrons in the kitchen, gave 1 servant to Sang Huaijing, made the others guards, and sent the one who knew how to drive a carriage to the stables. Watching her mother's arrangements, reasonable, steady, careful with each person assigned according to their strengths and duties, Sang Li could hardly believe this was the same woman who had once been a simple village wife. Could it be that when the time came, a certain bloodline awakened in a person? Sang Huaijing stared at the mountain of accumulated case files, his head throbbing with pain. The crimes of the former county magistrate were truly too numerous to record. He had privately hired laborers to mine, without paying them, piled up a basket full of wrongful cases, and left the accounts in complete chaos. Secretary Li's eyelids also twitched uncontrollably as he read. This was truly a mess of a situation. Even he felt that beheading alone had been far too lenient for the former county magistrate. At the dinner table, Sang Huaijing ate absent-mindedly. "Is it very troublesome?" She did not understand official affairs, but seeing him working all day, without even eating properly, her heart ached for him. Sang Huaijing set down his bowl and gently took her hand. It's nothing. It's just that the former magistrate left behind too many problems. I don't know where to begin. Sang Li took a bite of rice. Then start with what the common people care about most. Right now the common people simply wanted to see what this new official could do for them to put their minds at ease and have some reassurance. Sang Huaijing felt as if he had been suddenly enlightened. Yes, I was momentarily blinded. You all eat slowly. I'm going to the county office. What the people cared about most right now were their livelihood issues, laborers who had not received their wages, taxes that were 2/10 higher than what the imperial court had set, and those who had grievances but nowhere to appeal. Sang Huaijing and Secretary Li spent the entire night organizing the case files, and only finished at dawn. Looking at the records showing over 1,000 people who had not been paid, over 100 who had been secretly sent to mine private, and the staggering numbers in the accounts, he drew in a cold breath. Truly the rich wallow in wine and meat, while the frozen starve on the roadside. He went to the treasury, but the money and goods inside did not match the accounts at all, amounting to less than 1/10 of what was recorded. Secretary Li was so frightened that he hastily explained that they had known nothing about it. Although they had taken over the post some time ago, this was their first time opening the treasury precisely because they had feared being implicated in such a mess. Sang Huaijing knew they would not dare. But where had the money gone? It seemed he would need to investigate thoroughly. He wrote 2 proclamations in succession, first restoring the original tax rate set by the imperial court with no additional levies, second urging everyone to spread the word that those who had not received wages for their labor in recent years could come to the county office to register and have their wages compensated. Once these 2 proclamations were issued, the people of Susui town saw hope. Merely the reduction of the 2/10 surtax would save them a considerable amount each year. They might not eat their fill, but at least they could survive. The common folk wept with joy. It seemed that Susui town had truly been blessed with an upright official. Word spread swiftly from mouth to mouth, and the county yamen was soon thronged with visitors. Fortunately, a few yamen runners had been left behind for him to command. The runners themselves had been gripped by fear. Though they had no hand in the former magistrate's misdeeds, a change of rule brings a change of retainers, and the newly arrived magistrate had yet to assign them any duties, leaving them utterly restless. To their surprise, the magistrate summoned them that very morning, commanding them to serve with diligence lest they face severe punishment. The weight lifted from their hearts at last. With tasks finally in hand, they threw themselves into their duties with great earnestness. Those who received their wages knelt upon the ground, weeping and hailing Sang Huaijing as the Lord of the azure sky. Mother, did you see? I've earned my wages at last. Why couldn't you wait a little longer for your son? His mother had passed away because they could not afford to treat her illness. The others who received their wages also wept tears of joy. Sang Huaijing stood before the yamen and proclaimed, "Fellow villagers, I am the new magistrate of Susui town, and I shall be a true parent to this town. Should any of you suffer injustice, you may come to the yamen, and every case, great or small, will be judged with equal fairness. As for the wrongful verdicts of the past, once I have investigated the truth, they may be reopened for retrial. I ask you to believe in me, in our yamen, and in our emperor." At these words, cries of grievance rose from the crowd. "Your Honor, my husband came to the yamen to seek justice 3 years ago, and has vanished ever since. Can you find him for me? Whether he is alive or dead, I only wish to know his fate. Your Honor, my family is well. My son too. Please, Your Honor, seek justice for us. I know where some of them are, and I will bring them back. As for the rest, once I have investigated, I will give you all an answer." Those recorded in the ledger had been sent to toil at a private mine, while the others had most likely met their end. They had not dared to hold out much hope, yet hearing his solemn promise, they were willing to trust him once. Whether their loved ones were alive or dead, they would accept the truth. But so long as the missing were not found, a sliver of hope would always linger in their hearts. A few elders in the crowd looked up at the sky and murmured, "The dawn is about to break over Susui town." At the dinner table he announced, "Tomorrow I shall take the yamen guards to Lingshan and bring back all those who were sent to the private mine." Having spoken, he was resolved to see it done. Father, the former magistrate has been executed, yet the private mine shows no reaction at all. That means someone far more powerful stands behind it. With only those yamen runners, let alone rescuing others, they would be fortunate to escape with their own lives. Such a major upheaval could not have gone unnoticed by the mine. The figure behind Jing Yongning must indeed be formidable. And those weapons she had collected in her space, were they also connected to that mine? Her father going there was far too dangerous. Father knows. But a true man's word once spoken cannot be taken back. Besides, those are the people of my Susui town. Even if it costs me my life, I must bring them home. He regretted not having kept the imperial guard His Majesty had assigned to him. Father, I will go as well. I can protect you. She would also take the opportunity to uncover who exactly was behind it all. It's too dangerous, you. That is precisely why I must go. Father, have you forgotten? Ordinary people are no match for me. Yi Xiaodong ate her meal in silence. She knew she could not stop them, nor should she. She would tend to the household instead, ensuring they had no worries behind them. That afternoon, Sang Li went to Wuyin Mountain. Little squirrel, there is something I need your help with. The little squirrel was merrily drinking water. What have you been busy with lately? It has been so long since you came. It had been a long time since it had last seen her. I have had many matters to attend to. She stroked its smooth fur. Would you like to come with me? I will take care of you. Can I really? She was the first human it had ever known. Being by her side felt wonderful, and it loved staying near her. Of course you can. And so she carried the little squirrel home. When Yi Xiaodong asked about it, she said it was her newly adopted pet. It was hardly unusual for her daughter to be adored by small creatures, and since they could well afford it, why not keep it? Little Sang Jin was curious as well. He held the squirrel up, examined it from every angle, then handed it back to Sang Li. Sister's pet is nowhere near as majestic as mine. His own was a white tiger. The little squirrel was so enraged that it chattered and scolded without pause. No cursing. It had only been out for a short while, yet already the squirrel regretted its decision. She had promised to keep it, but she was starting to pick on it right from the very beginning. Sigh. At dawn the next day, Sang Huaijing, Sang Li, and a few yamen runners set out for Lingshan, disguised as a father and daughter traveling together. Bai San, uneasy with worry, followed them from a distance. He had come with the imperial guard, and Xiao Qian had ordered him to remain behind and protect them. Lingshan lay between Susui town and Yunling town. No sooner had they reached the checkpoint than they were stopped for inspection by men who appeared to be well-drilled soldiers. After examining their travel permits, the guards let them pass. Father, they are not ordinary gatekeepers. Their stance is steady, and their tiger mouths are calloused, marks left only by those who have wielded blades for years. They must be soldiers. The power behind Lingshan is not to be underestimated. The runners he had brought were no match for men like these. They would have to plan with great care. Let us enter Yunling town first. They found an inn and lodged there. Dressed in fine silks and gleaming ornaments, they appeared to be a wealthy family on their travels. They paid generously, and the attendants were all warmth and smiles. You have followed us all the way. Will you not reveal yourself? Sang Li had known someone was tailing them ever since they left Susui town. Bai San was impressed by her keen awareness. Miss Sang, please do not misunderstand. My master sent me to protect you. Bai San, it is you. Is your master not in the capital? What are you doing here? Has he returned? If he was Xiao Qian's man, then things would be far easier to handle. My master has not yet returned, but he instructed me to watch over you and lend you a hand when necessary. Are you the only one? Are there no others? If there were a few more experts of his caliber, rescuing those people would be no problem at all. I am the only one. Sang Li was crestfallen. I see. However, just say it then. Why do you always stop halfway? He was nothing like his master, who was always refreshingly direct. I hold my master's token, which allows me to mobilize nearby troops. I know you are going to rescue those people. Perhaps I can be of assistance. This was also the perfect chance to wipe out this den. Hearing the mention of troops, Sang Li's eyes gleamed. How many can you mobilize? 8,000. Any more would require a military order. Enough, more than enough. It was as though Providence itself had come to her aid. You have arrived at the perfect moment. Bai San's cheeks flushed at her praise. Miss Sang, do you have a plan? Let us first reconnoiter. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never taste defeat. And so under the moonlight, Sang Li and Bai San ascended Lingshan. The two concealed themselves behind a boulder and gazed upon the vast expanse of glowing lamplight before them. A soldier stood every 100 paces while overseers kept watch over the toiling miners. The lash of whips rang out from time to time. Xiao Song, time to work. The little squirrel perched on Sang Li's shoulder vanished into the night. About the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the little squirrel returned with several black rats. It stood upon a rock and chattered with them at length. After a while the black rats scattered, and the squirrel hopped onto Sang Li's shoulder, murmuring into her ear. Bai San stared, utterly dumbfounded. Was his eyesight playing tricks on him? Miss Sang, can you understand them? Sang Li nodded. It says there are at least 1,000 miners here with nearly 100 guards, all of them armed. Tomorrow someone will come to haul away the forged weapons. Bai San still wore a look of disbelief. Miss Sang could actually understand the speech of animals. Truly astonishing. Seeing him staring at the little squirrel, she asked, "What are you doing?" The squirrel cast him a disdainful look. Ignorant human. Bai San felt that a squirrel had just looked down on him. Then I'll ride overnight to muster troops, and tomorrow we'll catch them red-handed. All right, let's head back first. The two slipped quietly back to the inn. Sang Li went to consult Sang Huaiheng, while Bai San set off to Huai Prefecture to raise troops. Upon hearing that she had gone up the mountain alone, "Child, were you discovered? Are you hurt?" She was too bold. "Don't worry, father. If I really ran into them, they would be the ones in trouble, not me." On this point she was quite confident. "From what you say, the one behind this is quite ambitious, secretly mining ore and forging weapons. This cannot be ignored. Oh, I must report it to the throne." Such a grave matter was far beyond what a mere county magistrate like him could contain. Seeing him rush to write the memorial, she said, "It's too late, father. Those people will come to haul away the weapons tomorrow. A memorial would take at least half a month to go back and forth. By then, everything would be cold. Our only option now is to act first and report later. We have no men right now. We need to go to the Grand Administrator. He has troops, perhaps we can borrow them." It was his own carelessness. He had thought it was just illegal mining, never expecting to find privately forged weapons. The Dragon Yuan Kingdom strictly forbade private weapon forging. Whoever was behind this was plotting rebellion. The troops at the Grand Administrator's mansion are mere household guards. If it came to a real fight with those men, they wouldn't stand a chance. Someone has already gone to muster real soldiers. Household guards were no match for those men. Sending them would be a waste. Hearing that someone had gone to raise troops, he had no time to wonder who or whose troops. Ling Mountain belongs to Yunling Town. With such a large operation, the magistrate of Yunling Town is probably not clean either. Sang Li agreed. She didn't believe he knew nothing at all, but what role he played in it was unknown. As dawn began to break, Bai San arrived with 1,000 soldiers. Miss Sang, magistrate Sang, let's go up the mountain. Seeing the well-trained soldiers, Sang Huaiheng felt a little more at ease. A bloody battle was sure to follow. Not seeing the little squirrel, Bai San asked, "Miss Sang, where's that squirrel?" He had grown quite fond of it, though he couldn't understand its language. Just as he spoke, the little squirrel returned, hopping onto Sang Li's shoulder. "Those people have almost finished loading the carts." Miss Sang, what did it say? He was extremely curious. "We must quicken our pace. They're about to set out. If we don't hurry, we'll lose the terrain advantage. Without the high ground at Ling Mountain, attacking would be far more difficult. Everyone speed up." Sang Huaiheng, riding a horse for the first time, was being jolted half to death. Sang Li fared better, though the insides of her thighs were rubbed raw and burning. After about a stick of incense, they finally arrived. Sang Li led Sang Huaiheng to the spot they had stood the night before. The long convoy had finished loading. "Everyone listen to my orders. Half of you lie in ambush on the mountain, the other half charge in with me. Protect Magistrate Sang and Miss Sang." Bai San now seemed like a battle-hungry general, his voice resolute and powerful. Sang Huaiheng exchanged a glance with him, seeing affirmation in each other's eyes. The leader heard the hoofbeats. All men on guard. The men beside the carts drew their weapons from within the vehicles, entering a state of combat readiness. When Lu Qing saw that the newcomer was Bai San, his heart sank. It seemed he wouldn't get away unscathed today. Then a young man appeared, scholarly in appearance, accompanied by a young girl. Bai San recognized him too. "Oh, if it isn't an old acquaintance, Lu Qing. Let's see how you escape this time." Lu Qing didn't want to see him at all, and not just because of him. "Bai San, what is the meaning of this?" He pointed at the troops behind him. "Stop playing dumb. I'm here to wipe you out, of course. You little bastard, you've fallen into my hands today. Time to avenge that arrow." Sang Huaihing stepped forward. I am the magistrate of Susui town. Lay down your weapons and surrender at once. Lu Qing couldn't care less about any magistrate. He grabbed a bow from beside him, knocked an arrow, and shot at Sang Huaihing. Bai San, quick of eye and hand, yanked him aside. Still as despicable as ever, always shooting from the shadows. Sang Huaihing wasn't scared stiff, but this was his first time facing real blades and arrows, and his palms were slick with cold sweat. I don't care what magistrate you are. Today anyone who stands in my way dies. Lu Qing declared arrogantly. Protect Magistrate Sang. The rest of you attack. Capture Lu Qing alive. This bastard was still of great use. A dozen men stayed behind to protect Sang Huaihing, Sang Li among them. Bai San led the others to surround the enemy at the foot of the mountain. Their men quickly retreated several zhang. Released the arrows. Watching his men fall one after another, Lu Qing hid behind a cart and cursed, Bai San, you ambushed me. He had thought that with only these men he still had a chance to escape. He hadn't expected archers on the mountain too. Let's see where you run this time. Bai San led his men closer. The sounds of battle outside were deafening. The guards inside the cave rushed out to join the fray, and some miners also ran out, throwing everything into chaos. Seeing that the mountain was about to loose more arrows, Sang Huaihing shouted, "Don't hurt the civilians." Seeing the chaotic scene below, the men on the mountain had no choice but to put down their bows and descend to fight the private soldiers hand to hand. Watching Bai San being held up, Lu Qing laughed loudly. Bai San, you'll always be 2 li behind me. He turned and fled into the mountains. Bai San gnashed his teeth at the direction he had fled. The bastard had slipped away again. Sang Li looked toward where Lu Qing had run. Father, stay here and don't move. She gave chase in Lu Qing's direction. Be careful, Ali. I know. Seeing the miners in disorder, Sang Huaihing had his guards escort him to a higher spot. He climbed up and called out, "Good people, I am the magistrate of Susui town. We have come to rescue you. Please do not panic, do not run. Squat down where you are and trust our soldiers." Hearing his words, the civilians squatted down on the spot, no longer adding to the chaos. With the restless crowd no longer in the way, Bai San and his men fought much more smoothly, and before long they had taken everyone down. Sang Li chased Lu Qing. Just as he was about to escape, a vine net suddenly appeared, blocking his path. He turned and saw the young girl he had met earlier. Little girl, meddling in other people's business isn't good for your health. It can get you killed. I don't know if I'll die, but I know you're definitely not getting away. Brat, you're asking for death. He refused to believe a mere girl could stop him. Sang Li watched him calm and unhurried. Just as his blade was about to strike her, a vine coiled around his ankle and hoisted him upside down. Let me go. What kind of monster are you? She could control vines. She wasn't human, she was a monster. See, I told you you couldn't get away. She waved her hand and vines bound him tightly. He kept shouting, grating on her ears, so, with another flick of her wrist, a vine firmly gagged him. Peace and quiet. Unable to speak, Lu Qing could only glare at her. What kind of monster was she? Absolutely terrifying. When Bai San caught up, all he saw was Lu Qing trussed up by vines like a zongzi. Impressive, Miss Sang. He had heard from his master that Miss Sang possessed some unusual abilities, so there was no need to make a fuss. He turned and kicked Lu Qing. Fallen into my hands, have you, you bastard? Let's see how I treat you, little master. He dragged him back toward the mine. Sang Huaihing comforted the civilians. Everyone, don't be afraid. We will take you home. Call everyone out. We're going home. The people were skin and bones, covered in scars upon scars. Seeing those who had whipped them bound in the corner, they finally felt they had truly been saved. These dark and hopeless days were finally over. Thank you, my lord, thank you. The common folk knelt on the ground, grateful for being rescued from hell. Everyone rise quickly, this is what I should do, rise. My lord, all those who can return home are gathered here. Meaning there were some who could not return. Sang Huaijing sighed and said, take me to see. Sang Li followed along. At the back slope of the mountain was a large pit filled with countless corpses, rotting and foul-smelling, exposed to the harsh sun. Truly inhumane, she thought. These people are terrifying, treating human lives as worthless as grass and mustard seeds. Bai Sanro, a veteran of the battlefield, felt a chill at the sight. These people cared nothing for human life. Having survived the apocalypse herself, Sang Li remained composed. Father, these bodies cannot simply be left here, or a plague will break out. Such an epidemic would be fatal in this era. An elderly man with a limp emerged from the crowd, his clothes ragged and his hair white. Miss, though young, you know much. Indeed, these corpses must not be left unattended. Do you know how to dispose of them? Though uncertain of his intent, Sang Li answered honestly. Burn them completely with strong wine, then bury them deep, and spray with strong wine to disinfect. Not fully understanding the concept of disinfection, but grasping the general idea, he nodded. The miss speaks correctly. Sang Li was about to ask if he was a physician, but seeing his lameness and emaciated frame, she decided against it. Upon hearing about the use of strong wine and fire, he said, I will send someone to buy strong wine from the town below. My lord Sang, you should descend first. The common people outside also need to be settled. Then we are in your debt, he replied, knowing he had much else to attend to. Settling the refugees outside and handling the aftermath here. Bai San dispatched 200 men to escort them back to Susue town. Given the uncertain situation in Yunling town, returning to Susue was the safest course. Their grand procession roused the entire town upon entry. With so many refugees, the magistrate's office couldn't accommodate them all. Sang Huaijing rented several inns and hired physicians throughout the town to provide care. This further won the people's hearts, who praised his heroic deeds. He issued another notice asking families to come claim their relatives. Upon returning home, Sang Li sensed a disturbance in her spatial dimension. She retreated to her room and entered it. Inghua, what happened? Nothing significant. The merit pool has increased. This was the first time she'd heard of changes to the merit pool. Checking, she found over 1,000 merit points had accumulated. Recalling the day's rescue efforts, she realized saving lives could indeed generate merit. More or less. If those you've helped feel sincere gratitude, the merit increases. It seemed their plans could now move forward. Back at the county office, Sang Huaijing immediately began writing a memorial detailing everything that had transpired. Send this urgently to the capital. He had rescued over 1,000 common folk from multiple towns, so the magistrates of each affected town arrived along with village heads from the relevant villages. The magistrate of Yunling town was among them, notably silent throughout, speaking only to receive his people before departing. For those who perished, Sang Huaijing provided tenfold compensation from the corrupt former magistrates' seized funds. Taxpayer money returned to the people. In the capital, Chancellor Lu shattered his teacup in fury. A mere county magistrate. He's far too capable. They had finally managed to forge weapons and were ready to expand their ambitions, yet a lowly county magistrate had ruined everything. Father Lu Qing has been arrested. What should we do next? If he's escorted to the capital and confesses, we're finished. Useless fool. Prevent him from reaching the capital. In the imperial study, the emperor examined the memorial, his knuckles white with rage. The Lu family, truly audacious. Secretly forging weapons and massacring civilians. Do they seek rebellion? What does your majesty intend? The Lu family's reach had grown too long, it was time to cut it back. By imperial decree, Lu Si has secretly forged weapons, slaughtered civilians, and plotted treason. Execute him on the spot. Arrest all family members and close relatives. Exile the rest. Chancellor Lu, for failing to control his family, forfeit 1 year's salary and retire behind closed doors for a month. This served as a warning. Next time it wouldn't be just the collateral branches. Investigate the county magistrate of Yunling town. If he's involved, execute him on the spot and exile his family. 3 generations barred from official service. The prefect of Huaizhou, for allowing such horrors under his watch without knowledge, forfeits 3 years' salary and is demoted 1 rank. One more incident, and he loses his position entirely. All these wineskins and rice sacks were less useful than a newly appointed county magistrate. Father let me go to Yunling town. He genuinely wanted to return to Susue town and see the young woman he hadn't visited in some time, wondering if she still remembered him. Why are you all so eager to leave? Your brother just went to the north, and now you want to depart too. What is the capital unbearable for you? Leaving him as a lone figure. It truly is stifling here, Xiao Qian replied bluntly. Had it not been for his status, he wouldn't want to return to the capital either. Your departure is fitting then. For such heinous crimes, you should represent the imperial house to offer comfort. Let the common folk know the throne cares for them, lest their hearts grow cold. Upon receiving the imperial decree, Chancellor Lu understood the emperor was warning him. Inform His Highness to remain low-key recently. No further mistakes must be made. Withdraw our people from Yunling town. The 8th prince was not one to be easily deceived. He would surely make the Liu family pay for today's humiliation. Another half-month passed in busyness. Sang Huaijing was occupied from morning till night, while Sang Li shuttled between locations. She had planted 2 mu of sweet potatoes and corn at home. The corn had sprouted, and she was directing Sang De Hong in thinning and transplanting. The sweet potatoes were nearly ready for division. Sang Yutong had now mastered taking notes. 5th uncle, you have the bearing of an agricultural official. A good memory is inferior to a pencil stub, and you're remarkably patient. Blushing, Sang Yutong replied, I have no great skills. I only wish to do well the tasks you've given me. I've had little education, becoming an official isn't suited to me. After the busy farming season, Sang Li gathered Sang Liangji and others to collect flowers and make various flower honeys. Beyond supplying Fuyuan building they could sell through her shops, as the Four Seasons Spring Blend was now generating substantial daily profits. The cement factory operated normally. Gu Sumu had begun using it to repair official roads, starting with the route from Susue town to the capital. Due to the need for many workers and funds, Sang Li proposed contracting sections out to different parties. He and Sang Wu returned to the capital overnight to discuss project operations. With more projects anticipated, he adopted Sang Li's suggestion to establish a merchant association, recruiting renowned traders and distributing work accordingly. Simply overseeing operations would yield considerable profits. Their ideas flowed continuously, and progress flourished. Carriages entered and left the village daily hauling cement. Gu Sumu had found limestone elsewhere and was constructing new factories there. This benefiting the people was naturally approved by the emperor, who rewarded Gu Sumu generously and encouraged him to proceed without hesitation. Upon learning the ideas and formulas came from the Tanhua Lang's daughter, the emperor was greatly impressed, bestowing additional gold, silver, and jade upon her, praising her as a worthy successor to her father, her youthful ambition commendable. When Sang Li returned to town, the civilians rescued from the mine had mostly been taken away. Father, doesn't he have any family? Little Sang Jin had been following Sang Li around lately. They were staying at the county office in town. Their father was busy with official duties, and their mother was also overwhelmed with work, receiving visiting cards every day. He could only tag along with his elder sister, and when they went back he could still play with his little friends. Sang Li was also puzzled as to why he had been brought back to the county office. Old Song said he had no close relatives left, and since he knew some medicine, father brought him back. Having a household physician was convenient for minor ailments like colds and fevers. Having a physician in the residence was good. Although she had studied traditional Chinese medicine, strictly speaking she was a novice. She could hardly use silver needles and could only follow prescriptions to weigh out herbs and prepare remedies. By the way, father, the sweet potatoes are ready for transplanting. When do you have time to go together? An official should not remain aloof in the court. He must go down to the grassroots, from the masses and to the masses. Only then can he know what the people need and truly serve as their parent official. Let's make it tomorrow. Lately, he had been busy handling the backlog of cases in the county office. He hadn't yet gone to see the sweet potatoes and corn that Ollie mentioned. Tomorrow would be a good chance to take a look. By the way, where are you off to? She hadn't noticed earlier. Her father was with the Yamen runners, looking as if he was about to go out. Going to Wuyin Mountain. He had accidentally discovered a map left by the former county magistrate. One of the marked locations was on Wuyin Mountain, and he boldly guessed that the missing sum of money was most likely hidden there. Then I'm going too. There were wolves on the mountain, as she couldn't rest easy if she didn't go, and she might as well bring the white tiger along. Sang Huaijing knew his daughter well. If he tried to stop her, she would secretly follow anyway. Besides, in the mountains, she was even more in her element. Once they reached the mountain, the white tiger was like a fierce tiger returning to the forest. Sang Li let it frolic freely and told it to wait for them at the foot of the mountain when it was about time. The path was becoming increasingly familiar. No way. When Sang Huaijing followed the map's directions to the cave, Sang Li touched the tip of her nose. What a coincidence. The things she had collected turned out to be exactly the wealth the former county magistrate had extorted from the people. Sang Huaijing and the Yamen runners holding torches opened the stone door according to the diagram. But the cave was completely empty. Why is it empty? Of course it was empty. She had taken everything. Several Yamen runners knocked and tapped around, The walls were solid with no hidden chamber. Magistrate, could this be the wrong place? Sang Huaijing raised his torch. The dust on the ground lay in 2 layers, one thick, one thin, and judging by the positions they were where chests had stood. There are traces of chests here. Perhaps we came too late, they've already been moved away. From the dust patterns, they hadn't been moved long ago. Having found nothing, Sang Huaijing led everyone back the same way. Sang Li vaguely felt someone watching them. She exchanged a glance with Sang Huaijing, and they nonchalantly made their way down the mountain. Magistrate, they went down the mountain empty-handed. Could it be they didn't find anything? Cheng Shui stared in the direction where Sang Huaijing had descended. That shouldn't be. With his ability, it's impossible he didn't find it. There was another possibility. The things were simply gone. He stared at the empty cave, feeling a bone-chilling cold. He had hoped to atone for his crimes by performing meritorious service and receive leniency. But now, Magistrate, let's surrender to the 8th prince. You were forced into this too. Perhaps they might be lenient, as long as they could live. Cheng Shui felt utterly weak. There was no escaping this calamity. Don't be fooled by the 8th prince's frivolous appearance. It's all a facade. Why else would he be known as the young general of Beijing? That man also fell into his hands and was cruelly deprived of an arm. Let's go. When disaster comes, there's no hiding from it. He pitted his family burden because of him. Father, what was the purpose of those people on the mountain just now? No more than 2, either those who want to obtain something or those who want to atone for their crimes by performing meritorious deeds. But they are all insiders nonetheless. Since they didn't attack us, I lean toward the latter, though it's also possible they thought we didn't find anything. Let's take things one step at a time. The person behind this has woven too large a web. It's just that he inadvertently touched the interests of those people. Be careful when you go out recently. When you go back, have your mother find 2 maids skilled in martial arts to accompany you. I understand, Father. The enemy was hidden while we were exposed. If bringing 2 maidservants could put her parents at ease, then she would bring them. Xiao Qian looked at Cheng Shui kneeling in the hall. A parent official who should protect the people actually did such a thing. You really honor your 20 years of hard study. What of being forced? The matter happened in his jurisdiction, and the people passed through his hands. It was merely desire at work in his heart. Everyone was gambling on that slim chance. Your subject confesses his crimes, but I beg your highness to spare my family's lives. They knew nothing. A person's whole life is a gamble. He just happened to lose. He accepted it. Cheng Shui, county magistrate of Yunling town, conspired with Lu Si to privately open mines, secretly manufacture weapons, and plot rebellion. According to the law, he should be executed along with his entire clan. But in consideration of his atonement by exposing his accomplices and the locations of hidden goods, Cheng Shui shall be beheaded at noon tomorrow, and his family shall be exiled to the bitter cold lands of Jibei, with 3 generations barred from officialdom. Cheng Shui collapsed to the ground. To live was still good. Thank you, Your Highness. The people of Yunling town learned that the county magistrate they had once loved had actually conspired with the forces behind the scenes to seize commoners for the mines. Those captured and forced to dig or were beaten until they were covered in wounds and reduced to skin and bones. Though they were rescued, they all bore permanent disabilities. And the one pulling the strings was none other than the parent official they had loved and revered. They stared at the man on the execution platform, wishing they could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Now the villain was finally going to die. What a truly gratifying outcome. Xiao Qian looked at the mountain of case files and felt his scalp tingle. Dealing with such matters was worse than charging into battle. He wrote a memorial to the capital to his old father requesting that someone be sent quickly to take over as county magistrate. He left by in Yunling town to manage things temporarily, then fled back to Susui town. Watching his master simply abandon him and run off, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Resignedly, he picked up the case files, but he couldn't read them at all. It seemed killing was more suited to him. Indeed, like master, like servant. Just as he returned to town, he saw Sang Huaijing's family leaving the city with yamen runners. He spurred his horse to catch up. Little Sang Jin lifted the carriage curtain and happened to see a very handsome older brother chasing their carriage. Father, there's a brother chasing our carriage. What brother? Sang Huaijing lifted the curtain and looked. It was quite something. Stop the carriage. He stepped down from the carriage. Xiao Qian also dismounted. Magistrate Sang, where are you going with all these yamen runners? Why has your highness come? He began to bow in greeting, but Xiao Qian quickly stopped him. No need for such formalities when we're out and about. Hearing that the newcomer was a prince, the yamen runners knelt in a row. Good heavens! A person of such noble status had actually come to this small place. My daughter recently discovered 2 crops that yield 1,000 caddies per mu and are ready for transplanting. This humble official is taking the yamen runners to experience farming so they won't remain idle in limb and ignorant of the 5 grains. Sang Li also lifted the carriage curtain. Xiao Qian, you're back. She didn't even realize how cheerful her tone was. Hearing his daughter call him by his full name, Sang Huaizheng scolded. Ali, this is His Imperial Highness the 8th Prince. Mind your manners. Sang Li stuck out her tongue. Xiao Qian was charmed by her cuteness and replied, Lord Sang, there is no need to reprimand your daughter. I have already acquainted myself with Miss Sang. It is perfectly fine. He had not seen her in a long while, and the little girl had grown even more lovely. Sang Huaizheng was completely bewildered. When had his daughter come to know the 8th Prince? He had never been told. Your Highness, would you care to accompany us? Otherwise we could turn back and escort you to the town. Then I shall take you up on that. He had come to find Sang Li anyway, how could he refuse? Sang Huaizheng was about to invite him into the carriage, but realized there were ladies traveling as well, which would be inappropriate. Ali, how is it that you know the 8th Prince? Yes, Ali, why have you never mentioned him? Yi Qiudong noted that the 8th Prince was quite handsome and carried himself without any airs. The 8th Prince is the owner of Fuyuan Pavilion. She omitted the matter of how she had saved Xiao Qian, not wishing to worry them. No wonder. However, the 8th Prince does not seem like what is rumored. The man before him was nothing like what the people of the capital described. When Sang Huaizheng arrived, Sang Eugene and Sang Dehong were already in the fields. Your Highness, the ridge paths are difficult to walk. Please be careful. Lord Sang, there is no need to address me as Your Highness. Call me Qian. He wished to draw closer. Sang Huaizheng dared not call him by his given name directly, and instead addressed him as Lord Xiao. Xiao Qian did not press the issue. Looking at the clumps of green vines in the field, he asked, What is this? Sang Li stepped forward to explain. These are sweet potatoes. On better quality soil they can yield 4,000 or 5,000 caddies per mu, and even on poorer land around 3,000 caddies per mu. Xiao Qian was stunned by the figures. How many did you say? He knew that even on the most fertile farmland in the south, rice yields barely reached 300 or 400 caddies per mu. In the north, 200 caddies per mu was already the ceiling. You heard correctly. Sweet potatoes and corn are not particular about soil quality, yet their yields are remarkable. Even in the barren lands of the north, they can produce heavily. She had soaked them in spirit spring water, so the yields should be even higher. He naturally trusted that she would not lie. If such crops were planted across the nation, the common folk would no longer go hungry, and the army would not need to march onto the battlefield on empty stomachs. He gazed at the modest quantity of green vines. Is this not too little? Even someone without farming experience like himself could see it. Sweet potatoes are propagated by cuttings. A single vine can be divided into several sections for planting. 1 mu of land here can yield enough for 10 mu, with surplus remaining. Sang Li took out a knife and showed them how to cut them, each section roughly the length from palm to wrist. A single sweet potato vine was about 3 to 4 meters long. Some cut the vines while others transplanted them. The method was straightforward. Dig a long, shallow trench, place the cuttings 2 palms apart, sprinkle some plant ash, and cover with soil. Is it really this simple? Dig a trench, place the seedlings, scatter ash, cover with earth. How effortless. Yes, it is that simple. Once established, even the leaves can be eaten as vegetables. Stir-fried sweet potato vines were quite delicious too. Was this young girl truly blessed by heaven? Watching her speechless, she asked, Would you like to try? I will invite you back when it is time to harvest. That way you can enjoy the fruits of your own labor. Sang Li first taught him how to cut the sweet potato vines, then showed him how to arrange them in the field. He bore no hint of disgust or impatience, performing each step with remarkable competence. Sang Huaizheng could only marvel. I had assumed a noble-born young master would disdain such rustic work. Who would have guessed he could handle farm labor so gracefully? A prince held in such high regard who still possesses this humility. It is truly rare. The more Yi Qiudong observed, the more satisfied she grew. Sang Li led him around, introducing everything in sight. Do you see those seedlings over there? That is corn. When young, it can be eaten fresh in many delightful ways. Once mature, it can be ground into cornmeal for all manner of dishes. Watching her speak so fluently about crops, Xiao Qian felt his regard for her deepen even further. At the foot of the nearby hill, many round green melons grew. Are those the watermelons you planted? He had never seen watermelons growing in a field before. Sang Li led him over. Yes, these are watermelons. However, they will not be ripe for another half-month. They are not sweet enough yet. The watermelons were growing splendidly. Little Li, you are here. It was Huzi from the melon-tending crew. Brother Huzi, this is Lord Xiao, the owner of Fuyuan Pavilion. Hearing that he was the proprietor of Fuyuan Pavilion, Huzi's eyes widened. Lord Xiao. Xiao Qian nodded and replied, Brother Huzi, the watermelons will ripen in another half-month. During this time, keep a close watch on the mountain. If beasts come and ruin them, the value will be lost. We have already split into 2 teams to guard them for fear that mountain beasts will come down and destroy the melons. All our previous hard work would be wasted. These melons were growing beautifully and should fetch a good price. Thank you for your hard work. Sang Li then led him to the family's vegetable plot and pointed to a swath of crimson. Those are chili peppers. So that was how the throat-charring spice grew. Sang Li watched him, seeing in his eyes the wonder of someone encountering a peasant's world for the first time. Curious about everything. Yet she could understand he was a noble young master accustomed to a life of luxury where meals were served and clothes donned for him. They strolled slowly through the village. Are you getting accustomed to it? Xiao Qian knew perfectly well what she meant. Actually, it is quite tolerable. The environment in Beijiang is harsh, filled with yellow sand and barren plains. I joined the battlefield at age 10 alongside the general of the north. During the fiercest years of war, when provisions ran short, we even ate tree roots. So when you spoke of crops yielding such high harvests, I was astonished and deeply grateful. I thank you on behalf of the entire Yuan kingdom. You have saved not just individuals, but the people and soldiers of the whole nation. I am simply doing what I can within my capacity. After all, only with a strong nation could there be a prosperous home. His little girl was wonderful, truly wonderful. She deserved all the beauty the world had to offer. Sang Pan descended from the mountain, and from afar spotted 2 figures. One was Sang Li, the other a man she did not recognize. He was strikingly handsome and dignified, and as they laughed and talked, the man gazed at her with open affection. Sang Pan's jealousy nearly shattered her jaw. Why did all good fortune belong to Sang Li? So young yet so frivolous and careless of her virtue. Xiao Qian also sensed a hostile gaze and looked back, but saw no one. Sang Pan, terrified, hid behind a thicket. The man's glance had been terrifying. She could feel his killing intent. What manner of person had Sang Li provoked? What is wrong? She noticed him staring behind him. Xiao Qian returned to the present. Nothing. Perhaps it was a trick of the light. He had not imagined it. It seemed someone in the village held ill will toward the young miss. He returned to the town only after supper. I brought some items from the capital for you. He Chu will deliver them tomorrow. They were trinkets suited to a lady's tastes. Sang Li was bewildered. Why are you bringing me a gift? If she received a gift, she would need to return one. Xiao Qian did not reply and urged his horse onward. Yi Qiutong shook her head. Oh, her foolish daughter, so young and so naive. Sister, are we there yet? He was so drowsy his eyes could barely stay open. Almost there. Rest a bit and sleep when we get home. She was sleepy as well. Tomorrow she would visit Sijikan. She longed for flour cakes, though she wondered whether roses even existed in this era. Aunt Zhong, do you still have egg tarts? She had not even had breakfast, and had already come over feeling quite hungry. Aunt Zhong carried out a freshly baked tray of pastries. Little master, you have come at just the right time. They just came out of the oven. She took 2 and placed them on the table. How has business been lately? Several servants muttered evasively, what's wrong? Before she could answer, voices drifted in from outside. Don't worry, if you like them, take some back. This shop belongs to our family. It's free. One could hear the voice before seeing the person. Sang Li saw Sang Mian enter with 4 or 5 girls about her age. Upon noticing Sang Li at the shop, Sang Mian seemed momentarily uncomfortable. My younger sister is here too. Aunt Zhong, I'll take all the egg tarts for today. Divide them into portions. We young ladies want to take some back. Seeing no response from Sang Li, Aunt Zhong began packing. Since we are family, Aunt Zhong, could you give my elder sister a discount? What do you mean by that, Sang Li? She had never paid for anything here before. Their mother had said they were also part of this family, and this shop belonged to them as well. I mean nothing at all. Who goes shopping without paying? I was considering you're my elder sister, so I gave you a discount. She wished she could take things for free, but what a lovely dream. Hearing her companions whispering nearby, Sang Mian became flustered and angry. This shop has my share too. Why should I pay for my own belongings? It's not even night time. How can you still be daydreaming? The property deed for 4 Seasons Spring is under my name, Sang Li. What do you have to do with it? Or did you change your name without telling me? It had been a long time since they last met, and her thick skin had certainly grown. The young ladies, seeing how sharply Sang Li spoke, realized they would gain nothing more and began making excuses to leave. If not for Sang Mian's promise of free food, they would not have come along. Watching her usual sycophantic companions all depart, Sang Mian turned and said, Sang Li, wait and see. She then left as well. Does she come often? Sang Li asked, noting her domineering manner. A servant stepped forward. Almost every day recently. She eats and takes without paying, claiming she is your elder sister. We found it difficult to refuse outright. Mostly she had a terrible temper and frequently threw fits like a spoiled young miss. The shop staff did not particularly like her. From now on, no matter who comes or what name they use, payment must be collected. Money changes hands and goods are delivered. That is only natural. Whatever sort of people kept coming in her name to freeload. Was she even going to be able to run a business? The servants listened with delight, relieved that they would no longer have to serve that capricious young miss. Though she claimed to be the little master's elder sister, they saw clearly that the two did not get along. The little master herself showed no fondness for her. She was indeed just another freeloader. Sang Li then taught Aunt Zhong and the others several new pastry recipes. Summer was approaching, and she planned to launch a fruit tea series. She could not find milk cows for milk tea, however. She carried a bundle of fruit back home. Usually little Sang Jin would have already surrounded her, but today neither did White Tiger appear. Where has everyone gone? The little squirrel jumped over the wall. Ailey, quick! Your younger brother was taken away by a cart. It had gone out for a stroll and had seen 2 men knock him unconscious and toss him onto a carriage. She feared he had fallen into the hands of human traffickers. Chu Xiao, go to the magistrate's office and find my father. Cradling the little squirrel, she ran out. Miss, be careful yourself. She hurried to the magistrate's office. Honored sir, the young master is missing, and the young miss has gone after him. Hearing that his son was missing, Sang Huijing dropped the files in his hand to the ground. Everyone follow me outside to search. He suspected they had encountered child kidnappers. Do you remember which direction the carriage went? Akuin had a sachet she had made on him, but if the distance was too great, she could not smell it. Follow me. The little squirrel led her out of the city, heading ever deeper toward the south. The area grew increasingly desolate, with only ruined and dilapidated houses. She released her wood elemental energy, yet still could not sense him. Was he not here? Seeing a stretch of ruins ahead, she had no choice but to enter and search. The place reeked of decay and an indescribable stench. Few people frequented this area, yet judging by the ruins, people must once have lived here. She carefully pushed open a door, and a heavy cloud of dust billowed out, causing her to cough twice. Illy, there is someone behind the door. Be careful. He seems strange. I felt dizzy when I got close to him. Sang Li gazed at the wooden door, which bore dark red stains and looked rather eerie. She summoned vines and struck at the door, shattering it. A figure in black robes with a black mask appeared. Since you will not take the path of salvation, you choose the gate to hell instead. His voice was hoarse yet piercing. 2 completely different tones, as though 2 people were speaking through one body. Hand over my younger brother. Very well. I will take you to see him. Drawing his sword, he attacked. Sang Li countered with her vine whip, the force of which numbed her hand. His internal energy was truly formidable. The masked man gave her no time to recover, weaving a sword flurry toward her. Yet the force seemed restrained, as though he did not wish to kill her. Sang Li erected a vine wall to block his attack. Interest flickered in the masked man's eyes. You can actually control vines. How interesting. He found her intriguing. Killing her would be a waste. Capturing her alive would be far more entertaining. He charged his internal energy into his sword and shattered her vine wall. Sang Li drew a pistol from her sleeve and fired. The masked man failed to dodge in time and was hit in the shoulder, blood dripping to the ground. Staring at the dark weapon in her hand, he realized her lightness skill was truly peerless. He had failed to evade it despite his expertise. Far too fast. Knowing he could not win today, he gathered dust with his sword and flung it at her like a sandstorm, then vanished from the room. Sang Li quickly exited the building and pursued in the direction he had fled, but he seemed to be running in circles, always looping back through the ruins. The ruin resembled a maze. He flew through the air while she chased on foot, such a disadvantage without the art of lightness skill. As dusk fell, the man's trail disappeared entirely. She switched on her flashlight and searched the ruins for hidden passages or secret chambers, but found nothing. The ruins formed a maze, and she seemed to be trapped within it. She found a dilapidated temple and heard faint footsteps. Hiding behind a broken Buddha statue, she watched as Xiao Qian examined the footprints on the ground, which led all the way to behind the statue. "Come out." Sang Li shone her flashlight directly at him. "Xiao Qian, is that you?" No wonder the voice had sounded familiar. She dimmed the light. "Sang Xiaoli, is that you?" This little girl certainly had courage. Sang Li did not dwell on his form of address. "Why are you here?" "It's a long story. My younger brother went missing and I followed his trail here, but lost it. Then I kept going in circles inside, and even Lost White separated from me. That man was too cunning. It was as if he had deliberately lured them here. It seems we are in the same boat. My younger brother is also missing. I followed him here and even exchanged blows with that person, but he kept leading me in circles as well." Hearing that she had fought the man, Xiao Qian grew anxious. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" He nervously examined her. That man's martial arts were no less formidable than his own. "I'm fine. Have you forgotten my secret weapon? He intended to capture me, but I managed to wound his shoulder." She felt quite proud of herself. Her secret weapon was indeed quite impressive. Yi Qiutong had heard that her son was missing and her daughter had run out after him, and neither had yet returned. Could something have happened to them? "Rest assured, madam. The magistrate has also gone searching. Nothing terrible will happen. Infernal traffickers. Once caught, they would be torn apart limb from limb." Sang Huijing had been pursuing them for an entire day as though those people were deliberately leading them on a merry chase. "My lord, they appear to be stalling us," an officer reported. "Continue the pursuit, and once we close in we shall head in the opposite direction." My lord, an officer from the Yamen chased after them. "Chen Fong, what brings you here? Was I not ordered to guard the county Yamen? Has something happened?" Chen Fong panted heavily. "My lord, disaster has struck. Children have been disappearing across the town. The families who lost them have nearly swarmed the county Yamen. You must return at once." At least 20 or 30 households were affected. "What?" Sang Huijing had no choice but to leave a few officers to continue the search and return to the county Yamen himself. It turned out that children had been going missing since morning, but everyone had dismissed it. Children being mischievous was normal. However, when night fell, and they still had not returned, inquiries revealed that not only was their own child missing, but several other families had also lost their children. This was truly alarming. After registration, they discovered that over 30 children had gone missing, a shocking number. They had no choice but to mobilize all available officers to search. Meanwhile, Sang Li and Xiao Qian were also wandering in circles within the ruins. "It doesn't look that large. Why can't we find our way out?" An array must have been set by someone. He had read a few books from that old bald monk, but such knowledge was typically reserved for cultivators, and those recluses rarely left the mountains. How could they appear here? "It seems we must locate the array's core to escape." An array. This had taken a supernatural turn. The two began searching for anything that might serve as the array's focal point. "I told you to study diligently instead of grazing pigs, and now look. You can't even escape a basic illusion array. Do not claim to be its master in the future." Sang Li pretended not to hear the criticism. "Do you know how to get out?" "Certainly. This type of illusion array requires blood as a medium. Think carefully. Have you seen anything bloody and eerie? The array can only be opened by shattering its core, so naturally, you must find and destroy something identical." Such dark arts were unknown to orthodox cultivators. The description of something bloody and eerie made Sang Li immediately recall the door she had shattered. I knew that door looked strange. So she was the one who had activated the array. Hurry up or you will be doomed if dawn breaks, and we remain trapped. Xiao Qian, did you notice a bloody door when you entered? Something strangely ominous. He shook his head. Could that have been the array core? Yes. Let us go find the bloody door now and shatter it to escape. They searched inside but could not find the bloody door. As white mist began to rise, Xiao Qian untied his hair ribbon and bound their hands together. This is safer. Then we will not lose each other. Hush, someone is there. Xiao Qian pulled her against the wall. What sort of wretched place is this? Why is there fog? It gives me chills, Bai San complained, waving his hand. Sang Li thought of something amusing. She turned on her flashlight and held it under her chin, sticking out her tongue. Bai San, hand over your life. Bai San was terrified. A ghost. His sword came down mercilessly, but Xiao Qian blocked it with his scabbard. It is us. How could a grown man be so cowardly? Sang Li switched off the flashlight. Hey, it's me. Bai San sheathed his sword and breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought my soul had fled to the heavens. By the way, did you see a bloody door? No, but I did spot a large stone covered in blood, decorated with strange markings. It looked quite eerie. I felt deeply unsettled just seeing it. Could we have guessed wrong? Perhaps it is not a door. Let us go check first. Whether it is or not, we shall know once we strike it. Bai San led them to the place where he had seen the stone. That one. A human-sized stone marked with dark red stains. It looked distinctly ominous. Xiao Qian drew his sword and struck the stone, and the white mist cleared instantly, revealing a path ahead. Why does this resemble a mountain trail? Let us go up and investigate first. Bai San led the way while Sang Li channeled her wood-based ability. She caught the scent of Sang Jin's sachet. It is just ahead. When Sang Jin woke, he found himself already here in pitch darkness. He called out to everyone, but no one responded. Faintly, he could hear someone weeping. Xiao Qiza had also heard it, but said nothing. He sat quietly as the crying of other children filled his ears, giving him a splitting headache. Someone came to light an oil lamp. What is all this noise? Keep it up, and I will cut out your tongues. The crying children fell silent in terror. Sang Jin recalled his sister's words. He knew he had been kidnapped by traffickers. Quietly, he opened the sachet. His sister had told him to open it whenever danger arose, and she would come rescue him by scent. Young master, why are you injured? Qiu Guang stepped forward to support him. Shi Ci waved his hand away. I let my guard down. Take them all and retreat. They would likely pursue shortly. Qiu Guang gestured outside, and several men in black entered at once. Each seized multiple children and began leading them out. Sang Jin and Xiao Qiza were flanked on either side, exchanging a glance, as if silently asking whether the other felt afraid. The scent grew stronger as they climbed higher. It should be just ahead. By the time Sang Li and the others arrived, the carriage was preparing to depart. Bai San blocked them. Shi Ci had not expected them to catch up so swiftly. Qiu Guang and the men in black surrounded Bai San. Release those children. If you wish to take people from me, you will need to prove your worth. Xiao Qian untied their bound hands. Be careful, he warned Sang Li before drawing his sword and advancing. Shi Ci and Xiao Qian clashed in combat. Their martial prowess was evenly matched, but Shi Ci was weakened from earlier injuries inflicted by Sang Li and struggled to keep pace. Blood danced across the heavens. Are you Xiao Qian, the young general of the northern frontier? Oh, you know me. But do you not fight with a spear? Blood dance across the heavens was Xiao Qian's signature technique with his silver spear. Does the method matter in the hands of a genius? He could wield it without a long spear. What arrogance! Sang Li hurried to the carriage. Upon seeing her, Sang Jin threw himself into her arms. Sister, I knew you would come save me. I did not even cry, he said on the verge of tears. Ajin is very brave. Remember what your sister taught you. Stay in the carriage and I will bring you home soon. That opponent was formidable, so she needed to go help Xiao Qian. Though she lacked lightness skill, she could manipulate vines from afar. Shi Ci was already at a disadvantage and now stood no match. A vine lash sent his black veil flying. In the moonlight, he possessed a haunting beauty, yet dark green lines crawled across his handsome face, giving him an eerie, sinister appearance. Jiangren. Those markings were distinctive to the Jiangren. Individuals who were tested with poison from childhood, essentially raised among toxins. By adulthood, they became nearly immune to all poisons and their bodies became covered in dark green patterns. Yet the Jiang clan had always remained aloof from worldly affairs. "Speak. Why have you kidnapped the children of my Long Yuan kingdom?" Shi sneered. "Do you not find such questions superfluous? I will bind you, and then you will speak." Li waved her vines, their sinuous movement like snakes. Shi realized that lingering would mean capture. "Little girl, your abilities are quite fascinating. We shall meet again." With that, he seized Qiu Guang and leaped from the cliff. Gazing into the bottomless cliff, "They will not die, will they?" Xiao Qian shook his head. "No, his lightness skill surpasses my own." The emergence of the Jiangren suggested that peace in the realm might soon be disturbed once more. When Bai San had just driven the carriage back to the city gate, he encountered Sang Huaijing, who had come looking for them. "Father!" Sang Li leaped down from the carriage. "Are you all right?" For all her abilities, she was still merely a 10-year-old girl. "I'm fine. We've brought the children back safely." Xiao Qian also descended from the carriage with a small boy following behind him. Sang Huaijing recognized the child, the one he had rescued in the capital. "Your Highness, little young master." Why were they all flocking to this Suishui town one after another? Official Sang, "Please take the children back." He exchanged a few words with Sang Li before departing with Xiao Qizi. Sang Huaijing escorted the children back to the county yamen. Upon seeing the children return, the parents erupted in a cacophony of scolding and weeping. Only when the yamen fell silent and dawn had broken did tranquility return. Yi Qiudong watched the children return safely, the burden lifted from her heart. From now on, she would keep a closer watch over them. Such incidents must never recur. White Tiger remained by little Sang Jin's side, chagrined at his failure to protect his young master. Those attackers had sprinkled something on him, and he had lost consciousness. He was later discovered and carried back by the county yamen. Sang Li harbored no ill will toward him. Those attackers had clearly come prepared. Had they not crossed paths with Xiao Qian, who knew what might have transpired? Xiao Qian regarded his 6-year-old younger brother. "How dare you sneak out of the capital without permission? You've grown bold. If I hadn't received word in time, would you even be breathing now?" Young as he was, the boy possessed remarkable courage and recklessness. Xiao Qizi, he lowered his head in silence, his fingers tightly clutching the hem of his robe. "Prepare yourself. I'll send someone to escort you back." With the Jiangren incident unfolding, he simply had no time to tend to him. Upon hearing he would be sent back, Xiao Qizi's eyes filled with tears. He tugged at Xiao Qian's sleeve, shaking his head desperately. Though he spoke no words, his pleading gaze begged his cousin not to send him away. He did not wish to return. "What am I to do if you won't go back? I cannot care for you here. If anything arises in the capital, seek out your imperial uncle, shall we?" But Xiao Qizi only shook his head persistently, tears rolling down his cheeks like pearls strung together. The two stood in silent confrontation until Xiao Qian finally relented. "Very well. If you don't wish to return, then don't." That place in the capital had brought him nothing but terror and heartache. Perhaps staying here would prove the better path. Relieved that his cousin would not send him back, Xiao Qizi's tension suddenly released, and he collapsed. Bai San fetched the physician. Cradling his nearly weightless frame, Xiao Qian reflected on how the boy had once been chubby and healthy, yet now appeared so frail and withdrawn. Meanwhile, Sang Li remained absorbed in her fruit tea enterprise. With summer approaching, new offerings would surely draw crowds, but she required substantial quantities of ice. Ice was a precious commodity traditionally reserved for the imperial household and nobility, and producing it herself necessitated saltpeter. Xiao Qian arrived with Xiao Qizi. Finding her caught between frustration and fleeting joy, her brows knitted in concentration. "Sang Xiaoli, what brings you here?" His gaze drifted to the child accompanying him. "This is my younger cousin Xiao Qizi. This is the daughter of official Sang. Call her sister Sang." Xiao Qian shyly retreated behind his cousin, though his eyes continued to steal glances at her. "It's quite all right, do sit." She cleared items from the table. "Chu Xiao, brew some tea and bring out the fresh pastries I baked. And be sure to fetch Jean as well." She suspected the boy exhibited signs of autism. Perhaps the presence of a peer might help him relax. Xiao Qian glanced at the schematics spread across the table, variously patterned bamboo tubes alongside detailed instructions for ice production, with saltpeter prominently circled. "What are you planning?" Her ideas were always unconventional, yet somehow entirely sensible. Summer has arrived, and I intend to launch a new line of fruit teas, but I require considerable quantities of ice. Ice is an exceedingly rare commodity historically reserved solely for the imperial family and nobility. Each year their allocations remained limited. The substance melted upon exposure to warmth and proved costly to maintain. Sangli rested her chin upon the table. I'm aware, which is precisely why I intend to produce ice myself, but I cannot procure saltpeter. So saltpeter is the key ingredient. Noticing how she had specially circled the saltpeter, he surmised that was her deficiency. Sitting upright, Sangli gazed at him with hopeful expectation. Do you know what saltpeter is, eh? Then again, if he did, they likely would have been producing ice themselves by now. Xiao Qian shook his head. I'm unfamiliar with it, but if you could describe its properties, I might be able to locate some for you. Saltpeter is a type of, or a colorless white or gray crystalline substance. Its applications are far-reaching, extending well beyond ice production alone. It served as one of the fundamental ingredients for gunpowder manufacture. If it's in, or you seek, consult Gusumo. His mother's natal family oversees roughly half of Long Yuan's mining operations. Other nations possess deposits as well. Should Long Yuan prove unproductive, they could source it from rival territories. Upon learning of Gusumu's familial holdings, Sang Li's envy nearly brought tears to the corners of her mouth. No wonder he was regarded as the emperor's secondary treasury, so formidable was his wealth. Chu Xia set the items upon the table as little Sang Jin came thundering into the courtyard with White Tiger. Sister, I've arrived. Spying Xiao Qizi, the boy kidnapped alongside her that day, she paused. What are you doing here? Jin, this is the prince's younger brother, and he is your elder. Show proper respect, Sang Li reminded him gently. Sang Jin offered a formal bow to Xiao Qian. There's no need for such ceremony. There are no highnesses or young masters here. Simply call me brother from now on. If he hoped to win over his future brother-in-law, he would need to secure that title first. Brother Qian. Nor did he favor rigid formality. Besides, his beautiful older brother and sister were companions. Requiring formal bows at every meeting would only create distance. Once he matured and reflected upon his current behavior, he feared he would wish to reverse time and administer a sharp rebuke to himself for inviting trouble into his own home. At the sound of that address, Xiao Qian's countenance brightened visibly. He withdrew a banknote from his person and offered it to him. I carried little upon my person during travel. Consider this a gift. Purchase whatever you desire. Upon viewing the note denominated at 1,000 taels, he started. Your Highness, this is far too generous. Do royal siblings typically present such lavish gifts? Xiao Qian frowned. Your own cousin addresses me as brother, yet you persist in your Highness. Such formality creates distance. Let us begin with a change of address. Did calling him Brother Qian merit a banknote as well? Meeting Xiao Qian's intense gaze, she decided one syllable posed no great sacrifice. Qian. Brother. Xiao Qian froze momentarily. He had intended for her to use his name, never expecting such an unexpected bonus. The girl's soft, sweet delivery of brother proved irresistibly pleasant. Ahem. He deposited all the banknotes from his possession into her hands. Sang Li's lip twitched. Truly he was attempting to overwhelm her with wealth. 3,000 taels, that title of brother, had proven remarkably lucrative. Thank you, Brother Qian. Spoken with genuine contentment. Observing her avaricious disposition, he resolved to extract greater contributions from Gusumu henceforth, bolstering his treasury to ensure the young lady's continued satisfaction. Across town, Gusumu glanced at the schematics and sneezed. Are you unwell? Asked Sang-woo. He rubbed his nose. Someone must be speaking ill of me. I've offended numerous individuals lately. They are undoubtedly cursing my name behind my back. As Sang Jin entered with White Tiger, Xiao Qizi's gaze remained fixed upon the magnificent creature. This marked his first encounter with a white tiger in person. His own father had once promised to bring him one upon his return, but he had waited in vain. His eyes grew damp with unshed tears. Noticing his distress, Sang Jin urged, "Do not cry." Pointing to White Tiger, he added, "He is my companion. Would you like to play with us?" He reached out to take the boy's hand. Xiao Qian braced for rejection. Since witnessing Aunt Wang's suicide, Xiao Qizi had shunned all physical contact. Yet to his surprise, the boy permitted Sang Jin to guide him, and together they stroked the white tiger's luxurious fur. Watching the two little ones stroke the white tiger, Sang Li also noticed Chi Zhe's difference. He resembled what modern people called autism, locking himself in a space of his own, unwilling to connect with the outside world. Xiao Qiza spoke slowly, and after listening, Sang Li's heart ached for him, having lost both parents at such a young age. She genuinely admired his father for how many soldiers ever returned from the battlefield. A soldier's great love lies in setting aside personal attachments to guard the peace of countless homes, yet he could not protect his own small family. If his father knew his child was in such a state, how heartbroken he would be. Xiao Qiza adored the white tiger and got along well with Sang Jin, whose lively and cheerful nature delighted him. Xiao Qian left him at the county office, picking him up only in the evenings, yet the little one was reluctant, even wishing he could stay there overnight. Sang Li sent a letter to Gu Sumu asking him to help find saltpeter. Meanwhile, her watermelons were ready to harvest, so she went to Fuyuan Tower to find He Chu and coincidentally ran into Xiao Qian. She didn't want to come along. Her address had become more and more natural. Of course, Xiao Qian brought by San along, and He Chu led a caravan of wagons rumbling toward Wuyin village. When the village head learned the watermelons were ready, he had already gathered a crowd waiting by the melon field. Seeing Sang Li arriving with the manager of Fuyuan Tower and two unfamiliar young gentlemen, he hurried forward to greet them. "Ali, you've come." He then exchanged pleasantries with He Chu. "Uncle Village Head, this is the owner of Fuyuan Tower, young Master Xiao, and that is his attendant by San," Sang Li introduced. Upon learning he was the owner, the village head beamed like a blossoming flower. This man was their bread and butter, and immediately greeted him with fawning enthusiasm. Sang Li couldn't bear to watch. She had never realized the village head was such a sycophant. "Everyone follow me. I'll teach you how to tell if a melon is ripe. Once ripe, you can pick it. Manager, he brought the caravan. Some will pick, some will load. Go. Let's begin." Her tongue slipped again. Sang Li earnestly taught them how to identify ripe melons. Watching her speak with such confidence, Xiao Qian felt she was like a radiant light, so bright he could hardly open his eyes. "All right, everyone, let's start. Let's aim to fill the wagons by today." Over 100 people bent over the melon field picking melons, while others carried them to the wagons. Xiao Qian followed her method and picked as well, accidentally dropping one and shattering it. Seeing the red juice flow out, he picked up a piece and tasted it. Truly sweet. Looking at the joyful faces of the villagers, he felt the melon was even sweeter. Saying, "Xiao Li, I'd like to buy a few wagon loads of watermelons separately, not counted within our cooperation," he said, intending to send some back to the capital. His brother had gone to the northern frontier, a place of extreme cold and heat, freezing winters and scorching summers. "Come pick from my family's field later. No charge." They had planted a few moo of watermelons at home for their own consumption. Once the saltpeter was found, she would officially launch the new fruit tea, and the melons at home would finally come in handy. Seeing her faint anger at the mention of payment, Xiao Qian dropped the subject, resolving to send her more silver notes next time, or have his brother bring back some trinkets from the north. "All right, thank you," sang Xiao Li. Sunlight poured down, layering the young man in halos of light. His clean, slender silhouette seemed to blur reality for a moment. When he turned around, his delicate features and faintly smiling face seemed to freeze time itself. Sang Li's heart raced unintentionally, and she quickly lowered her head to pick melons. "You fiend, disturbing my Tao heart." Dozens of horse-drawn wagons set off from Wuyin village toward the capital in a grand procession. Xiao Qian also loaded several wagons to send back, one for the emperor, one for the grand princess. She was a great contributor and absolutely not to be forgotten. He sent one wagon each to his prince's residence and the duke's mansion, and two to Xiao Qishuan at the northern frontier. Each wagon carried a letter. Only he knew what was written, for they couldn't just enjoy the melons for nothing. He Chu also brought several wagon loads back to Fuyuan Tower for sale. As a summer delicacy, they sold out the moment they were stocked. He had to fetch several wagon loads from Wuyin village every day, and the next batch could only depart once the caravans returned from the capital. Everyone in the capital who received a wagon of watermelons was delighted, though they would have been even happier without the letters. In the imperial study, I thought he was being filial, but he doesn't hesitate to cheat his own father. He even claims it's to avoid exploiting the people's hard-earned wealth, that unfilial wretch. Li Shunhai would have believed him if not for the smile that curled at the emperor's lips. This thing is rare. It took the capital by storm last year, selling for as much as 10 taels of silver apiece. The nobles fought over it desperately. His Highness sent you a whole wagon, which shows he holds you in his heart. As the emperor's close attendant, he had tasted the fruit, called watermelon, before its flavor was beyond compare, and he craved it too. After his shift, he planned to buy some at Fuyuan Tower. Enough. It's just some small trinket. Give him this. Later take some people to my private treasury, and pick something out lest he call me stingy. They were merely curiosities, so bestowing them was no matter. The emperor sent one to each of the consorts who had borne him children, and kept the rest for himself. When Consort Lu heard that His Majesty had sent her something called a watermelon, she said, "Oh my, His Majesty is so thoughtful sending me a watermelon. I was just craving one." With that she turned and returned to her palace, ignoring the expressions of the others. When she learned that His Majesty had also sent watermelons to the other consorts with children, she was so furious she nearly hurled the watermelon slice on her plate. Recalling the words she had just spoken, it felt like a slap to her face. Bitched. The palace maids knelt in a row, terrified she would take her anger out on them. Outside, everyone said Consort Lu was gentle and kind, but only her close attendants knew she was a devil through and through. The Grand Princess's mansion. Xiao savored the watermelon, having craved it for a long time. She had already placed an order at Fuyuan Tower, but unexpectedly Xiao Qian had thoughtfully sent her an entire wagon load. Go open my treasury and pick out some trinkets young ladies would like to send over. Xiao Qian had sung the girl's praises in his letter. His intentions were all too obvious. Princess, aren't these gifts too precious? The treasures in her private treasury were rare and priceless, yet she was casually bestowing them upon a mere peasant girl. The attendant was puzzled. What matters is that Xiao Qian likes her. And a girl with such an ingenious heart. I like her too. She was eager to meet the young woman to see how her mind worked, and how she came up with such wonderful ideas. The fruit wine Xiao Qian had sent last time was also an exceptional brew. At the Duke's mansion, Mu Yaowang gnawed on a piece of watermelon, her face smeared with pulp. Look at you, so uncouth. A girl like this with no regard for decorum. What would outsiders think? Yet even as she scolded, she kept shoveling watermelon into her own mouth. Mu Yaowang pouted. She was being scolded, but her mother could at least put down her own melon before lecturing. Rong Silly was used to this. Whenever they were at home, this scene played out every day. Silly, go to the storeroom later and pick out some gifts to send over. Yes, mother. Rong Silly also ate the watermelon in her hand. It was truly a wonderful thing. A couple of bites in the scorching heat lightened the mood considerably. At the Gu mansion, Gu Samu was discussing mining matters with his mother when the gatekeeper reported, "Young master, someone has delivered a cart of goods saying it's from Susui Town." Upon hearing that the delivery came from Susui Town, Gu Samu's first thought was that Sang Li had sent it. He sprang to his feet and rushed out in a flurry. Who sent it, and why such a hurry? Kong Lingxiu remarked. Seeing a cartload of watermelons, Gu Sumu laughed and said, "Truly worthy of my little sister." He then had everything carried inside. Send some to the Zhuzhu Tower as well. With Sang Wu over there, since his sister had sent melons, he should let him enjoy them too. Young master, a cart has already been sent over there. Well then, how could Sang Li ever forget her own brother? Is this watermelon? This fruit had taken the capital by storm for quite a while last year. She had tasted it at the Grand Princess's residence. Yes, mother. Who sent this to you, and why so many? A whole cartload was far too lavish. After all, each one cost 10 taels of silver. She's the girl I asked about saltpeter for. She's remarkable. She researched and cultivated this crop herself. I hear she led the villagers in planting several hundred mu of it in her village. Speaking of Sang Li, he felt immensely proud, as if she were his own daughter, wishing everyone knew how wonderful she was. Is there truly such an ingenious girl in this world? Watching her son's face brim with pride as though he were praising himself, she said, "What do you have feelings for her? Your mother is not so rigid. I don't insist on equal family standing, only that my son finds someone he loves. A girl who could lead villagers to prosperity must be one with great vision." Gu Samu jumped in shock. "Mother, what are you saying? She's just a sister to me." He had never harbored such thoughts. Yet a certain figure surfaced in his mind, and he shook his head violently. Was he insane? All right, have it your way. But you're not getting younger. It's time to consider marriage. Gusumu knew that whenever he came home this topic was unavoidable. Mother, don't forget to look into the saltpeter I asked you about. I'm heading back to the Juju Tower. There's a mountain of work waiting. With that he slipped away like he had oil on his feet. Kong Lingxiu watched his fleeing back and sighed. Every time I mention it, he runs away. Can he evade it for the rest of his life? Men his age were already fathers, but her son was content to bury himself in money-making, and their family was already wealthy. Rui Ji smiled and said, the young master's ambition is a good thing. He has his own plans for marriage. There's no need for you to worry, madam. If only he truly had plans. I can't even catch a glimpse of him all day, and I've never once seen a girl by his side. The more she thought, the more disheartened she became. Forget it, it gives me a headache. Send some watermelons to the Kong family, 2 to the old master, and the rest to the Songha Hall. When Gusumu returned to the Juju Tower, he saw Sang Wu bent over an abacus tallying numbers. He didn't understand why the mention of marriage had made him so restless, yet now seeing Sang Wu his heart settled. Noticing him standing at the door lost in thought, Sang Wu asked, why are you back? He had assumed Gusumu would stay at home for a couple of days. Cough. Nothing much. I've already asked my mother to investigate the saltpeter. He felt a strange fluster and dared not meet Sang Wu's eyes. Sang Wu also found him odd. Good timing that you're back. The watermelons from my town are ripe. He took a watermelon from the well water, sliced it, and handed a piece to Gusumu. Their fingertips brushed, and both flinched slightly. Sang Wu was fine, but Gusumu snatched the watermelon and fled in a panic, leaving Sang Wu utterly bewildered. Gusumu climbed to the top floor and threw open the window. A cool breeze drifted in, yet it could not dispel the heat in his heart. He slapped himself hard. You've truly lost your mind. When Sang Wu saw him again, there was a bright red palm print on his face. You? Oh, nothing. I accidentally bumped into something. Sang Wu grew increasingly certain something was wrong, but since Gusumu wouldn't say, he didn't press further. The official road we contracted out is almost finished up to the capital. We can begin on the next section. Several families who had completed their portions had already come to settle their engineering payments. His Majesty's intention is to first build the official road from the capital to the northern border, but we still need a concrete plan. You sort it out for now. I'll find time to enter the palace and present it to His Majesty. If there are no issues, we can begin. Also tell them to speed up the cement production, or we might fall behind later. The moment official matters came up, Gusumu's demeanor shifted. Speaking of which, 2 merchant houses in the guild want to take on the cement production project. Their quoted prices are quite reasonable, so I've collected the proposals. When you have time, we can call a guild meeting to discuss it. He thought it feasible. They could contribute technology as equity, split the profits 50-50, and save both time and effort. All right, you screen the reliable merchants, and we'll study it tonight. To grow big and strong, one had to share some of the pie. Keeping the whole cake to oneself would make it too conspicuous. Besides, he didn't have the time or energy to oversee everything. Watermelons had caused a huge sensation in Susui town. Countless people flocked to Fuyuan restaurant every day to fight over buying them, and the fame spread to neighboring towns. Hearing that the county magistrate's daughter had led the villagers in growing them, people found every excuse to visit the county office, trying to ingratiate themselves with Sang Huaijing in hopes of buying some, since Fuyuan restaurant was simply too crowded and too hard to get them from. Yi Qiutong too received visit invitations from various households every day, all hinting that they wished to buy some from her. Price was no object. This was the perfect opportunity to win people over. Sang Li simply sent 5 watermelons to each household that had sent invitations. In this world, the hardest debt to repay is a favor. As newcomers, they naturally needed to build good relations with the local powers of the town. After all, problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all, let alone a few melons. Those who received the melons were naturally delighted. As expected of County Magistrate Sang, generous and a man who knows how to handle people. From then on, they would not hesitate to help wherever they could. Besides, the magistrate's daughter was truly formidable. She had grown such extraordinary watermelons and was said to have planted high-yield grain in the village. There would surely be many more dealings with her in the future. The common folk do not contend with officials. No matter how wealthy they were still mere merchants. No one could expect a lifetime of smooth sailing. who knew when they might need to ask a favor. Leave some leeway in dealing with others, and it will be easier to meet again in the future. The magistrate had extended a pole. All they had to do was grab hold of it. He would not let them sink. Xiao Qixuan also received a gift from his younger brother. Looking at the 2 cartloads of watermelons, even his cold, stern face softened. Military advisor, what is this thing? They were round and plump. He had never seen anything like them. This is called watermelon, a fine companion for summer. Carry them all inside. Xiao Qixuan directed the soldiers to haul all the watermelons into the tent. Skimming through the lengthy letter, he read only a few key parts. When it mentioned sending a gift in return, he wondered, how was he supposed to know what a girl liked? Chu Yin, come in. Military advisor, what do you need me to do? The man was a rugged, battle-hardened soldier with a thick beard stubble at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Qixuan glanced at him. This man hardly seemed like someone who could pick out gifts. Do you know what girls like? Since it was a gift for his future sister-in-law, he naturally wanted something fine. Chu Yin was stunned. He scratched his head. I don't even have a girl I like, so how would I know what girls like? Could it be that the military advisor had taken a fancy to someone? He knew it. Don't you have a younger sister? What do you usually give her? She'd never care for anything I give her. After I scared her once when she was little, she never wanted my gifts again. I just send her money directly. Ever since he gave her a snake and made her cry, he had never gifted her anything else. He didn't understand it. Snakes were adorable, so why didn't his sister like them? Is there anyone among you who's good at picking things out? He considered just sending silver notes directly, but that didn't seem right. Who returns a favor with plain banknotes? It would leave a poor impression. Sangli, silver notes are great. She loved silver notes. The more the better. Why not ask Vice Commander Yun? She's a woman, she should know what other women like. After all, Vice Commander Yun liked the military advisor, so such a small favor should be within her reach, even if it was to help the advisor pick a gift for another woman. At the thought of Yun Xinghan, Xiao Qixuan's first instinct was to avoid troubling her. It wasn't that he didn't know her feelings. He only meant he couldn't respond to them. Never mind, I'll go myself. Chu Yin scratched his head confused. If she couldn't pick a gift, why go in person? Take 2 watermelons to the great general, the rest you can divide among yourselves. He kept 2 for himself. Chu Yin cheerfully directed the soldiers at work, while Xiao Qixuan went to the street. The northern frontier was dominated by yellow sand and barren plains, with distinctive local clothing and jewelry being the area's specialties. He simply bought whatever caught his eye. No one resents an abundance of gifts, and surely something would please her. Those in the military camp who tasted the watermelon could not stop praising it. Young General is truly remarkable. Such a rare delicacy, and he brought so much. This kind of thing can only be grown in foreign lands, surely. That's exactly why our young general is so impressive. Something that only grows abroad, and he managed to cultivate it within our own territory. Xiao Qixuan's lips curled into a faint smile. The remarkable one was not their young general. The remarkable one was his future wife. Watermelons sold like hotcakes, bringing in considerable profit. Watching cart after cart of watermelons heading to the capital, the people of Wuyin village couldn't hide their smiles. Good sales meant good money. The village chief and clan elder were equally delighted. They now trusted Sangli completely. If she said it, they would do it. They were eagerly awaiting her sweet potatoes and corn, planning to plant them next year. This year all the land had been devoted to rice. There was also the experimental field Sangli had mentioned. They would use their family's land as the trial plot first. Only when real results emerged, and everyone saw the outcome, would they feel confident planting it. Everyone relied on their fields for survival, so no one dared to take risks. Sangli received a letter from Gu Sumu stating that the saltpeter she requested had been found and was en route. It turned out they had 2 mine shafts that produced this, but since its purpose was unknown, they had sealed them off. Upon hearing her needs, they began mining overnight to send it to her. Thinking that she would soon have shaved ice and chilled fruit juice, she felt this summer would be truly wonderful. She hurriedly drove the cart back to the countryside with Sang Jin. Grandfather, I need many bamboo tubes like this. She showed the drawing in her hand to Sang Eugene. He studied it for a long while. This is easy to make. Wuyin village has a large bamboo forest that could supply us for a long time, but relying on it indefinitely is not practical. Cutting down too many trees would not be suitable either. Sang Li was also pondering how to find alternatives to bamboo tubes. She certainly couldn't produce modern plastic, and while glass existed in this era, it was a scarce commodity. She decided to research whether she could produce glass herself. Let's use bamboo tubes as a temporary solution while I think of an alternative. Grandfather, please ask villagers skilled in craftsmanship to help, and we will pay them wages. Everyone was already busy with many tasks, and she did not wish for them to overexert themselves. Sang Eugene readily agreed and hired several villagers experienced in carpentry. Not only did they craft the bamboo tubes well, but they also carved decorative patterns on them, mostly simple designs of bamboo leaves and flowers. Seeing their craftsmanship, Sang Li also thought of the value of branding. She drew a logo for Four Seasons Spring, a chubby, adorable panda gnawing on bamboo, with the three characters Four Seasons Spring prominently displayed in stylized script designed to be carved directly onto the bamboo tubes. From then on, seeing that image would immediately remind people of Four Seasons Spring. She used the saltpeter to make ice blocks, and the yield was remarkably high. Xiao Qian was also quite curious about how or could produce ice. Watching her operate, his mouth hung slightly open. Just like this. So this was how it was done. Their high prices for ice over the years were well deserved. Who could blame them for lacking knowledge? With everything prepared, Sang Li personally taught the staff at Four Seasons Spring how to make shaved ice and fruit tea. She had started promoting it well in advance. There were many street children in the city, and she employed them to spread the news that Four Seasons Spring was launching new products. The shop's reputation in the town was already renowned, and with a bit of promotion the place was packed with customers coming non-stop. The exquisite bamboo tubes held cool, refreshing juice. Taking a sip on a hot summer day was simply divine. Is there ice in this? Correct. Our Four Seasons Spring Fruit Tea series comes in both iced and non-iced options with half sugar and full sugar choices, all clearly listed on the menu. Please feel free to choose. Sang Li had her father write up a sign and hang it in a prominent place. After all, her father had beautiful handwriting. You are truly amazing. Ice has always been reserved for the imperial family and nobility. Who would have thought we ordinary people could enjoy it one day? Give me 2 cups of watermelon juice, half sugar with ice. Today they too would indulge in the luxury once exclusive to royalty. Everyone jostled to place their orders. Sang Li's hands grew sore from collecting payment, yet her smile never faded from her face. Xiao Qian sat on the second floor with Bai San, watching her gather wealth like a Xiao. Young Master Miss Sang is truly extraordinary. Her business acumen is truly brilliant. Four Seasons Spring must be the hottest establishment in town right now. He had never heard of such fruit tea before, but it was delicious. Especially on a stuffy summer day, 1 sip of iced tea was simply invigorating. And her ice-making technique. For so many years the imperial family had been purchasing ice at high prices, and she had casually figured it out and applied it to food and drink. Profits poured in daily. She was so clever. Previously he had only admired his own master, but now he admired Miss Sang even more. Her mind was incredibly sharp, full of ingenious ideas that she could turn into profit. Xiao Qian loved hearing others praise the young lady. Naturally, someone I have chosen is inherently the best. She was like a flourishing young tree one day destined to grow into a towering giant. He only needed to hold an umbrella when it rained, add clothing when it grew cold, and offer his support. Let her grow freely. Even if the sky fell, he being tall would bear the weight. She simply needed to be herself. The new fruit tea series promised great prospects. It offered flavors no one had ever tasted, enhanced by the rare addition of ice. Every day Four Seasons Spring was at full capacity. Sang Li wrote to Gu Sumu explaining the uses of saltpeter and included the ice-making technique. She told him to take advantage of the summer season and make the most of it. Not exploit, of course, but profit from the wealthy fools in the capital. The capital lacked nothing in terms of rich people, and when they had excess money, they spent it to make themselves more comfortable. Ice, once exclusive to the imperial family, was now available for purchase. Wouldn't everyone compete for it? They could make a fortune. Gu Sumu's eyes curved with amusement. Oh, how is your sister's mind constructed? How can she be so brilliant? He adored her so much. Why wasn't she his own younger sister? Otherwise, all the wealth in the world would bear the Gu surname. Miss Li's intelligence has never been a matter of just 1 or 2 days, young master. Let's get to work. Once word spread that they could produce ice, the threshold of Zhuqing Pavilion would surely be worn down by visitors. We must inform Mother to secretly protect the few mine shafts producing saltpeter. We also need to explore other mine shafts. All of them must belong to the Gu family. Others might speak such words as empty boasts, but the Gu family was different. What they said would become theirs. Their motto was simple wealth and power. If words failed, money would prevail. There was nothing they couldn't buy, as long as they had enough coin to throw around. Gu Sumu unfolded the paper detailing the ice-making technique, expecting an intricate and lengthy treatise. To his astonishment, he could hardly believe it was this simple. Just this. This alone. Sang Wu was equally taken aback, never imagining money could be made so effortlessly. Wu were practically robbing people blind with empty hands. The method was almost too straightforward. That may be so, but under no circumstances can this craft and its raw materials be revealed. You must entrust it only to the most reliable hands. Otherwise, anyone and everyone would be able to do it, and they would be out of business. Gu Sumu spread the word that Zhuqing Tower had produced ice, and it could be purchased at the Gu family shops. The news instantly stunned the entire capital. Ice was such a rarity that it had always been reserved exclusively for the imperial household and nobility. Ordinary folk could never afford it. Yet now the Gu family claimed they could make ice. Whether true or not, people felt they had to go and see for themselves. Are you certain you heard correctly? The Gu family can make ice? Xiao Qiang asked. Absolutely certain. Every influential family in the capital is flocking to Zhuqing Tower. This is a prime cut of meat. The implication was clear: should they try to get a piece of the action, or at the very least muddy the waters? Xiao Qiang pondered deeply. Had it been anyone else, he could have intervened, but the Gu family was different. If it were ever discovered that he was behind such a scheme, his imperial father would not let him off lightly. Let us wait and observe. Rather than striking first, it is wiser to be the oriole behind the mantis. With such a tantalizing prize, he refused to believe no one else would covet it. Xiao Qili reclined on his wicker chair, while an attendant gently fanned him with a folding fan, yet the feeble breeze was no match for the scorching heat. No wonder the Kong family has been making moves lately. So this is the play unfolding. He could not help but admire Gu Sumu for even being able to produce ice. What a pity, though, that he was allied with the 8th prince. Your Highness, shall we? The Gu family was already like a towering tree with roots too deep to shake, and now, with the ice-making technique, would they not ascend to even greater heights? Others are more anxious than we are. Why wade through the mud ourselves when we can simply sit back and enjoy the show? With Gu Sumu in possession of the ice-making technique, the 1st prince and the prime minister would be the truly desperate ones, especially since the 8th prince had already carved away a considerable share of their businesses. How goes the matter in Jingzhou? They had more pressing affairs to attend to. If all goes smoothly, we should see results by year's end. Tell them to hold steady, or else. The unspoken threat was perfectly understood by the attendant. The emperor savored the gentle, cool breeze, finding some solace at last from the sweltering summer. That Gu boy is impressive. He even managed to devise an ice-making technique. Far more capable than his old man. He thought of the gifts Gu Sumu had sent to his private treasury. The young man certainly knew how to win favor better than his father. Young Master Gu is indeed exceptionally talented. The Gu family was surely poised to reap another fortune. The capital was paved with gold, but only those with true ability could dig it up. The emperor cared not how the Gu family maneuvered, so long as the silver destined for the national treasury arrived each year. He had no fear of the Gu family harboring treacherous intentions. The future heir of the Gu family was aligned with the 8th prince, and the throne would ultimately pass to one of those two brothers. Whichever way it fell, the Gu family would remain the imperial treasury. That was enough. Prime Minister Liu was so enraged upon hearing that the Gu family could make ice that he smashed 2 teacups in succession. He had planned to keep the ice-making technique in his own hands and rake in a fortune this year. His intention had been to wait for the heat to intensify before releasing his stock to maximize his profits. Little did he expect that before he could even act, the Gu family would come charging in from out of nowhere. They could actually produce ice right in the capital, eliminating all the expenses of long-distance transport, and at a price so low that even commoners could afford it. Useless fools, all of you. You didn't even catch the slightest hint of this. Had he known, he could have taken precautions and avoided such a devastating loss. Now the ice transported from afar could not be sold and would only rot in their hands. The more he thought about it, the fiercer his rage burned. Send 2 reliable men. You must obtain this technique by any means necessary. I dispatched men as soon as the Gu family leaked the news, but the Gu family is sealed tight as an iron bucket. None of our people can infiltrate them. He had already sent 2 waves, and neither had returned. I hear the technique is held only by the direct descendants of the Gu family. Getting our hands on it will be no easy task. This won't do, and that won't do. Are we supposed to just sit here and watch them rake in money? First Xiao Qian, now Gu Sumo. Are they plotting to encircle and annihilate me? Cutting off a man's livelihood was like killing his parents. Has that corpse warrior returned yet? Lu Su glanced around cautiously. Not yet. I heard he met with defeat at Susui Town and has since gone missing. He too was astonished. That corpse warrior was so formidable, yet even he had failed. Susui Town again. Just what kind of man was this Sang Huaijing? How could a tiny town like Susui make him fail time after time? Send word to Suzhou. It's time to loosen the reins. Father, do you mean? Isn't that too risky? Was this not too impulsive? Go. Tell him that Susui Town is a fine place. If Sang Huaijing thought himself so formidable, then let him have this scorching hot potato. In the past few days, Sang Wu's abacus had not stopped clicking. He had finally come to understand what it truly meant to earn a fortune in a single day. This is practically pure profit. Every day vast sums of silver poured into their coffers. Do not leave the premises for the next few days. Stay inside Zhuqing Tower. Those men might not be able to touch Gu Sumo, but Sang Wu was another matter entirely, especially since he had no martial arts to defend himself. Sang Wu was fully aware of the danger. Every day people had been breaking into Zhuqing Tower, all for the ice-making technique. I understand. I won't go out. Pleased with his obedience, Gu Sumo was in a good mood. I'll leave Lan Si with you. If anything comes up, have him come to the Gu residence to find me. Lately, the Gu family's other businesses had come under malicious attack. First, the Gu family's pharmacy was accused of killing a patient, then a worker was crushed to death at an official road construction site, and the Kong family's mines had suffered a string of accidents. Any discerning eye could see that someone had set their sights on the family. I understand. You. He wanted to tell him to take care of himself, but the words felt inappropriate. Between the ice-making venture and managing the affairs of the Gu and Kong families, Gu Sumo was stretched thin, working himself to the bone without a moment's rest. Knowing what he was about to say, Gu Sumo spoke first. I'll take care of myself. Somewhere along the way, an unspoken understanding had grown between them. Sang Wu's fingers continued to move across the abacus, but his mind had wandered far away. A bitter self-mocking smile tugged at his lips. Wake up, he told himself. Who is he and who are you? Besides, such thoughts were nothing short of scandalous. He took a sip of cold tea, forcing himself not to look, not to think. Focus on making money. There was still a mountain of work waiting for him at the Merchant Guild. The real priority was helping Ali ascend to the position of the second wealthiest man in the land. Everything else was but a reflection in the water, a flower in the mirror, a fleeting dream. Sang Li stared at the mountain of goods piled up to the ceiling. Did you buy out an entire street? Even on Pinduoduo, she wouldn't dare shop like this. And these items all looked like priceless treasures. Sang Huaijing's mouth twitched as well. Had the 8th prince robbed the imperial treasury? Would their entire family be accused of a crime by the emperor? He dared not look, dared not accept. Yi Qiutong was also holding her breath, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of rare treasures. There were dozens of bolts of Shu brocade and Yunjin silk. If they accepted all this, would His Majesty charge them with corruption and bribery? She dared not accept it. Absolutely not. The husband and wife were surprisingly of the same mind. As the saying goes, 2 people who share a bed never dream different dreams. Xiao Qian shrugged. These were not gifts from me. They were merely returned favors after accepting watermelons from the Sang family. He had only casually mentioned it. If the people of the capital had heard his words, they would likely have swung hammers at him. Was that merely a casual mention? No. It was an explicit demand for lavish returns, as if he had written out a detailed list of what he expected. My watermelons are worth how much? That some could buy the hundreds of acres of watermelon fields in their village. These gifts are far too precious. Send them back. Though she accepted them gladly, she felt a pang of guilt. Accept them with confidence. To them these are merely trivial trinkets worth little, yet your watermelons are something they could never afford, even with all their wealth. In truth, you are the one who has suffered the loss. Were the people of the capital to hear such words, they would have leapt up and struck him upon the head. Shu brocade and yun brocade reserved exclusively for the imperial household. Dozens of bolts gifted at once. Were these mere trifles? Was a meter-high red coral a mere trinket? Was the only pair of mutton-fat white jade ruby in the Dragon Yuan Empire nothing but a small plaything? Everything else he had dismissed. Placed among the treasures of the capital, each piece was a masterpiece of rarity and value. Yet from his lips they became dismissed as worthless junk. Even Sang Li could not help but admire him. You truly have a talent for twisting right into wrong. Nevertheless, since the gifts had already arrived, returning them would be improper. Last time you mentioned they quite enjoyed those fruit wines and dried fruits. I shall prepare some as a return gift. Though modest in value, before he could protest, she added firmly, no objections. Sang Huaijing and Yi Qiutong stared at their daughter as if she had lost her mind. She actually dared to reprimand a prince. They had already prepared to beg forgiveness, yet the prince showed not a flicker of anger and seemed almost pleased. Watching this, Sang Huaijing's eyes ached. Xiao Qian had never intended to refuse anyway. If they receive your return gift, who knows how delighted they will be. That fruit wine alone. He and his aunt had mentioned it several times to their grandfather. But if he were to buy it for Sang Li, she would certainly refuse payment. How could he let the young girl suffer such a loss? Better to let them simply cherish the thought. One might lose to others, but never to a girl so kind. When Xiao Qian saw the return gift the young girl had prepared, he exclaimed, "Isn't this far too much? I told you their original gift was insufficient." The cart was packed to the brim with scattered items. Over a dozen jars of fruit wine along with various dried fruits, candied treats, and preserved meats. Not too much at all. They are merely worthless trifles. I only hope those honored guests will not disdain them. She had also included a ginseng root. The ginseng growing within her spatial dimension had multiplied excessively, and this would help easing his burden. Xiao Qian had originally been contemplating whether to send another letter requesting more valuable gifts, but Sang Li saw through his thoughts immediately. Do not send another return gift. It was far too precious, and they could never repay it. No one would accept a mountain of treasures and offer worthless trinkets in return. After one exchange or two, they would have offended everyone completely. And indeed, their family currently lacked anything presentable to offer as a return gift. Only the items she had crafted herself. For now, she would simply focus on building their prosperity. Xiao Qian naturally understood her thoughts, but in his eyes what she had crafted represented the finest treasures in the world, priceless and beyond compare. When the gifts arrived in the capital, those who received the return presents were so overjoyed they bent double with laughter. These items had struck right at their hearts, far more precious than lifeless jewels and ornaments. As a result, Sang Li's impression in their minds grew even higher. The old duke cradled a jar of strong liquor. This is the very flavor. Tonight the two of us shall drink properly. Since tasting Xiaobao's brew, he could no longer endure any other wine. Compared to this, all others were mere water, utterly unpalatable. Mukshiming also felt the craving, yet felt compelled to maintain propriety. This spirit harms the body, father. You must drink less. Finding him dreary, the old duke snorted dismissively. Then don't drink at all. What a killjoy. Mukshiming hurried after him. It is not that you cannot drink at all, just moderate your intake. Have you forgotten the physician's advice? He pursued him all the way. The old duke grew increasingly exasperated, as if a persistent mosquito buzzed ceaselessly in his ear. Say it again, and you are forbidden to drink tonight. Mukshiming fell silent immediately. Muk Xinghuo mused while savoring the preserved meat. So my cousin dined so well. He too longed to visit Lushui town, yet feared his father would break his legs. Others might speak idly of punishment, but his father was known to follow through with real violence. Have you memorized the policy essays your father assigned? A fatal strike. Rome Silly knew precisely how to wound her son's heart. He was already grown, yet outsiders still grouped him among the idle dandies of the capital. The preserved meat in Muk Xinghuo's mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Help! Why bring up policy essays when I am happiest? He truly became dizzy at the sight of books. He had spent 5 or 6 days on a single essay, yet could barely retain anything. Clutching 2 bags of meat, he stalked away, radiating grievance. Mrs. Yang chuckled. You fearless little monkey. You fear nothing under heaven and earth except studying. Yet how could he avoid learning? He yearned for the battlefield, but what grim place that was. One misstep meant losing one's head. She had failed to prevent her 2 grandsons from going, but hers. Under no circumstances would she allow him to follow. Rong Silly also shared her worries. Forcing him to study feels like demanding his very life. Her eldest son was his complete opposite. He devoured books with desperate hunger. Has Yaowan gone out again? Speaking of this granddaughter, she too had been troubled lately. She claims she is meeting young ladies for a lake outing. It was always some fantastical excuse to slip away. She is approaching her coming-of-age ceremony. It is time to rein her in. Yes, mother. Over the past few days, Sang Li had been wandering the streets and noticed a marked increase in Lushui town's population. The beggars alone had more than doubled. Father, why has Lushui town grown so crowded lately? Has something happened? Sang Huaijing had also been puzzled by this matter. He had not heard of any famines or conflicts elsewhere, yet Lushui town's population had noticeably swelled and would likely grow even further. From now on, take servants with you whenever you go out. He needed to investigate what was happening. Xiao Qian noticed it as well. Why has Lushui town suddenly become so crowded? Bai San handed him a note. Just receive this. Bai Yi delivered it. After reading the note, Xiao Qian shattered it with his inner energy. Minister Lu is truly something. Unable to harm them directly, the man had turned his schemes against the young girl's family instead. Tell Bai Yi that Jizhou is quite vast. Xiao Qian's holdings lay there, and taking in refugees would pose no significant difficulty. Bai San nearly laughed aloud. His master was delightfully ruthless, kicking the stone right back where it came from. After all, the Crown Prince and Minister Lu were allies. With the refugee population in Lushui town growing daily, Sang Huaijing set up porridge sheds at the city gates, though he knew this could not sustain them indefinitely. These refugees had all come from Suzhou, the province closest to the northern frontier. When the 2 nations went to war, the conflict reached Suzhou. Originally, the emperor had allocated funds to help them settle, and the city garrison had prevented them from leaving. But recently the gates had suddenly been opened, and they had fled in desperation. Having heard that Lushui town would accept them, they had poured in. Sang Huaijing also sensed something amiss. Someone is manipulating events from behind the scenes. Otherwise, their target could not have been so precise, directed straight at Lushui town. The distance from Suzhou exceeded 1,000 li. The overwhelming influx of people had already sparked panic among the townsfolk. He intended to seek out Xiao Qian to find a viable solution for their resettlement. Sang Li had also noticed that these people seemed to carry some hidden purpose. They had entered the city quietly enough, but gradually began causing disturbances and committing robberies, directly threatening the residents' daily lives. Some were already calling for the refugees to be expelled. It appeared this was all targeted at her father. 2 burly men charged forward, snatched a wealthy man's money pouch, and fled. The rich man's servant, assuming the old man following behind with a little boy was an accomplice of the thieves, immediately had them beaten to the ground. The old man curled up under the blows, still shielding the little boy beneath him. Please don't hit my grandpa. Don't hit my grandpa, the boy sobbed. Stop. Sang Li stepped forward to intervene. If they continued, someone would be beaten to death. Lu Fudong recognized her as the young proprietress of Sijikan and also the county magistrate's daughter. He raised his hand to stop his servant. Young proprietress, these people stole my money pouch. There's nothing wrong with giving them a beating, is there? A beating would have been justified if they truly were the thieves. But your money pouch was not taken by them. Sang Li recounted what she had witnessed. Lu Fudong was not an unreasonable man. Knowing he had beaten the wrong people, he courteously had his servant hand over all the money on him to the old man and the child. Young proprietress, there are many such incidents. Magistrate Sang should resolve this matter as soon as possible. He was not a cruel man. A beating would not cost lives, but others might not be so lenient. My father has already gone to investigate this matter. Do not panic. We will handle the refugees as soon as possible. Whether he believed her or not, Lu Fudong departed with his servant. Sang Li stepped forward to help the old man up. Old sir, are you all right? The old man was skin and bones. Trembling, he sat up. Thank you, miss. His eyes seemed to be failing, though Though she stood right before him, he looked in another direction. The little boy supported his grandpa. Thank you, big sister. She was the first person to reach out and rescue them since they had fled their homeland. Sang Li picked up the money pouch Lu Fudong had left behind and placed it in the old man's hand. May I know where you come from? Why did you come to Susui town? The old man had heard them call her young proprietress. He did not care if he died, but his grandson was still young. Alas, we were villagers from Suzhou. Last year, war between the two nations reached Suzhou, and in an instant our home was gone. His voice choked at the bitter memory. His son and daughter-in-law had also died, leaving only his poor little grandson. It turned out they had planned to flee south, but the general guarding the city refused to open the gates, trapping everyone in Suzhou. There was no proper resettlement. Though porridge stations were set up, there were too many people. Only one bowl of watery gruel a day, far from enough to fill anyone's stomach. People slept on the bare ground, and the cold Suzhou winter froze many to death. Seeing the increasing number of deaths, the city defenders feared the situation would become too big to contain. After spring began, they gradually opened the gates to let the people flee. Halfway on the road, they heard of Susui town in Huaizhou, where the magistrate was said to be benevolent and would take them in, so they had fled all the way here. Sang Li escorted them to the medical clinic. On her way back, she encountered Bai San. Bai San, where is your master? Seeing it was Sang Li, he said, the master is at Fuyuan Tower. Oh, Magistrate Sang is also there. What are you going to do? The master says there are more and more people. It's no longer suitable to let them into the city. He told me to notify the guards to close the gates first. Some had already been diverted to Jizhou, yet there were still so many. The matter in Suzhou was probably not simple. The city was beginning to fall into chaos. Closing the gates first was fine, but it was not a long-term solution. Go on, hurry. He Chu saw Sang Li arrive and knew she was there to see their master. He told her he was upstairs. Ali, why are you here? He had told her not to go out recently. Father, I went to Sijikan. She then told them what she knew. Xiao Qian's brows knit tightly. The matter was obviously not simple. Last year, the court allocated a large sum of silver to settle the people of Suzhou. There should not have been so many refugees. It seemed those relief funds had fallen into the pockets of certain people. Your Highness, the refugees are growing more numerous day by day. Keeping the city gates shut for long is not a solution. In time, both inside and outside the city would descend into chaos. Then they would truly be caught between two fronts. I will submit a memorial to the court on this matter. For now, what we must do is stabilize the people inside the city and make arrangements for those outside. I will have Fuyuan Tower distribute porridge outside the city every day. Magistrate saying you must maintain order inside the city. Chaos absolutely cannot break out at this moment. Sang Li suddenly thought of something. Isn't the southern part of the city vacant? We can settle the refugees there. Though she had no idea why it had been deserted. He Chu happened to come up to serve tea and heard her mention the south. Miss, you may not know, but the south was once prosperous. Over a decade ago, the people there contracted a strange plague and all died overnight. Yet no bodies were ever found. The place became eerie. Once you entered, you could not get out. Some people even claimed to have seen figures in the white mist. Since then, it has been called Ghost Village. It has been deserted and no one dares to go there. Sang Li and Xiao Qian exchanged a glance. Seeing people in the white mist was probably a result of straying into a formation. But now the formation had already been broken. Let's settle them there for now. Where in this world are there ghosts? It is merely human mischief at work. Sang Huaijing had also read about the southern city incident in the archives. In a single night, everyone in the entire southern city had died, yet no bodies were found. Indeed bizarre. The southern city is very large. Settling those refugees, there is no problem. He remembered correctly that the deed to the southern city was still in the county office. On the way back, Sang Li told him about the southern city. It turned out that humans were indeed behind it. Fortunately, the formation had now been broken. For now, they could only settle the refugees there and see how the court planned to handle it. After the refugees were settled in the southern city, Fuyuan Tower and Sijikan took turns distributing porridge every day and provided some cold weather supplies. The city temporarily regained its former calm. Xiao Qiang looked at the note in his hand. What the hell? Does old 8 have some problem? He hadn't offended him recently, had he? He had actually diverted a portion of the refugees to Jizhou. And what about those refugees? Didn't the court allocate a large sum of silver to Suzhou? How could there still be so many refugees? Who is in charge of the disaster relief in Suzhou? It's Xiao, Vice Minister of Revenue. The military advisor had not expected him to be so bold as to tamper with the relief funds. Xiao was Premier Lu's man. What exactly do they intend to do? This matter could no longer be hidden. The Grand Court Assembly. The emperor, seeing the memorial Xiao Qian had sent, was so enraged that he hurled it to the ground. Li Shunhai hurriedly picked it up. Xiao, how dare you? He had actually embezzled the disaster relief silver, causing the people to become displaced and flee south. Xiao, frightened out of his wits, knelt on the ground. He did not dare utter a word. He cast a glance at Premier Lu, but the man did not even look at him. He knew he was finished. By the emperor's decree, Xiao in his audacity embezzled disaster relief funds, causing the people of Suzhou to be displaced. His crimes are unpardonable. Confiscate his property and exile him to the frontier. As for the matter of Suzhou, what do you ministers have to say? The ministers below exchanged glances, none willing to speak. What? Have I been raising a pack of good-for-nothings? You all speak of pleading for the people, yet when the people are in distress, you shrink away. If you cannot handle your positions, I have no objection to replacing you with capable men. A pack of good-for-nothings. What say you, Chancellor? The old scoundrel who usually barked the loudest turned mute at the critical moment. Chancellor Lu hadn't anticipated the emperor's sudden summons. He had planned to feign ignorance. Had he possessed a solution, he would never have opened the city gates to let them escape. Your Majesty, I believe the foremost priority now is to appease the disaster victims and provide for their settlement. I am well aware of that. I am asking for your method of settling the victims, the emperor said, refusing to let him dance around the issue. I believe the court could allocate another sum of disaster relief funds. The victims who have already fled may be received and settled by the county offices they reach. Suzhou also requires a dependable person to help them rebuild their homeland. At the mention of spending money, Minister of Revenue Wang Xiuqing could no longer stand by. Chancellor Lu speaks as though it costs him nothing. Where is the court to find another sum for disaster relief? Last year's relief funds for Suzhou had nearly drained the national coffers. He knew full well that Xiao had been the most frequent private contact of the chancellor. Those relief funds had likely all vanished into his pockets, the old wretch. Emperor Xiao knew as well that the treasury was truly bare, unlikely to allocate a substantial sum for relief. The treasury is indeed depleted. Might the esteemed ministers be moved to open their purses generously? Every one of them feasted in the capital, while the common folk wandered homeless. Hearing the emperor's unabashed demand for their money, each minister wore a face as bitter as if they had chewed on coptis. Your Majesty, I am willing to contribute 1,000 taels for the relief of Suzhou. Chancellor Lu was the first to speak. Chancellor, if I remember correctly, you have taken a few more concubines of late. Is your mansion still spacious enough? He had money for concubines, but none for disaster relief. Sweat beaded on Chancellor Lu's temples. How could the emperor know he had brought in more concubines? I misspoke just now. I am willing to contribute 100,000 taels for disaster relief. He was anguished inside. Extracting money from him was akin to carving out his very flesh. The emperor nodded with satisfaction. With someone having set the example, the others all contributed something more or less. Now that funds for relief are in place, who shall go? Does anyone have a suitable candidate? Suzhou was a scorching potato. Whoever grasped it would be burned. Naturally, no one was willing. As the court once again sank into silence, Emperor Xiao's countenance turned grave. What? Is no one willing to go? At this moment, Xiao Qilan stepped forth. Father, I shall go. Before the great righteousness of the state, he would not stand idly by. The entire court buzzed with astonishment. Was this still the simpleton prince known only for idleness and indulgence? Minister Gong immediately stepped out. Second prince, do not act rashly. What kind of place was Suzhou? Everyone steered clear of it. How could he possibly manage it? He must not rush in on a momentary impulse and never return. Xiao Qilan, however, spoke with utmost gravity. As a scion of the royal house, I am sustained by the people of the realm. Defending our homeland is a duty we must fulfill. Now that the people suffer calamity, how can I harbor fear? Though the path be arduous, I shall walk it. His words left the entire court steeped in shame. None had expected to be schooled by the prince once dismissed as a fool. Minister Gong counseled no more. Emperor Xiao beheld the child standing tall with a straight spine. Before he knew it, all his children had grown. This child, who was usually so unreliable, now bore true responsibility. Excellent. My son is brave, and your father is gratified. General Xiao. Zhao Quan stepped out of the ranks. Your servant is here. This time you shall escort the second prince to Suzhou. I implore you to protect my child with all your might. It was my child, not the prince. Your servant accepts the order and will protect his highness at all costs. The second prince's conduct had indeed moved him, and he was willing to follow. At the imperial study, will your majesty truly send the second prince? Duke Mu admired his courage, but Suzhou was a place fraught with peril. Emperor Xiao naturally knew Duke Mu's concern. He is merely unreliable, not lacking in sense. He has his own sense of duty. Besides, he isn't foolish. If he cannot handle it himself, won't he know to call for reinforcements? The sixth prince was stationed not far from Suzhou. Seeing that Emperor Xiao had a plan well in hand, Duke Mu said no more. He has certainly earned a newfound respect. Xiao Qian had not expected his ordinarily unreliable second brother to accept the scorching potato of Suzhou. Have Bai send 2 men to accompany him, ensuring the relief silver does not run into trouble. He rose and went to the county office to discuss settlement of the victims with Sang Huaijing. The emperor has allocated fresh relief funds for Suzhou. The sum dispatched to Susui this time is meager. The focus was all on Suzhou, yet the victims who had fled to Susui town also had to be settled. How about this? I will go ask the victims south of the city whether any are willing to return to Suzhou. Those who wish to return, the prince may send escorts to see them back. Those who remain we shall settle in the southern district. Coincidentally, the area south of the city was all wasteland. Xiao Qian nodded. This was the best course for now, though taking in so many people and providing them with homes and livelihoods would require no small amount of silver. Sang Huaijing hurried to the southern district with his constables. Seeing the magistrate arrive, the victims knelt and kowtowed in gratitude. They had wandered for so long in flight from famine, and only here had they enjoyed a proper meal. Though they still slept under the open sky, at least they had a place to stay. The emperor has allocated new relief funds for Suzhou to rebuild homes. Those of you who wish to return, I shall have escorts accompany you. Those who wish to stay may settle here. But you can all see this land is barren. Everything must begin from nothing. Wails and weeping rose from the crowd. Some were willing to return. That was their roots. But most chose to remain. Suzhou hugged the northern border. What if the northern barbarians came again? Rather than live in constant dread, they would simply stay. Xiao Qian sent escorts to accompany those returning to Suzhou. The relief silver allocated by the court was used entirely for construction in the southern district. Gu Sumu also dispatched a sum of silver, all of which went towards succoring the victims. Sangli likewise had the cement factory provide cement free of charge for building their homes. The southern district buzzed with commotion every day, so Xiao Qian sent men to keep order. Anyone who stirred up trouble was arrested. The county jail had already taken in quite a number. Though the victims toiled hard each day, reclaiming the wild land, smiles graced their faces. They no longer had to flee famine. They had settled here, a new home built with their own hands. Sangli now had leisure once more. Each day, she brought Sang Jin and the white tiger between Four Seasons Spring and the county office. Sang Shaoli. Xiao Qian spotted them from afar. After all, the white tiger was far too conspicuous. Brother. She had initially called him Qian Gij, but now she simply called him brother. Asked why it was because too many syllables. She didn't wish to open her mouth that wide. I was just about to go find you. Every time he heard her call him brother, his heart felt warm and soft. Then let's sit at Four Seasons Spring. She served him a glass of watermelon juice. There were only a few more days of it, as the season would soon pass. Is there something you need from me? The money from selling the watermelons has been delivered from the capital. He handed her the banknotes. Sangli counted them. 200,000 taels, so much. There were also a few loose bills. Seeing her astonished expression, he said, Your watermelons are of excellent quality, and the capital has never lacked for wealthy people. A single watermelon could fetch over a dozen taels of silver, and hordes of people fought to buy them. 'Tis truly exorbitant profit. Perhaps she should just grow watermelons and sell them from now on. I am preparing to set out for Suzhou. You. What are you going to Suzhou for? Didn't the emperor already send people? Could the problems in Suzhou be that thorny? At the thought of the secret missive he had received, his brows knitted tightly. I fear Suzhou is about to descend into great chaos. Is something wrong? He was usually so lethargic and carefree that anything weighing on him this heavily had to be serious. He had nothing to hide from her. The disaster in Suzhou is severe. My second brother encountered a riot shortly after arriving. It took considerable force to quell it, but then the townspeople fell ill with a ferocious plague that has already claimed many lives. He has submitted a memorial to the emperor, and the court has dispatched imperial physicians, but my second brother himself has succumbed to the illness. Recently, unrest has also begun in the northern border. My elder brother must defend the northern frontier, fearing opportunistic enemies may strike, while the region is vulnerable. That is why I must go. Hearing about the plague, Sang Li suddenly recalled what the elderly refugees from the Great Famine had told her. Many had perished during the harsh winter of last year, likely due to improper handling of the dead, which could have spawned a pestilence. You? She wanted to tell him how dangerous this journey was, yet found no reason to stop him. Take good care of yourself. Do not be reckless. A plague in this era could leave fields strewn with corpses. I know. You take care as well. He put on a casual air. Rest assured I will return safely. After all, he had not yet married her, and he intended to live well. Sang Li was no fool. Though she was young now, she had been an adult in her past life. How could she not see through his intentions? Wait for me. She hurriedly took Sang Jin back to the estate and disappeared into her room. No one knew what she was doing. Yi Qiutong noticed she had rushed back and locked herself in her room, answering no one at the door. What is that girl up to? Sang Li entered the spatial realm. Inghua, do you know any method to treat plague? Plagues come in many types. One must know the symptoms before determining the treatment. So it truly knew how to treat them. Is there any prescription for prevention or relief? If Xiao Qian could take some along, even alleviating the situation somewhat would be worthwhile. It might buy them crucial time. One must target the specific condition to prescribe medicine, but the spirit spring water might prove useful. There was probably nothing in the world more effective than spirit spring water. Sang Li patted her own head. Of course, I forgot about it. The spirit spring water could cleanse the meridians and purge impurities from the body. Plague was both a disease and a poison, so perhaps the spirit spring water could help expel it as well. She fetched a large barrel and filled it. Are you exaggerating? Do you want them to die faster? With so much, people would surely perish from the force of it. What do you mean? Spirit spring water is far too potent for ordinary people. Don't you remember your own experience? Even with your ability, you nearly perished. This can only serve as a medicinal primer, a few drops at most. Too much, and they will explode from the pressure. Apparently, she had not read a single word of the sheepskin scroll. She truly did not know. She found a smaller porcelain bottle and filled it completely, along with several medicinal pills, mostly those capable of emergency life-saving. Remember to look at the sheepskin scroll when you have time. Otherwise, you won't even know these basics. It wanted to slack off as well, you know. As she exited the estate gates, she spotted Xiao Qian with 2 horses behind him and Bai present. She handed him the bundle. I found some pills for you. They can save lives in emergencies. Inside is the 100 poisons pill. Take it before you depart, and it should largely protect you from infection. The porcelain bottle contains something precious, but do not use too much at once. Only a few drops. Also, here are masks. Wear them for a second layer of protection. Once you arrive, write to me describing the patient's symptoms, and I will find a way. After all, many hands make light work. Listening to her long stream of instructions, Xiao Qian felt warmth spread through his heart. She was worried about him. I understand. I also entrust Qi Zhe to your care. Since the boy would not return to the capital, he could not take him to Suzhou. He had no choice but to leave him with the Sang family. Your Highness need not worry. We will take good care of him. Sang Li felt a moment of embarrassment, as she had been in such a rush that she had not noticed her own father standing there. Sang Huaijing regarded her with an ambiguous smile. She lowered her head, guiltily kicking at her shoes. Xiao Qian also sensed the piercing knife-like glare from Master Sang and nervously rubbed his nose. Master Sang, I will take my leave now. Sang Huaijing nodded his eyes clearly, saying hurry up and go, or he might lose control and strike a prince in the open street. Xiao Qian cast one last glance at the young girl, tightened the bundle in his arms, and rode off with, by sand towards Suzhou. Sangli watched his receding figure, a faint worry stirring in her heart. Something bad must be about to happen. Still looking? He's already gone far. Father! Sangli suddenly blushed and ran back into the estate. Sang Huaijing sighed inwardly. Finally, the cabbage at home had been eyed by a pig from outside. Even if that pig wore gold trim, the fact remained unchanged. Sangli returned to Wuyin village with several large trunks, and asked the village head to notify everyone to gather at the square after dinner. Seeing the trunks, she brought the village head knew it was time to distribute money. After dinner, everyone waited at the square early. Sang Eugene and Sang Yutong helped watch the trunks, and everyone knew money was about to be distributed. Sang Li informed the villagers that all the watermelons planted in the village had been sold. After calculation, each household would receive over 300 taels of silver, which she read out clearly and precisely. Good heavens, over 300 taels. I've never seen so much money in my entire life. Indeed, we must thank Ailey. Without her, we would never have earned so much. Absolutely. Ever since she woke up, the Sang family has prospered more and more, and now she's lifting all of us along with her. What a good child. Sang Li distributed everyone's share of the money. Holding the heavy silver in their hands, the villagers felt as though it were not real. Only after confirming with one another did they dare believe they truly held over 300 taels of silver. That night the village square blazed with lamplight, and laughter echoed far into the distance. A few households that received less ran to complain to the village head, only to be severely scolded by both the village head and the clan elder. Where were you when it came to working? Where was your money when the road was being repaired? Now that the payout is small, you have the audacity to cause trouble. You've been spoiled rotten. The clan elder issued a direct order. Next time you will be driven out of Wuyin village without hesitation. They were frightened and slunk away in disgrace, truly regretting their actions. If they had known watermelons were this profitable, they would have worked harder than anyone else back then. Every household received over 300 taels, while they received only a dozen or so. Granted out of consideration for their participation in land clearing, though they had merely gone along to make up the numbers. Sang Li gave her family's entire share to Li Xiaofan. You have more expenses in town. Keep it. Since their son became the county magistrate, they had rarely returned. He was busy every day, his feet never touching the ground. Grandmother, please take it. We lack nothing in town. This belonged to the family collectively. If she accepted it alone, what would the others think? Feng Hui hesitated for a long time. Fourth, and is there something on your mind? It's like this, Ailey. My brother from my natal family wants to work at the cement factory. He approached the manager, but was told they are not currently hiring. I was wondering if you could help arrange it. Her family had urged her many times, fearing she would refuse. Of course, no special treatment is needed. Whatever others do, he will do the same. Though the work is hard, the wages are high. Are you sure he can endure the hardships at the cement factory? If she remembered correctly, fourth aunt's brother was lazy and fond of indulgence. What hardship could he possibly endure? Yes, he can do anything. As for whether he could actually handle the work, that was not her concern. Very well. Have him report to the cement factory. I will speak with the manager. But let me be clear, if he goes there to play the gentleman, we do not support idle hands. Seeing her agree, Feng Hui warmly grasped her hand. Wonderful, wonderful. I will tell him. With her brother having a source of income, he would no longer constantly pester her. After she left, Sang Li asked Li Xiaofan, what's going on with fourth aunt? Hadn't she always loved returning to her natal family? From the way she looked just now, she seemed to have shaken off some heavy burden. Li Xiaofan sighed and told her about certain matters. After learning that Sang Li had opened a factory in the village, Feng Hui's natal family requested that her brother be taken in. However, when they could not meet Sang Li, the cement factory manager saw that Feng Nan was frail and delicate, certainly not the type to endure hardship, and politely declined. When Feng Hui returned to her natal home, her husband Feng Nan was already in a fury over the rejection. When Feng Hui produced no money, his anger boiled over, and he beat her. Her parents watched coldly from the sidelines, her mother even approving of the beating. Only Sang Kongxing stepped in to take her back. Sang Li asked why she had noticed a bruise on Feng Hui's forehead earlier. You thought you'd bumped it somewhere, she said. Now you must be thoroughly disappointed with your natal family. Who could disagree? She hasn't mentioned her natal family since. Clearly she was truly hurt. Yet Li Xiaofan looked down on the Fong family's conduct. How could they let their son nearly beat their own daughter to death? By the way, where is Sister Sang Ying? She hadn't been seen at dinner. The mention set Li Xiaofan's temper aflame. She's been growing close to a scholar in town, but the man is no good. Yet she persists in her stubbornness, leaving home to work in town and fund his studies. Whatever spell has been cast upon her. Sang Li had not anticipated that someone so typically reserved could act with such recklessness. Wouldn't fourth uncle intervene? Given his nature, he would hardly let her run free like this. Oh, they did intervene. Brought her back from town and locked her in her room. She refused to eat or drink, threatening suicide daily, terrifying everyone. That scholar came by once, and then left with another woman, which drove them all wild with anger. Your fourth uncle decided it was best to let her suffer a bit and face hardship. Fortunately, he is keeping watch in town. Perhaps seeing the scholar's true nature will make her turn back. Such a fool for love, seeking out suffering rather than avoiding it. Blinded to everything but what she wished to see. Sang Li asked Li Xiaofan for Sang Ying's workplace address, as well as the scholar's name and the academy where he studied. She wanted to see what this scholar looked like. What could have bewitched Sang Ying so completely? As soon as Sang Li reached the academy, she spotted Sang Ying in an intimate moment with a young man. She handed him something, he whispered words she could not catch, and Sang Ying departed in shy embarrassment. After watching her walk away, the man turned and headed in another direction. Sang Li followed, quietly observing him enter an establishment in town called Zui Hanyan. She intended to follow but was stopped at the doorway. Young miss, this is no place for you. Please leave. Only when she glimpsed the attire and manner of those inside did she realize this was a brothel. She hurried away, wondering what could have clouded Sang Ying's judgment to love such a worthless man, spending her hard-earned wages at a place like this. Sang Li waited for quite some time before the man finally emerged. Now she could see his face clearly. Not particularly handsome, merely refined, yet there was a gentle quality to him, perhaps from his studies, that made him appear as polished as jade. She followed him again, only to watch him enter a gambling house. Her blood pressure rose at the sight. Another gambler and a lecher. How despicable. She spotted two young beggars at the entrance. You two come here. Upon hearing someone call them, the two little beggars quickly approached, recognizing she must be a young lady from a wealthy family. Miss, is there something you need? Sang Li gave them some silver coins. Did you see the man who just went in? The one wearing blue clothing. We have seen him before. He comes often. They had watched him frequently at the gambling house entrance, yet he seemed perpetually unlucky. Never once did they see him win. A habitual offender then. I need to know his every move. Keep watch over him for me, and if you hear anything, come find me at CG Chun immediately. Can you do this? Looking at your age. You're not the young mistress of CG Chun, are you? Clever. Keep a close eye on him. Understood. The two little beggars readily agreed. Staying hidden and watching people was second nature to them throughout all of Susue town. There was not a single corner they did not know. Sang Li first sought out Sang Kongxing, who had opened a shop in town when spring arrived. Business was booming, and he had even begun taking on apprentices. Ali, what brings you here? Fourth uncle, I've come to visit you. Sang Kongxing set down his work and led her to the rear courtyard, only to see he still had tasks ahead. Fourth uncle, there is no need to trouble yourself. I am here to ask about Sister Sang Ying. At the mention of Sang Ying, Sang Kongxing sat across from her. That girl has lost her senses. He Shu is nothing but a hypocrite. If he were merely an honest scholar, I would not have obstructed her so. Have you considered being straightforward with her? Anyone with clear judgment would abandon such a person. Sang Kongxing sighed. How could I not have tried? I've told her plainly, but she simply won't believe it. That he Shu is skilled with honeyed words. I wanted her to see the truth with her own eyes, yet he is slippery. No opportunity has presented itself. I have arranged for someone to keep watch. I will come notify you, fourth uncle, as soon as I hear anything. You have been too kind to us, Ali. We owe you more than we can repay. We are family. No need for such formality. Sang Li headed to CG Chun after leaving. Though watermelons were out of season, other fruits remained available. Business had dipped somewhat, yet they still sold through each day. Little mistress, someone from Magistrate Wang's residence came asking, could the steamed cake be made larger? Their magistrate enjoys them greatly, and his 60th birthday approaches. They would like to order one for the celebration. So it was simply a birthday cake. Naturally, though, it requires some time. They must pay a deposit in advance, and the price will be higher. I will confirm when he comes tomorrow. Have you grown accustomed? Ji Yingwei understood she was addressing him. Perfectly so. I am grateful to the little mistress for taking me in. Otherwise, I would likely still be wandering the streets. Ji Yingwei was her newly appointed manager, having fled famine from Suzhou. Originally a schoolteacher who could read and write, he was entirely alone in the world. When she encountered him collapsed before her carriage on a return journey to town, she saved him, and he resolved to repay her. Though stubborn at times, he handled affairs with tact, and since Siji Chun needed a manager, she kept him on. After returning home, Sang Li entered her spatial realm and watched the merit pool gradually rise, though she could not recall doing much recently. Acts of kindness need not always involve saving lives. When you alter circumstances through chance encounters, merit accumulates, like how Siji Chun's daily porridge distribution feeds the hungry, and their gratitude generates merit. Similarly, your leadership in uplifting Wuyin village from poverty earns merit through their heartfelt thanks, whether your influence is direct or indirect. So long as you act, and someone genuinely feels gratitude, merit is counted. Then if the epidemic in Suzhou subsides because of my spiritual spring water, would that also count as merit? Certainly. That would be great merit indeed. But I am not even there. Any thanks would surely go to Xiao Qian, since he was the one who delivered everything. Yinghua shook her head. Though he carried the supplies, the source is you. Without your gifts, he could not have delivered them to save those people. Merit can be calculated this way. Then if someone acts in my name to do good and save lives, does the merit count as mine? It depends on their sincerity. If genuine, yes, it counts. If not, it does not. The merit pool judges for itself. Sang Li hadn't expected the merit pool to be so considerate. Not bad, not bad. You'd better go memorize that parchment, Firefly urged. It wanted to slack off. Once she learned it, it could sleep in the peach grove every day. Since it couldn't transform and grow up to explore the outside world anyway, it might as well sleep in the space. You've slept for so many years. How can you still be so fond of sleeping? Why linger in slumber while alive? After death, one will have all eternity to rest. I'm happy. I'm a beast stuck in this space every day. Besides sleeping, what else is there for me to do? There's no land to farm, no soil to till. If not sleeping, what else could I do? When it put it that way, it did make sense. Silently, she picked up the parchment and began reading, asking it about one thing then another. Firefly scratched its antlers, wondering why it had never noticed before how slow-witted its master could be. Sang Li suddenly came across a legend about the Jiang corpses. She sat bolt upright, intrigued, because she had already foreseen such a creature. As she read about the process of becoming one, she drew in a sharp breath. Truly ruthless. No wonder they were called Jiang corpses. Aside from still being alive, nothing else remained. By the way, Firefly, do you know the formation we encountered that day? She wanted to learn it. Honestly, that was barely a trick of the mystic gate arts twisted into a formation by a wicked mind. It's not even high level. In the age of immortal cultivation, it would have been an eyesore. Anyone back then could casually toss out something more advanced. Seems like you know your stuff. Then teach me. Every extra skill was another chance at survival. She had no lightness skill, and against an expert like that Jiang corpse, she wasn't enough. Though she had a firearm for self-defense, she still wanted to learn more. There should be something in the Compendium of All Things. You can take a look first. Oh, and if you want to learn lightness skill, you should cultivate the art of myriad life. If you master that, never mind lightness skill. Even riding clouds and mist would be no problem. It suited her perfectly, others couldn't learn it even if they wanted to. What? Sang Li jolted upright from her drowsy stupor. If there's something this good, why didn't you tell me sooner? Firefly was puzzled. You didn't know? Should I have known? If she had known, she would have practiced it long ago. Then she wouldn't have been so helplessly bound by her lack of lightness skill. It's in the Compendium of All Things, Firefly said, speaking the most piercing words with the most innocent tone. Sang Li felt as if arrows were shooting at her from all directions, piercing her painfully. She hastily opened the Compendium of All Things and flipped to the very end before she saw the art of myriad life. Well, she hadn't read all the way to the end. She began cultivating according to the instructions. After a short while, she felt her body growing warm with a mass of qi inside her, as if something was trying to burst out. She followed the steps to disperse the qi from her body, and something prickled her face and neck. Where did all this grain come from? She glanced around. All the grain had scattered. What happened? Don't ask. You did it. It had been sleeping soundly when a burst of energy nearly knocked it out of the tree. She remembered the surge of qi that had rushed outward from her body and how she had simply let it out. That powerfully. She tried to summon that stream of qi and blasted it toward a peach tree. Ouch! The tree snapped with a crack and Firefly tumbled to the ground. Couldn't you have hit some other tree? Why did it have to be the very tree it was lying under? Sangli hurried over to help it up. Sorry about that. I lost control for a moment. So this was inner force. Amazing. Firefly, does this mean I've mastered it? What sweet dream are you having? You're still far off. You've barely reached the 4th level. It hadn't expected her to progress so smoothly. Was it because of her innate wood-type ability, which let her merge more easily with the art of myriad life? That fast. But I've only been practicing for a moment. She channeled her inner force and clearly saw her feet leave the ground. Then following her, she landed gracefully on a peach tree. Did this mean she could fly too? She channeled her inner force again and landed lightly on the ground. No wonder her body felt so light, so very light. A month has already passed here. You think it was only a moment because you had entered a meditative trance. Hearing that a month had passed, that meant only a day had gone by outside. Firefly, I'll talk to you later. She hurriedly left the space. Yi Qiudong was sitting right by the bed. Ollie, you're awake. She had been frightened. No matter how she called, Sang Li wouldn't wake. Fortunately, the physician had come and said it was merely deep sleep from exhaustion. Mother, come get up. You haven't eaten all day. She led her to the table. By the way, Mother, you know about Sister Sangying's matter. Yi Qiudong nodded. Your 4th uncle came to me hoping I'd find her a good match. But that girl is dead set on being with that scholar. No amount of persuasion works. She hadn't expected the girl who usually seemed so well-behaved to be so rebellious when it came down to it. Sang Li sipped her porridge. When I came back from Wuyin village, I saw him from a distance too. But that scholar is really not a good man. She told Yi Qiudong everything she had witnessed. Yi Qiudong was furious after hearing it. No, we can't let her stay with someone like that. Wouldn't that ruin her whole life? I have to go talk to your 4th uncle again. Sang Li stopped her. It's useless to talk to 4th uncle now. The key lies with that scholar. He's too good at pretending, which is why he's managed to fool Sister Sangying completely. I'll find a way to expose his true face, and then Sister Sangying will understand. And if she still refused to wake up after that, then she could go back to digging her wild vegetables. Hearing this, Yi Qiudong knew she must have a plan. Of all people, Sang Li was the most clever, and she was full of schemes. Xiao Qian finally reached Suzhou with Bai San. The city gates were tightly shut, and the soldiers atop the wall, seeing people below, shouted, "We can't open the gates. Go away. Look carefully. This is the 8th prince. Open the gate." Bai San held up his token. Hearing that it was the 8th prince, the guards hurried down and opened the gates. Where have the sick been housed? All in the east of the city. Xiao Qian took out the mask Sang Li had given him and put one on. With Bai San, he went straight to the east side. Prefect Yixingda, having learned of the 8th prince's arrival, was already waiting there. Your Highness, what's the situation now? Xiao Qian stepped forward to enter. Yixingda blocked him. Your Highness, you must not. Inside is a contagious plague. Your noble person cannot go in. One person had already fallen. If another fell, his position as prefect would be over. Prefect, I came here to save people. How can I save them without going in? With that, he walked inside, where a thick smell of medicine and coughing filled the air. Seeing him go in, Yixingda gritted his teeth and followed. Currently, all the infected are here, but there may be others. We are still doing our best to search them out. Where was the first case discovered? The problem had to be solved at its source. This. Seeing him hesitate, Xiao Qian asked, what is it? Yixingda felt cold sweat on his back under those sharp eyes. It was the mortuary. The mortuary. A place where corpses were kept. Oh, my prince, why is it you who has come? Ma Fengyu had just been delivering medicine when he spotted from afar the prefect speaking with someone. The more he looked at the figure from behind, the more familiar it seemed. Physician Ma, how are the patient's conditions now? It can be confirmed with near certainty that this is the plague, but what is strange is that our medicines seem to have no effect on them. Some even backfire and worsen the illness. The imperial physicians are now at a complete loss. Where is Jiaxu? He had sent word to him before setting out. If he dared not come, he would burn down his medicine valley when he returned. Jiaxu had just arrived when he heard someone calling his name. Here, here. Day after day, all they did was urge him on. He had ridden several horses to death. The crowd saw a man dressed in gaudy, colorful robes, his long black hair loosely tied up. His dark eyes were both amorous and aloof, his nose high-bridged, and his lips small, ruddy, and cherry-like. Anyone who didn't know would have taken him for some jade-faced young man who had wandered out of nowhere. Xiao Qian's eyes stung from that outfit. When are you going to change your taste? Every day he looked like he'd just stepped out of a brothel. At the mention of clothing, Jiaxu refused to back down. His aesthetic was wonderful, bright, and colorful. Are you the only one allowed to dress like a bridegroom every day while I can't wear bright colors? Look at that red outfit of his. Anyone would think he had just come out of the bridal chamber. Everyone present drew in a sharp breath. Who was this man daring to speak to His Highness, the one known as the Demon King of Chaos, like that? Wouldn't he be thrown out? Enough. Go quickly and see what's going on with them. Ma Fengyu looked at Xiao Qian. Your Highness, this. He is Jiaxu of the Divine Physician Valley. Though he looked harmless and dressed like a brothel-goer in medicine, apart from his missing master, if he claimed first, no one dared claim second. Hearing that he was from the Divine Physician Valley, Ma Fengyu excitedly chased after him and began explaining their diagnosis. The Divine Physician Valley, the place every healer under heaven yearned for. It was said that its founder, the medicine sage, could raise the dead and make bones grow flesh. But he was so mysterious that few had ever seen him. Now that they could treat the sick together with a disciple of the Divine Physician Valley, it somewhat fulfilled a regret. Jiaxu found the mask on his face very attractive. He had never seen such a mask before. Let me try it on. Xiao Qian knew that this man would not get down to work until he had gotten his hands on whatever interested him. He took one out from his bundle and handed it over. After all, Sang Xiaoli had given him a whole large box. Jiaxu studied it for a moment and put it on. It was indeed more convenient than the cloth masks they usually wore and quite breathable. Not bad. Carrying his medicine chest, he moved around taking pulses, inserting needles, and examining medicines. They do have the plague, but they have also been poisoned. Fortunately, the two are holding each other in check, which has bought time. To cure them, both must be treated together. If only one is treated, the other poison will immediately invade the internal organs, just like the earlier cases, and cause instant death. There's poison too. Do you know what poison it is? Jiaxu shook his head. We need to go where the plague began and find out what they all did together or ate together, to trace the source of the poisoning. The poison in their bodies seemed familiar. Xiao Qian immediately had Prefect Yi lead them to the funeral hall. Inside, coffins were placed everywhere and a putrid stench filled the air. What is behind the mountain? The swarm of insects and ants was so vast it nearly buried the mountaintop. It's a mass grave. Xiao Qian and Jiaxu exchanged a glance, and the group headed toward the mass grave. The higher they climbed, the fouler the stench became. When they reached the top, the sight seared their eyes and clawed at their throats. Even Jiaxu, accustomed to such horrors, ran aside to vomit, let alone the others. After cleaning himself up, Jiaxu saw that Xiao Qian remained completely unaffected, his expression unchanged. He couldn't help but raise a thumb. You win. What he didn't know was that Xiao Qian had sealed his acupoints to block his sense of smell. He couldn't smell anything. Jiaxu, you sneaky dog. Beyond the mountain was a huge pit filled with corpses. The bodies had rotted beyond recognition, with snakes, insects, rats, and ants crawling over them. Black and thick fluid had seeped out of the pit. Where does that water below lead? Prefect Yi took a look. That water is spring water from the mountain flowing to the village pool below. It couldn't be what he was thinking, could it? He stepped forward and watched that black corpse fluid flow straight into the water. Ugh. The moment he thought that the water he had drunk these past days contained that stuff, he vomited until his heart and lungs ached. Bai San stared at the water, and the bile he had just suppressed surged up again. Ma Fengyu was not so fortunate. The mere thought that the water he had drunk over the past 2 days contained that thing. He didn't dare think about it. He felt like his stomach was about to come out. Xiao Qian couldn't help feeling a little sympathy for them. This should be the source of the plague. They've been using that water to brew medicine and still manage to keep their lives. they truly should thank the poisoner. If not for that poison's counterbalance, Suzhou would now be strewn with corpses. Looking at the numerous corpses in the pit, he said, Prefect, I expect you to give me a reason. Corpses piled into a mountain. So many lives, all of them subjects of his Long Yuan. Prefect, he vomited until tears and snot ran down his face. He wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, all that came out was ugh. No rush. Take your time, making up a story. I'll listen after I've settled the matter at hand. He ordered Bai San to lead men to block the water first, then divert the corpse fluid to the other side and seal it off. Shun Jiashu used his medicinal powder to bury it. At Xiao Qian's words, Prefect Yi's heart sank in despair. What more could he say? His legs went weak, and he slumped to the ground. Tisk tsk. So many lives lost. You're done for. Shun Jiashu fanned the flames. We need to find a way to dispose of these corpses, or else the plague will spread again. It was a truly horrifying sight. Do you know how to handle it? Before Shun Jiashu could answer, Bai San cut in. I know. I've seen Miss Sang handle it. Burn everything with strong liquor and blazing fire, then bury it deep. He had handled the Yunling Mountain incident himself, so he had experience. Hearing the young girl's method, Xiao Qian naturally trusted her. Bai San, I'll leave this place to you. Shun Jiashu had originally wanted to use this as leverage to exchange with Xiao Qian for 2 more of those masks, but Bai San had barged in out of nowhere. If you just had to show off. Bai San scratched his head. He hadn't offended divine physician Shun, had he? Why did he look like he wanted to eat him alive? Forget it. He should first deal with what his master had ordered. Now that they knew the source of the plague was the water, could the poison also be in it? Xiao Qian led Shun Jiashu along the hillside to the pool. The pool was pitch black and reeked. Shun Jiashu scooped up some water with a leaf and sniffed it. No poison. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and stuck out his tongue for a taste. Luohui. He had been wondering why it felt so familiar. So it was those little bastards. Xiao Qian saw that he had recognized it with a single taste. They all said the divine physician tasted 100 herbs. Clearly the claim was not false. What poison is Luohui? Luohui is a poison of the Jiangshi clan. It is colorless, but has a flavor, only a faint sweetness. No one who hasn't tasted 100 herbs could ever detect it. Those who tasted 100 herbs had extremely sensitive tongues. The Jiangshi clan again. You fought them? Xiao Qian nodded. Not long ago, I encountered a Jiangshi that intended to snatch away a child of Long Yuan. Then you're truly lucky. You should know that a true Jiangshi is 1 in 10,000. Perhaps not even 1 in 10,000 can be refined. The art of refining Jiangshi was simply too sinister. In all these years, he had only ever seen one that managed to emerge alive. How is this poison to be cured? It is easy to say, yet not so easy to cure. Get to the point. Most of it can be neutralized by common herbs, but the crucial ingredient is difficult to obtain. What is it? The blood of a zombie. Xiao Qian looked as if he thought Shun Jiashu was lying. Really, you know, zombies are forged from 100 poisons. A successful zombie is immune to all poisons, so naturally their blood can also cure 100 poisons. Is there no other way? Where was he supposed to find a zombie? In all these years he had encountered only one, and now he had no idea where it had gone. There is one substitute, dragon scale herb. Where can it be found? In the zombie clan. Xiao Qian wanted to beat him to death. Shun Jiashu quickly jumped a meter away. Luohui is a poison of the zombie clan. Dragon scale herb loves the shade, it can only grow in the zombie clan's environment. Beyond the zombie clan mountain lay a forest of 100 poisons and miasma. Even his master would not dare go there, let alone them. After returning to the city, Xiao Qian sent a flying missive to Xiao Qishuan to investigate the whereabouts of the zombie. With so many lives waiting for salvation, he had to find it no matter how hard it was. Nor did he forget to write to Sang Li telling her what he had seen and the antidote method Shun Jiashu had described. He knew the young girl was clever. Perhaps she could think of another way. Upon receiving his message, Xiao Qishuan said, "A zombie has appeared again. Hey, go investigate." With the lives of the entire city hanging in the balance, he dared not delay. Send someone to scout the zombie clan, but do not get too close. That place was riddled with poison everywhere. Xiao Qishuan went to see Yun Kuei. Given the current situation, although we have retreated 100 li, there is no guarantee they will not stage a comeback. The situation in Suzhou is still murky. I shall trouble you, General, to hold this place. I am going to Suzhou. Yin Kuei of course knew about Suzhou, and also knew that 2 princes had gone there. But that was a plague. Must you go? He had essentially watched the boy grow up, and was unwilling to let him risk his life. The rise and fall of the nation is the duty of every man, let alone someone in my position. Now Suzhou is in dire straits. Second brother has already fallen, and I fear Qian may not be able to cope. There are no heroes who descend from the heavens, only ordinary people who step forward. Besides, the zombie had appeared again, and his younger brother sometimes lacked common sense. As Xiao Qishuan stepped out of the tent, he ran into Yin Qinghan. Strategist. In the military camp, there was only the strategist, not the 6th prince. Vice General Yun. He lifted his foot to leave. Yin Qinghan hastily caught up. Suzhou is now ravaged by plague. It will be very dangerous for you to go. She did not want him to take the risk. Vice General Yun, I am the strategist of the northern frontier, and also the 6th prince of the kingdom of Lanyuan. Now the people of Lanyuan are in peril. How can I retreat out of fear? A road without danger cannot reveal a horse's mettle. A responsibility without weight cannot reveal a man's virtue. Consider this plague as a trial. The more critical the moment, the heavier the duty, the more we must remain in fighting spirit and resolutely win this war. When Yin Kuei came out, he saw his daughter gazing in the direction Xiao Qishuan had left. He walked over and gently patted her shoulder. He has his responsibilities. He is not the kind of man who would stop for personal affection. Let it go as soon as you can. How could he not know his daughter's feelings? But that man was no ordinary person. He was a son of the imperial house and a future candidate for crown prince. For that reason alone, the emperor would never permit his future prince consort to come from a military family. Not to mention a military family like theirs that held real power. If one day they did not reach the point of being discarded, once their usefulness was over, it would already be the mercy of heaven. Yin Qinghan smiled bitterly. Of course she knew, but she just could not let go. They had shared the bond of childhood sweethearts. She had loved him since she was young. How could more than 10 years of feelings be false? Yet she also knew it was merely her own wishful longing. He had never shown any sign of liking her. Don't overthink it. Go patrol the border. In this world, besides romantic entanglements, there were plenty of other things worth doing, such as protecting the land behind them. Sang Li also received Xiao Qian's letter. What ulterior motive did the zombie have to poison the people of Suzhou? Could it be related to foreign powers? She entered her space, opened the parchment scroll, and searched through the records on zombies. Zombies are so rare. Where would one even look? By the time they found one, the people of Suzhou might not be able to wait. Was there any other way to save them? Seeing her flipping through the parchment for a long time, Inghua was unsure whether to speak. Why are you being so hesitant? It had been hovering in front of her for quite a while. Aren't you looking for a way to cure the poison? I might know one. Better to speak up. The choice would be hers, and this way she wouldn't come back to settle the score with it afterward. Tell me, what is it? You have a wood elemental ability and have also cultivated the myriad life art. Your blood can nourish all living things so naturally, it can also neutralize poison. It's just that. She had never known her blood was so precious. No wonder that zombie seemed so interested in her. Stop hemming and hawing. Say it all at once. It's just that if you cut your blood to use as medicine, you will damage your vital essence. You might become frail and sickly for a year or two. Being frail and sickly would be the best outcome. I'm afraid you might not even be able to get out of bed. Heaven bestows boundless gifts, but it also demands a corresponding price. Only a weakened body. But there are hundreds of thousands of lives in Suzhou. By any reckoning, it seems worth it. I can do it. If she had a way to save them, but refused to use it, she would never be at ease for the rest of her life. It doesn't necessarily have to be you. What if they find a zombie? If they found a zombie, they would naturally use the zombie's blood, for her blood was far too precious. You yourself said, what if? We cannot gamble on that what if. The price is too great. Let's go to Suzhou. Time waits for no one. Perhaps going one day earlier could save many more lives. Sang Li told Sang Huaijing that she was going to Suzhou. No. Suzhou is in a very grave situation right now. I cannot let you go. Father, it is precisely because it is grave that I must go. If His Highness cannot find a zombie, hundreds of thousands of lives are at stake. If I have the means to save them, but fail to do so, I will never find peace for the rest of my life. Sang Huaijing stared fixedly at his daughter, who was only 11. At this moment, He almost wished she were an ordinary girl living a simple life, so that he could protect her for all her days. He let out a sigh. Go. I know I cannot stop you, and I must not. Do what you have to do. Your father will go with you. She was right. They could not gamble on that what if. Hundreds of thousands of lives were at stake. Father, you will come with me. She knew her father had agreed, but she had not expected him to insist on going along. You are my daughter. How could I be at ease letting you go alone? Although I cannot help you much, I can hand you water when you are thirsty and add clothes when you are cold. But it's too dangerous. It was a plague. She could not guarantee that he would not be infected. It is precisely because it is dangerous that I must go with you. How can a daughter charge ahead while her father hides behind? A father should walk in front, and you should follow behind. It would only be a hardship for his wife. Thank you, father. Sang Li threw her arms around him. How many fathers in the world could do such a thing? Her father was the greatest father in the world. Yi Qiudong had likewise been against their going. It was far too dangerous. But her daughter's words made her relent. She knew her daughter was no ordinary person. With so many lives waiting for her to save, if she stopped her out of selfishness, her daughter would spend the rest of her life uneasy and unhappy. Although she knew the journey was perilous, she let them go. She could only pray to heaven that in recognition of her daughter's great righteousness, they might return home safely. After several days of travel, Sang Huaijing finally arrived in Suzhou with Sang Li. Sang Li handed him a pill and a mask. Father, this is the 100 poison antidote pill. Taking it will lower the risk of infection. Wear the mask too. It provides a second layer of protection. She also put on a mask. The city guards refused to open the gate. In the end, Sang Li produced the jade pendant Xiao Qian had given her. Recognizing it as a royal jade token, the guards sent someone to announce their arrival. When Xiao Qian heard that someone was carrying his jade pendant, his first thought was Sang Li. He panicked and ran straight for the city gate. This place was too dangerous. How could she come? Hey, what are you doing? Shin Jiashu had never seen him so utterly losing his composure. He asked Bai San, "What's wrong with your master?" As if he were afraid of something. Was there anything in this world that could actually frighten him? Bai San had also heard the city guards report. He's going to meet someone very important. After all this time, even slow-witted as he was, he knew that their master's feelings toward Miss Sang were far from ordinary. Shin Jiashu was baffled. He had someone even more important than that. He had no idea about it. Xiao Qian ascended the city wall and saw Sang Huaijing and Sang Li at the foot of the gate. "Brother." Sang Li waved to him. "Open the gate, hurry." Xiao Qian's face was stern. "This is no place for you. Go back." He didn't want her to run even the slightest risk. "Lord Sang, why are you joining her in this foolishness?" "Your Highness, you know that my daughter has always had a mind of her own. I cannot restrain her, so I had no choice but to follow her wishes. Your Highness, open the city gate and let us in. We've traveled a long way and are exhausted. If you won't let us in, I won't call you brother anymore." Xiao Qian naturally caught the meaning in her words. She had stopped calling him brother. The young girl's arrival meant she had a way to resolve this crisis. Glancing at the people behind him, he opened the city gate knowing he couldn't hold her back. The girl might look young, but when she wanted to do something, even 10 oxen couldn't drag her back. He would do his utmost to protect her, even though it seemed he was the one who needed protection. "You have quite the nerve. This is a plague. You should know me by now. I never do anything without certainty. Besides, poison has no effect on me, much less these pathogens." Xiao Qian brought them back to the temporary shelter. Shin Jiashu watched the man walking behind the young girl, eyes wide. "Is this really your prince?" It couldn't be the real one. Bai San ignored him and stepped forward. "Lord Sang, Miss Sang." Sang Huaijing nodded. Sang Li answered, "Bai San, it's been a while. You look well." He hadn't been infected, proving that her pills were effective. "Then I must thank Miss Sang for the pills. They truly worked." He had been moving about the city and the mass grave for so long, yet he hadn't been infected. "Oh, it's nothing." Sang Li waved her hand dismissively. Xiao Qishuan saw them as well. He knew Sang Huaijing, and the little girl carved as if from jade should be his daughter. "Lord Sang, it's good to see you again." Xiao Qian quickly introduced him. "This is my elder brother Xiao Qishuan." Sang Huaijing and Sang Li greeted him with courtesy. "Your Highness." "There's no need for formality. Brother, you already know Lord Sang. This is his daughter Sang Li." He made the introduction with great solemnity. "Miss Sang, I have long heard of your name. Your Highness knows of me." Since when had she become so renowned? Xiao Qixuan cast a pleased look at his younger brother. Having heard your name so often, I naturally remembered it. Don't stand here. Come inside and sit. He guided them into the house. Shinjiashu was curious and followed them in. What he chiefly wanted to know was the relationship between Xiao Qian and Sangli. Ever since that girl arrived, that man's smile was unstoppable. But the girl looked far too young. He silently called him a beast in his heart. Brother, know your highness, what is the current situation? She wanted to rescue people as soon as possible. At the sound of her calling him brother, Xiao Qixuan and Shinjiashu both cast curious, amused looks at Xiao Qian. What a beast indeed. He had coaxed a young girl into calling him brother. Xiao Qian paid them no heed. We still haven't found a zombie. The severe cases may not be able to hold on much longer. Had it become that serious? If there were something to replace a zombie's blood, how should it be used as medicine? In addition to the poison, they also have the plague. To save their lives, both must be cured at the same time. The plague requires a scorching medicinal herb for its treatment. We have a fire ganoderma that can be used, but the only missing ingredient is a zombie's blood. Sangli had noticed him as soon as she entered the room. He was dressed like a gaudy peacock, impossible not to notice. Seeing the young girl staring at Shinjiashu, Xiao Qian said, "This is Shinjiashu." "Hello," Sangli waved to him. "I am after all a divine physician. How dare you introduce me so casually?" He looked at Sangli. "I am Shinjiashu, a doctor from the Valley of Divine Physicians. How do you do, miss?" Sangli smiled. He seemed like a scatterbrain, but who knew he was actually a divine physician? "I was blind, truly blind. If I have something even more potent than fire ganoderma, and pair it with a medicinal guide, can we save them?" "Yes, but there should be no medicinal herb fiercer than fire ganoderma in this world." Shinjiashu had certainly never seen one. Sangli smiled and said nothing. In this world, what could be more potent than her peach blossom brew? That was a spiritual wine that had been buried for tens of thousands of years. "Your Highness, I'm hungry. I'd like something to eat." Hearing that she was hungry, Xiao Qian hurried off to prepare food. "You deliberately distracted him." Xiao Qixuan had seen through her. "He's too long-winded. With him around, we'd waste time going back and forth." She turned to Shinjiashu. "Give me a knife and a bowl." It was the first time anyone had called Xiao Qian long-winded, yet it was quite apt. Though Shinjiashu was puzzled as to what she intended, he still brought them to her. Sangli picked up the knife and slashed it across her wrist. "Miss Sang," Xiao Qixuan and Bai Sen both exclaimed. Sangli shook her head. Bright red blood streamed down her wrist into the bowl, and the room was filled with a distinct scent of green grass intertwined with a faint peach blossom fragrance. In this world, apart from a zombie's blood, perhaps only my blood can save them. Seeing the bowl filled with fresh blood, Shinjiashu hurriedly stanched the wound. Though he had known it would come to this, Sang Huaixing's heart still ached. While pretending to search through her bundle, Sang Li produced a jar of peach blossom brew from her spatial storage. Adding the blood to this wine as medicine should save them. But don't use too much at a time. A divine physician should know the proper dosage. The moment she produced the wine, Shinjiashu caught a dense peach blossom fragrance. But mixed with the peach blossoms were other aromas. He could smell medicinal herbs, and something else he couldn't name, yet it was unquestionably something superior to fire ganoderma. When Xiao Qian came back, he saw a bowl of blood and a jar of wine on the table, and the room filled with the scent of grass and peach blossoms. His gaze fell on the girl's bandaged wrist, and his eyes reddened before he could stop them. "Is this the method you meant? Using her own blood to save them?" It was the first time Sang Li had seen his eyes redden. "It's all right. It's only taking a little blood. I'm very healthy. You should rejoice for me. My blood can save them." Xiao Qixuan was deeply moved by her act. "Miss Sang, thank you. On behalf of all the citizens of Suzhou, I thank you." A woman, yet she harbored great righteousness and compassion for the world. How rare. Shinjiashu also felt the objects in his hands as heavy as 1,000 jin. "You are the finest physician." She was the first woman to earn his wholehearted admiration. She was remarkable. "I'm just doing what I should and can do. Hurry and save them." She felt a little dizzy. Sang Huaixing helped her sit down. "Are you all right, my girl?" With so much blood lost, who knew how much pain she was in and how many more cuts would be needed? Sangli did not know either. Perhaps 2 more cuts would be needed. Xiao Qian went to hasten the meal, and had extra blood-nourishing dishes prepared. His heart ached for her. After eating, Sang Li went to sleep. She was terribly dizzy. Xiao Qian prepared his room for her and moved into Xiao Qishuan's room. Sang Li felt her body was heavy. Her consciousness entered the space. "Are you all right?" Ingwa asked her. "I'm fine. I just feel terribly heavy, like I've come down with a serious illness." She was not as agile as she had been 2 days before. "This is the price of damaging your vital essence. You've only given 1 bowl and already feel it. With over 100,000 people, at least 3 bowls will be needed. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it." She was its master. If anything happened to her, it would feel it too. "It's fine. Just treat it as an illness and it will pass. Once I'm well, I'll be a real fighter again." She saw the gauge on the merit pool rising. "Ingwa, look. It's rising. That proves it really works. If it worked, it was worth it. See if there are any pills in the house you can take, or drink more spirit spring water." "I know. Don't worry." Sang Li slept until the sun was high in the sky. She woke up groggily, her mind a little numb, feeling as if she had a severe cold. Shun Jiashu rushed into the courtyard in high spirits. "It works. It works. The person given the medicine yesterday has already been cured. There's nothing serious now. Miss Sang is truly remarkable." So there really were things in this world more precious than a zombie's blood, and Miss Sang had unselfishly provided 2 kinds. Everyone's anxious hearts settled. It was good that it worked. 2 more bowls of blood will be enough. Xiao Qian came up to her. "Sang Shali, are you all right?" He felt that she now seemed like someone ill, listless, and lacking her former liveliness. "Why don't you rest 2 more days? I'm afraid you can't endure it. You only gave 1 bowl yesterday, and today you already clearly feel different from yesterday." Sang Li shook her head. "I'm afraid of pain. Let's do it while the wound hasn't healed yet." She also told everyone not to be afraid. If she fainted, she would be fine after sleeping, only she would sleep a little longer. Xiao Qian asked uneasily, "Tell me honestly, what exactly will it do to you? What do you mean by sleeping longer? How long?" Sang Li saw the light in his eyes nearly shatter. "I won't die. This was a promise. I'll just lose some vital essence and be weak for a while." "Is that really so?" "Yes." Sang Li took the knife and reopened the wound that had just scabbed. Watching the bright red blood was like a knife cutting across his heart. His eyes stung. He reached up and touched his face. It was tears. Everyone present looked at him in astonishment. Sang Li could not believe it either. Was he crying? Sang Huaijing secretly wiped his tears too. They say men do not easily shed tears, only when they have reached the depths of sorrow. He would rather it be his own blood drawn than let his daughter suffer this. As the second bowl was being filled, Sang Li clearly felt the world spinning. Xiao Qian caught her swiftly. Enough. It has to be filled completely. You don't want me to cut again, do you?" She rested all her weight on him. Sang Huaijing saw that he had taken his place, but this was not the time to argue with him. Sang Li's consciousness began to blur. "Brother, I'm so sleepy. Remember to go to my room and get the wine." She had no strength to carry it. "All right, I know." A scalding tear fell on Sang Li's face. "Brother, you should be happy. I can save the people of Suzhou." With that, Sang Li fainted in his arms. Xiao Qian shouted in panic, "Shinjashu, quick. She's fainted. Examine her." If the timing were not so wrong, he would have wanted to laugh. The young general of an army of several 100,000 was crying and shouting, completely devoid of dignity. No wonder they say heroes cannot resist a beauty. Some people had truly fallen. He placed his hand on her pulse, weak and feeble, unexpectedly showing a state of bodily deficiency. His face turned solemn. Did drawing blood have such serious consequences for her? Seeing Shun Jiashu's grave expression, he knew it was not as light as she had made it sound. "How is she?" "Her pulse is weak, her heart blood depleted, and her body is frail." At this moment, he did not know how to describe his feelings. There really were people who could do such a thing, damage their own vital essence to save others. Xiao Qian's silence was deafening. He gently held her tighter. What a fool. Xiao Qishuan was also shocked. If he had known earlier that drawing blood would reduce her to this, would he have stopped it? On one side was her, on the other were the 100,000 people of Suzhou. He could not choose. So that girl had said nothing, considered everyone, but not herself. "Lord Sang, do you know?" Sang Huaijing composed himself. "This humble official knows. She told us the consequences before coming." But hearing it with his own ears, he still could not accept it. How was he to explain to his wife and parents? So they all knew the consequences and still did it without hesitation. This act was one of great righteousness. Xiao Qishuan swept his robes aside and knelt on one knee. On behalf of the imperial family and the people of Suzhou, I thank you. I thank Miss Sang. She was worthy of this bow. You mustn't, Your Highness. Please rise. This was the path his daughter had chosen, and he supported it. But I beg Your Highness and everyone present not to speak of Ali's secret to outsiders. There were too many ill-intentioned people in the world. Once it got out, they could not guard against it. Those present naturally knew the gravity of the matter. This matter is confined to this room and will never be spread. We will also protect Miss Sang. Her blood was truly too precious, as were her miraculous abilities. For the past month, except when he was busy with matters, Xiao Qian had been in Sang Li's courtyard. He moved Sang Li into the courtyard to sunbathe, and she lay quietly. He still remembered how she looked when he first saw her, lively, spirited, and lovely, not lying so quietly as she was now. He gently held her hand, not daring to use any force, afraid she would shatter at a careless touch. I have never believed, never been so certain who my fate would be, until your radiance descended into my night. From now on I will protect you well. Even if I die, I will never let you suffer the slightest harm. Sang Huaijing stood outside the courtyard, watched silently for a while, then turned and left. Over this month, he had seen Xiao Qian's actions clearly. In the future, entrusting his daughter to such a person would put his mind at ease. After a month of treatment, nearly all of Suzhou's people had recovered, and the city once again regained its former bustle. Of course, there were also some who could not be saved, but joy outweighed sorrow. Xiao Qian did not tell everyone who had saved them. He only said that the person who saved them had been unconscious for an entire month while searching for a precious medicinal herb. The people were grateful in their hearts and silently prayed for her swift recovery. Some even set up a longevity tablet at home. Yinghua watched the merit in the merit pool rise sharply and silently made a decision. Sang Li still could not control her consciousness and could not enter the space, so it directed a portion of the merit toward one direction. Sang Li was now in a vast, white, uninhabited expanse with nothing around her. At that moment, a stream of golden light surrounded her and then sank into her body. Instantly she felt as if enveloped in warmth, hot and cozy, so comfortable. Just as she was enjoying it, a force pushed her into the space. There she saw Yinghua standing by the merit pool, sorrowfully watching the merit value in the pool continuously drop. Firefly's voice rang out clear and strong, hardly like that of a sickly person. What was going on? Was he actually better? Already? Firefly sighed and shook his head. This is your consciousness. Your physical body remains in a deep sleep. I used merit points to nourish your consciousness, which is why you can appear within this space. Fine, then how much longer must I sleep? Father must be terribly worried, and Xiao Qian surely is as well. Probably soon. Once you absorb and refine these merit points, you will awaken. Sang Li did not understand. What do you mean? You fell into this state because you saved the people of Suzhou. The merit they provided can naturally nourish you, but you must refine it yourself. How long that takes is up to you. It seemed there was no hope of leaving the space after all. Very well, he would simply be a lazy little creature lounging about within it. If I use all the merit points, what about you? Didn't you say you wanted to grow up and leave the space sooner? It doesn't matter. It will happen sooner or later anyway. If you remain weak and sickly all day, how will you earn more merit? So it is more useful for you to take it. She was his master after all. When she was uncomfortable, he was uncomfortable too, but he dared not say so. She felt suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. Oh, my darling, you are so kind. Sang Li hugged it and nuzzled against it affectionately. It was simply an adorable little angel. At first, Firefly showed reluctance, but soon stopped being stubborn. Girls were indeed fragrant as expected. It then taught Sang Li how to refine the merit points in the pool for her own use. Once she had refined all the merit within the pool, she would recover. Xiao Qian glanced at Xiao Qilan standing outside the door. What are you sneaking around for? Just come in if you wish. Why loiter at the doorway? Caught, Xiao Qilan felt momentarily guilty, but quickly retorted, Old 8, how dare you speak to me like that? I am your second brother at least. What sort of description is that? Calling him a thief, was he? He gazed at the girl lying quietly in the rocking chair. Is this the one who saved Suzhou? Bathed in sunlight, her features shimmered like fine jade, glowing like a crescent moon. Truly breathtaking. How stunning she must be when she fully blossoms. Old 8 certainly had good fortune. Seeing him stare fixedly at Sang Li, Xiao said coldly, "What are you doing here? Leave if you have nothing to say. Do not think he will change his opinion of you simply because you did something sensible this once. Can I come if I have nothing to do? I insist on sitting." He sat down beside him, deliberately sitting the more he was told not to. Humph. Xiao Qian turned his head to look at him. Had he not noticed before that Xiao Qilan had such a rascally side? The two sat in quiet companionship, their usual habit of bickering and fighting upon meeting absent. An unexpected harmony had settled between them, peaceful and serene. When Xiao Qisun arrived, he found them sitting quietly together. Though they exchanged words back and forth, the sharp hostility of their past encounters was gone. It seemed that after everything that had transpired, both of them had matured considerably. The affairs in Suzhou are settled. The emperor has sent a new governor to take over, and you. The former governor of Suzhou, he had been negligent, allowing common folk to freeze to death, and failed to implement any practical measures to address the crisis. This led to a plague sweeping through Suzhou, nearly leaving corpses strewn across the land. However, considering his subsequent efforts to make amends, his personal involvement during the disaster, and his donation of all his family's wealth to help the people of Suzhou rebuild their homes, the emperor showed mercy. He was dismissed from office and allowed to return to his homeland, sparing his life. Others involved were dealt with accordingly, some executed, others exiled. Thus the matter in Suzhou could finally be considered settled. Xiao Qilan recalled the garrison commander's treachery and grew so furious his teeth ached. How dared the man scheme against a royal prince? If only I had recovered sooner, I would have thoroughly thrashed Ma Yingkai until his teeth were scattered across the ground. Ma Yingkai was the former garrison commander of Suzhou. Isn't this your own fault for being so foolish? You fell for the simplest trick and even got yourself trapped in the process. With a mind like that, how had he survived all these years in the capital, a place teeming with scheming minds? At this he had to defend himself. How was I to know he would use the elderly, the weak, and children as bait? Could I have simply ignored them? He had contracted the plague precisely because Ma Yingkai claimed there were vulnerable people in the village who refused to evacuate, so he had gone personally to persuade them. Who would have thought that scoundrel would knock him unconscious, force him to drink water contaminated with the plague, and dress him in the clothing of someone who had died from the disease? When he awoke, he was utterly stunned. No one had ever dared to strike him so brazenly before. He was determined to cleave his head off, but before he could even find the man, he collapsed. Fortunately, he had previously sent a memorial back to the capital. Ma Yingkai would not have dared to openly kill a royal prince, or else he would have been long dead by now. Seeing them about to argue again, Xiao Qisun interjected, "How childish can you two be? Second brother, how old are you, and how old is little 8? Still bothering to squabble with him." It was bad enough that the elder one lacked sense, but the younger one was just as immature. What a headache. Xiao Qilan pointed at himself. "Fine, you two are in this together. I cannot win an argument against you. I am leaving." Humph. They were brothers born of the same mother. He simply could not compete with that bond, so he would just leave, would he not? Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Qisun muttered, "So childish. And you are one to talk. You are both two of a kind. Second brother too. A man nearly of age, yet still behaving like a child." Xiao Qian pursed his lips. He and Xiao Qilan were clearly ill-suited by fate. Whenever he saw him, he felt compelled to say something, having been locked in constant conflict since childhood, even though Xiao Qian was always the one emerging victorious. Yang watched Xiao Qilan's quickening footsteps. "Master, I believe that although you and the 8th prince quarrel each time you meet, you are growing more like brothers." Their master was not ill-intentioned. He simply lacked guile, ready to throw his sleeves up at the slightest provocation from anyone. Upon hearing that he resembled a brother to Xiao Qian, Xiao Qilan bristled indignantly. "Have you lost your eyesight? Who would call him a brother? Do brothers fight each other to the death?" Though he protested outwardly, the corners of his mouth betrayed him with a slight upward curve. Yang was at a loss for words. Could he please lower that smirk before speaking? Still, the 6th and 8th princes had shown genuine loyalty and courage. Given how devastating the plague in Suzhou had become, few among the princes had dared to come, yet both had. While they had not come for Yi Yang's master, their actions had undeniably saved him. Their master possessed a proud and unyielding nature, his mind simple. He had often become a pawn wielded by others. Now that his relationship with the two princes had improved, whatever throne either of them might one day claim, their master would secure a life of comfort and leisure as a noble prince. A fine prospect for him indeed. Why had he never once considered that position? Eong, hurry up. We are returning to the capital. Let us buy some fine clothes to bring back, yes, and food as well. There it was again. The very reason he had never risen to such heights. Alas, how much his master worried him. Truly, who could understand such devotion? As Xiao Qian's party prepared to depart, the people of both circuits in Suzhou filled the streets. They dispatched a representative who presented them with a thick silk scroll bearing tens of thousands of signatures. Your Highnesses, this is a petition written by the people of Suzhou. Please deliver it to His Majesty the Emperor on our behalf. Thank you for not abandoning us. He is a ruler who cherishes and cares for his people. We will forever remember and be grateful for his imperial grace. This had been a battle that tested the strength of human hearts. Without the emperor's compassion for his subjects, sending 3 princes in succession to Suzhou to drive away those wolves and tigers, they would likely have perished by now. The imperial court dispatched experienced imperial physicians, even summoning renowned miracle doctors, otherwise they feared they would not have survived this man-made calamity. During these 2 months they witnessed the deeds of the several princes who set aside their noble status and, unafraid of contracting the plague, fought alongside them to overcome this epidemic. It also made them understand that His Majesty the Emperor had not forgotten them and had not abandoned them to their fate. They came to know a bit more warmth, a bit more empathy and tolerance. Use love to resolve difficulties, unite strength with heart. The plague is merciless, but the human world is full of love. Now their homes were shattered, and everything was a new beginning. They had nothing to repay with except their humble names, so they wrote a letter of gratitude on behalf of the people. Xiao Qian and his 2 companions stood on the carriage holding gifts full of the people's love. Thank you all, and please rest assured. You are all citizens of our Long Yuan. The imperial court has never given up on anyone. Please also believe that riding the long wind and breaking through 10,000 miles of waves, the barren land you see now, given time and patience, will surely grow into fertile fields capable of supporting Long Yuan's economy. The common people lined both sides of the road, kneeling to see them off. We respectfully bid farewell to the 3 princes. The people saw them off voluntarily all the way to the city gate, and from afar, one could still see the citizens at the gate waving to them. They thought they would remember this trip to Suzhou for the rest of their lives. It also made them understand that the more critical the moment, the more responsibility and duty shine. The greater the hardships, the more evident the great love among people. The sea has boats to cross, the mountains have paths to traverse. They traveled with stops along the way, making a detour to Susui town. You should go back. I know you can't let her go, but after she suffered so much this time, it can't be in vain. I understand. I'll go see her and pick up Chize along the way. Having caused her so much suffering, he would definitely seek justice for her. Since Sangli returned, Yi Qiutong's tears had not stopped. Her precious daughter had been perfectly fine when she left, only to return in such a state. Which mother could bear that? Though she was angry, she also knew her daughter had done a righteous deed, saving the people of Suzhou. But as a mother, her heart ached terribly. In the end, she could only drive Sang Huaijing out of the room. Sang Huaijing dared not speak or plead, so he had to squeeze in with Sang Jin. His Highness has come. I've come to see her. Seeing Xiao Qian arrive, Yi Qiutong rose and withdrew. Since their return from Suzhou, he had sent all kinds of tonics until the storeroom was filled. Though Ali was still in a coma, she would wake up eventually. Clearly, he was very thoughtful. Xiao Qian sat in the seat Yi Qiutong had just vacated and gently brushed her hair. Sang Shaoli, you've been asleep for so long. I'm returning to the capital. When I come back, I hope to see you. He would search the world for rare medicines to cure her weakened constitution and restore her to the same unrestrained brilliance as before. Sangli could perceive what was happening outside, but she could not wake up. She could only silently bid him farewell, in her heart resolving that when they met again, she would run to him with open arms. After talking with her for a while, Xiao Qian got up and left. Lord Sang, I am returning to the capital. If Sang Shaoli wakes up, please send me a message by fast courier. If you need any herbs, go to Hichu at Fuyuan Tower. No matter how precious, I will find them. This was his request as a junior, not as a prince. All right. If Ali wakes up, I'll let you know immediately. Sang Huaijing naturally understood that he had not used honorifics, placing himself in the position of a junior. Xiao Qiza was also returning to the capital. He was very reluctant to leave for here. He had felt a warmth long absent. Lady Ye's cooking was delicious. Sang Jin was adorable, and the white tiger was very spirited. He took off his jade pendant and placed it in Sang Jin's hand. Remember to come find me in the capital. I'll wait for you, my best friend. Sang Jin was also reluctant. Clutching the jade pendant tightly, he said, I'll come find you. Wait for me, my best friend. Xiao Qian and his party set out back to the capital. Sang Huaijing also handled official business daily at the county office. Having been away to Suzhou for a month, cases had piled up like a mountain. He could only deal with them one by one with the yamen runners, and often went down to the villages for inspections. One household stole a chicken, another had an adulterous affair. Every day's court sessions were quite lively. Sang Li sighed in relief as she watched the almost fully refined merit. Outside one day, within the space 1 month. During this period, she had turned misfortune into blessing. Her wood-type ability had risen to level 7, and all things birth had also been cultivated to level 6. Now riding the clouds and mist was no longer a problem for her. A new area had been opened in the wooden house, an alchemy room containing various pill recipes. A fire burned beneath the alchemy furnace, which Yinghua said was called the Flame of Endlessness and would never go out. Thus, once she learned alchemy, she need not worry about lacking spiritual fire. Your body and consciousness have been nurtured well enough. You can try to fuse and wake up now. The alchemy room was open and it wanted to take some pills. Sang Li tried to fuse with her body and slowly opened her eyes. So dazzling. She raised her hand to block the light, and after a moment to adjust, she slowly opened her eyes again. What met her gaze was a peach tree. She looked around. This was her courtyard. It seemed her family had moved her outside to bask in the sun. Chuchio had just entered the courtyard carrying water when she saw Sang Li sitting up and the water in her hands spilled onto the ground. Young miss, you're awake. Her loud cry brought Chuchun running from behind. Seeing the person sitting up, they were overjoyed. Young miss, you're finally awake. I'm awake. Where are my mother and the others? The master has gone to inspect the villages, and the mistress has taken the young master to 4 Seasons Spring. Perhaps because she had lain for so long, her body was a bit stiff. She tried to move a little, then got down from the recliner and stretched. There was no discomfort, nor the weak constitution Yinghua had mentioned. It seemed she had truly been nurtured by the merit value. Her body felt even better than before she went to Suzhou. Merit was truly a wonderful thing, and she would work hard to earn it. This time Yinghua had fulfilled her wish. Next time, she would also satisfy Yinghua's wish, striving to let it leave the space as soon as possible. She was not used to having attendants follow her, so she sent Chuchun and Chuchio away and went alone to the small garden. She sprinkled her wood-type ability onto the osmanthus tree, and in an instant the entire tree burst into bloom, filling the air with fragrance. She felt not the slightest discomfort. As they say, each level is stronger than the last. At that moment her stomach began to rumble. She hadn't eaten since waking. She returned to her own courtyard and ordered Chuchun to prepare a meal. Looking at the peach tree, she sprinkled her wood-type ability on it, and the peaches ripened instantly. She did not dare to cover the whole tree, only hastening the ripening of a few. It seemed the higher the wood-type ability, the stronger the acceleration ability, and without any side effects. After filling her stomach, Sang Li continued lying on the rocking chair. Chuchio was watering the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Seeing a few ripe peaches on the peach tree, she found it strange. Yesterday, they weren't ripe, so why were they ripe today, and only these few? Unable to figure it out, she picked up her bucket and continued watering the flowers. Yi Xiaodong had been going over accounts at 4 Seasons Spring when she heard Sang Li had woken up. She hurried back to the residence with Sang Jin. Seeing Sang Li asleep on the rocking chair, her heart felt as if someone had thrown a basin of cold water on it. Chuchio, carrying a bucket, said softly, "Madam, the young miss ate something and fell asleep again." Hearing the maid say that Sang Li had eaten something before lying back down on the rocking chair, her heart warmed again. The capital. Xiao Qian and his party did not slow their pace, heading straight for the imperial study. Only when Emperor Xiao learned they had returned safely did the stone of worry finally lift from his heart. He had never anticipated a plague breaking out in Suzhou. All three of his sons were there, and each day he lived in dread, fearing misfortune might befall them, that they might contract the pestilence. When he discovered the plague was man-made, fury consumed him, and he swiftly dealt with all officials of Suzhou. Your subjects pay their respects to the father emperor. Emperor Xiao carefully examined his 3 children kneeling before him. They were unharmed, all well. Rise quickly. Xiao Qilon handed over the memorial. Although some complications arose en route, your subject trusts he has not failed in his mission. All disaster relief funds were spent on the people of Suzhou. The epidemic there has passed, and the newly appointed prefect is already guiding them to rebuild their homes. I respectfully submit this for your majesty's review. Emperor Xiao took the memorial. Excellent, excellent, excellent. You have handled this matter most commendably. I shall bestow generous rewards upon you. Then, having heard that he had also contracted the plague in Suzhou, his expression turned concerned. Are you fully recovered? Let me summon the imperial physicians to take your pulse. Your son has mostly recovered. Sang Li's medicine was remarkably potent. He had suffered no lingering after-effects from the plague, and his constitution had perhaps even improved. Yet Emperor Xiao remained uneasy and insisted the imperial physicians examine him anyway. Only after hearing there was no cause for alarm did the emperor finally set his heart completely at rest. Check the other 2 as well. Pointing to Xiao Qi and his brother, though they were unwell, neither in truth the father emperor's concern was paramount, so let the physicians attend to them. Hearing that all 3 were unharmed, Emperor Xiao waved his hand and dismissed the physicians. You have borne great hardship on this mission. Your handling of the Suzhou affairs has brought great comfort to my heart. He had heard that upon their departure the common people of Suzhou knelt to bid them farewell. This was truly the will of the people. They, like ordinary folk, could feel fear and trepidation, yet they did not retreat. It was their lofty and sacred sense of duty and morality, their selfless and fearless spirit of sacrifice, their humanitarian compassion for saving the dying and healing the wounded. That is what forged them into such unyielding resolve. These were his children, and he was proud of them. Xiao Qi presented the memorial of 10,000 names given by the common people to Emperor Xiao. This was entrusted to us by the people of Suzhou to deliver to your majesty. Emperor Xiao opened the cloth and gazed at the signatures upon it. This is a memorial from the people. It was worth noting that no emperor in prior generations had ever received such a document, yet he had received one. It proved he had won the hearts of the people. It was the will of the populace, and they were satisfied with him as their sovereign. This is the finest gift I have ever received. Nothing could be more precious or noble than this. There shall be rewards. Rewards for all of you. Since there are rewards, there must also be punishments. Xiao Qi presented a thick memorial. This details the complete events of the Suzhou incident. Unless the wicked are eradicated, the realm shall know no peace. I beg your majesty to dispense justice. Emperor Xiao took the memorial and set it heavily upon the desk. You are all weary. Return and rest. Remember to attend morning court at dawn. Xiao Qian was about to say something when Xiao Qi grasped his arm. This decision was indeed arduous and would send shockwaves through both court and realm. As emperor, he needed time to deliberate and weigh the consequences, for moving one piece would unsettle the entire board. In the deep of night, the emperor dispatched the Jinwu guards. Dread filled every corner of the capital, while the streets blazed with lamplight. The true storm is upon us. Zhao Kuang placed a piece upon the go board where an intense struggle of attack and defense was unfolding. A pale white hand closed over the last remaining vital point, turning a position with room for maneuver into a dead game. Have we acted with undue haste? They say to cure his illness you must seize his life. That old thing is slick as oil. Next time we may not catch him so easily. Send the items we've acquired into the mix as well. If we are to play this game, we play it big. Xiao Qiyang's mansion was also ablaze with lamplight. His heart pounded with dread, as though some great event were about to unfold. Just then Chancellor Lu arrived. Grandfather, why have you come at such a late hour? Chancellor Lu spoke sharply. This time we have suffered a devastating blow. The materials in Suashui town were lost. They had originally believed that with the Suzhou matter resolved they could rest easy, but word arrived that they were one step too late. Xiao Qi had taken all those letters with him. Xiao Qiyang paced frantically. What shall we do? Those were grave offenses. Even as the emperor's own son, given his father's nature, he would not let him off. Chancellor Lu soothed him. Do not panic. At tomorrow's grand court session, lay all responsibility upon me. Claim you knew nothing. If Xiao Qi-sun and the others truly obtain the evidence at the very least, you will still have one fallback route. Xiao Qiyang naturally knew what fallback route she spoke of. But enough with the buts. Where there is life, there is hope. Do you wish for our years of meticulous plotting to come to nothing in the end? Her grandson was clever and capable, but far too indecisive. Are you taking the medicine that person gave you? Yes, I can already clearly feel the changes. That person had provided medicine to treat and strengthen his leg bones and sinews. Once fully healed, he would be able to stand again. Then all is well. As long as his legs could be cured, their hopes grew a little stronger. Chancellor Lu instructed him to use the medicine diligently and to remember never to plead for mercy at court, maintaining total ignorance of the matter before departing into the dark of night. Xiao Qiyang gripped the whistle in his hand silently, making a resolution within his heart. That position he must fight to claim, or he would be disloyal to all those who had sacrificed for him. Grand Court Session. The Emperor enumerated Chancellor Lu's various crimes: buying and selling official positions, seizing fertile farmland, colluding with enemies, and committing treason, concealing the Suzhou disaster, and allowing the plague to ravage the region. All direct descendants of the Lu clan were put to death. Collateral branches were exiled to the frontier, banned from entering the capital for all generations hence. All officials implicated were executed. Their wives and daughters were exiled. 3 generations were barred from government service. With this decree issued, not only the court, but the entire capital trembled in shock. For several consecutive days, the Jinwu guards were seen conducting house searches. The execution grounds ran red with blood, and batch after batch of people were exiled to the frontier. The Lu family was in utter chaos. On what grounds must we all bear the consequences for one man's sins? All the direct line executed, the collateral branches exiled, barred from returning to the capital for life. What difference was there from putting them all to death? The matriarch of the Lu family, watching the uproarious crowd, drove her staff hard against the ground. You enjoyed the honor brought by the Chancellor's prestige. Now that he has fallen, should not we bear the consequences? At the very least, your lives are spared. If you continue this tumult, will you be content only when the lot of you are executed? They were now a fallen wall, with everyone rushing to push. Continuing to make a scene would bring them no benefit. The Emperor still retained some measure of mercy. Better to accept exile with a clear conscience. With the matriarch speaking, no one dared to further protest. The Jinwu guards would arrive to confiscate their property momentarily. The pressing concern was how to conceal some gold and silver. From the capital to the frontier was thousands of li. Without money, they feared they would not even reach the border, and once there they would all perish. As they emerged through the city gate, a young woman gazed steadily at the 2 great characters above. Capital. I will return. Consort Xiao had been kneeling before the imperial study for several consecutive days, but the emperor simply would not see her. Concubine, please return. His Majesty will not grant you an audience. Continuing to make a scene will only harm you further. The emperor had clearly grown weary of her. Did she not consider what her father had done? Nearly destroying an entire city, costing so many common lives, not to mention colluding with enemies and committing treason. The emperor had spared her life and demoted her to concubine, and that was only out of consideration for the first prince. Lu Mixiao would not listen. Your Majesty, can you be so merciless? Can you so callously abandon the years of loyalty and devotion between us? Your Majesty, she, once a noble imperial consort, had now been reduced to a mere concubine. How could she ever be content with this? Imperial Xiao, irritated beyond bearing, said, Lu Mixiao, if you remain quietly in the cold palace, I may yet spare your life. Otherwise I shall settle accounts with you regarding honor. Had it not been for the sake of the first prince, he would long ago have executed her as well. When she heard that name, she never wanted to hear again. Your Majesty, after all these years, what place do I truly hold in your heart? Why do you still think of her? Is it only because she was the empress? Stop humiliating yourself. Were it not for Qiyang Sake, I would have killed you long ago. You are not worthy to speak her name. Had it not been for her, his honor would not have passed away so early, and would have lived to see Qi's son and Xian grow up. That woman so bright and vibrant had in the end died, because of him within these towering palace walls. Nothing is more venomous than the one she loved saying that her love was nothing but self-inflicted humiliation. Ha ha ha. Mu Wan, in the end, I never won against you. Though you are dead, you will live forever in his heart, while she is nothing at all. All these years have only made her seem all the more ridiculous. She staggered forward, wondering when things had come to this. Perhaps the signs had been there all along. Before they left their natal homes, she and Mu Wan had been the closest of friends, bosom friends who talked about everything. When had it begun to change? Perhaps it was when that young man drove away the ruffians for her, and she lost her heart at first sight. Or perhaps it was when they entered the palace together, Mu Wan as empress and she as a mere consort. She was the one who had met him first, yet he fell in love with Mu Wan. Perhaps this day was destined from the moment she tampered with Mu Wan's medicine. The love she had believed in had moldered and rotted away over the long years. Looking back now, loving him had been her mistake. Had I known it would come to this, better never to have met. Later it was said that talented Lady Lu in the cold palace had gone mad, telling everyone she met that she was the late Empress Mu Wan, the woman the emperor loved most. Seeing how the once haughty noble consort Lu had now fallen into madness, the other women in the harem could only sigh. The love between the emperor and the late empress was once again told as a beautiful tale. How the emperor had been so devoted and so single-hearted to the late empress. Xiao Qian, however, grew annoyed at the talk. If he truly had been so devoted, he should have killed that poisonous woman instead of locking her in the cold palace, where she still clung to a wretched existence. Xiao Qishuan held his teacup. Sometimes living is far easier than dying. Letting her remain in such lucid madness was quite amusing too. I keep feeling that Xiao Qiyang is up to something. Chancellor Lu was his maternal grandfather, yet he showed no reaction when the chancellor was executed. He also showed no reaction when his mother went mad. He simply locked himself inside his prince's residence. I have already sent He to look into it. A zombie has appeared in the capital. He said that they had once caught sight of a person with dark green vines growing on his face. That should be the zombie. Xiao Qian tapped the table. What kind of chess game is the person behind all this playing? And there was also that letter that had inexplicably appeared in the imperial study, one that none of them had received. No matter what the one behind this is plotting, those who offend our nation shall be slain however far away they may be. Xiao Qishuan crushed the teacup in his hand, his eyes cold. By the way, where is Shun Jiashu? He has gone on a tour. He called it a tour, but they all knew it was merely to search for an answer that had no solution. After all these years, is he still so obsessed? What is obsession? Gusumu, who had gone out to inspect his shops, happened to see the two of them upstairs. He found a seat and sat down. Wu, have a seat. There are no outsiders here. Sang Wu greeted them both. Your Highnesses. He had never imagined that the person doing business with Ali would turn out to be a prince, but after spending time together, he no longer felt so awkward. He sat down beside Gusumo. Seeing him put ice cubes into his teacup, Sang Wu caught his hand and said with a stern face, have you forgotten that your stomach is upset? How dare you still put ice in your tea? What a strange habit. Gusumo was most afraid of that stern face of his. All right, I won't put them in. He silently put the ice cubes back. He had been getting fiercer and fiercer lately. The two of them saw nothing wrong with their interaction, but to others it was not quite the same. Xiao Qian and Xiao Qishuan exchanged a glance. What was going on? Xiao Qishuan, I can't figure it out. Seeing that the other two were silent, he picked up a pastry from the table, looking eager to hear. Who were you just saying is obsessed? Xiao Qian found it strange how odd Gusumu had become after so long apart. We were talking about Shun Jiashu, Xiao Qishuan answered him. Him? He's not interesting. Isn't he just searching for an answer? He has been searching for so many years. If he could have found it, he would have found it long ago. Sang Wu did not know who they were talking about, but he did not ask. He sat quietly, occasionally refilling their tea. The group chatted casually about recent happenings like old friends who had not seen each other for years. He had just been saying that the ice business had made him a handsome sum. By the way, by all rights, you handled the Suzhou matter so beautifully. Why hasn't the emperor rewarded you too? That really doesn't seem like their style. The time is not yet ripe. Seeing that he was putting on such a mysterious air, Gusumu left with Sang Wu. Why had he never known before that he loved being so cryptic? Fine if he would not say, then he would go earn his silver. After resting at home for a few days, Li brought Sang Huijing back to Wuyin village. When the carriage reached the entrance to the village, she said, "Father, did we take the wrong road?" Before her lay a village of gray brick houses with tiled roofs, and the roads had been widened and paved with cement. You helped them earn money by selling watermelons, so they simply tore down all their old houses and rebuilt them into gray brick tile-roofed homes. Since there were so many refugees in Nanxing, they hired those refugees to help. He had toured all the villages under Susui town, and only their Wuyin village had brick houses in every household. Hearing that Li had helped them earn money, they all told him he could not favor some and neglect others, hoping Li would help them earn money too. At a glance, it was truly impressive. Not bad, not bad. She felt a sense of achievement and belonging. Li was greeted enthusiastically all along the way, smiling until her face grew stiff. But the joy came from the bottom of her heart. A year ago, every household was a thatched hut. A year later, every household was a brick house, as if they had ridden a rocket. Before she even reached home, she saw Sang Tong running out with several younger brothers. She thought they had come to welcome them, but it seemed she had misread the situation. "Second brother, where are you going?" Hearing someone call him, Sang Tong stopped in his tracks. "Ali, uncle, why are you back?" He had not heard that uncle was coming. "We came back to check on the crops in the fields." "Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry?" "It's a long story. Grandma Xiaolan's family is holding a celebration, and we're going over for a meal." "Uncle and Ali, are you coming too?" "It was just about mealtime, and there was no one at home." "Then let's go together. Get in the carriage." Sang Tong led the little ones onto the carriage. There were some pastries placed inside, and Li shared them out. Anyway, whether ancient or modern, one can never eat one's fill at a banquet. "Second brother, their family has several granddaughters. Whose celebration is it this time?" Given Li Xiaolan's usual ways, granddaughters were nothing but money-losing burdens. Once the bride price was paid, the girl was led straight away. Why would she suddenly hold a banquet and invite the whole village to a feast? I know, said Sang Chi. "I heard it from Sang Jinbao. Sister Sang Pan found a man from town, the son of some rich gentleman anyway. He's very wealthy. They say the gift he gave them was a whole ingot of silver. He was simply overjoyed, showing off to everyone he met, afraid that others might not know he had an ingot of silver. In this era, people valued matched family status, didn't they? A wealthy squire's family in town could have found any suitable family they wanted. Why would they go out of their way to choose a village bride? She did not mean to look down on anyone. It was just that when something is abnormal, there must be a demon behind it. By the time Sang Li and the others arrived, everyone had already taken their seats. Li Xiaofan, because the children of her family had not come, sat at a table with her two daughters-in-law. Seeing them return, she quickly waved them over. "My precious child, why did you come back so suddenly? Why didn't you rest a few more days?" At such a young age, she had run off to that place Suzhou, and after returning she had lain in bed for a long time. They had been frightened out of their minds. Sang Li took her hand. "I'm fine now, Grandma. I eat well, sleep well, and everything tastes delicious." She had recovered long ago, but her parents, out of concern, kept her cooped up at home, feeding her all sorts of tonics every day until she developed internal heat. Fuyuan Tower also sent all kinds of medicinal ingredients and tonics in a different variety every day. She had been fed so much that now she shuddered at the sight of them. "You must not skip them. You're at the age where you're growing, and we can't leave you with lasting health problems." Sang Li nodded in agreement. Suwan also told her to nourish herself, while saying that if she didn't build up her health now, she would suffer later. She agreed to everything one by one. Soon all the dishes were served, and before long her bowl was piled high. She looked at Li Xiaofan pleadingly, but it seemed useless. Li Xiaofan only told her to eat more. Sang Tong saw her chopsticks poking at the meat in her bowl and knew she didn't like it. He quietly leaned closer to her. "Ali, give it to me. I'll eat it." Sang Li felt as if she had heard heavenly music. "Thank you, brother. You're my savior." She quickly scraped the meat from her bowl into Sang Tong's. In both her past and present life, she had never liked fatty meat, let alone big chunks of it. Suwan also noticed their little exchange, but said nothing. It was good that the siblings were so close. Soon it was time for the wedding toast. The moment Sang Li saw the groom, a curse slipped out. Why him? Wasn't he gay? Why was he marrying a wife? Lu Wenlin, who rarely got to see Sang Huijing, hastily brought Lu Ziqian forward to toast. Magistrate Sang, it's been a long time. I'm Lu Wenlin. Sang Huaijing had never had dealings with him, but he still raised his cup. Congratulations, Squire Lu. Oh, not at all. Thank you for coming to the banquet. Eat and drink your fill. He had agreed to hold the banquet here precisely to show his face in front of Sang Huaijing. Lu Ziqian felt a burning gaze. He looked up and saw a girl as beautiful as a celestial maiden staring at him. She was very pretty. What a pity. He already had his Sulang. Sang Li saw him smile at her and quickly looked away, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Wasn't this marriage fraud? He liked men, yet he still married a wife. What, he had to marry a woman to carry on the family line? On the way back, Sang Li kept thinking about whether to warn Sang Pan. After all, it was a matter of a lifetime, and once you stepped into that kind of family, you couldn't get out. She wasn't being a saint, it was just that, as a fellow woman, she understood the hardships of another woman. To put it bluntly, it was a fiery pit. Dad, you all go back first. I'll go find Sang Pan and say a few words. With that, she ran off. When had his daughter become so familiar with a village girl? Sang Li looked at the people still feasting in the front courtyard, then quietly slipped to the back courtyard and easily climbed over the wall. Is Ziqian back? Sang Pan heard the footsteps. It's me. A girl's voice. Sang Pan lifted her veil and saw that it was Sang Li. Why is it you? How did you get in? You're not welcome in my house. Get out. No, we shouldn't have any grudge, right? Why are you so hostile toward me? They didn't even seem familiar, so why did Sang Pan look at her with such hatred? Sang Pan remembered that Sang Li didn't remember. We have no grudge. I simply don't like you. Please leave. I just came to say a few words. That Lu Ziqian isn't a good man. He likes. Before Sang Li could finish, Sang Pan cut her off. Sang Li, why are you so vicious? Can't you stand to see me happy? I've married into a wealthy family now. Are you jealous? How can you be so hypocritical? No, who's jealous? She didn't care about that at all. I'm just telling you that Lu Ziqian is not a good person. You. Sang Pan came up and shoved her. Get out. I know Brother Ziqian better than you do. Can't you stand to see me happy? Do you think everything good in this world should belong to you? Sang Li, you are truly vicious. You come to my wedding to badmouth Brother Ziqian. You're the one who is rotten to the core. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, and the force of her hands increased. She shoved Sang Li out with savage force. Caught off guard, Sang Li lost her footing and hit her head on the wardrobe. It hurts. Sang Li gently touched her head. At that moment, a few flashes of memory crossed her mind. A girl pushed another girl off a cliff, then hurried away, leaving that girl to fend for herself at the foot of the mountain, blood spilling everywhere. The memory slowly merged with the person before her. Sang Pan hadn't expected to push her down either. Just go. I don't want to see you. Sang Li remembered now. It was Sang Pan who had pushed little Sang Li off the cliff. Because of the blow to her head, she had forgotten part of her memories. The knock just now brought them back. Sang Li looked at her, murderous intent surging in her eyes. Sang Pan owed her a life. Sang Pan was startled by the murderous look in her eyes. Enjoy the journey ahead of you. What was owed always had to be repaid. Why persuade her? Let her jump right in. If she didn't, Sang Li would give her a kick. Sometimes making someone die was too easy, but making them live was the hard part. Just wait and see. Sang Pan watched her back, knowing that Sang Li had remembered. She was now extremely worried whether Sang Li would take revenge. After all, her father was the county magistrate now. But then she thought Sang Li couldn't simply kill someone. Otherwise, her father might as well give up his magistrate post. Besides, she hadn't died, and had even become smarter. She should be thanking her. With that, she felt slightly relieved. Sang Li cursed the whole way back. The act of going to advise her enemy was enough to disgust her for a long time. Thinking about it now, she wished she could slap the self from an hour ago. It was pure meddling. But if it hadn't been for this, she wouldn't have remembered. As for Sang Pan, let her go enjoy her so-called good life. There would be a good show to watch later, and when the time came, Sang Li wouldn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Don't talk about repaying evil with good. Ooh, she would repay in kind. So do not blame her heart for not choosing kindness. Sang Huaijing saw a red mark on her forehead. Where did you bump it? He found some ointment and applied it to her. It's nothing, Dad. It was too dark just now, and I accidentally bumped into something. It'll be fine when I wake up tomorrow. Sang Huaijing walked her back to her room. Since she didn't say anything, she must already have a plan. He would let her be. He would always be there for her. Early the next morning, Li took Sang Huaijing to the cornfield. Sang Eugene and Sang Yutong also went. They had personally tended and raised the crop, so they naturally wanted to see what it actually was. Sang Yutong especially had gone to check on it every so often ever since it was planted, recording the changes. He was curious too. Sang Li looked at the lush green cornfield, stepped forward, and broke off an ear. The corn was golden. A gentle squeeze made juice spurt out. It was so tender. Her mouth watered uncontrollably. Dad, let's pick some and boil them when we get back. They didn't know how to eat this thing, so they did exactly as Sang Li said. They picked a full basket and carried it home, stripped off the husks, and put the ears into a pot to boil. Just like this. They simply boiled them directly. Were there no other steps? This is the simplest way to eat them, boiled corn. You can also roast them, stir-fry them, or stew them with pork ribs to make soup. We can try all of those later. As she spoke, she took a few ears and tossed them into the stove to roast. Sang Yutong was jotting notes with a brush by the side when Sang Bai entered from outside. What's that smell? So sweet and fragrant. Sang Eugene chuckled, teasing him. You've got quite the nose, sharp as a hound's. Sang Li, sensing the timing was right, lifted the lid and scooped the boiled corn into a basin. Everyone come and taste it. It's delicious, but a bit hot. She eagerly took a cob and bit into it. Sweet and fragrant, exactly the flavor she remembered. Everyone picked up the golden cobs from the basin and began to eat. So good, so sweet. The cobs were quite large and Sang Bai, and the younger ones were nearly full after just one. Even the adults could barely finish two. Come try the roasted ones, Sang Li said, digging them out of the stove. The roasted ones are a bit firm, not as sweet and tender as the boiled, Sang Eugene commented. Indeed, the boiled ones are tastier, simple to make, and quite filling. The men could only manage two, while the elderly and children ate just one. But this is only the beginning. While the corn is young and tender, we can eat it fresh. When it matures, we can grind it into cornmeal, and the dried kernels can serve as seeds. There are countless benefits. Sang Huaijing's heart burned with excitement. This corn was so delicious and filling. If it were widely cultivated across the nation, the common people would never go hungry again. He grew even more eager to see the sweet potato, but Ali said it wasn't ready to harvest yet. They would have to wait until after the Mid-Autumn Festival. He loaded a cart full of corn and hurriedly returned to the county office with Sang Li. Once inside, he went straight to the study. This was a matter of great importance for the people's livelihood, certainly deserving a report to the imperial court. He had 1,000 words to write, yet in the end he condensed them into just a few short lines. He then dispatched a messenger to deliver the memorial and the corn to the prefecture. Governor Yao, seeing that the report came from Susui town, dared not delay and immediately forwarded it to the capital. The memorial arrived during the Grand Imperial Court session. Your Majesty, a report has arrived from Huaizhou. Present it. The courier carried a bamboo basket into the hall, leaving everyone baffled. Xiao Qian, however, had a vague idea about those green-skinned things. He just wasn't sure if they were sweet potatoes or corn. Li Shunhai handed the memorial to Emperor Xiao. After reading it, the emperor rose excitedly, joy barely concealed in his eyes. Quickly present the corn. Li Shunhai took a corn cob from the basket. Following the instructions in the memorial, the emperor peeled back the husk, revealing golden kernels beneath. Ha ha ha, excellent. Excellent. Your Majesty, what is this thing? We have never seen it before. My dear ministers, Sang Huaijing, the county magistrate of Susui town in Huaizhou, has a daughter who cultivated a high-yield crop, this very corn. If what his memorial says is true, this corn can yield 1,000 jin per mu. My people of Longyuan will never again suffer from hunger. After all, rice yielded less than 300 jin per mu, even on fertile land. Yet this thing called corn could allegedly produce over 1,000 jin. It was truly staggering. Your Majesty, could Magistrate Sang be making this up? Even on fertile land, rice yields only a few hundred jin per mu. For him to claim 1,000 jin per mu right off the bat, is that not an exaggeration? Indeed, Your Majesty. And this so-called corn, none of us have ever seen it before. If he says it can be eaten, can it really? What if something goes wrong? Can he bear the responsibility? Looking at the quarreling ministers below, the emperor said, that's easily settled. Li Shunhai, boil the corn using the method written in the memorial. Since all the ministers are gathered here today, we can all witness together just how miraculous this thing called corn truly is. The strokes of Sang Huaijing's memorial were light and quick, clearly written in a state of great joy. Moreover, a man who would travel alone with his daughter to Suzhou to save the people was not one to boast. He had also heard that the daughter had fallen ill due to her efforts in saving others. If this proved true, he would surely reward her handsomely. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Li Shunhai had the boiled corn carried into the hall. A fresh, sweet fragrance lingered around their noses and stomachs began to growl in anticipation. Li Shunhai took one cob and handed it to Emperor Xiao. Looking at the sweet-smelling corn in his hand, even the emperor found himself swallowing saliva. He took a big bite right off the cob, and his eyes lit up. Distribute these to all the ministers. Let them also taste the wonder of this thing. Xiao Qian picked up a cob and bit into it. Sweet, soft, and sticky, absolutely delicious, and quite filling. Worthy of the young lady who grew it. In no time he had finished one, still craving more. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell across the hall. When they had nearly finished eating, the emperor asked, "What do my ministers think of it?" Xing Yuba, the official in charge of agriculture, hurriedly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this corn is sweet, soft, and filling, and the cobs are large. If it truly has the high yield Magistrate Sang claims, we can promote its cultivation nationwide. The people of Longyuan will never go hungry again." Their agricultural department had been researching ways to increase yields for years, all to no avail. Magistrate Sang's memorial says this is only the early stage of the corn. It will truly mature around the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the mature corn can then be used as seed. He hadn't expected corn could be eaten in such a way. "Your Majesty, I request permission to travel to Susui town. First, to verify whether Magistrate Sang's claim of 1,000 jin per mu is true. If it is, then the crops in the fields are precious seeds that must be carefully protected." Emperor Xiao had been thinking the same. Moreover, the memorial mentioned that after the Mid-Autumn Festival another new grain would be offered, similar to corn, but with an even higher yield. Granted, when you go to Susui town, you must protect these precious seeds. I permit your memorials to bypass the prefecture and reach me directly. In poverty, one cultivates one's own virtue. In success, one brings benefit to the world. Splendid. What a magistrate Sang. What a daughter of the Sang family. Xing Yuba left the court in haste, taking 2 agricultural officers with him to Susui town. When Xiao Qian returned to the prince's residence, Bai San told him that Miss Sang had sent another basket of corn along with a letter. He opened the envelope, but contained only a few brief lines. Roughly, the corn was ripe and ready to eat as promised, and that she was in good health with no after effects. She could eat and sleep well, and he need not worry. Although he had already received word that she was fine, none of it felt as intimate and important as hearing it from her own words. He didn't know what method she had used to recover so quickly, but he was very glad. Xiao Qishuan hurried back and saw a basket placed on the ground, while his younger brother sat there grinning foolishly. "Sent by Miss Sang," Xiao Qian explained. On his way back, Xiao Qishuan had already heard that the daughter of Susui town's magistrate had cultivated a high-yield crop called corn. Xiao Qian ordered Bai San to boil all the corn and send some to the princess' residence and the duke's residence. Xiao Qishuan praised endlessly. "Miss Sang is truly remarkable. She managed to grow something like this. If this could be planted in the northern border, their soldiers would never have to march into battle on empty stomachs again." Many times it was because their provisions couldn't keep up that they dared not engage the northern barbarians in direct confrontation, resorting instead to hit-and-run tactics. The northern grasslands stretched endlessly with countless cattle and sheep to sustain the enemy, while their own land was barren and yielded little grain. Every year vast sums of military funds were spent, but before long the treasury was empty and the soldiers still went hungry. "Just wait and see. She's going to open a new chapter for the Longyuan kingdom. All I have to do is wait and be carried along," he said, utterly unashamed and rather enjoying it. Xiao Qishuan wanted to knock him on the head. Never had anyone boasted so brazenly about living off a woman's success. After all, he was a prince. Did he still have any dignity left? Sang Huaijing continued to attend to county office affairs in an orderly manner, but he spent more time inspecting the corn and sweet potatoes. Although Sang Yutong recorded the changes at each stage, he still needed to see them with his own eyes to feel reassured. These were precious seed grains vital to the people's livelihood. Seek no benefit for oneself alone, but always seek benefit for the world. Sang Li spent the whole day at Four Seasons Spring with little Sang Jin. The cake they had planned to develop before going to Suzhou had been shelved because no one else could make it when Sang Li was away. The cake originally needed by Squire Wang's family had not been ordered either. However, Sang Li promised that when Squire Wang celebrated his birthday the next year, Four Seasons Spring would gift him a birthday cake for free. Manager Ji put up a sign at the entrance stating that birthday cakes require advance reservations and half the payment as a deposit, and clearly list the prices in taels of silver for each size. At present, they only made fruit cakes. No substitutes could be found for other ingredients. Without modern machines, one was practically useless. Whipping cream nearly broke her hand. Very well, young mistress. Ji Yingwei went to prepare the sign. Little Sang Jin sat on the second floor with a pile of snacks and the white tiger, while Sang Li flipped through the account books. The profits were considerable. Sis, I'm so bored. Let's go out and play. Since coming to the town, he had made no friends. Every day, he went only from home to Four Seasons Spring. It would have been better back in their hometown. Sang Li was also considering whether to establish a clan school in Wuyin village. Many children were around Sang Jin's age. In town, children their age had already begun their education, while they still spent every day playing or helping with farm work. She decided to discuss it with their father when they returned. All right, once I finish looking through these, I'll take you out to play, okay? Hearing that they could go out, little Sang Jin naturally rejoiced. I'll do as you say, sis. Young mistress, there are two little beggars outside looking for you, said Ji Yingwei after hanging up the sign. The two little beggars had asked him whether the young mistress was in. Sang Li remembered that before going to Suzhou, she had asked them to keep an eye on that scholar. Let them in. Ji Yingwei brought them in. It was Gooden and Goshing's first time entering Four Seasons Spring. Seeing the clean and neatly arranged interior, they felt at a loss, not daring to take large steps for fear of dirtying the place. Seeing them tiptoeing, Sang Li led them to the second floor. Don't be afraid. Please sit. The two brothers gently patted the dust off their clothes before sitting down. Sang Li had Ji Yingwei bring some bread and tea, as they didn't look like they had eaten their fill. The two looked at her in confusion, not daring to reach for the food, unsure whether it was meant for them. Eat. The two brothers could hardly believe that the expensive-looking food before them was for them. Thank you, young mistress. Each took a bread and began to eat. It was sweet and milky, the most delicious thing they had ever tasted. Sang Li waited until they finished eating before the brothers got down to business. That Xiao was from Baishir village. He had two older sisters and one younger sister. His parents were extremely partial to sons over daughters. The two older sisters were said to be married off, but in reality, they were nearly sold. The bride prices were used to fund his studies. Originally, his scholarship was passable, but after twice failing to pass the imperial examination for the title of Shotsai, his mindset gradually changed. After being taken by the dandy young men of the town to visit the brothel a few times, he seemed to have discovered its delights and indulged without restraint. But visiting such establishments required silver, and gradually he fell into gambling. At first he tasted some sweetness and sank deeper and deeper. However, his luck was poor. He lost more often than he won. Fortunately, although he was not as handsome as Pan, and he was still elegant and refined with the scholarly air of a man of letters. At first, relying on his good looks, he managed to charm a young lady from a wealthy family in town. The lady had money, and a little of her generosity would last him a long time. But the good times didn't last long. When his visits to the brothel and gambling became known, that lady sent people to beat him up and declared that if she ever saw him deceiving others again, she would beat him every time. He no longer dared to target wealthy young ladies. Once, while returning to his hometown, he ran into Sang Ying. After learning that she was the niece of the newly appointed county magistrate, he conceived a scheme. He engineered chance encounters and deceived her with sweet words. Unexpectedly, Sang Ying truly took the bait. She left home to work and supported him with her earnings, little knowing that the money went either to the brothels or the gambling dens. Oh, and he also has a lover in the brothel. I heard she is pregnant. Xiao promised to ransom her out of the brothel. The two brothers had been keeping a close watch on Xiao, so they knew his every move. Where would he get the money? A man who depended on others for support. Where would he find silver to ransom someone from a brothel? That brothel girl has money. She agreed to give the money to Xiao and let him ransom her out. But Xiao owes a load of debts to the gambling den. If she gives him the money, he probably won't actually redeem her. Sang Li thought that a man like Xiao had no conscience. How could he truly ransom anyone? Moreover, he was a scholar. If people learned he was entangled with a brothel girl, they could drown him with their spit alone. Help me keep an eye on him. When he meets that brothel girl, come find me. If you can't find me at Four Seasons Spring, go to the county office, understand? Catch them in the act. We must have solid evidence. Sang Li gave them a few copper coins. Gooden and Goshing were naturally delighted and readily promised to keep a close watch on him. Sang Li also planned to visit Sang Ying, who had gone to dig wild vegetables for love. Outside the laundry room, she said sweetly, "Auntie, I'm here to see my sister Sang Ying. Please do me a favor," and handed her a box of pastries. Old Lady Wu looked at the extraordinarily pretty girl before her. She hadn't expected her to be the younger sister of that quiet, dull girl. Since the girl was so polite and had brought pastries, she said, "Go on in, but only for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." After all, there were too many clothes to wash, as she couldn't afford delays. Sang Li quickly agreed and stepped inside. More than a dozen young girls were heads down washing piles of clothes. She could smell the odor emanating from the garments and frowned. Everyone in the laundry room looked at her, for she was too eye-catching. They thought she was a young lady from some wealthy family coming to pick up clothes. Sang Ying also saw her. "Sang Li, why are you here?" she said, her gaze unconsciously darting away as if unwilling to let her see such a disheveled state. "I came to see you. I've already spoken with the overseer. Come out with me." The smell here made her nauseated. Sang Ying wiped her hands on her clothes and followed Sang Li out. The other girls hadn't expected that Sang Ying had a sister who looked so wealthy. That girl was obviously from a rich family. If so, why would Sang Ying be here washing clothes? They had all assumed she was from a poor family forced to be sent here out of necessity. After all, they were all in the same situation. Sang Li looked at her fingers, whitened and roughened from soaking in water, and her thin body wrapped in plain clothes. She was thinner than when she had been at home. How anyone who didn't know would think she was a refugee. Is this the life you want? She had a perfectly good life, yet she came here to suffer. I really don't know what goes on in her head. Sang Ying naturally knew what she meant. But whenever she thought of Xiao's words, that once he passed the highest imperial examination, she would become the wife of the #1 scholar, she felt all her current hardships were worth it. "I'm fine as I am now." Though it was bitter, the suffering she endured now was what she owed in exchange for future happiness. Sang Li watched her, still immersed in the beautiful dream Xiao had woven for her. "That man is lying to you. Wake up. No, He Lang will not deceive me. He promised me that this year he would definitely pass the imperial examinations and become a Xiao, then come to my home to propose marriage." She believed in He Lang. Think about it. If he really could pass, how could he have failed twice? He is just trying to swindle your money. Do you know what he... Sang Ying interrupted her. "I know. Xiao told me that the reason he failed twice was because his family had no money for him to study. He had to work to earn money while studying, and that was why he lacked the energy and did not pass. Now he has me, who I will earn money to support him. This time he will definitely pass." Sang Li could not help sighing. A love-addled mind was truly terrifying, and Xiao had manipulated her very successfully. "No matter how much I say now, you will not believe me, but I will let you see clearly what the man you like has done with your money and what you count for in his eyes." If after seeing it with her own eyes she was still willing to dig wild vegetables, then she would not care anymore. In fact, Sang Ying felt a little uneasy. Xiao had not been as warm to her as before, but perhaps he was just too tired from studying. "I believe He Lang. He will not deceive me." Sang Li wished she could pry open Sang Ying's head to see what was inside. "Fourth uncle is very worried about you. Quit this job." "But if I quit, where would I get the money to support He Lang's studies?" She did not want to either. The work here was dirty and heavy, but if she did not do it, there would be no money. All she talked about was He Lang. You only have that He Lang of yours in your eyes. Have you thought about your parents? If fourth uncle knew what kind of work you are doing, how heartbroken would he be? Look at your hands, then look in the mirror. What a ghost of yourself you have become. She was angry. What she despised most was giving up oneself for a man and calling it love. Was that love? That was stupidity. Sang Ying was stunned for a moment. This was the first time Sang Li had spoken to her in such a loud voice. Although they had not interacted much before, in her memory this younger sister had always been gentle and warm. This was the first time she had seen her lose her temper. Her hands were wrinkled and rough from being soaked in water. Since coming here, she had not eaten or slept well, and she could clearly feel the changes in her body. She was even more afraid to look in the mirror, afraid that the person in it would no longer be her. Say no more. Follow me. Sang-Li pulled her out. At the door they met Aunt Wu. Miss, what are you? Why are you dragging her along like this? Auntie, this elder sister of mine had a falling out with her family. Now I am taking her back. Thank you for taking care of her during this time. We will not take the rest of her wages. Consider it payment for your care. Aunt Wu could tell from her clothes that she was a rich young lady. She did not need to offend a rich young lady for the sake of a servant girl. If one left, she could find many more. She was not short of one. Fine, take her away. She could even save a few coppers. Sang-Li took her to Four Seasons Spring to pick up little Sang-Jin. At first glance, little Sang-Jin did not recognize her. Elder sister, how did Sister Sang-Ing become like this? She looked almost the same as the refugees who had fled into the city. Little Sang-Jin thought her voice was very quiet, but Sang-Ing still heard it and lowered her head in embarrassment. She was just going out to experience life. Wasn't that so? The family was not exactly rich, but it would never have let her starve. Yet she insisted on suffering for a man. She brought it on herself. Sang-Li brought her back to the residence. Yi Xiaodong did not recognize her at first glance either. Fortunately, Sang-Li reminded her. How did you get into such a sorry state? Sang-Ing blushed. Little aunt. Yi Xiaodong hurriedly told Chu Dong to take her to wash up. Only after asking Sang-Li did she learn the truth. How foolish. She had a good life, yet insisted on suffering. Sang-Li shrugged. Perhaps this was what she called love, though she did not understand it. Chu Dong took Sang-Ing to wash up. Dressed in comfortable clothes, she raised her hand to touch them. The calluses on her hand caught the silk threads. Nervously and awkwardly she withdrew her hand and looked at Chu Dong. Chu Dong naturally saw it. It's all right. Their young lady's clothes were now all made of shoe brocade and cloud brocade. If one garment was ruined, it was ruined. Chu Dong led her to the bronze mirror and told her she could use the rouge and powder on the table. Sang-Ing was not used to being waited on, so she asked Chu Dong to leave first. She looked at the person in the mirror and was startled for a moment. Her hair was dry and lifeless, her cheeks so sunken that she looked gaunt. She was several years older than Sang-Li, yet Sang-Li's clothes fit her exactly. She did not dare look directly at the person in the mirror again. Flustered, she opened the door and went out. Yi Xiaotong brought her to eat together. Looking at the food on the table, she was clearly hungry, but she seemed to have no desire to eat. Since leaving home, her meals had been nothing but steamed buns. She did not know how long it had been since she last ate meat. Looking at the delicacies on the table, she felt a wave of nausea instead. Yi Xiaodong was startled. She hurriedly summoned the physician of the residence. After taking her pulse, Dr. Li said this young lady's long-term poor diet has weakened her stomach and intestines. For now, she cannot eat rich, heavy food. I will prescribe a few doses of medicine. She will gradually recover. Seeing that nothing was seriously wrong, Yi Xiaodong felt relieved. She told Sang-Ing to rest well and had someone send her some congee to ease her hunger. Sang Huaijing had naturally heard about her from Sang-Li. He also thought this niece was too foolish. He wanted to warn Sang-Li not to follow her example, but when he thought of Xiao Qian's status, his daughter truly had no chance to suffer such hardship. Moreover, his daughter was clever and independent and would not abandon herself for a man like Sang-Ing. The next day, no sooner had Sang-Li arrived at Four Seasons Spring than Go Dan came looking for her. Young boss, He Shu has arranged to meet that courtesan from the brothel. It should be about buying out her contract. Sang-Li told him to go to the carpentry workshop to find Sang Kongsheng. She went home to fetch Sang-Ing. Come, let me show you what your He Lang is really like. She dragged Sang-Ing to the place Go Dan had mentioned. Go Sheng saw them coming and led them to a spot he had staked out early in the morning where they could see clearly and hear even more clearly. Sang Kongsheng also hurried over. Looking at Sang-Ying's frail figure, he wanted to scold her, but felt it was not the right time. He Shu waited under a tree, thinking that once he got the money today, he could first pay off his debt to the gambling den. Otherwise, he was afraid he really would have his arms and legs broken. How could that be? He was going to be an official in the future. As for buying out her contract, that was just talk. He was an upright scholar. How could he have any connection with a woman from a brothel? Once he passed the imperial examinations in the future, what kind of woman would he not have? When Yin Hong came out, she saw He Shu waiting there. She trotted over and threw herself into his arms. Helang, you're here. Xiao hugged her back. Since you asked me, how could I not come even though my studies are heavy? That one sentence made Yin Hong feel guilty. It's all my fault for delaying your studies. It was just that she really could not delay any longer, which was why she had so urgently asked him out to discuss buying out her contract. A smile curled at the corner of Xiao's mouth. These women were simply too easy to fool. Sang Ying watched Xiao embracing another woman. For a moment, she did not know how to react. Just the previous day he had held her in the same way, but now he was holding someone else. It did not look like the first time. She wanted to rush over and demand why Xiao had treated her like this. Sang Li grabbed her and said, "Let's hear what they're saying first." Sang Kangxing was also furious, knowing this scholar was no good. He had been courting his daughter while entangling himself with another woman. "Helang, when are you going to redeem me?" She had been hiding it for nearly 3 months and could no longer keep it a secret. The madam had urged her to receive clients several times, but she had always managed to make excuses. Xiao paused, gently patting her. "Yin Yin, you know I have to prepare for the imperial exams this year. I need to spend a long time studying, and I truly have no money." He even wore a look of shame, as if embarrassed that his beloved had to see him so poor. Yin Hong knew that well. That was precisely why she had chosen him. She wanted to escape that filthy place and find someone to live a stable life with. She had thought marrying an honest man would be good, and fortunately, she had met Helang. Not only was he learned, but he was also considerate. Besides, who wouldn't want to become an official's wife? "I have money. I'll give you my savings, and you can redeem me." If it weren't for the brothel's rule that girls could not redeem themselves with all her savings, she would have long since escaped that place. A flash of joy passed through Xiao's eyes, but he suppressed it instantly and put on a troubled expression. "That wouldn't be right. That's your hard-earned savings. If I'm to marry you, I should work hard and earn the money to redeem you myself. Could you wait for me a little longer?" Yin Hong was deeply moved. "Helang, our hearts are pledged to each other. What's mine is yours. You know girls in our establishment cannot redeem themselves. If you use my savings to redeem me, it is I who should thank you." She had already begun to dream of a wonderful future, a successful husband, children by her side. How beautiful it seemed. Yin Hong placed the money pouch in his hand. "Helang, take this money and come redeem me tomorrow." Xiao outwardly refused, but his hand tightly gripped the pouch. "Yin Yin, wait for me. I'll come redeem you tomorrow. Once I pass the imperial examination and become a scholar, I'll marry you with great honor, and you'll be a scholar's lady." Sang Li clicked her tongue. What a grand promise. Seeing that the girl was about to be led away by him, she released Sang Ying. "You can go now." Sang Ying, her eyes blazing with anger, blocked the pair. "Xiao, you are truly shameless." Xiao hadn't expected Sang Ying to show up. A flicker of nerves appeared in his eyes. Though she didn't earn much, she was hard-working and easy to appease with a few sweet words. "Ying, why are you here?" The way the words Ying rolled off his tongue made her feel utterly disgusted. Yin Hong looked at the suddenly appearing unattractive girl. "And who are you? How dare you speak to Helang like that?" Though her clothes were of fine material, the frame beneath them was homely, giving the impression of an ugly duckling draped in a swan's feathers. "Who am I? Let your Helang tell you who I am." If he simply said they had no relationship, she was willing to believe him and give him one chance. Yin Hong also turned to Xiao. "Xiao, who is this girl?" Having spent so many years in the pleasure trade, if she couldn't see what was happening now, she would truly have wasted her time. It seemed she had misjudged him as well. Both women stared at him, waiting for his answer. Xiao was now sweating profusely. After weighing his options, he chose Yin Hong. At least she earned more. "Yin Yin, I have nothing to do with her. I don't even know where she came from." He flatly denied any connection. Sang Ying felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She stared at him blankly, tears welling up in her eyes and spilling over without warning. She had never imagined that the man who had always spoken to her so gently would now claim not to know her. Seeing his daughter cry so bitterly, Sang Kangsheng raised his fist and struck Xiao. "You bastard. I've had my eye on you for a long time. How dare you toy with my daughter's feelings? I'll beat you to death." "Aunt!" Yin Hong screamed in fright and stumbled back a few steps. Xiao never expected the man to attack so suddenly. Being a mere scholar, he was no match for a man who had spent years doing carpentry. He was knocked to the ground with one punch. "You're raving mad. How dare you strike a scholar in the street?" I'll take you to the county court. What a boorish country bumpkin utterly devoid of refinement. I'll beat you to death, you liar. Remembering how his daughter had refused to eat or drink, even running away from home over this man, he grew angrier. His blows became heavier, knocking out several of Xiao's teeth. Sang Li watched Sang Kongxing pummeling the man. He was usually such a calm and reserved person. She never thought he had this side to him. If you don't go stop him, Xiao will be beaten to death. Why cry over a man like that? Sang Ying quickly pulled at her father. Father, stop. Please stop. She didn't want her father to kill someone because of her. A daughter as unfilial as her wasn't worth that. Afraid of accidentally hurting Sang Ying, Sang Kongxing stopped and pulled her away from Xiao. Xiao was beaten to the point of seeing stars, momentarily fearing he might die. As soon as the blows stopped, he scrambled to his feet. I'll sue you. He hissed through the gap in his teeth, inwardly cursing the madman. You'd better settle your own affairs before suing anyone. Go Dan approached from not far away, accompanied by the men from the gambling house. Seeing them, Xiao tried to run. Sang Li released her power, tripping him to the ground. The gambling house men rushed over and pinned him down. Running are you, boy? Xiao struggled on the ground. Let me go. I have money. I'll give you money. He reached for his pouch, only to find it gone. Sang Li dangled the pouch back and forth. Looking for this. Give it back. That's mine. Xiao shouted, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. Without that money, he would be beaten to death. Is this really yours? Sang Li picked up the money pouch from his side and walked over to Yen Hong. He's not worth it. She placed the pouch in her hands. Yen Hong looked at Xiao, then at the pouch in her hands, and let out a cold, mocking laugh. She had thought she was quite good at reading men, but in the end she had misjudged him too. Seeing her holding the pouch, Xiao pleaded, Yin Yin, save me. Please save me. I'll marry you, I truly will. As long as she saved him now. Yen Hong's gaze turned icy. A man like you isn't worth saving. A rotten man like him belonged in the mud forever. At least she had seen his true face now. Otherwise she would have leapt from one fire pit into another. Xiao spewed filthy curses, but the gambling house men gagged him and dragged him away. Yen Hong looked at Sang Ying, who seemed to have lost her soul. You should be grateful. You've seen his true face now, and at least you have family to stand up for you. She was fortunate. Yen Hong returned to the brothel. Gazing at the money pouch in her hand, she thought all men are faithless. Let it be. She would think no more of it. She went to Madame Chui and asked for a bowl of abortion medicine. Madame Chui didn't ask what had happened, but she gave her the medicine. Seeing that the longing for freedom had faded from her eyes, she said softly, People like us should never easily believe a man's words. The free sky out there is too extravagant for us. They would never see it. Sang Kongxing brought Sang Ying back to the carpentry workshop. Sang Li could understand her. Those who grew up starved of love will desperately cling to any scrap of affection they find. But you must first see whether the person before you is human or ghost. Never look for a man in the trash heap. Even a mountain will fall if you lean on it, let alone a man. Abandon not your elegance. Please yourself before pleasing others. She had always been rational, especially when it came to feelings. Either she never started, or once she started it would be for a lifetime. That was why she had remained single in the modern world. It was said that after Xiao was taken back by the gambling house, he could not repay his debts, and had his limbs broken before being cast out of Sushui town. Yen Hong also lost her child. Xiao's mother somehow learned of her pregnancy. Despite her son's broken limbs, she did not care that the woman was a courtesan and insisted on bringing her home. Upon hearing that the child had been lost, the old woman made a daily commotion at the pleasure house, and soon the entire academy knew of Xiao's entanglement with a brothel girl, his gambling habits, and the brutal beating that left him disabled. Eventually, the academy expelled him for his poor character. Madame Chui, tired of the old woman's daily disruptions, simply ordered her servants to beat her away. If she continued this behavior, how could her establishment survive? The old woman never expected them to actually strike her. After receiving a beating, she dared not cause trouble again. With Xiao's limbs broken, even food and drink became a problem. At first, the old woman attended to him personally, but over time resentment grew. Xiao's sister refused to help care for him either, and the household devolved into constant chaos and discord. Go Dan and Go Sheng spoke animatedly, as though they had witnessed it all firsthand. Do you two brothers intend to remain beggars all your lives? Sang Li asked. The two paused, then managed bitter smiles. We have been orphans since childhood and grew up begging in Sushui. We have no other skills. Anyone with another option would avoid such a life, enduring scorn and abuse daily just for scraps others had discarded. Then follow me. I will give you work to earn a living. Not an easy life, but enough to ensure you have food and shelter, no longer wandering destitute. Sijikin's business was thriving and needed runners, but the shop could not spare anyone. Go Dan and Go Xing knew Sushui town well, making them ideal candidates for delivery work. They stared at her in disbelief. Is it true? Will you really hire us? No one had ever spoken such words to them before, telling them they could support themselves. Naturally, it is true. Pack your belongings and go to Sijikin to find Manager G. She handed them some silver coins. The two gratefully accepted. Thank you, young master. We will work hard from now on and never cause you trouble. The two brothers had never imagined that one day light would shine upon them. And in that moment Sang Li radiated such light. They believed they would never forget this day. A 10-year-old girl reaching out her hand, inviting them to follow her, redeeming their entire lives. Though they appeared to be 13 or 14 years old and were little beggars, they carried a measure of pride within them. They would not accept charity they had not earned, preferring to starve. But after watching them for these past few days, their character seemed decent. At the very least, they would have legitimate work to sustain themselves. After several days of travel, Xing Yuba finally arrived in Sushui town. Sang Huaijing had not anticipated the emperor would directly dispatch an agricultural officer. Honorable official Xing, you have endured a long and tiring journey. Xing Yuba waved his hand. It was no hardship. I merely wonder where the corn mentioned in Governor Sang's memorial is located. I am quite eager to see it for myself. His curiosity was overwhelming. Father, I am back. Sang Li's voice came from outside, soft yet lively. Stepping inside, he noticed several new figures clad in official robes. Sang Huaijing introduced them to Lord Xing. Lord Xing, this is my daughter Sang Li. Lord Xing's mouth parted slightly in surprise. The young girl was strikingly beautiful, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, appearing barely 10 years old, yet she had somehow cultivated such extraordinary crops. Now he began to wonder if Governor Sang had deliberately credited his daughter with the achievement to secure a promising future for her. Father, this is Lord Xing, the Commissioner of Agriculture sent by the Emperor, who has come specifically for the corn. Sang Li understood. This humble one is Sang Li paying respects to Lord Xing. Since her father had taken up his position at the county yamen, Yi Qiutong had taught her certain courtesies. Though she disliked it, she complied to conform to local customs and avoid ridicule, forcing herself to learn them. Miss Sang, I wonder where the corn is cultivated. Might we be granted the honor of seeing it? The corn is planted in Wuyin village. You have traveled far and must be weary, so there is no rush. Rest for now, and I will show you tomorrow if that suits you. She was hungry and not particularly eager to go. Lord Xing saw her gentle refusal and did not press the matter further. They had come all this distance, so the corn would be seen eventually. Governor Sang arranged accommodations for them. The following morning, Sang Li led them back to Wuyin village. Sang Eugene had never before encountered an official other than his own son, and this one appeared to hold considerable rank, leaving him somewhat awkward and ill at ease. Lord Xing observed the expanse of lush green stalks before him, each bearing elongated rounded pods. He stepped forward to examine them more closely. So this is how corn grows, he mused. How fascinating. As they walked, he questioned Sang Li about corn cultivation, how to plant it, how to nurture it, and how to harvest it. Sang Li answered methodically, revealing details he had not known. Lord Xing now truly believed she had personally researched and cultivated the corn himself. His respect for the young woman deepened. She was truly remarkable. Lord Xing pointed toward another patch of climbing vines. What is that? Is it also a crop? Returning to your honor, those are sweet potatoes, another high-yield crop. They have not matured yet. We should be able to harvest them after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Nearly ready, only about a month remains. Hearing yet another high-yield crop, Lord Xing's eyes lit up with excitement. He was now utterly convinced of Sang Li's abilities and could not wait to witness the full extent of her achievements. Lunch was served at home. Governor Sang harvested a basket of corn and prepared it both boiled and stir-fried. Lord Xing felt genuine distress at the waste. These were precious seed grains entirely unworthy of being consumed. Fortunately, Sang Li assured him not to worry, explaining that the seeds planted in the fields were sufficient. Though they had already tasted the boiled variety, they were pleasantly surprised by how delicious the stir-fried version was, and throughout the meal, they focused almost entirely on the corn. Satisfied and well-fed, Lord Xing reflected that eating one's fill was a wonderful thing, and he hoped that by this time next year everyone would have enough to eat. Upon returning to the county yamen, he documented everything he had witnessed and reported it in detail to the capital. When Emperor Xiao received the memorial, his countenance brightened with delight. Heaven truly favors our Long Yuan. Minister Sang has indeed produced a remarkable daughter. The emperor's expression made it clear that Su Shui town had genuinely cultivated high-yield crops. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Best wishes to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, the corn grown in Su Shui town is exceedingly valuable. It would be prudent to assign protection. If others develop designs upon it, the consequences could be dire. The corn from Su Shui town will serve as seed grain for next year's expansion. I declare this today, no one shall touch it. Should I discover anyone overreaching, I will execute their entire family. Do you understand? High-yield grain is far too precious to fall into the grasping hands of those driven by profit. Officials who had harbored secret ambitions quietly abandoned their schemes upon hearing the emperor's stern words, for what mattered most was simply staying alive. Sang Li had been occupied with mid-autumn festival preparations lately. She had printed mooncake designs and dispatched a Shu and Xiao Shu to circulate them throughout the area. Even Go Dan and Go Shou, whose names she found objectionable and had changed. To generate early interest in the mooncake sales for the festival, she specifically promoted the convenience of home delivery. Orders for mooncakes at Sijikan flooded in continuously, with some customers placing orders for over 100 pieces. Sang Li was overwhelmed with work, and everyone in the shop was stretched thin. The orders were simply too numerous to keep up with. The neighboring shops were envious, frustrated by the disparity in fortune. Yet what could they do? The young master of Sijikan constantly devised innovative strategies, with fresh approaches that they simply could not replicate. All they could do was watch and admire. There were simply too many orders. Sang Li had built several more kilns in the courtyard and hired some temporary workers. She only made 2 flavors, ham and 5 kernel, because if there were too many varieties, she could not produce them. Sang Huaijing brought Xing Yuba back to Wuyin village every 2 days. As time went by, everyone came to know that Xing Yuba was an official of even higher rank than Sang Huaijing, and that he had come for the corn and sweet potatoes that Sang Li had planted. Word had it that he was personally dispatched by the emperor. Everyone marveled that Ali of the Sang family had truly made something of herself. Even the emperor was paying attention. But then again, her ideas and abilities were not something just anyone could conceive or carry out. The village head and the clan patriarch both warned the villagers that they must not offend the noble guest. The village head even went to the ancestral hall every day to offer incense, declaring that Wuyin village was about to soar. After all, they had already been registered in the emperor's books, so how could it not be? Sang Li told Sang Huaijing about establishing a clan school. Sang Huaijing then discussed it with the clan patriarch, who naturally agreed without hesitation. The patriarch had long harbored the same idea, but in those days, with stomachs barely filled, what schooling could there be? Now that Sang Huaijing had raised it, he naturally agreed. With every household in the village now having some savings, a little donation from each family would be enough to build the clan school. But Sang Huaijing said that the village did not need to pay for the clan school. The village only needed to find a suitable site. Sang Li would cover the expenses. Building a clan school was also an act of merit. At first, the patriarch refused to agree. Sang Li had already done far too much for the village. The clan school was, after all, a clan matter. It should never be left for a younger member like Sang Li to worry over. He was deeply ashamed. But after Sang Huaijing told him certain things, the patriarch no longer insisted. He only said he would select a place suitable for the clan school in advance, and once the mid-autumn festival was over and the agriculture and sericulture official had been sent off, construction would begin. Sang Li spent every day at Four Seasons Spring overseeing mooncake production. Little Sang Jin followed her around all day. He loved the ham mooncakes and would eat several each day, then skip his meals entirely. Sang Li had no choice but to ration him, allowing only 2 or 3 a day. Manager Ji, how many orders are still undelivered? Currently, the biggest operation at Four Seasons Spring was mooncakes. Dashu and Xiaoshu delivered them all over town every day. With no means of transport at this time, they could only rely on manpower. Sangli could not bear to watch them run several trips a day until they were utterly exhausted, so she rented a horse-drawn cart exclusively for deliveries. Half of the orders we have received have been delivered. The other half is still being rushed into production, and new orders keep coming in. The mooncakes were selling far too well. They had already been working day and night, yet new orders continued to pour in without end. Stop taking orders after tomorrow. Hang a sign at the door. Orders beyond tomorrow will not be accepted. Also set aside the mooncakes for the capital ahead of time, or they might not arrive before mid-autumn. The Mid-Autumn Festival takes the moon's fullness as a symbol of family reunion, a time to entrust one's longing for home and loved ones. Her eldest brother definitely could not return from the capital, so she could only send some mooncakes over as a token of reunion, though of course certain people were simply included along the way. Ji Yingwei had set aside the quantities Sang Li requested well in advance, lest they be forgotten. Moreover, the capital was far away, so the mooncakes definitely had to be sent out early. Everything has been prepared according to the young mistress's instructions: 500 ham and 505 kernel mooncakes. Please decide how to allocate them, young mistress, and I will have them packed. Split them between 2 carts, half on each. Add 10 jars of the osmanthus honey and osmanthus wine I sent over last time to each cart. Pack the rest as you see fit, and send them off once they are loaded. Sang Li had discovered the osmanthus while joining a village inspection. She asked the villagers to help pick the blossoms and deliver them to the fruit workshop, where some were simmered into osmanthus honey and some brewed into osmanthus wine. But the quantity was not much, for osmanthus was after all a seasonal treat. Ji Yingwei and 2 servants began packing the goods. In no time the 2 carts were loaded. After Sang Li rewarded the carters and sent them off, the convoy departed for the capital. She also took little Sang Jin home. For the mooncakes to be eaten at home, she made them herself with the maids. The variety was far greater. Every flavor was arranged. Yi Qiutong watched her bustle about while she herself filled the mid-autumn red envelopes for the Four Seasons Spring workers. In Sang Li's words, shared joy surpasses solitary joy. She wanted to be a good boss who was considerate of her employees and subordinates. In the capital, at Fuyuan Tower. Hey, did Uncle Gu not feed you? How do you look like a refugee? Have you forgotten all your manners? Gu Sumo was holding a pork hock. I haven't eaten in a whole day. I'm starving. He had been busy dealing with those people, and it had worn him out. Fortunately, Ewu was still handling the Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, he feared he would have been worked to death. The old man had simply become a hands-off boss, taking his wife to soak in hot springs here and admire flowers there every day, utterly carefree, while he was exhausted half to death. Xiao Qian had naturally heard about it too. Uncle Gu had stepped down and handed all the Gu family business to Gu Sumo. With such a large clan as the Gu family, how could things remain calm? For a time, he was caught between enemies on all sides. Do you want me to find you a couple of helpers? He must not let him work himself to death. He still counted on him to earn plenty of money. Thanks. Free labor. Why not take advantage of it? Seeing that Sang Wu's bowl held nothing but plain white rice, Gu Sumu picked up his chopsticks and put some dishes into his bowl. Seeing the meat piled high in his bowl, Sang Wu wanted very much to say that it was hardly necessary. He was not especially fond of meat. Seeing him not lift his chopsticks, Gu Sumu said, "What's wrong? Eat up. You haven't eaten all day either." Sang Wu picked up his chopsticks and hesitated for some time. In the end, he picked up a piece of meat and was just about to put it into his mouth when Gu Sumo's face appeared. He opened his mouth and bit the meat off his chopsticks. "I forgot you don't like meat." He pulled Sang Wu's bowl over, set his own untouched bowl before him, and piled in quite a few vegetables. Sang Wu felt his face grow warm. Those chopsticks had been used by him. Gu Sumu had bitten the meat straight from them. Didn't that mean? He picked up his teacup and took a sip, then lowered his head and ate the vegetables. Xiao Qishuan's expression suddenly slipped for a moment before immediately recovering. He had always thought there was something strange between those two, but was this not too shocking? He too silently raised his teacup and drank. Xiao Qian, however, noticed nothing unusual. He only thought that Gu Sumu snatching food from another person's bowl was truly an eyesore. Was there no food on the table that he had to grab from someone else's bowl? After finishing their meal at Fuyuan Tower, Gusumu and Sang Wu hurried away. They truly had too many matters to attend to. If they wanted to enjoy a family reunion at mid-autumn, they would have to settle things in advance. When Xiao Qian and Xiao Qishuan returned, they happened to come across the convoy that Sang Li had sent. "Your Highness, you're back." Looking at the carts by the gate, Xiao Qian asked, "Where did these come from?" The carter hurried forward. "It was the young manager Sang of Four Seasons Spring in Susui Town who hired us. She said it was to be delivered to the 8th prince's residence." Could this man be the 8th prince himself? His legs trembled. Should he kneel? "Was this sent to me by little Sang Li?" Xiao Qian asked in pleasant surprise. The girl had sent it to him. "Quick, bring it inside." The carter had not expected that he really was the 8th prince. His legs knelt faster than his brain could react. "Your humble servant pays respects to your highness." It scared him to death. The young manager had never said it was for a prince. He had thought she merely had a relative working at the prince's mansion. No need for formalities. Take it inside quickly. He could hardly wait to see what the girl had sent him. The festival gifts he had sent should also be arriving soon. It seemed they truly were of one mind. The steward and the groom carried everything inside. Unexpectedly, it was a full cartload of goods. Though no one knew what they were, the fragrance was absolutely intoxicating. Xiao Qishuan gazed at the scattered offerings covering the floor. The oil paper parcels exuded rich aromas, some labeled ham, others 5 nuts. Several varieties of fruit wine were present, each type amounting to 10 jars. "Let's share equally," he declared, fixing Xiao Qian with an intense stare that seemed to promise violence if his brother refused. "All right, I'll share. I'll share." When had things deteriorated to this point? His brother resorted to physical aggression at the slightest disagreement, yet still claimed Xiao Qishuan was immature. The truth was neither of them was any better than the other. Xiao Qishuan cheerfully claimed half of the offerings, watching as the gifts vanished in an instant. "Xiao Qishuan, are you some bandit or thug?" His brother struck without mercy, not because they were gifts meant for him, but because his own items had been taken. Should he have any shame? The rumors outsiders spread about him were misjudgments. Perhaps he was better off without this older brother. Upon returning to Bamboo Clarity Pavilion, Gusumu and Sang Wu received their own share. "Our sister is so generous. These ham mooncakes are delicious," he remarked, drawn by the irresistible aroma. He unwrapped one immediately. The ham-flavored cake was delightful, but he had no interest in the 5-nut variety. Paired with osmanthus wine, it was simply transcendent. "Try to eat less," cautioned Gusumo. "You've already had a meal. More food on top of that could upset your stomach." As Gusumu sipped the osmanthus wine, he replied with confidence, "Don't worry. I've got 2 stomachs now, plenty of room left." The mooncakes proved truly remarkable, not just in taste, but in their auspicious meaning. He marveled at Sang Li's brilliance. How she consistently produced such ingenious ideas, her ingenuity shining through in every creation. "Oh, what if I opened a Sijikan shop in the capital? With Ali's sharp mind, Sijikan would surely draw constant customers there. It's all so novel and unique." But Ali operates Sijikan in Susui Town with the fruit factory right in the village. Convenient. If you open one in the capital, she'd need to send people over, build a factory, source materials, and transport everything from Susui Town. Even with the newly improved Imperial Road cutting travel time to 2 or 3 days, the cost would still be prohibitive. Isn't building a factory straightforward? It's a matter of moments. There's so much land belonging to the Gu family. You'd only need to claim a plot and construct it. Sang Wu found his reasoning naive and wished he had fewer troubles of his own. Sort out the Gu family matters first. Your uncle has relinquished power, and the burden now falls on you. I hear it even extends to your aunt's mining operations. The other branches within the Gu family are locked in internal strife. When Gu Tao held authority, his direct lineage was unquestioned, and his capabilities were beyond reproach. Yet now he's transferred power to a youth barely past his coming-of-age ceremony, which naturally provokes their dissent. Thinking of the toxic atmosphere at home, he felt utterly exasperated, so thoroughly annoyed that he sometimes wished they were all dead. Sang Wu understood his difficulties well, so when he could handle things himself, he never troubled Gusumo. He offered substantial support, suggesting, "Take some of what Ali sent and give it to uncle and aunt. Let's celebrate the festival early." "Very well, I'll deliver it to them later." They were probably at the mountain villa again. The purple jade mountain villa spanned 1,000 mu of emerald greenery blessed with both advantageous geography and spiritual vitality. On the hillside, tall trees were planted to shield against wind and sand, while within the grounds grew an abundance of rare flowers, exotic plants, and precious medicinal herbs. According to rumor, the previous dynasty's emperor had commissioned this estate for his frail daughter. After the regime changed, Gu Tao had spared no expense to obtain it from the new emperor, making it a private mountain villa. When Gu Sumu arrived, he found the old man leisurely fishing. While Gu Sumu was overwhelmed with stress, the elder was here basking in the sun and angling. Perhaps his resentment had grown so heavy that even Gu Tao sensed it. "Why are you here?" He glanced at him. Here to disturb their couple time again. So the old man was rejecting him. He should have known better than to come. "Son's here? Come over quickly and bask in the sun," Kong Lingxiu said with a smile. Gu Sumu set down his offerings. "What are you bringing now? We lack for nothing here. Come less often unless something's wrong." "If father doesn't want it, I'll take it back," he said, unscrewing the osmanthus wine and releasing its rich fragrance. Gu Tao inhaled deeply. The scent was delightful. He spotted the golden liquid in Gu Sumu's hand, took a sip, and approved. "Excellent. This wine balances the osmanthus's bitterness while preserving its fragrance and the wine's character. Well done. You're the one who turned it down. Don't expect me to tell you. Hey kid, need a lesson? Dare to tease your old man. Sons were such a nuisance to look at. Why hadn't he been fated to have a daughter?" He looked toward Kong Lingxiu with an unspoken question. Should they try for another child, perhaps one that would be a daughter? She read his hidden meaning perfectly and shot him a warning glance to keep quiet. Reading the silent exchange between them, Gu Sumu felt he'd had enough. These festival gifts came from little Ali. Eat the mooncake soon. That's all. He turned and left. His parents showed no awareness of him. Staying longer might make him question whether he was even adopted. Watching him stride away, his father grumbled, "That rude boy grows less lovable with each passing year." When he was small and soft-spoken, he was actually quite amusing to tease. Kong Lingxiu picked up a mooncake and handed it to him. "Shut up. At his age, ready to be a grandfather, why did he still behave like a child?" Gu Tao bit into a 5-nut mooncake. "Why do you get the meat-filled one? Let me try. This one wasn't good." After tasting the ham mooncake, he agreed. The meat was far superior. He proceeded to separate the filling from the rest. Kong Lingxiu eyed the 5-nut mooncake she also disliked and signaled him with her gaze. What should they do with these? Send them back to father. He'll surely enjoy them. Kong Lingxiu was speechless. You're quite the filial son. Perhaps back in his youth the patriarch had struck his head too hard. Now he was simply taking revenge. At that moment, the Gu family patriarch was pruning a bonsai when he sneezed violently. That brat's up to no good again. They truly understood each other. No wonder they were father and son. Xiao Qian delivered the remaining gifts to the emperor, the duke's mansion, and the elder princess's residence. Once those were gone, he had nothing left and had no choice but to seek out his older brother, cursing him under his breath once more. Watching him sprawl about like a lord, Xiao Qian wondered if he was planning to stay indefinitely. Did he really need to track him down? The gifts were meant for me, yet in the end I got nothing. The thought made his chest tight. He longed to return to Susue town. Ahem. Xiao Qishuan cleared his throat strategically. I suppose I'll share some with you, he said reluctantly. The very definition of a scheming fox. Despite taking from his brother in the first place, he acted as though he were the one being wronged. You're my own flesh and blood brother, Xiao Qian growled through clenched teeth, though he still made certain to take the gifts with him. Master, why do you keep tormenting the 8th prince? Xiao Qian couldn't decipher his recent behavior. Was he simply enjoying playing with his younger brother? Don't you think he's much better now, he reflected. Less of that harsh northern temper, more of the youthful spirit his age should carry. Though I'm the elder brother, I've always been the one looking after him. And now I want to continue doing so. He wanted his brother to pursue what brought him joy, to love freely and purely. Within these palace walls, storms never ceased. But for these two brothers, he hoped his younger sibling could find wholeness. Now that his brother had found someone he loved, he wished for him a path free of hardship, blessed with happiness throughout. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival sang, Li also received gifts from the capital, especially from Xiao Qian, 3 whole cartloads. Did he empty his entire storeroom? Yi Qiutong exclaimed as she sorted the goods being stored, clicking her tongue for the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Though everyone remained tight-lipped about it, cartload after cartload of gifts arriving at the house was truly astonishing. What's so much about it? Keep them all, he said. His daughter. How could these trifling gifts compare to her? Whoever wished to marry her was still far from worthy. Sang Li could also see that Xiao Qian genuinely wanted to give her everything. He even sent her one of the decorative stones transported back from the northern border, claiming they were one for each, and the stone was polished beautifully, hoping it would lift her spirits whenever she saw it. Mother, pick out some usable things to take back when we return tomorrow. The Mid-Autumn Festival was naturally a time for the whole family to reunite. I know. Yi Qiutong picked out some usable jewelry and cloth. Among Xiao Qian's gifts, one cartload was entirely cloth. Sang Li's wardrobe was now renewed at any moment, for Xiao Qian had sent too much cloth. It was not impolite to take some out and give them away. You say eighth brother has sent things out of the city again. Over this period, eighth brother had constantly been sending things out which he had not minded, but wasn't it too frequent? Who exactly were they sent to, and who could make him so attentive? Find out where they were sent and to whom they were given. Now that they stood on opposite sides, he was determined to contend for what belonged to them. Even if he could not win it, he would not let them benefit easily. The strategist looked at the man before him. Since the Liu family's property was confiscated, he seemed to have changed, becoming dark and cunning beyond comprehension. Moreover, his broken leg had actually recovered enough for him to stand again within such a short time, and he no longer trusted him as before. Xing Yuba and the others had originally planned to stay in town to celebrate the festival themselves, but Sang Huaijing could hardly leave them to celebrate alone, so he invited them to return together to Susui Town. After all, there were only 3 of them, just 3 extra pairs of chopsticks. Sang Li gave the pre-sealed red envelopes to Ji Yingwei and told him to distribute them to everyone, explaining that these were festival red packets. On the Mid-Autumn Festival day, they could rest for half a day to reunite with their families. Then she followed Yi Qiutong to do shopping, buying rice flour and meat in quantities of hundreds of caddies. A single purchase would last a long time, and the family seldom came to town, fearing they might inadvertently cause trouble for Sang Huaijing. Therefore, every time Sang Li returned home, she would bring some daily necessities back. Early in the morning, Li Xiufan called on her daughters-in-law to clean the house. Suwon had to go to the workshop to oversee, so the others tidied up. The men were not idle either. Those who should split firewood, and those who should slaughter chickens slaughtered chickens. As soon as Sang Huaijing's party left the city in their carriage, they ran into Sang Kangxing. They hurriedly let him board. Fourth brother, didn't you say you had a project to rush and wouldn't return? He had specifically asked him the day before. Sang Kangxing scratched his head. I was going, but the client said it was a festival today and not suitable to start work, so they gave a day off. He had prepared his tools in the morning, but the servant said there would be no work today, so he decided to go home for the festival too. When they arrived home and learned that the 3 officials were also returning for the festival, they quickly offered them the seats of honor. Xing Yuba and the others had brought some gifts. It would be rude to go eating at someone's home empty-handed. The meal was lively and warm. Especially lying in the courtyard surrounded by the hustle and bustle of laughter, with a plate of mooncakes and a pot of osmanthus wine, looking up at the immense moon and a sky full of stars, letting the moonlight flow like water, gentle and endless. After the festival, Xing Yuba and the others asked every day when they could go dig sweet potatoes, and finally a date was set. Sang Li led her family and them to the sweet potato field. The villagers, curious about what sweet potatoes looked like and how much they could yield, all crowded onto the ridges to witness it. Sang Li directed them to first cut the vines with knives and then begin digging. When Sang Huaijing dug one up, the vine bore more than a dozen sweet potatoes, all of considerable size. So many. Xing Yuba and the others were astonished that a single vine had produced so many fruits. He personally dug up a clump and brushed away the soil to reveal about 12 or 13 sweet potatoes, their fruits a bright red with the smallest the size of a palm. Good. He was genuinely overjoyed. He truly believed that the field could yield 1,000 jin per mu. The villagers naturally saw it too. There really was such a bountiful crop. This yield is truly remarkable. A single vine can bear a dozen or more fruits. Yes, but how do you eat this thing? Just bite into it raw. None of them had ever seen such a thing, but as long as it was edible and could fill their stomachs, that was enough. Those who had endured hunger were unwilling to recall that feeling. People who had even eaten tree roots could not help but think of those starving days when they saw the abundant sweet potatoes. Sang Li fetched water from home, washed 2 sweet potatoes, peeled them, and handed them over. There are many ways to eat sweet potatoes. Eating them raw is also fine. Sang Huaijing and Xing Yuba took a bite. It was sweet and even more filling than corn. One was enough to make them full. I never imagined such a miraculous crop could exist in this world. Miss Sang, I admire you. He bowed deeply to her. The land of Long Yuan was vast and populous, but the soil was poor and rice yields were limited every year. Every year, all prefectures and counties reported commoners who starved to death due to food shortages. They felt deep pain, but had no solution. Now that sweet potatoes and corn could yield so abundantly, if they were promoted and planted nationwide, how many lives could be saved? How much hope for survival would they bring? Sang Li quickly helped him up. Your Excellency need not do this. As a citizen of Long Yuan, I love my country, and of course I hope it prospers. I once heard a saying, when the people have faith, the nation has strength, and only then does the ethnicity have hope. I hope my country is strong, for only when it is strong will it not be bullied. When she spoke these words, the surroundings fell dead silent, followed by a burst of resounding applause. Although they could not fully understand what Sang Li meant, they all understood the hope for a strong nation. Yes, only when the country is strong will it avoid being beaten and starving. Xing Yuba and the others had not expected her to speak such words, which truly shocked them. At that moment, they seemed to see a soft glow around Sang Li. Good. How formidable is the younger generation. Lord Sang, you have raised an excellent daughter. The young woman before them was no ordinary person. She radiated confidence, as if she had already envisioned the powerful future of Long Yuan. Sang Huaijing snapped back to his senses. Lord Xing is too modest, but he held his head high, proud of his daughter. Seeing his proud look, though, if he had such a daughter, he would be proud as well. When he thought of his own boys, comparisons were maddening. Sang Wu listened to his sister's words and suddenly made a decision. Sister, if I stop studying, do you think father will break my legs? Why do you suddenly not want to study? I think what you said makes sense. Only when the country is strong will it not be invaded. But the northern barbarians repeatedly violate our borders, disturbing the people and making life unbearable. I want to take up martial arts and drive them out. His words were resolute, as if he were already a young warrior in armor charging into battle. She had not expected that her words would strengthen his resolve. I support you, second brother. The rise and fall of the nation rests upon the vigorous efforts of our youth. After all, if the youth are strong, the country is strong. Sang Li did not know that her brief exchange with Sang Wu would solidify the patriotic resolve of countless people, awaken their fervor for the country, boost morale, and rouse the nation's self-respect and confidence.